Chapter 301 Qinqingji is bound. Qinqingji broke through Joan of Arc's servant army, and what met him was the heavy cavalry of the Tunki Battalion, one of the 5 schools of the Northern Army of Chutian's Special Arms. Hundreds of heavy cavalrymen from the cavalry battalion charged head-on to the white-robed army, which had only 500 people left. The heavy armor and horse armor protected the cavalry and war horses, causing the white-robed army to suffer. Some of the white-robed cavalry were holding spears, while others were holding sabers. Their weapons hit the heavy armor of the Tun cavalry camp, causing limited damage to the Tun cavalry camp. But even so, the tenacious white-robed army used the dense cone formation to break through the charge formation of the cavalry camp. The white-robed army cavalry regarded death as life, and were willing to go through life and death for their general Qinqingji. At the cost of hundreds of casualties, they finally broke through the blockade of the second echelon organized by Chu Tian. The third echelon formed by the Yueqi Battalion and Chanshui Battalion was already ready. When the Tunki Battalion swept past like an iron plow, they bent their bows and nocked arrows, and fired 3 rounds of arrow rain at the white-robed cavalry. Each round of arrow rain will take away the white-robed cavalry or low-level light cavalry. Qinqingji's regiment risked a heavy price and fought in close combat with the Yueqi Battalion and Chanshui Battalion cavalry. Both sides fought with spears and sabers, creating a melee. The white robes break through again. Chu Tian was directing from one side, and he could see Qinqingji passing him from a distance. It is a miracle that the white robes were able to break through the blockade of 3 groups of cavalry in a row. However, Chu Tian has not given up on chasing Qinqingji. His green wolf and white deer characteristic can increase the speed of the cavalry troops' forced march. As long as the cavalry troops are a little faster than Qinqingji's cavalry, there will always be a time when they will catch up with Qinqingji, unless Qinqingji is willing to sacrifice a group of cavalry to stop Chu Tian. Qinqingji broke through the 3 groups of cavalry units set up by Chu Tian, but his mood was a little low. Of the 700 white-robed troops around him, there were only less than 300 left. Of the 5,000 light cavalry, less than 2,000 remained. It was just a charge. If they really want to fight Chu Tian's cavalry, even the white-robe army will be completely wiped out. His cavalry is fast. Qinqingji turned around and found that Chu Tian was driving away the Yueqi camp and Chanshui camp, and was approaching the white-robe army quickly. The terrifying characteristics of the Mongol Empire's top cavalry feature, the green wolf and white deer, are revealed. The cavalry with the green wolf and white deer characteristic bonus not only have strong attack power and quick morale recovery, but also march faster. Marching speed is sometimes even more important than offense and defense. Now under this specific situation, Chu Tian's light cavalry has become Qinqingji's nightmare. Qinqingji did not dare to turn around and fight. Behind Chu Tian, there were also Yang Ye's light cavalry, Joan of Arc's servant cavalry, and the heavy cavalry from the Tunki camp, coming menacingly. Once Qinqingji is held back by Chu Tian's Yueqi camp and Chanshui camp, he will be heavily surrounded by a steady stream of cavalry from behind. Rather than saying it is a war, it is better to say this is a one-sided hunt. The troops in Qinqingji's hands were far less than those of Chu Tian and his party, and he was in trouble. General, we are willing to fight to the death from behind. Some of the few white-robed cavalry broke away from the main force, volunteered, and stayed behind to cover the evacuation of their general. You? Before Qinqingji could respond, dozens of white-robed army cavalry had already charged towards the Yueqi Battalion and Chanshui Battalion cavalry in the rear. These dozens of white-robed cavalrymen went forward one after another, even though they faced enemies dozens of times their size. In order to protect the general and his companions, they regarded death as life. The Yuqing and Changshuang cavalry used bows and arrows to shoot at dozens of white-robed cavalry. One after another, the white-robed cavalry fell off their horses midway, but they still did not look back. You are truly a righteous man, but it's a pity that we are enemies. Chu Tian showed no mercy. He couldn't let Qinqingji go, not to mention whether Qinqingji is willing to work for him. Let Qinqingji go, and let Qinqingji work for the enemy. Once Qinqingji gathers 7,000 white-robed cavalry, he will definitely become a powerful enemy in the future. Dozens of white-robed cavalry were covered in arrows, and then a dense sea of cavalry swamped them. No matter how elite the soldiers are, they cannot survive in a sea of people dozens of times larger. Attacks from all directions will kill them, and no one will be spared. In the direction of Pengcheng Kingdom, Li Xiaoning's detachment of women rode to meet Chu Tian and encountered the white-robed army appearing on the horizon. Get ready to shoot! The detachment of women is infantry, but they can also shoot arrows on horseback. but the hit rate and power will be greatly reduced. The whole army stops advancing. Chen Qingji thought that the detachment of women was another elite cavalry coming to intercept. And he had the idea of giving up. There were only 200 white robes, and more than 1,000 ordinary cavalry left around him. There were thousands of people in the horse-riding detachment of women on the opposite side. He estimated that after breaking through the blockade of the detachment of women, there would only be a few hundred people left around him. And Chu Tian's light cavalry will still linger in pursuit. There is a high probability that the entire army will be annihilated. Chen Qingji was intercepted by the detachment of women, and more than 10,000 cavalrymen from Chu Tian, Yang Yi, and Jinda arrived from behind, besieging Chen Qingji and the remaining cavalry at every level. No matter how powerful Chen Qingji is, it will be difficult to break out of the siege of the army. Chen Qingji looked around at the embarrassed cavalry around him and couldn't help but sigh. There is no need to add unnecessary casualties. We are willing to be bound. Chen Qingji ordered the cavalry to put down their weapons. Chen Qingji's surrender surprised Chu Tian. This was also thanks to the detachment of women equipped with war horses, which interfered with Chen Qingji's judgment. The Yueqi Battalion and Changshui Battalion came forward to capture Chen Qingji and his cavalry. The white-robed army, which had an amazing fighting spirit, needed to be tied up with 5 flowers. As for Chen Qingji, the leader of the white-robe army, the cavalrymen of the Yueqi Battalion and Changshui Battalion regarded him as someone who needed special care, and tied him up with thicker and longer ropes for fear that he would escape. In the eyes of the Yuqing and Changshuang cavalry, the general commanding such a cavalry must be an enemy of 10,000 people. Chen Qingji frowned. I'm not good at hand-to-hand combat, so there's no need to be too tight. What are you doing? Untie General Chen quickly. Chu Tian scolded the Yuqing and Changshuang cavalry. Chen Qingji's military strength may not be as good as that of a high-level soldier, and he is one of the prisoners that Chu Tian does not have to worry about escaping. With Chu Tian's current military strength, none of the 3 Chen Qingji are Chu Tian's opponents. The Chen Qingji in front of Chu Tian was already a middle-aged general. Chen Qingji faced the young Xuzhou Mu and said, I am defeated, and I will let Xuzhou Mu deal with it. However, my cavalry has suffered heavy losses, and there are only few survivors. I hope Lord Xuzhou Mu can let them go. If you are willing to serve me, I can forget about them. If Chen Qingji, the white-robed military god, is captured alive, Chu Tian will certainly not execute or release him. Chu Tian established 5 main legions: offensive, defensive, white robe, Xiliang, and invincible. Among them, the white robe legion can accept Chen Qingji. In a sense, the white robe army is Chen Qingji's exclusive unit. The white robe army established by Chu Tian is just a general term for the white robe and white horse cavalry. I already have someone loyal to me. Confucianism values loyalty, reason, and trust. As a retainer, how can I betray my master and serve my new master? I will not agree to your request. Chen Qingji was not easily threatened by Chu Tian. Aren't you afraid that I will kill them? I believe that Xuzhou Mu is a man of benevolence and justice, and will not kill prisoners unless Ziyu misjudges the person. Chen Qingji answered fluently, which made it difficult for Chu Tian to attack. If he killed the captured white robes and completely offended Chen Qingji, and Chen Qingji would refuse to serve for the rest of his life, it would be counterproductive. Chu Tian could also force Chen Qingji to work for him, but that would mean extremely low loyalty, and there could be rebellion at any time on the battlefield. Then I'll be wrong, Ziyun. Ziyun is Chen Qingji's character, just like Zilong is Zhao Yun's character. Chen Qingji was unwilling to abandon his old master, so Chu Tian sent people to entertain Chen Qingji. He also entertained the surviving 200 white-robe troops and more than 1,000 Zhejiang County light cavalry. The general who has recognized his master is really in trouble, as long as any loyal general who recognizes his master will basically not surrender, such as Chen Qingji and Chao Jiyuai. It is easy for those who are disloyal to surrender, such as Wu Sangui, Ho Jing and others. But Chu Tian does not dare to use it. Xiao Liang heard that Chu Tian wanted to recruit Chen Qingji to surrender. If we find a way to kill the Zhejiang prefect, wouldn't Chen Qingji be willing to surrender? To put it lightly, if Chen Qingji knew that it was me who killed the Zhejiang prefect, I'm afraid he would never be willing to serve him for the rest of his life. Why not use a divorce plan? A divorce plan. Chu Tian looked at Xiao Liang's sly smile and couldn't help pinching her cheek. Pain. I already know what you mean. It seems that we are going to use Naliang's general Ho Jing. Only then did Chu Tian let go of bullying Xiao Liang. Ho Jing is no less a troublemaker than Wu Sangui. Historically, Ho Jing was a slave of the third surname. After surrendering to Nanliang, he quickly launched a rebellion, captured Jiankong, the capital of Nanliang, forcibly married the princess, and proclaimed himself the general of the universe. If Qin Qingji was there, Ho Jing might be able to suppress it, and Ho Jing would not dare to be ambitious. But Qin Qingji was captured by Chu Tian. As long as he made good use of Ho Jing, Chu Tian would not have to kill the Zhejiang prefect himself. This is probably the killing with a borrowed knife among the 36 strategies. Chu Tian thought he was very evil, but he didn't expect that from Xiao Liang to Fang Xianling. Everyone was full of bad intentions. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together, and people flocked together. Chu Tian summoned Yang Yi again to appease the hero. Yang Yi guarded Xiaopei and attacked Yuan Shu multiple times with 10,000 cavalry, which greatly delayed Yuan Shu's strategic move to attack Xuzhou. If Yang Zhong hadn't taken the initiative to attack, Xiaopei might have fallen quickly and been forced to move to Pingqing and Xiapi for defense. You are worthy of the title of Invincible. When the wars in various places are calmed down, I will report to the imperial court and make you a general. Chu Tian's current official position for Yang Yi is school captain. With his accumulated military exploits, he is more than enough to be a partial general. With 10,000 cavalry, they killed Yuan Shu's vanguard general Xiao Rui, attacked Yuan Shu's 100,000 troops 3 times, and almost captured Yuan Shu alive. They also forced Qin Qingji to go south and fell into a siege. With such merit, being promoted to general is not an exaggeration. Yang Yi replied, the general just wants to prove himself. Yang Yi was also very aggrieved before. In the Battle of Xuzhou, he was suppressed by the generals of Langya Kingdom, but he was unable to arrest him. In the Battle of Guangling County, facing Li Yi and Xuerengui's joint suppression, they were helpless. Before joining Chu Tian's camp, Yang Yi's performance was not outstanding, let alone being known as Yang Invincible. It wasn't until Yang Yi joined Chu Tian's forces and faced Yuan Shu that Yang Wudi could exert his combat power. Sometimes Chu Tian doesn't know how strong his power is. Only his enemies, who were once Chu Tian's opponents, know. Yang Yi is one of them. Now there is another Qin Qingji. Qin Qingji's white-robed army suffered heavy losses despite being surrounded by Chu Tian. After the detachment of women joined the battlefield, they were forced to surrender. Yuan Shu is like a 100-legged centipede. Although he is dead, he is still alive. You continue to guard Xiaopei, and Xiaopei's officials will supplement your cavalry according to the establishment of the Invincible Army. After Chu Tian established the Legion system, the establishment provided for Yang Yi's Invincible Legion was 10,000 cavalry. Once losses occur in a war, troops will be replenished nearby according to the number of units established. Such a system can enable the Legion to obtain supplies as quickly as possible, and the Legion can quickly enter another battle after receiving supplies. The last general takes orders. Yang Yi continued to garrison Xiaopei at obscurity. Although Yang Yi was a low-key person, his reputation as Yang Wudi had spread throughout the Eastern Han dynasty. After all, Yuan Shu was a great prince, but he was almost beheaded by Yang Yi. Yang Yi's performance attracted the attention of countless players. The people who were most concerned about the abilities of Chu Tian's generals were the group of princes competing with Chu Tian in the Central Plains. They were wary of Yang Yi. Now they have another person to be wary of, and that is Chu Zimu, who performed amazingly in this raid. Chu Zimu's cavalry tactics burst out with powerful combat effectiveness. In order to deceive others, Chu Tian intentionally or unintentionally claimed to be the ability of Francis Joan of Arc. He was not willing to let other princes easily speculate on his abilities. The more information there is, the easier it is to interfere with the judgment of other princes. Chu Tian defeated Yuan Shu's 180,000 strong army and captured Qin Qingji alive. News spread that he had won a great victory. There is also an unofficial story about Yuan Shu, the god of chariots in Pingqing, who drove a donkey cart out of Chu Zimu's siege. For a time, various princes and players in the Eastern Han dynasty were in an uproar. In a short period of time, Mu Chu Zimu of Xuzhou captured Taishan County, defeated Prince Xiao of Beihai Kingdom in Qingzhou, severely wounded Yuan Shu, and defeated all the powerful enemies around Xuzhou. Not only did Xuzhou not lose any land, but it also gained an additional Taishan County in Yanzhou. As long as Chu Zimu occupied Taishan County, Cao Cao would never have the chance to unify Yanzhou. There is not much time left for Cao Cao. In Liaodong City, Mingguan, the prefect, could not help but be anxious when he received the news that Chu Tian had defeated powerful enemies around Xuzhou and had newly acquired Taishan County, cutting off the connection between Yan'o and Qingzhou. Cao Cao didn't have much time. leaving even less time for other princes. Except for Yuan Shu, who was strong on the outside and capable on the inside. Few princes had the strength of 6 counties. There is only one Liaodong County in Mingwan. He has assembled a large number of cavalry to attack the forces of Gong Sunzan and Prince Yin in western Liaoning. Gong Sunzan and Prince Yin became sworn brothers of the opposite sex and dominated western Liaoning. They should have had the opportunity to occupy Yuzhou. But it's a pity that your enemy is me. After Mingwan found out that the 2 major lords of Koryo, Cui Zishan in the north and Li Minqiul in the south, were fighting to unify Koryo, he finally felt confident and led the main force to attack western Liaoning. Military advisor, I would like to ask you to give me some advice for this attack on western Liaoning, Mingwan said to a black-robed military advisor. Chapter 302, The Princes Who Strive to Expand. Why did Chu Zimu move so fast? According to my estimation, the princes near Shuzhou could hold Chu Zimu back for at least 1 to 2 years. I didn't expect that he could deal with the threats posed by the surrounding princes so quickly. In Guangzhou, Xianying City, Zhejiang, Lao Qin received the news that Chu Tian had defeated powerful enemies from all directions. He was surprised and thought that the development of his power must be accelerated. His layout is also faster. We have completely captured and consolidated the 2 counties of Yufufeng and Zwifeng of the 7 counties of Xili, when he and Dong Zhuo have lived long enough. Only if Dong Zhuo dies can I, the captain of Xili, take over Jing Shaolin, occupy the 3 auxiliaries Yufufeng, Zwifeng, Jingzhou, and then take Hongdong County and Sanhe, Hedong County, Hanoi County, Hunan to the east. Sitting on the land of 7 counties, you can surpass Shuzhou Chu Zimu the 6 counties. After Zhejiang, Lao Qin took refuge with Dong Zhuo. He gradually became Dong Zhuo's trusted subordinate. If Zhejiao Lao Qin were not older, Dong Zhuo would even consider accepting Zhejiao Lao Qin as his adopted son. At present, there are not many princes who have 6 counties or more than 6 counties. Yuan Shu counts 1. And Shuzhou Mu Chu Zimu. Zhejiang and Lao Qin attempted to annex the 7 counties of Xili. If we occupy the 7 counties of Xili, we may be able to rival Chu Zimu. There are 7 counties under Xili, and the population is no less than that of Shuzhou occupied by Chu Tian plus 1 Taishan County. This is also his only chance to compete with Chu Tian in the Central Plains. By capturing Xili, you can reach Longwangshu to the west, and you can enter the Guangdong region to the east. Jia Su, who served as military advisor and captain under Dong Zhuo, visited Xianying City. The rebuilt Xianying City was now a medium-sized city, adjacent to Chang'an City. After the governance of Zhejiang Lao Qin, Xianying City became the economic and cultural center in Guangzhou, second only to Chang'an City. Meng Tian, Meng Wu, Li Xian and other generals sat at attention, listening to their lord's strategic plan. Zhejiao Lao Qin began to deploy military force in Guangzhou and became the lord of Guangzhou. My lord, I have convinced 3 key figures that once Dong Zhuo dies, we can use them to control the Bingzhou army and the Xiliang army. As a minister of Dong Zhuo, Jia Su called Zhejiao Lao Qin his lord. The reason is also very simple. Before Iran recommended Jia Su to Dong Zhuo, Jia Su had already recognized Zhejiao Lao Qin, who was good at strategy, as his lord. Jia Su was a chess piece that Zhejiang Lao Qin arranged to enter Dong Zhuo's power very early. Because of Jia Su's promotion, Dong Zhuo occupied Luoyang according to the schedule and recognized Lu Bu as his adopted son. At the same time, Zhejiao Lao Qin became one of the important figures in Dong Zhuo's power. Since Wang Yuan and Lu Bu have agreed to act, Dong Zhuo's death will come soon. And once we annex the Xiliang army and the Bingzhou army, our power will greatly increase. Zhejiang Lao Qin had coveted Dong Zhuo's Xiliang army and Lu Bu's Bingzhou army for a long time, so he made careful arrangements. The lords of Longxi County should not cause us any trouble. They have occupied Longxi County and Jincheng County, and are attacking Hanyang County. They are unable to interfere in Chang'an. This is our opportunity. In addition to considering the power struggle in Chang'an City, Zhejiang Lao Qin also considered entering his biggest enemy, the group of dignitaries in Longxi County, into the layout. The lords of Longxi County had a mutual trade treaty with Shuzhou Mu, and they were important allies for Chu Tian to contain Zhejiang and Lao Qin. The lord of Longxi County owns 2 counties, and his goal is to unify Liangzhou. He is a geographical enemy of Zhejiang Lao Qin in Guangzhou. Li Xian wondered. Dong Zhuo has many elite soldiers under his command, such as Lu Bu, Guisi, Li Ju, Zhang Ji, Niu Fu, etc. Once Dong Zhuo dies, and these generals lose control, what will happen? Zhoujiang Laoqin didn't take it seriously and looked at Jia Su. Commander, please explain to General Li. Jia Su replied. This matter will still fall on the third key person. In western Liaoning, Gong Sunzan led 3,000 white horsey followers and tens of thousands of cavalry to join his sworn brother, Prince Yan, to compete for the western Liaoning corridor. Yuzhou has a vast territory and a large number of excellent horse-producing lands. If someone can unify Yuzhou, his power will be no less than that of Shuzhou. In lords, the population outside the customs is larger than in history, because many lords and players choose to be born outside the customs. When they build villages, they bring a large initial population. The most important areas outside the pass are the Liaodong and Liaoxi corridors. By controlling these two areas, you can control half of Yuzhou and can enter the pass at any time. If the entire Yuzhou is occupied, the momentum can be the same as that of the Liao kingdom in history. When the central plains was weak, the Liao kingdom even had the power to suppress the central plains. Prince Yan was accompanied by Di Qing and Fan Zhongyan, who led the cavalry to join Gong Sunzan. Gong Sunzan had generals such as Yin Gang, Tian Kai, Shan Jing, and Zhou Dan under his command. Because Prince Yan once defeated the Wuhuan tribe and helped Gong Sunzan to rescue him, Gong Sunzan became sworn brothers with him and followed Lu Guanzhong's example. The two major forces in western Liaoning merged to dominate western Liaoning, and the Wuhuan tribe could not compete with him. Just one Gong Sunzan can give the Wuhuan tribe a headache, not to mention Prince Yan's general Di Qing and civil servant Fan Zhongyan. Our enemy is Mingwan, the governor of Liaodong. He is so powerful that my brother cannot imagine it. Prince Yan was very afraid of Mingwan, the governor of Liaodong, especially when he learned that the #1 general in Mingwan was Chang Yuchen, known as Chang Shirwan. If Chang Yuchen were given 100,000 generals, they would be enough to dominate the world. It is generally believed that Chang Yuchen was the second most famous general under Zhu Yuanshan after Su De. Gong Sunzan didn't care much. No matter how brave the other party is, facing my white horse loyal followers, they will all be hated. We have to be on guard. This time I have coerced several Wuhuan tribes to send troops. We have a total of 80,000 cavalry and 30,000 Wuhuan cavalry. As long as the 110,000 cavalry are properly deployed and the mobility of the cavalry is used, we may be able to defeat Mingwan. Prince Yan mobilized as many troops as possible, and then he had the courage to fight Mingwan. He and Gong Sunzan each sent 40,000 cavalry, and at the same time forced the defeated Wuhuan tribe to send troops to help. The Wuhuan cavalry are aggressive and good at fighting, which is a big help. Mingwan is an unprecedentedly powerful enemy, and all forces must be considered to win. Gong Sunzan comforted his sworn brother. I heard that Mingwan is powerful in Liaodong, but this is western Liaoning. As long as he dares to come, he will never come back. When you defeat Mingwan, my sworn brother, we must go and kill him. Lu Yu, the shepherd of Yuzhou. When the time comes, I will be the shepherd of Yuzhou. And you, my sworn brother, will be the chief historian and prefect. And we will share the wealth and honor. I hope Mingwan can be defeated. Otherwise we will all become prisoners. Prince Yan had Gong Sunzan to help him, but he was still walking on thin ice. The territorial ranking of Mingwan, the governor of Liaodong, fell out of the top 5 in the Eastern Han Dynasty. But the territorial ranking does not represent the real military strength, especially for lords outside the customs. They can call on a large number of cavalry, and are more martial than ordinary lords in farming areas. Jixian County is the seat of Yuzhou Mu Luyu's administration. As a benevolent prince, Luyu was also involved in conquests in troubled times. He has 100,000 Yuzhou troops under his command. Not long ago, he fought with Gong Sunzan in Yubiping County and returned with a heavy defeat. Gong Sunzan went to western Liaoning to fight with the governor of Liaodong. Luyu, the shepherd of Yuzhou, secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that his powerful enemy Gong Sunzan had left Yubiping County and entered the Liaoxi corridor. Gong Sunzan was a fierce general, and Luyu could not fight with him. Out of his friendship with Gong Sunzan and the need to guard against Yuan Shao, Liu Bei did not intervene in the battle between Luyu and Gong Sunzan. Zheng Xianyufu suggested to Luyu. Lu Xuanda is currently fighting with Yuan Benshu in Guangzhou County, Jilu, where Zhang Jiao died of illness. If the Lord takes advantage of the battle between the two men to send his troops south, he can take advantage of Bohai County, Hejian State, Zhongshan State, and even the entire Jizhou. By then, the Lord has two big states, Yuo and Jizhou, and can compete for the world. Lu Yu was not interested in his subordinates' ambitious plans. The imperial court appointed me as the shepherd of Yuzhou. I should protect the country and the people. How can I have second thoughts? Xian Yufu had nothing to do with Lu Yu, who had no intention of fighting for the world. Yuo is a large state, and it has one of the best horse-producing areas. Currently, Lu Yu's army has more than 100,000 soldiers, and has the capital to compete for the world. But Lu Yu's character is destined that he will not become the overlord of one party. Report. Lu Xuanda sent an envoy to ask for help. Lu Yu relaxed because Gongsun Zan went to western Liaoning to help Prince Yin fight the war. Liu Bei sent strangers to ask Lu Yu for reinforcements. Lu Xuanda and Yuan Binshu are both imperial officials. No matter which side they send troops to help, it is against benevolence and justice. Lu Yu finally decided to sit back and watch, unable to do anything. In Jula County, Liu Bei's forces were in a bitter battle. Yuan Shao relied on his reputation to recruit a large number of talents from Jizhou, and there were many generals. Jizhou was divided between Jizhou Mu Yuan Shao and Zhongshan Prime Minister Liu Bei. Yuan Shao occupied Weijun, Gaoguo, Qinggeduo, and Boheijun, a total of 4 counties. Liu Bei occupied Changshan County, Zhongshan Kingdom, Ajin County, and Anping Kingdom, which were also 4 counties. Yuan Shao's forces and Liu Bei's forces fought over the 9th county, Jila County. Whoever can seize the 9th county will have the territorial advantage of 1 more county. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei fought fiercely, appearing in and out of the enemy's formation, and their horses were as powerful as 1,000. The fierce General Shi Wansui fought with Zhang Fei with a gun, but he was not at a disadvantage. Yin Liang and Wen Chou simultaneously commanded troops to attack Guan Yu. The high-level heavy infantry, Uferbiners, led by Zhang He, charged into the battle and attacked Liu Bei's central army. Zhu Yi's soldiers first launched a volley of heavily armed crossbowmen to attack Liu Bei's flank. The number of generals under Liu Bei's command was still small, and Yuan Shao's second and third-rate generals attacked one after another, making Liu Bei unbearable. Gao Lan led the light cavalry in an attempt to cut off Liu Bei's food route and sneak attack Liu Bei's rear camp, but was defeated by the ambushed Turkic prince Ashina-Shir, which allowed Liu Bei's army to gain morale. Liu Bei stubbornly resisted the offensive of Yuan Shao's army. When he learned that Gao Lan was defeated by Ashina-Shir, his frown relaxed a little. Gao Lan was defeated by a little-known general under Lu Der. How should he be punished? Yuan Shao was accompanied by his trusted alien Lord Zhao Long, as well as counselors such as Tian Feng, Zhus Ho, Shi Pei, and Gua Tu. Gao Lan's defeat made Yuan Shao furious. Originally, as long as Gao Lan destroyed Liu Bei's grain road in Julu County and the morale of Liu Bei's army was shaken, the outcome would be decided. What angered Yuan Shao most was that Gao Lan lost to an unknown general, Ashina-Shir. Yuan Shao had never heard of Ashina-Shir. As a foreign lord, Zhao Long knew that Ashina-Shir was a Turkic prince who surrendered to the Tang dynasty. He grew up on horseback and dared to charge into battle. He was also good at using cavalry and had repeatedly made military exploits. His vision and ability were better than Han Yu. It is normal for Gao Lan to lose to Ashina-Shir in the use of cavalry. However, I still have a general here who can be reused. Zhao Long was indifferent to Gao Lan's defeat by Ashina-Shir. If he dared to support Yuan Shao, he would be sure to deal with Liu Bei. Yuan Shao had already sent Yin Liang, Wen Chou, Zhang He, Zhu Yi, and other generals to the battlefield. When he heard that Zhao Long still had generals, he immediately said, "Zhao Long, as long as you help me defeat Lu Der, I can make you the governor of Yuzhou." Zhao Long said to a general, "It must be hard for Liu Bei to imagine that we will send cavalry to attack his grain road. Han Qinhu, you command the cavalry and go with Gao Lan." Han Qinhu, a fierce general in the Sui dynasty, participated in the destruction of the Qin state in the southern dynasties and ended the troubled times in the southern and northern dynasties. The last general takes command. Han Qinhu reorganized his troops and seized the position of General Gao Lan. Gao Lan was only qualified to serve as deputy general. Their goal was to cut off Liu Bei's food route. Zhu Zimu, you suppressed Cao Cao, and I suppressed Liu Bei. But I know that you are the biggest enemy. Zhao Long was not afraid of Liu Bei yet. What he fears is Shuzhou Muchuzimu, whose territory is constantly expanding. All princes aimed at 6 counties or larger territory for expansion. in Hanzhong County. The leader took the road and prepared a large number of peasant troops and grain trucks to go south to attack Bashu and bring Bashu into his own sphere of influence. Although the land in Hanzhong is fertile, it is just a basin after all. Only by occupying Bashu can we conquer the Central Plains. From now on, when attacking Bashu, we must capture the Kingdom of Abundance. Zhang Dao occupied Hanzhong County early, and after setting up farming in Hanzhong County, he prepared enough grain and grass, and finally had the capital to conquer Bashu. As long as Hanzhong and Bashu are occupied, a Shuhan Empire can be established. A large number of peasant troops were recruited in order to use their lives to open the passage into Bashu. In Changsha County, Sun Jian, the governor of Changsha who moved to fight here, had conflicts with several other governors of Jing'an, and the two sides continued to fight. Tong Kai, the prefect of Lijiang, was attacking Danyang County and Wu County, two important places in the south of the Yangtze River, and started a war with the lords in the south of the Yangtze River. Wang Defa, the governor of Nanhai, tried to unify Jiaozhou and then went south to Dai Viet. In Renan County, Yuzhou, Yuan Shu's territory, the remnants of the Yellow Turban Army, such as He, Lu Pai, Huang Xiao, He Man and others, were active. When Yuan Shu was attacking Shuzhou, a lord took the opportunity to occupy Renan County and claimed to be the governor of Renan. His generals defeated Gongdu with one shot and shocked the Yellow Turban Army of Renan and Yingchuan. Yuan Shu has failed. He is just a withered bone in the grave. It's time for Yuzhou Mu to give way. In Pingyuan County, Qingzhou, during the First National War, Tianqi, the lord of Pingyuan County, who once served under Chu Tian's Second Army, was now prime minister of Pingyuan County. He called his retainers. Once Mr. Zhao is annexed by Chu Zimu, the same will happen. Pingyuan County in Qingzhou is not immune to this situation. This is a situation where lips are dead and teeth are cold. You go and inform Mr. Zhao and ask Mr. Zhao to come and talk to me. Chapter 303 Dongzhou dies, and the world is in chaos. Liu Bei's army was defeated by Yuan Shao in Guangzhou County. Jilu County. Yuan Shao's forces sent a cavalry general to cut off Liu Bei's food route and force Liu Bei to retreat. The general was suspected to be the fierce General Han Qinhu of the Sui dynasty. While Chu Tian was suppressing the surrounding princes, he was also paying attention to the development of the princes further away. The princes in each state are working hard to manage and expand their power and compete secretly. The battle in the area north of the Yellow River is even more fierce. Liu Bei and Yuan Shao are already fighting in Jilu County. Yuan Shao had a slight advantage due to the help of his military commanders Shi Wan Sui and Han Qinhu, the prefect of Wei Commandery Zhao Long, and relied on his talent advantage and more troops, horses, and food. However, Liu Bei only retreated slightly, not to the point of collapse. Chu Tian was also concerned about the battle between Ningguan, the governor of Liaodong, and Prince Yan and Gongsun Zan in western Liaoning, and the outcome was not yet known. Order the Li Army, the White Robe Army, and the Scout Army to invade the Beihai Kingdom. Put pressure on Mr. Zhao, and ask him to surrender. If Mr. Zhao surrenders, he will be given preferential treatment. There is nothing wrong with serving as a governor in the future. Chu Tian wanted to annex half of Qingzhou in a relatively peaceful way. If we can obtain the 3 counties of Beihai, Donglai and Qi and Qingzhou, then Chu Tian will become a great prince with 9 counties. According to Fang Xuanling's Langia strategy, the Chu Tian forces should aim to conquer Qingzhou, Yanzhou, and Yuzhou and occupy the territory of the 4 states. I don't know if Cao Cao will surrender. Just send someone to recruit Cao Cao. As a tycoon, Cao Cao could recruit him to surrender. Although the possibility was low, Chu Tian still sent an envoy to try to recruit Cao Cao to surrender. Subdue a group of civil servants and generals under Cao Cao's command, and digest Cao Cao's territory. Chu Zimu is teasing me. Cao Cao received a letter of persuasion from Chu Tian to surrender. Chu Tian, as an alien lord, actually wanted to persuade him, a prince, to surrender the whole city, and from then on he would be the leader of Shuzhou? Now Cao Cao still has 3 counties, Dongjun, Chenliajian, and Jibei Kingdom, and is assisted by the mastermind Sun Yu and Wang's Wishuanyu. Cao Cao is unwilling to surrender and gives up his pursuit of the Central Plains. However, Cao Cao had to admit that for a moment he was shaken and actually wanted to surrender to Chu Tian. He is just a prefect, and his ambition has not expanded to the point where he must become the emperor. Chu Tian defeated Zhao Gongzi and Yuan Shu. making Cao Cao doubt whether he could win against the powerful Xuzhou army. With 3 counties fighting against the strength of 6 counties, Cao Cao had no confidence in himself. Not only that, Chu Tian's ally Gongzi Wen now controls 2 counties, Jing County and Shannan County. In fact, Cao Cao has to use 3 counties to deal with 8 counties. Even if Han Bai is reincarnated, it will be difficult to make a comeback in the face of the huge gap in national power. Cao Cao asked Sun Yu for his opinion on the surrender of Xuzhou Mu. We and other subordinate officials can surrender to Xuzhou Mu, because Xuzhou Mu will still use us. But the Lord is capable and ambitious. Can Xuzhou Mu trust him to use him again? If the Lord goes north to rely on Yuan Shao, Yuan Shao can still leave the Lord alone lead troops to guard one side. If you surrender to Chu Zimu, my Lord will be under house arrest for the rest of his life. This is a world of difference. Please think again, Lord. Sun Yu's words dissuaded Cao Cao from surrendering to Chu Tian. With Cao Cao's ability and ambition, it is indeed difficult for anyone to regard him as a subordinate. Report. Yuan Binshu received the help of Lord Iran in the Battle of Julu, defeated Lu Xuanda, and occupied most of Julu County. Cao Cao's camp also received news that Yuan Shao had initially defeated Liu Bei. The 2 most recent remarkable battles in the Eastern Han dynasty have a winner and a loser. Among them, the intentions of many princes south of the Yellow River to besiege Xuzhou Mu Chu Zimu were thwarted. Chu Zimu won a complete victory, and Yuan Shu's army was almost wiped out. Yuan Shao's forces north of the Yellow River repulsed Liu Bei and were on the offensive. As expected of Yuan Binshu, it seems that I can only defeat Chu Zimu by relying on Yuan Binshu. Cao Cao was oppressed by Chu Tian, so he had no choice but to turn to the victorious Yuan Shao for help. Attached himself to Yuan Shao again, and became Yuan Shao's vassal, regardless of Yuan Shao or Yuan Shu. There are many independent lords and tribes under their power. Even if Cao Cao surrenders to Yuan Shao, he can still maintain his independence. In contrast, if he surrenders to Chu Tian will completely take away all his territory, troops and talents. Chu Tian did not allow independent forces under his command. Cao Cao wants to surrender to me. Yuan Shao defeated Liu Bei, gradually encroached on Julu County, and became a lord with 5 counties. His territory was larger than Cao Cao's, and his power was more powerful. He received a letter from Cao Cao, saying that Cao Cao was willing to become his vassal, and only asked to defeat Yuan Shao and send troops to support him. By accepting Cao Cao as a vassal, the lord can have 8 counties, which is far beyond Chu Zimu's 6 counties. The lord's influence can also reach the south of the Yellow River. Zhao Long persuaded Yuan Shao to accept Cao Cao again. I plan to appoint Cao Cao as the governor of Yanzhou to fight against Chu Zimu. At the same time, I will be the military governor of Jizhou, Yanzhou, and Qingzhou, in order to win over Cao Cao and expand his influence in the area south of the Yellow River. Yuan Shao brought Cao Cao's 3 counties into his sphere of influence, and also planned to get involved in Qingzhou. Qingzhou Plains Prime Minister Tian Qi requests attachment. Master Zhao, the governor of Donglai, Qingzhou, asks for my support. After Cao Cao decided to attach himself to Yuan Shao, 2 foreign princes from Qingzhou requested to attach themselves to Yuan Shao's power. Among them, Pingyuan Prime Minister Tian Qi controls Pingyuan County in Qingzhou and the 3 counties of Jinan Kingdom and Lun Kingdom. Zhao Gongzi, the prefect of Donglai, also controls 3 counties, with their 6 counties attached to them. Yuan Shao's power expanded again, with a total of 14 counties. Because of Yuan Shao's victory in the Battle of Julu, his prestige greatly increased, and princes from all over the world attached themselves to Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao surpassed Yuan Shu and became the most powerful prince in the Eastern Han dynasty. Yuan Shao's power swept across Jizhou, Qingzhou, and Yanzhou, shaking the entire Eastern Han dynasty for a while. All players have the illusion that all princes must rely on Yuan Shao, and Yuan Shao is about to become the emperor of the Eastern Han dynasty. Yuan Shao, why are you from the Yuan family again? Chu Tian had just suppressed Yuan Shu, and Yuan Shu's power had almost collapsed. Now a more powerful Yuan Shao group appeared, gathering the power of 14 counties. The princes suppressed by Chu Tian all turned to Yuan Shao's camp, which allowed vassal independence. These princes all knew that taking refuge in Chu Tian would be annexed, so they relied on Yuan Shao's power to form an alliance. The Yuan brothers are really worrying. When Chu Tian faced the powerful Yuan Shao group, he was only slightly surprised but not too worried. The Yuan Shao group is a loose alliance, And in fact, it is still a group of small and medium-sized princes. Even among the 5 counties in Jizhou that Yuan Shao nominally controls. Wei Long, the prefect of Wei County, accounts for a large share. Another prince, Pingyuan Prime Minister Tian Qi, who did not receive much attention from Chu Tian, joined Yuan Shao's group. Tian Qi and Zhao Gongzi are the only 2 remaining princes in Qingzhou. They each occupy half of Qingzhou. Tian Qi was obviously also worried that after Chu Tian eliminated Mr. Zhao, his territory would also be attacked. Bong Xianling heard that Yuan Shao's group was formed. So he suggested to Chu Tian, "My lord, why don't you form your own alliance to confront Yuan Shao, Gongziwen, and Liu Bei? If Chu Tian brings Gongziwen, who has 2 counties, and Liu Bei, who has 4 counties, to form an alliance, then there will be 12 counties, which can completely rival the 14 counties of Yuan Shao's group. Gongziwen will definitely be on my side. As for Liu Bei, he just lost to Yuan Shao, so he will definitely be happy to join the alliance." Chu Tian randomly sent an envoy to Liu Bei's Zhongshan kingdom using the teleportation array, and asked Liu Bei to interfere with Yuan Shao from behind. "Shuzhou Muchuzim still remembers me. Liu Xuanda?" Liu Bei was greatly surprised when he received Chu Tian's alliance request. Liu Bei, who had become an enemy of Yuan Shao, quickly accepted the alliance. Now Liu Bei's status is only Zhongshan Prime Minister, which is far from the status of Chu Tian, Shuzhou Mu, and General Anton. By joining Chu Tian's alliance, he can reverse the decline and improve morale. It is not that easy for Yuan Shao to destroy him, as the princes from the north and south of the Yellow River lined up one after another. 2 major forces were formed in the Eastern Han Dynasty. One force is headed by Yuan Shao, the shepherd of Jizhou, and includes Cao Cao, the prefect of Dongjun, Xiao Long, the prefect of Wei, Xiao Gongzi, the prefect of Donglai, and Tian Qi, the prime minister of Pingyuan, and has 14 counties. One force is headed by Mu Chutian of Shuzhou, and includes Prince Wen, the grand administrator of Jin, and Liu Bei, the prime minister of Zhongshan, and owns 12 counties. Between the 2 big forces there are also some small princes who own several counties, or 1 county. At this time, the 2 major groups are at war with each other. The small princes have no room to intervene, and can only wait for opportunities. Chu Zima forced Chao Mingde to join Yuan Shao, and even the princes of Qingzhou also attached themselves to Yuan Shao. It seems that Chu Zimu's army frightened many people. If this is the Warring States period, Chu Zimu is like a strong Qin. And 6, the countries will naturally join forces. Unfortunately, Cao Cao, Mr. Zhao, and others are different from those stupid kings of the 6 kingdoms. They will not be defeated by Zhang Yi one by one. Only force can make them surrender. The old Qin heard that the Yuan Shao group and the Chutian group were formed in Guangdong, and the war between the 2 sides continued. So he added fuel to the flames and suggested that Dong Zhuo appoint Cao Cao as the governor of Yanzhou, Prince Xiao of Beihai State as the governor of Qizhou, and Zhao Long, the prefect of Wei County, as the governor of Yuzhou, which intensified the situation. A conflict between 2 large groups. There is a war in Guangdong, and Lao Qin is plotting against Dong Zhuo. Siduang Yun and Lu Bu reached a conspiracy. As long as Dong Zhuo is killed, Lu Bu can replace him. In Chang'an City, after the normal court meeting, Dong Zhuo's motorcade arrived outside Bay Gate. On the city wall, Jiujiu, Lao Qin, and Jia Su squinted their eyes, watching Dong Zhuo's motorcade gradually approach. Their conspiracy will completely change the pattern of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Jia Su said. The assassination of Dong Zhuo this time will definitely lead to a bloody storm. The fighting between the Xiliang army and the Bingzhou army will lead to corpses everywhere in Guangdong. One general will make all the bones dry. Those who want to achieve great things will not stick to small details. Zhejiang Lao Qin was mentally prepared. At present, Lu Bu, the most powerful general in the Eastern Han Dynasty, holds the Fantian painted halberd to protect Dong Zhuo's carriage. No one dares to assassinate him rashly. Dong Zhuo was already old, a generation older than Cao Cao. He had lost his ambition to unify the Eastern Han Dynasty, and just wanted to settle down in a corner. When the convoy was only 20 meters away from the city gate, Dong Zhuo's general Li Su, a native of Lu Bu, led a group of rebels to rush out and attack Dong Zhuo's convoy. The rebels armed with halberds stabbed Dong Zhuo's carriage, and Dong Zhuo had to get out of the car to avoid it. Just as Dong Zhuo was about to draw his sword, Li Su stabbed his arm with a halberd, causing the sword to clang to the ground. "Where is Lu Bu?" Dong Zhuo looked around in panic and found that the city gate was closed, and Lu Bu was holding Fang Tianhuoji, unmoved. You guys! Dong Zhuo immediately understood that Lu Bu, Li Su and other Bingzhou people had betrayed him. There is an edict against traitors. Lu Bu took out the edict and stabbed his foster father to death with Fang Tian's painted halberd. Seeing that the situation was lost, Li Su led the rebels to kill all Dong Zhuo's chief clerks and servants. Blood spattered the streets of Chang'an, and everyone was horrified. Lu Bu is indeed a good chess piece, a kind father, and a filial son. When Zhejiang Laoqin saw Dong Zhuo's death, his mood did not change much. Dong Zhuo is no longer of use, so we have no choice but to ask him to die. Jiasu said. Soon Chang'an will become a dangerous city. Please return to Xianying City immediately to clean up the mess. Please would he also come with me to Xianying City? Otherwise it will be dangerous. No need. Li Ju, Guisi and others are all from Liangzhou, and my subordinates have ways to persuade them. Then please be careful with when he... Zhejiang Laoqin saw that Dong Zhuo was dead and left the dangerous Chang'an. When the news of Dong Zhuo's death spread throughout Chang'an City, Chang'an was alarmed and Guangzhou suffered an earthquake. Situ Wangyan quickly sent a message to pacify the city gates and recruit soldiers and horses to defend the city. Wang Yin recorded the affairs of the secretariat and took charge of the government affairs. At the same time, he appointed Lu Bu as General Fenwu. He was appointed as the official of Jiajia and Ibi. Lu Bu generously appointed Li Su, Gao Shun and other generals and soldiers of the Bingzhou army. Jiasu took the opportunity to advise Wang Yun and suggested disbanding Dong Zhuo's Xiliang army, depriving the Xiliang generals of their power, and preventing the unruly Xiliang army from causing another disaster. Zhejiang Laoqin even stalked the entire Guangzhou, spreading rumors that Wang Yun and Lu Bu wanted to kill all the people in Liangzhou. The three men became tigers. Niu Fu, Li Ju, Guisi and other Xiliang legions believed the rumors, gathered their troops, and vowed to march forward to attack Chang'an City and avenge Dong Zhuo. Originally, the Guangzhou area controlled by Dong Zhuo was relatively peaceful. However, after Dong Zhuo's death, the Guangzhou area was on fire, and wars continued. The arrogant Wang Yun and Lu Bu were attacked by Xiliang's arrogant soldiers. The Xiliang army had a large number of second- and third-rate generals and experienced soldiers. The Bingzhou army such as Lu Bu and Gao Shun suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Luoyang. At this time, they lacked elite soldiers and were unable to support themselves. When the Bingzhou army and the Xiliang army were fighting, they realized that the alien Lord Jiuzhou Laoqin in Xianying City had an elite army. So they all asked for help from Jiuzhou Laoqin. Zhejiang Laoqin's position will depend on the ownership of Chang'an City. Tell them that I will not support any side or attack from behind. Zhejiang Laoqin stood on the wall of Xianying City with his hands behind his hands. He could already see the beacon fire of Chang'an City. The battle between the Bingzhou army and the Xiliang army resulted in numerous casualties. Lord, Li Ru wants to see you. Let him come to me. Soon, a counselor who luckily escaped from Chang'an City came to the city wall in a panic, pointed at the old Qin Jiuzhou and asked, It must be you. You are behind everything. You killed Dong Zhuo, and Jiasu is also yours. People, Li Ru, Dong Zhuo is dead. Why should you be aggrieved for a dead man, since you can get out of the city alive? It means that your life should not be cut off. Why don't you be loyal to me? We have to watch Shu and compete in the Central Plains. Isn't it better than Dong Zhuo dying in Guangzhou all his life? Already? Chapter 304 Achievements. Jiandong 2. In Guangling City, Chen Ding, the prefect of the county, had 30,000 troops, looking south to the south of the Yangtze River and blocking Shouchuan to the west. No force dared to attack Guangling, leaving Chutian without worries. Chen Dingjiang was planning to lead his troops north to support the Xiapi state. Hearing that all the troops in the north had won a great victory, he rested and rested to appease the people. Master Taisho, Zhang Zigong would like to see you. Hurry up and ask him to come in and see me. I'm about to recommend him to the state. Chen Ding heard about Zhang Zigong's reputation, so he ordered his subordinates to invite Zhang Zigong to the county government. Zhang Zigong, also known as Zhang Hong, and Zhang Zhao are both called Heir Zhang. He is one of the core interior ministers of Suqiao. Zhang Hong, who was in his 30s, met Chen Ding. They both came from aristocratic families, and they sympathized with each other. Shuzhou implemented the imperial examination system. But in troubled times, Chu Tian recommended talents recommended by various aristocratic families based on their talents, and did not avoid suspicion. The quality of disciples from aristocratic families was much higher than that of common people in the Eastern Han Dynasty. I heard that Shuzhou Mu issued an order seeking talents, and I originally intended to go and seek refuge with Shuzhou Mu. However, I was blocked by the former Guangling prefect at that time, so I was unable to leave for Xiaoqing. I wonder if I can still be used to join Shuzhou Mu now. Zhang Hong was originally quite famous, but for Shuzhou Mu, who was in the limelight and had many talents under his command, he may not be indispensable. Therefore, Zhang Hong was not arrogant, but humble. My lord has always emphasized that talent is the only way to go. With your talents, Zigong, you can easily find subordinates. My lord should return to Xia City. I will send a few servants to go with you to Xia City. Thank you, Yuan Long. At this time, Chu Tian returned to Xiaoqing and used the Han Navy to transport the legions in Pingqing and Xiapi back to Langya Kingdom to put pressure on Qingzhou. As for Cao Cao, he was still restrained by Zhou Yafu, Su Rong, and Pang Wan and found it difficult to grow bigger. Chu Tian is considering attacking Qingzhou and Beihai Kingdom. Qingzhou-Beihai Kingdom is just north of Langya Kingdom. If Beihai Kingdom is not captured, Langya Kingdom will always have a dagger hanging above its head. If you capture Buqi Kingdom and Dongni County, then the sea will be to the north. There is no need to worry about threats from the sea at the moment. Koryo and Japan do not have the ability to cross the sea to conquer. Considering the safety of Langya Kingdom, Chu Tian could only attack Mr. Zhao massively. The sea is the best protection for a territory. As long as the conquests between civilizations have not begun, the sea is safe. Order Zheng Jilong to go to Chu County in the East China Sea Kingdom, and command the Fubo army together with Su Sheng to participate in the preparations for the crusade against Qingzhou. Chu Tian kept the great pirate Zheng Jilong by his side for a period of time. After seeing that his loyalty increased, he sent Zheng Jilong to Chu County in the East China Sea to join the Fubo Legion. The Fubo Legion has a total of 30,000 Navy soldiers and sailors, and 500 various ships. My lord, Zhang Zigong from Guangling wants to see you. Chu Tian was preparing to send the Fubo Legion to attack Donglai County through the waterway, and officials came to report. Zhang Zigong was from Guangling. Could it be Zhang Hong? Exactly. Chu Tian almost emptied Su Chu's family. Zhang Zhao, Zhang Hong, Lu Su, and Su Sheng of the Suchao forces were attracted by him, which made it difficult for the Suchou forces to improve. Cao Cao's forces were being suppressed by Chu Tian, and Liu Bei's Zhao Yuan and military advisor Zhuge Liang were also acquired by Chu Tian. The foundation of the three kingdoms of the Eastern Han Dynasty has been half destroyed. Zhang Hong came in and was surprised when he saw young Shuzhou Mu. Compared with his status, Chu Tian's age does seem a bit young. Zhang Hong and Zhang Zhao are almost the same age. If they can be recruited, Chu Tian will have no shortage of civil servants to govern Shuzhou. Shuzhou area is rich in civil servants. The Langya state has Zhuge Jin, Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yu and others. The Donghai state has Wang Lang and Mizu. The Xiapi state has Chen Gui, Chen Ding, and Lu Su. The Pengqing state has Zhang Zhao, and the Guangling County has Zhang Hong, which can fully satisfy the Chu Tian force's desire for civil servants. Need, not to mention Chu Tian, Li Kui, Fan Xianling, Du Ruhui and others. Each of them are civil servants at the level of Prime Minister. Chen Yuanlong, the governor of Guangling, recommends me. Zigong is a great talent. No matter who recommends him, he can be reused. Before Zhang Han elaborated on his origins, Chu Tian had already decided to reuse him, and he couldn't help but be moved. Chu Tian seemed to value him very much. Lord Zhou Mu has given you too much praise. If Lord Zhou Mu doesn't dislike him, Zhang Hong is willing to work for Lord Zhou Mu to appease the people. There was no need for Chu Tian to deliberately recruit Zhang Hong to take refuge. When Chu Tian issued the order seeking talents, Zhang Hong was ready to join Chu Tian, but was blocked by the original lord of Guangling County. After Chu Tian occupied Guangling County, Zhang Hong secretly observed Chu Tian's actions and found that Chu Tian still relied on disciples of aristocratic families. He also appointed Qing Yuanlong from Xiapi as the prefect of Guangling County. The situation in the world is not yet clear, and all the aristocratic families are waiting and watching. Among all the princes, Chu Tian is one of the top princes. Zhang Hong observed the surrounding princes and found that the situation in Jiangnan was not clear yet. Yuan Shu was a dead man in the grave and could not achieve great things. Only Shujo Muchu Zimu had the value of assisting. Not only Zhang Hong, but in the eyes of other aristocratic families in the late Eastern Han dynasty, Chu Tian was also one of the first choice lords to seek refuge. If it weren't for the various princes to keep the talents in their territory, more talents would come in an endless stream. Ding! King-level civil servant Zhang Hong pledges his allegiance to you. Ding! The achievement system A-level achievement Jiandong Erzhong is completed. You have obtained the 6th level building ship construction blueprints. And the heroes Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong have obtained the bond characteristic Jiandong Erzhong. After Zhang Hong took refuge, Chu Tian unexpectedly accomplished an achievement. There is also a bond between Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong, similar to the close cooperative relationship between Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. Chu Tian has currently completed 3 bond achievements. 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu, Bong Mount Du Duan, and Jiandong Tu Zhangs. Di Gong might as well serve as the chief historian under Prime Minister Langya. Langya country is the core place, and I value it very much. Although it is not the state pastor's job, the position of chief historian of Langya country is actually important. In order to relieve Xiao Liang's pressure, Chu Tian decided to temporarily appoint Zhang Hong as the chief minister of Langya state to assist Prime Minister Langya in managing government affairs. While waiting for Zhang Hong's response, Chu Tian secretly checked Zhang Hong's panel properties to make better arrangements. Name Zhang Hong. Talent, King-level civil servant. Level 60. Identity, an important minister of the Eastern Wu dynasty, together with Zhang Zhao. He is also known as the second Zhang of Jiandong. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 23, maximum 25. Force, 22, maximum 23. Intelligence, 82, upper limit 85. Politics, 92, maximum 94. Charm, 82. Phaseality, conservative. Favorability, 70. Characteristic 1, literary ethics and righteousness, S-level exclusive trait. When serving as a long history, the territory's cultural development speed is plus 10%. The territory's attractiveness to the literati race is greatly improved, and the people's support is not easy to decline. Characteristic 2, entrusting the lonely and important ministers, S-level trait. When assisting the young master, the probability of rebellion among the powerful civil servants and generals is reduced, and the negative impact of the death of the master on the people's hearts and public security is greatly reduced. Characteristic 3, steady, neutral trait. Tends to be conservative in actions and proposals. Special characteristics, 2 Zhangs from Jiandong, when Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong are in the same force. Political plus 1. Administrative efficiency is improved. Another lonely and important minister, with Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong serving under Chu Tian. This trait has no effect because Chu Tian is now very active, especially after Hua Tua taught 5 animals play. Chu Tian's mental state obviously improved a lot. The most obvious ones were Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan, due to the completion of the achievement. Jiandong Tu Zhangs. Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong's political attributes can be temporarily increased a little. Zhang Zhao's political attribute upper limit reaches 97, while Zhang Hong's political attribute upper limit reaches 95. Compared with Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who are more involved in the military, the pair of Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong play the role of complete interior ministers. Arranging Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong to go to war, they would never be able to do it. They would just give away their heads. Their views on military matters are also lackluster, so it is better to stay at home and appease the people. Zhang Hong's ability is obviously to increase the cultural prosperity of the territory. The cultural prosperity of Xiaqing is already very high. There are Han Yuefu, Confucius Temple, Lafang, Du Fu Thatched Cottage and other buildings, and Yuchan, Kai Wenji, Lu Ji, Kai Yong, Du Fu and others have joined in. The culture is extremely prosperous. Recently, Lu Ji also recommended his fellow disciple Zheng Xian to him. Chu Tian saw that he had no intention of becoming an official, so he stayed in Du Fu's thatched cottage and was enshrined by the Lord's mansion, so that he could study Confucian classics with peace of mind. Lord, the fleet organized by the East China Sea Kingdom to trade with Hirado Castle in Japan will soon go to sea. This is our first time to trade with overseas. And the Lord's mansion is also participating this time. It is estimated that we can make tens of thousands of taels of silver from it. Xiao Liang came to report on the trade with the Lord of Hirado City in Japan. He saw Chu Tian talking to a civil servant he had never met before, and knew that it was another civil servant recruited by Chu Tian. Recently, many talents have come to seek refuge in Chu Tian. among which Lu Su and Zhang Hong are the representatives. In addition to Lu Su and Zhang Hong, there are also some disciples from other aristocratic families, but they may not be as famous as Lu Su and Zhang Hong. You came just in time, Zigong. This is Prime Minister Lengia. Lengia Xiang is actually a woman. Zhang Hong couldn't help but be moved. Xiao Liang smiled slightly and said, now that the world is in chaos, Xuzhou Mu is the only one to be elected, regardless of gender. Why is Zigong surprised? I'm sorry for being rude. At this time, Zhang Hong, who had just assumed the post of Chief Minister of Lengia State, understood that Xiao Liang had become his boss, and he had to integrate into Xuzhou Mu's power and adapt to Xuzhou's culture. Even people from aristocratic families have to make certain compromises in troubled times. Especially Chu Tian holds the military and political power in Xuzhou, and more than 200,000 soldiers and horses obey his orders. So there is really no need to give much face to the local aristocratic families. If there were no talents from other dynasties, Chu Tian might have to be humble to the local aristocratic families. But with talents from other dynasties controlling the army, the local aristocratic families would not dare to be aggressive. Chu Tian heard that the first batch of ships heading for Japanese trade was about to set off, and nodded in approval. Chu Tian attaches great importance to overseas trade. In order to recruit troops and horses, no amount of money is too much. And Chu Tian has tried all the ways to obtain gold and silver. Zhang Hong asked, Japan? Is it the Japanese country? It is the Japanese country. The merchant ship dispatched to the Japanese country's Hirado Castle this time is not only for trade, but also the first time to use the teleportation array to shorten the voyage and find a sea route to Hirado Castle. Xiao Liang supports Chu Tian to peek into Japan. Trade is often accompanied by war. In the long history, countless wars broke out along the Land Silk Road and Maritime Silk Road. Behind the merchant ships, warships often followed. The Japanese people are sparse, and the land is remote and barbaric. Why do we need to trade with the Japanese people? Zigong doesn't know that the population of the Japanese country is 1/10 of the Eastern Han Dynasty, which is equivalent to 1 or 2 large states. There is also a silver mine in Shijian, which produces a lot of silver every year. Therefore, if special products can be sold to them, they can get a lot of silver from the Japanese country every year. Obtain 10,000 taels, or even 100,000 taels of gold and silver to supplement the military resources. Chu Tian patiently explained to Zhang Hong, one of the important ministers. The civil servants of the Eastern Han Dynasty were of good quality. The only pity was that they did not know much about and pay attention to the world outside the sea. Perhaps this is also the reason why Chu Tian uses some players to fill the vacancies of officials in various places. Players' desire to expand their territory is much stronger than that of the local gentry in the Eastern Han Dynasty. The nobles could settle down and relocate as long as their family's interests were guaranteed. After hearing this, Zhang Hong was thoughtful. This is the construction drawing of a 6th-level building ship. You send someone to Chu County to see if there are qualified shipwrights. If there are shipwrights who can build a building ship, there will be rewards. It seems that the building ship is only suitable for inland rivers and offshore waters. Use. Chu Tian took out a blueprint of a building and ship from his arms and handed it to Xiao Liang. This is an additional architectural drawing obtained by completing the Kodo 2 pieces. Achievement. Yes. Xiao Liang took the drawings and went down to make arrangements. At the same time, Zheng Jilong, following Chu Tian's order, went non-stop to Chu County in the East China Sea Kingdom to join Su Sheng and prepare to lead the Fubo army to attack Qinzhou from the waterway. Zigong, you and Miss Xia go to familiarize yourself with the affairs of Lengia Kingdom. Chu Tian intended to cultivate Zhang Hong. At present, the few people who are most familiar with the internal affairs of Lengia are Chu Tian, Fang Xianling, Li Kui, and Xiao Liang. Chu Tian and Fang Xianling often go on expeditions. Li Kui is currently serving as the Prime Minister of Xiapi Kingdom. After Xiapai Liang, she might be pregnant, and someone would have to take over the internal affairs of Lengia Kingdom. In Chu County, East China Sea, the Fubo Legion has begun to take shape. When Chu Tian suppressed the princes from all directions, Su Sheng never showed up because he tried his best to recruit Navy soldiers and sailors in Chu County, East China Sea, and urged the shipyard to produce 400 materials of seagoing ships, fighting ships, stern ships, walking ships and other ships, and organized Fubo Legion. Su Sheng, who came from Suqiao, cooperated with Zheng Jilong, the shipping king of the late Ming dynasty. For the first time, Mr. Zhao in Qingzhou did not have the ability to develop the navy, and his power developed too late. Facing Xuzhou's Fubo Legion, the coastal areas of Qingzhou were useless. The master wants us to attack Donglai County and force Mr. Zhao to divide his troops. Su Sheng received the first mission after the preparation of the Fubo Legion. This time the Fubo Legion went on an expedition. Chu Tian appointed the more senior Su Sheng as the chief general, and Zheng Jilong, who had not yet made many military exploits, as the deputy general. At the wharf of Chu County, dozens of large merchant ships were preparing to go to Hirado City in Japan for trade. Mi Zhu, who was good at doing business, was sent by Chu Tian to take charge of the matter. Mi Zhu was just not familiar with Japan, but he had the talent for doing business. Once he was familiar with the local conditions, he could easily get along with Japan's famous names and businessmen. Chapter 305 Tianji and Qi Martial Arts. Are all the soldiers and sailors ready? Before the Fubo Corps set off, Su Sheng ordered the sailors to conduct a final inspection of the cabin, rigging, and supplies. Zheng Jilong was appointed captain of the Yellow Sea by Chu Tian and assisted Su Sheng in commanding the Fubo army. Zheng Jilong has higher commanding ability on the sea, but he only serves as deputy general because of insufficient qualifications. This attack on Qingzhou from the waterway was not a naval battle, but an attack from the sea, which made Mr. Zhao exhausted. 500 ships carrying soldiers, grain and grass left the dock in Chu County. Su Sheng and Zheng Jilong's ship is a 5th-level fighting ship. Well-equipped Navy soldiers holding halberds are listed on both sides of the fighting ship's deck. Su Sheng recruited 5,000 Suchao Navy archers as a 4th-level special unit to form the core of the Fubo Legion. Zheng Jilong's Zheng family army has not yet been formed because Chu Tian believes that its loyalty is not high enough. At present, Chu Tian's control over the sea is very weak. Once the naval general betrays him, Chu Tian will be helpless against them. If a military general on land rebels, Chu Tian can also call on other loyal military generals to suppress it. The Fubo Corps was ordered to attack the Jiaozhou Bay area of Donglai County. Using the teleportation array can shorten most of the voyage. In Qingzhou Beihai Kingdom, a total of 70,000 people from Li Yi's offensive legion, Hua Mulan's reconnaissance legion, and Xuerengui's White Robe Legion invaded Mr. Zhao's sphere of influence and laid siege to Gaomi County. Mr. Zhao led the generals to rescue Gaomi County. Now both sides are changing offensively and defensively. The Xuzhou army is on the offensive, and the Qingzhou army is on the defensive. Beihai Kingdom is governed in Zhu County. If we occupy Zhu County, we can not only recruit troops on the spot, but also use teleportation arrays. We won't have to send troops all the way into Qizhou in the future. Louis served as the commander-in-chief of the attack on Qingzhou. His offensive goal was to capture Zhu County, the seat of Beihai Kingdom. This is the second time Chu Tian organized an offensive against Beihai Kingdom. The last time it was to suppress the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. This time it was to encroach on Qingzhou's land. Hua Mulan said, "Let me lead the reconnaissance corps and make a surprise attack on Juxian County." No! Zhu County is the seat of Beihai State, and the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army was unable to capture it, which shows that the city is strong. Louis did not send Hua Mulan to take risks. Although the cavalry is highly mobile, it cannot run rampant. The Lord is about to lead his troops to conquer Qingzhou in person. Only after Master Zhao is defeated will he surrender. We only need to capture Gaomi County and obtain a supply county before the Lord arrives. Louis decided to move slowly and annex Gaomi County in Beihai State. Faced with Louis, who was neither arrogant nor impetuous, Zhao Gongzi was in trouble. His 70,000 professional soldiers were only left with 20,000 or 30,000. He mobilized tens of thousands of soldiers and horses from all over the territory to supplement the losses and restore the military strength of 70,000. It's just that most of these 70,000 soldiers are new recruits, and their combat effectiveness is weaker than the original 70,000 soldiers. The 80,000 yellow turbans recruited by Guan Hai also suffered heavy losses in the previous war, with only 60,000 remaining. Lui commanded the infantry to attack the city, while Hua Mulan, Xuerengui, and Zhao Yun commanded the cavalry to stop Zhao Gongzi. Zhao Gongzi led a group of new soldiers, and was unable to effectively support Gaomi County. Master Zhao knew that he was facing Li Yi, so he did not dare to act rashly. When will the soldiers and horses of Pingyuan Prime Minister Tianqi arrive? Taisher Xia replied. Tianqi sent military general Tianji to lead 50,000 people from Lun State. It will take nearly a month to reach Gaomi County. Tianji, is he Li Yi's opponent? Mr. Zhao said to himself that he did not trust the General Tianji sent by Pingyuan Prime Minister Tianji. If Tianji had Sun Bin as his military advisor, he might be able to defeat Li Yi. But Pingyuan Prime Minister did not have Sun Bin as a military advisor. With just one Tianji, it would be difficult to defeat Li Yi.
My lord, Beihai Prime Minister Kong Rong and fierce General Wu Anhua have come with their troops to attend the meeting.
When Mr. Zhao faced difficulties, Beihai Prime Minister Kong Rong led the fierce General Wu Anhua and 20,000 soldiers to support Mr. Zhao. Because Kong Rong's reputation was so great, Prince Zhao did not embarrass Kong Rong when he annexed Beihai Kingdom. He gave 2 counties to Kong Rong to garrison troops and regarded Kong Rong as his subordinate. After many encounters with the wall, Kong Rong probably knew that he was not capable of leading troops in war. So he was happy to let Zhao Gongzi occupy Beihai Kingdom, while he still served as Beihai Prime Minister. As the Prime Minister of Beihai, Xu Zhoumu wanted to attack Beihai Kingdom and did not stand idly by. Mr. Zhao lost the battle in Zucheng County and was short of troops. At this time, Kong Rong came, which was a help at least.
I have a general from Beihai State, Iron Hammer Wu Anhua, who can defeat the fierce generals under Xu Zhoumu. It's a pity that he didn't have the chance to challenge Lu Bu at Hula Pass. Otherwise, he would have become famous all over the world.
When Kong Rong arrived, he introduced Wu Anhua, the general he had recruited, to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao didn't know where Kong Rong had the confidence to think that Wu Anhua could defeat Chu Tian's group of fierce generals. Even Mr. Zhao did not dare to easily send Shui Wanche and Tai Shirzi to challenge Shui Gui and Zhao Yun. Wu Anhua held a 50-pound hammer in his hand, which was powerful enough to kill heavy armored infantry or heavy armored cavalry, regardless of Wu Anhua's ability to command troops and horses. At least his force was passable. Wu Anhua obviously didn't realize what he was doing, so he patted his chest and said,
"Don't worry, Grandmaster. I will take the leader of the Shuzhou Patriarch out of 10,000 troops. Just like picking something out of a bag. It's a good thing that General Wu has courage. Everything must be at my disposal."
Prince Zhao arranged for Wu Anhua to lead Kong Rong's 20,000 troops to join his army. In the Lun Kingdom of Qinzhou, Tianji, a military general affiliated with Pingyuan Xiang Tianji, led 50,000 troops into the Beihai Kingdom and was ordered to support Mr. Zhao.
Lu Yi has a Yin Jia, and I have a Qi Wugong, which is not inferior to his Yin Jia.
Tianji had a troop of halberd-carrying men under his command, who were rewarded with a bounty of 80 taels for every person they killed. They were fierce and aggressive, and they were infantrymen, but they had good archery and riding skills, making them a rare 3-series unit. However, the shortcoming of Qi martial arts is that military discipline is not strict. Qi martial arts stand side by side with Qin Ruishi, Wei Wuzu, Zhao Bianqi, Yin Jiashi, Han Jin-nu, and Chu Qingzu. It is a special unit of the Warring States period in the Lord setting. Pingyuan Prime Minister Tianji sent his General Tianji to support Mr. Zhao, and he might have used Qi martial arts to deal with Yin Jia. In addition to Qi's martial arts, it was difficult for Pingyuan Xiangtian Qi to find other elite units that could match Li Yi's Yin Jia. According to the information obtained by the Lord of Qinzhou, Li Yi's offensive army had a Yin Jia heavy infantry of about 1,000 men. This Yin Jia had never been used on a frontal battlefield, but it was a terrifying force that made Mr. Zhao fearful. Sometimes an elite legion does not need to go into battle, as long as it is stationed in one place. The enemy will not dare to attack easily because of fear. Yin Jia is the power in Li Yi's hands to intimidate the enemy. Similarly, Qi martial arts was an elite regiment used by Pingyuan Xiangtian Qi to conquer Pingyuan County, Jinan Kingdom, and Lun Kingdom, and force a large number of defenders to surrender. Tianji's army also has 20,000 Qinzhou crossbowmen. The Qinzhou crossbowmen are equipped with a large number of sophisticated crossbows. With their superb bow skills, they have opened up and expanded the territory of the plains.
Pingyuan Prime Minister Tianji sent Tianji and 50,000 troops south to support Mr. Zhao of Beihai Kingdom. Tianji?
Chu Tian knew that this general, Tianji, a famous Qi general during the Warring States period, and Sun Bin used a strategy to ambush the famous Wei general Pangwan, and defeated Pangwan and the Wei soldiers led by Pangwan.
Does Tianji have an advisor, Sun Bin? Currently, the scouts have not heard that Tianji's forces have a counselor named Sun Bin. Without Sun Bin's advice, the threat from Tianji's army would have been reduced by at least half.
Chu Tian was not worried about Tianji, but Sun Bin, who was good at planning.
In addition to Mr. Zhao and Tianji in Qinzhou, There is also Kong Rong, who only has 2 counties left. Kong Rong's General Tai Shirtzi defected to Mr. Zhao. Kong Rong's generals only have Wu Anhua, which is not to be feared. Let Chen Qingji and Chao Jiyuai go out with the army.
Chu Tian prepared to go north to fight against his former ally Zhao Gongzi, and took Chen Qingji and Chao Jiyuai to join the army. Although the scouts and players sent by Chu Tian to Pingyuan County did not mention that Prime Minister Pingyuan had Sun Bin as a military advisor, Chu Tian prepared for the worst. Even if the opponent has Sun Bin as a strategist, as long as he fights steadily, Sun Bin probably won't be able to defeat him. Chen Qingji and Chao Jiyuai were forced to join the army and went out to fight even if they were reluctant. Chu Tian mobilized the 5 schools of the Northern Army and the Servant Legion to go north to support Li, Hua Mulan, Xuerengui, and Zhao Yun. He has successively fought in Yunzhou, Xuzhou, and Qingzhou again, and taught all the princes around Xuzhou a lesson. As for the detachment of women, they stayed in Lengyu Kingdom.
Are you a prisoner too?
Chen Qingji met Chao Jiyuai for the first time, and the two felt sympathy for each other. They belong to different forces, but they are both prisoners of Chu Tian, and they are forced to join the army to serve Chu Tian.
I'd like to ask you too for your help in this expedition.
Chu Tian also brought Fang Xianling and Lu Su with him. Lu Su has not yet grown up, so Chu Tian intends to make him join the army and train him to become a qualified soldier.
Notify Li Guang and Du Ruhui to see if they can set off from Mount Tai to attack Jinan.
Chu Tian did not intend to make life easy for Pingyuan Xiang Tianqi. Li Guang and Du Ruhui recruited troops in Taishan County, so they could attack Jinan, threaten Pingyuan County, and force Tianji's army to withdraw and return to Jinan to defend Jinan. As the territory expands, the legions under Chu Tian's command can implement multi-front operations and cooperate with each other to make the enemy uncomfortable.
I want Beihai Kingdom and Donglai County, Mr. Zhao's territory.
Chu Tian has been coveting Mr. Zhao's territory for a long time. The purpose of capturing Taishan County and defeating Yuan Shu was to solve their worries and free up their hands to attack Qingzhou. And the attack on Qingzhou was to eliminate Cao Cao. The Fubo Legion led by Zheng Zhilong and Su Sheng appeared in the waters near Donglai County. When a mighty 500 large and small ships attacked coastal towns, the local officials fled. Fubo Corps occupied a dock in Jiaozhou Bay, landed one after another, and looted villages and towns near Jiaozhou Bay. Officials and players in the Jiaozhou Bay area surrendered to the prestigious Xuzhou Mu. People always tend to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. When they realize that they cannot resist the Fubo army, surrender becomes the best choice.
Jiaozhou Bay was attacked by the Xuzhou Navy. The Xuzhou Navy has occupied 1 county and 11 towns. The Xuzhou Navy has the intention to attack Jima.
The Fubo Legion attacked the coastal areas where Zhao Gongzi's troops were weak, causing Zhao Gongzi a headache. The former ally, now Muchuzi of Xuzhou, plans to move forward by water and plans to fight him decisively.
Prime Minister Beihai, you and Wu Anhua go to rescue Jiaozhou Bay. In case of defeat, you can retreat to Jima City.
Mr. Zhao cannot leave the Fubo army alone. Otherwise, if there is a fire in the backyard, Mr. Zhao will lose the food of Beihai Kingdom and Donglai County. So he sent Kong Rong and Wu Anhua to expel the Fubo army. After Wu Sangui died, the number of generals under his command was even smaller. Facing Li Yi's threat, he could not send more generals to deal with the Fubo army.
The Fubo Legion is just a naval force, with infantry on land. We should be able to drive them away easily.
Mr. Zhao believed that Kong Rong should be a little resourceful, and with Wu Anhua's higher military force, it might not be difficult to drive away a naval force that came ashore with 20,000 infantry and archers. Kong Rong did not refuse and let Wu Anhua lead the army in battle. While he served as military advisor,
Gaomi County was captured by Li Yi's army.
When Master Zhao sent Kong Rong and Wu Anhua to stop the Fubo army, an unfavorable news spread throughout the Qingzhou army. Gaomi County, which was besieged by Li Yi's army, was forcibly captured by Li Yi. The defenders of Gaomi County resisted tenaciously, but it was of no avail in the face of Li Yi, who was good at siege. In the end, the defenders of Gaomi County suffered thousands of casualties and still fell.
Li Yi is indeed a famous siege general. As long as he has enough troops, no matter the cost, there is no city that cannot be conquered. We will retreat to Yingling County.
Mr. Zhao seemed powerless in front of Li Yi. He led his troops to the Lengya Kingdom to besiege the city and forced Xuerengui and Zhao Yun to fight. After Li Yi arrived, he in turn besieged Gaomi County in Beihai State. forcing Mr. Zhao to fight decisively. In order to wait for Tianji's army to come and join together, Zhao Gongzi gave up supporting Gaomi County, causing Gaomi County to fall because there were no reinforcements. Li Yi's army led its troops into the city, and the defenders surrendered. The guard general was just an ordinary gold-level general who was detained by Li Yi Legion. Li Yi occupied Gaomi County, obtained food supplies, and relieved the food pressure. He made a gesture of continuing the offensive and prepared to attack Yingling County, Zhao Gongzi's stronghold. Yingling County is the place where Mr. Zhao started. It is equivalent to Kaiyang County in Langya Kingdom and has a large number of high-end buildings. Capturing Yingling County and Juxian County, Beihai State Administration Office, was equivalent to destroying the foundation of Mr. Zhao. These two counties also mean that it is extremely difficult to attack. When Mr. Zhao withdrew his troops and returned to Yingling County, Tianji's army from Lun State finally arrived and joined forces with Mr. Zhao. Chu Tian, Fan Xianling, Lu Su, Chun Qingji, Chao Jiui, Joan of Arc and others arrived at Zhucheng County in the northern part of Langya Kingdom, preparing to enter Beihai Kingdom. Before entering the Beihai Kingdom to fight, Chu Tian summoned Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, who were guarding Zhucheng County during the period. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were bleeding and injured for Shuzhou Mu, which was a great achievement for their hard work. Among them, Zhang Ba even turned into a one-eyed dragon. Chu Tian appeased them, promised that they could become generals in the future, and ordered them to supervise the transportation of grain and grass. Then he continued to lead his troops northward and entered Beihai Kingdom. This is Chu Tian entering Beihai Kingdom again to fight.
My lord, Tianji's army has joined Prince Zhao of Beihai Kingdom. What we have to face this time is not half of Qinzhou, but the entire Qinzhou.
Chu Tian needed to severely suppress the two lords of Qinzhou before he could attack Cao Cao without any scruples. Chapter 306 Turtle Tactics. In the western Liaoning corridor, a war broke out that related to the ownership of outside the customs. The cavalry of both sides galloped. More than 100,000 cavalrymen fought decisively in the not-so-wide mountain and river corridor. The cavalry tried to cut off the other side's food route, and conflicts broke out from time to time. In the end, the cavalry of Mingwan, the prefect of Liaodong, entered the Liaoxi corridor at the cost of tens of thousands of cavalry, and managed to force Prince Yin, the prince of western Liaoning, and Gong Sun Zan, the prefect of Yubiping, to a decisive battle in the Guzhou city area of Liaoxi County. As major princes with horse-producing lands, both sides had a higher proportion of soldiers and civilians outside the customs, so they each invested a large number of cavalry. Gong Sun Zan and Prince Yin placed the heavy cavalry in the middle, under the command of Di Qing himself. Gong Sun Zan commanded 3,000 white horse each song and a large number of right Beiping cavalry to serve as the left wing, and the brave and aggressive Wuhuan cavalry served as the right wing. Prince Yin and Fan Zhongyan ascended to command this decisive battle. Mingguan's cavalry was more powerful than they imagined, and many sneak attacks were of no avail. The Liaodong army often fought with Cui Zishan, the Lord of Korea, on the border. It was considered an army with great combat experience. At this time, Cui Zishan, the Lord of Korea, and Li Minqiu, the Lord of Korea, were competing to unify Korea, and Mingguan had the opportunity to attack Liaoxi. Mingguan gave up the attack on Koryo, mainly considering the complex mountainous terrain between Liaodong and Koryo, and worrying about the Liaoxi army's sneak attack on Liaodong. So he decided to capture western Liaoning first.
Shiwen, what do you think our army has a chance of winning in this battle?
Prince Yan looked at the Liaodong army on the opposite side, feeling a little desperate in his heart. The Liaodong army has been at war with the Goryeo kingdom, and few princes directly faced the attacks of the Liaodong army. At this time, the Liaodong army turned its focus to civil war, and was equally unstoppable.
My lord, do you want to hear the truth or lies? Of course it's the truth. Our army's chance of winning may be less than 30%. Isn't it less than 30%?
Prince Yin felt heavy, clenched his fists, and finally loosened his fists.
A 30% chance of winning is enough. After all, the opponent has Chang Yuchen, Li Chengyang and other powerful generals. Generals of that level may be better than Di Qing.
Be brave.
Prince Yin was proud enough to be able to kill tens of thousands of Liaodong army cavalry before the Liaodong army marched westward to Guzhou city. Mingguan, the governor of Liaodong, and Yao Guangxiu, the prime minister in black, also stood on the high ground and commanded the Liaodong army. In this attack on the western Liaoning corridor, Mingguan must defeat the sworn brothers Prince Yin and Gong Sun Zan,
who were separatists in western Liaoning, in order to open the passage into the pass. The war between the later Jin dynasty and the Ming dynasty was concentrated in Liaodong in the early stage, in the western Liaoning corridor in the middle stage, and in the pass in the later stage. If the Liaoxi corridor is captured, the Liaodong cavalry can enter the pass unscrupulously. The princes inside the pass faced a prince outside the pass, who had a large number of elite cavalry and Liaodong heavy infantry.
Military advisor. In your opinion, what are our chances of winning? 9% chance of winning. Western Liaoning is already in my possession. Order the Guanning cavalry to launch an attack. The cavalry in front of the northern Song dynasty palace launches an attack.
Mingguan and Prince Yan issued the order to attack almost at the same time, making a desperate move to start a decisive battle to determine the ownership outside the pass. Iron hoofs clank. The winner is king. In Yingling County, Qingzhou, the forces of Mr. Zhao and the forces of Chu Tian are confronting each other. Mr. Zhao wants to keep the county where he started. Li Yi's army launched an offensive and pressed forward step by step. After occupying Taishan County and defeating Yuanshu, Chu Tian turned to the offensive in some areas, turning passivity into initiative.
Lord!
Lu Yi, Hua Mulan, Xuerengui, Zhao Yun and other frontline generals welcomed the arriving lord. Chu Tian saw that the frontline generals looked somewhat tired. It was obvious that the recent battles in all directions had made all the legions begin to show signs of fatigue.
Once Mr. Zhao is defeated, the war in Qingzhou will come to an end, and the focus will shift to Yanzhou, where we can start a round of battles.
Once Chu Tian resolves the threat from Qingzhou, his generals can rest and recuperate in batches without having to fight all the time. Conducting rounds of battles against Cao Cao's forces left Cao Cao with no free time to develop. This was Chu Tian's recent insidious plan. He completely used Cao Cao as an experience package, and every general went to brush Cao Cao's legions and conduct troop training.
Master Zhao has assembled more than 100,000 troops, but most of them are temporary recruits and the Yellow Turban Army, so there is nothing to worry about. The 50,000 troops in Pingyuan supporting Prince Yin are veterans with certain combat experience, and their combat capabilities are unknown. Just be careful.
The scout said by Chu Tian may not be able to obtain all the information, unless there is a fight. No one knows the combat effectiveness of Tianji's army.
Using the Li Legion as the main force, we will continue to advance into Yingling County and force Mr. Zhao to fight us. Write another letter to persuade Mr. Zhao to surrender. Xilong, lead 10,000 cavalry to protect the grain road.
Chu Tian deployed Zhao Yun in the rear to guard the grain road. The importance of the grain road is self-evident. Zhao Yun is a stable general. If he is placed in the rear to guard the grain road before the decisive battle, there should be no major mistakes. Hua Mulan's reconnaissance regiment spread out in large numbers to detect intelligence. Lei's regiment in the rear marched based on the intelligence and made a gesture of attacking Yingling County. Zhao Gongzi's high-level barracks and other important buildings are all in Yingling County. Yingling County also accumulates a large amount of grain, grass and weapons. If Yingling County falls, it will be equivalent to the fall of Xia City, which will have a huge impact on the Chu Tian forces, which is difficult for Mr. Xiao to imagine. This is what must be saved when attacking the enemy. Unless Zhao Gongzi surrounded Wei and rescued Zhao, he could not shake Chu Tian's determination to capture Yingling County. It was extremely difficult for Mr. Xiao to encircle Wei and rescue Zhao. First, he had to break through the defense lines of Zhongba and Sun Guan. Second, there was Li Xiaoning and her women's army in Xia City. With Xia City's current public sentiment of 93, civilians will voluntarily become village warriors to protect the city where they live and are loyal. Even if Mr. Zhao had Sun Bin as his military advisor, the tactic of encircling Wei and rescuing Zhao might not be successful.
Xuzhou Mu sent someone to send a letter to persuade him to surrender.
Young Master Zhao was entertaining Tianji when a letter of surrender from someone sent by Chu Tian arrived, stating that as long as young Master Zhao surrendered, he could be made the governor.
It's such a tempting offer, but I'm still a little unwilling to do so. Liu Bei went into exile in many places, and he was finally able to divide the world into 3 parts. Why can't I do it?
Faced with Chu Tian's persuasion to surrender, Mr. Zhao did not agree. He also had many soldiers, horses and territory under his command. In addition, he was sent by Pingyuan Prime Minister Tianqi to send Tianji's troops to help. Mr. Zhao regained his confidence a little and believed that he could force Chu Tian to withdraw his troops by strengthening the wall and clearing the country. He moved all the surrounding population and resources to Yingling County and appointed Taisher Ci as the garrison to defend it. At the same time, he, Dorgan, Guanhai, Shuiwanche and others built forts and camps outside the city, forming horns with the county, not giving Chu Tian the chance to attack Yingling County with all his strength. As long as Chu Tian cannot make every effort to attack Yingling County, it will definitely delay the capture of Yingling County and put huge pressure on Chu Tian's logistics.
The last general will lead a cavalry to attack the Shuzhou army's grain road and burn its temporary granary. The Shuzhou army will definitely retreat.
Dorgan limped and came to ask Mr. Zhao for orders. He was injured by random arrows in the previous decisive battle and has not recovered yet.
I will give you 10,000 cavalry, but you try to burn down their grain carts. If this road is blocked, retreat and do not insist on going your own way.
Prince Zhao decided to give Dorgan 10,000 cavalry to harass the Shuzhou army's food routes. With the help of his own soldiers, Dorgan got on his horse and led a handful of 8 banners cavalry and 10,000 light cavalry to attack the Shuzhou army's grain road.
Why not have a decisive battle with the Shuzhou army?
After Tianji arrived with 50,000 troops, he urged Mr. Zhao to go to war. After all, Tianji was not a general of Mr. Zhao. He wanted to end the war in Beihai Kingdom as soon as possible and return to Pingyuan County. The elite soldiers of Pingyuan County were transferred to Tianji to support Mr. Zhao, which meant that the remaining troops of Pingyuan County were insufficient.
The Shuzhou army's offensive is fierce, and its invasion is like fire. Only by strengthening the walls and clearing the field and dampening its spirit can we turn defeat into victory. If General Tianji trusts me, he should act according to my tactics.
Mr. Zhao has been on guard against Chu Tian for a long time and has figured out a way to deal with Chu Tian. The method is also quite simple. That is to hold on. All the princes in the Eastern Han dynasty were trying their best to expand and compete for territory. If the Shuzhou army was delayed in Qingzhou for a year and a half, the Shuzhou army might miss many good opportunities. Mr. Zhao, who once teamed up with Chu Tian to suppress the Qingzhou Yellow Turban army, was too aware of the terror of the Shuzhou army. The opposite Shuzhou army was composed of 80,000 elite soldiers and a cloud of fierce generals. If you take the initiative to fight, you will fall into the trap of the Shuzhou army.
My chi martial arts may be able to defeat the Shuzhou army, but I still follow your arrangements.
Tianji saw that Mr. Zhao had already figured out how to fight at a disadvantage, so he no longer insisted on fighting. Instead, he followed Mr. Zhao's tactics and insisted on holding on. The Qi martial arts and Qingzhou crossbowmen led by him are good for defense and have an advantage when they are on the defensive. Mr. Zhao's turtle tactics really gave Chu Tian a headache. After Yingling County was occupied by Mr. Zhao, he regarded it as his base. It was a large city with complete defense facilities such as gate towers, arrow towers, horse faces, and moats. Like Xia City, Yingling County has high-level military camps and recruits troops much faster than other cities in Beihai Kingdom. Mr. Zhao left Taisher Ci to guard the isolated city. He believed that Taisher Ci would not betray him. If Dorgan is left to defend the city, perhaps Dorgan will surrender the city when he sees that he cannot hold on. But if it is Taisher Ci, he will not betray his lord at a critical moment.
After my careful management, Yingling has accumulated enough food to hold on for a year. If you can't get out of trouble after holding on for a year, then you can surrender to Shuzhou Mu.
Mr. Zhao did not force Taisher Ci to defend Yingling until the food was exhausted, and then he could surrender to Shuzhou Mu. Even Mr. Zhao himself was unable to hold on until his troops were exhausted and his food supply was exhausted. Taisher Ci replied,
"The general will definitely hold on for a year, and will not let down the lord's expectations."
Zhao Gongzi remained silent and led the army to leave Yingling, leaving Taisher Ci with 30,000 soldiers. Taisher Ci immediately recruited troops and horses in the city, and continuously recruited soldiers to defend the city. It was expected that the number of defenders could increase to more than 50,000.
A military general defends the city, and then goes out to contain the enemy. Mr. Zhao is really a difficult opponent.
Chu Tian knew that Mr. Zhao could strengthen himself in the catastrophe of the Yellow Turban army in Qingzhou, and he had some tricks. Because of Mr. Zhao's layout, the Shuzhou army was somewhat passive. If Yingling County cannot be captured as soon as possible, it may enter a long siege. One can imagine how difficult it is to attack a city that Mr. Zhao regarded as a retreat after years of management. After Zhao Gongzi left Yingling County, Lei's army came to the city and chose to camp at the water source. They set up obstacles such as horse barriers, trenches, and fences to prevent Taisher Ci from making a surprise attack out of the city. Taisher Ci is also a fierce general. If Taisher Ci comes and robs the Chu camp, Shuzhou Mu will be disgraced. Louis led a group of captains and army commanders under his command to observe the defense of Yingling County. Yingling County had obviously been reinforced, and the dozens of stone arrow towers were intimidating. The city wall has protruding rectangular piers at regular intervals, called horse faces, which are about 20 meters wide and protrude 12 meters from the outer surface of the wall, forming intensive crossfire with the city wall. There are also arrow towers and warehouses on the horse surface. This may be the most difficult city to attack facing the Shuzhou army. Under the management of Mr. Zhao, its attack difficulty is even higher than that of Taishan County. Not only that, when attacking Fengdao County, the seat of Taishan County, the reinforcements from Taishan County were defeated by the Forbidden Army. There were no reinforcements outside Taishan County, and the defenders' fighting spirit was low, so it was easy to attack. Now in Yingling County, Tai Shirtzi was ordered to hold on, and outside, there were Zhao Gongzi's army and Tianji's army as horns. When attacking Yingling County, they also had to divide their forces to deal with Zhao Gongzi's army and Tianji's army.
Master Zhao's turtle tactics and the layers of defenses in Yingling County make people want to retreat. It seems that he has expected this day. This is why he is indifferent to my surrender. He must think that if we are unable to capture Yingling County, we will retreat quickly after running out of supplies.
Chu Tian took Xuerengui, Hua Mulan and other military generals, and together with Lu Yi came to observe the fortified city that made many famous generals despair. Chu Tian rarely encounters fortified cities, and he prefers to eliminate the opponent's main force through field battles. Defeat the opponent's main force, the morale of the opponent's camp will drop, and the difficulty of siege will decrease several times. The tortoise tactic of maintaining a strong wall and clearing the field is undoubtedly a painful torture for the legion on the offensive side. Sima Yi could not hold on, and Zhuge Liang had no choice but to withdraw his troops. Lian Pe could not hold out, and the Qin army had nothing to do with him for several years. So they used a divorce plan to force King Zhao to replace Zhao Kuo. During the Umshi rebellion, Tang General Zhang Sun defended Suiyang City with 9,000 troops, blocking more than 100,000 rebels, and buying time for the Tang army to regroup. Chu Tian was also disgusted by Mr. Zhao's tactics of strengthening the wall and clearing the field.
The general will need troops and a large number of siege equipment at any cost to capture Yingling County.
Lu Yi took the initiative to ask Chu Tian for soldiers and equipment.
Chu
Tian sent an order to the Langya Kingdom in the rear, requesting the recruitment of a group of new soldiers and local braves to serve as cannon fodder. At the same time, a group of low-level foreign soldiers captured in the national war also came. Joan of Arc's legion of servants are high-level alien soldiers, and the low-level alien soldiers are the cannon fodder among the cannon fodder. Not only that, Chu Tian captured a large number of strong men in Beihai Kingdom, who also served as cannon fodder to fill in the moat and produce siege equipment. In order to end the war as soon as possible, sacrifices are inevitable. Chapter 307 Ho Jing's Rebellion. In Jiujiang County, north of Shouchuan City, Ho Jing, the general of the universe, induced Yuan Shu's 20,000 cavalry to rebel, burning, killing and looting along the way, and obtained a large amount of loot. Ho Jing was originally just looting in Pingcheng Kingdom, when Chu Tian made a move to attack him before leaving Pingcheng Kingdom. Ho Jing quickly led his troops to escape from Pingcheng Kingdom and returned to Jiujiang County. Even after returning to his lord's territory, Ho Jing still sent troops to plunder villages and towns to appease his cavalry. At the same time, he attracted a large number of people who wanted to participate in burning, killing, and looting to strengthen his army.
General, a stranger wants me to hand over this letter to the general.
One of Yuan Shu's cavalry looked at the General Ho Jing, who had taken refuge in awe and enthusiasm, because Ho Jing sent troops to plunder. Now every cavalryman is very rich, with their arms full of gold and silver, and they are in awe of Ho Jing. Ho Jing took the letter and read 10 lines at a glance. Ho Jing hurriedly finished reading and said in fear,
"The person who wrote the letter actually knew that I wanted to capture Shouchuan City. This stranger has some abilities. If he can be used by me as my military advisor, great things can be accomplished. Is that stranger still there?"
Back to General.
The stranger left the letter and left. "If you let him go, are you taking his benefits? He did give the villain 12 taels of silver, and he was just the one who sent the letter. I'm afraid there is someone else who actually wrote the letter. I lack a strategist. But it doesn't matter even if the stranger doesn't want to work for me. I have a way to get a strategist."
Ho Jing gathered his cavalry and newly added infantry. He simply divided the cavalry and infantry into commanders and centurions, and he named himself the
General of the Universe.
In a sense, the General of the Universe is the highest self-appointed official position in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Even more majestic than the Emperor. About 30,000 captains were gathered by Ho Jing. These captains were promoted by Ho Jing and gained a lot of benefits while serving Ho Jing. Now they subconsciously believe that following Ho Jing, they can have more gold, silver and women. Ho Jing has the ability to incite and is fatally attracted to some greedy soldiers.
Brothers, we have almost robbed the nearby villages and towns. If we betray Yuan Shu and our master, we will soon be in a desperate situation. They will send troops to encircle and suppress us. We will all be captured and executed.
Ho Jing intimidated his men. Sure enough, Ho Jing's intimidation worked. After experiencing the crazy looting, the captains under his command gradually calmed down, thinking that what they had done would undoubtedly be hated by the princes from all walks of life. Killing them all will be very exciting. Ho Jing saw that the captains were afraid and knew that people's hearts could be used.
Huainan is a vast land with crisscrossed rivers and lakes, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Shochuan City has a large amount of gold, silver, grain, grass, and women. You lead your troops and follow me to attack Shochuan City. We will rule Huainan.
I will make you all generals. By then we will own the land, and everything on the land will be our spoils of war.
The captains under Ho Jing were incited by Ho Jing and fell into madness again. One of the captains shouted,
"Conquer Shochuan, and there will be glory and wealth. Conquer Shochuan, and you will be filled with glory and wealth."
Incited by Ho Jing, more than 30,000 rebels marched south to attack Shochuan City. Ho Jing's loyalty was high before he went on the expedition with the governor of Jiujiang County. However, with his own defeat in the Battle of Pingcheng and Chen Qingji's failure to suppress him, Ho Jing's loyalty declined rapidly, and he finally launched a rebellion and launched a massive attack on Huainan. Ho Jing has a Hu cavalry under his command, which is a special unit recruited by the Jiujiang prefect using Yuan Shu's buildings and influence. At this time, he became the vanguard of the invasion of Huainan. Although he was somewhat arrogant in claiming to be the general of the universe, Ho Jing was a capable and brutal cavalry general. He led the Hu cavalry and Yuan Shu's renegade cavalry to attack Shochuan.
Why is there no whereabouts of Chen Qingji? Could it be that he died in the battle, or was captured alive?
The Jiujiang governor fled back to Shochuan after the Battle of Pingcheng, but Chen Qingji's whereabouts were never found. There are only two possibilities. Either Chen Qingji died in battle, or Chen Qingji was captured by Chu Zimu. No matter which result it was a fatal blow to him. Guijia took the initiative to visit the prefect.
My subordinates heard that Ho Jing was looting villages and towns in Pingcheng State when he withdrew his troops. They believed that Ho Jing would rebel, and asked the Lord to immediately strengthen the defense of the city gate to prevent Ho Jing from attacking Shochuan City.
The prefect of Jiujiang was puzzled.
Ho Jing is very loyal, so I asked him to accompany him to attack Shuzhou. Why do the military advisors think that Ho Jing will rebel? There are 3 reasons. First, Ho Jing is cruel by nature and loyal to his lord, just because the Lord was kind to him in the past, which could satisfy his greed, and he was restrained by Chen Qingji, so he did not dare to rebel. But after Pingcheng's defeat, Ho Jing saw my lord has no hope of taking Shuzhou, and Chen Qingji has disappeared without a trace. His ambition is bound to grow. Times have changed, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Secondly, if he is loyal to the Lord, he should immediately lead his troops to join the Lord after the Battle of Pingcheng, protect the Lord and return to Shochuan City safely. Why did he plunder villages and towns in Pingcheng Kingdom, or even in the northern part of Jiujiang County? What he did was to win people's hearts, just for your own use. Third, the Lord is newly defeated, and people's hearts are floating. If there is rebellion, now is the best time to take Shochuan City.
Guijia's words made the Jiujiang prefect look unhappy. In his heart, he was actually suspicious of Ho Jing's delay in coming to join them. At this time, Guijia's analysis almost confirmed that Ho Jing's loyalty had dropped to the level of rebellion.
My lord, Ho Jing's cavalry has been attacking for hundreds of miles, and has appeared outside Shochuan City.
Just when the prefect of Jiujiang was preparing to increase the number of garrison guards at the city gate, Ho Jing, who was good at using cavalry tactics, had already arrived at the city, broke through the gate of Shochuan City, and marched straight in. Shochuan City was in chaos with shouts of killing everywhere.
The military advisor will follow me out of the city, and we will join Yuan Shu.
Facing the rebellious Ho Jing, the prefect of Jiujiang had no military commander to suppress him, so he had no choice but to flee with Guijia. He is still nominally Yuan Shu's general. And he also has Gui Jia as his military advisor. As long as he uses Yuan Shu again, he may not have a chance to make a comeback. Gui Jia was quite loyal to the governor of Zhejiang. He followed the governor of Zhejiang and, under the protection of hundreds of soldiers, fought and retreated. Hou Jing entered the city from the north gate, and the Zhejiang prefect fled toward the west gate. Just when the prefect of Zhejiang saw the west city gate and thought he could escape, Hou Jing led the Hu cavalry to attack. The hooves of war horses galloped on the streets. Surrounding shops were destroyed, and the barbarian cavalry used sabers to kill civilians who blocked the road. Not only the Hu cavalry, but also the rebellious Yuan Shu cavalry were equally ferocious, burning, killing and looting in Shochuan City. Now the entire Shochuan City is their trophy. Hou Jing sent his troops to kill, and the Zhejiang prefect's soldiers fell one after another, leaving only dozens of them.
Isn't this my lord? Where do you want to escape with your military advisor?
Hou Jing rode a war horse and circled around Zhejiang prefect and Gui Jia, facing a large number of cavalry. The prefect of Zhejiang knew that he could not break out.
Hou Jing, it seems that you have let me go because of your previous kindness. Don't forget that when you were surrounded by the Yingchuan Yellow Turban Army, I led the troops to rescue you. It is also true that it is because of this kindness that I think you will not betray me. So I use you.
Hou Jing pointed his horse whip at Gui Jia.
I want to achieve great things, but I still lack a military advisor. If you lend me your general and advisor, I can let you go because of my previous kindness.
The prefect of Zhejiang was in a dilemma, so he handed Gui Jia over, which was undoubtedly to make Gui Jia act as a collaborator, and at the same time put Gui Jia in danger. Hou Jing also knew that he was not resourceful enough. If he wanted to become king and emperor, he must have a counselor. So he took Gui Jia's idea.
If my lord can escape, so what if he sacrifices his life for Hou Jing as a filial piety?
Gui Jia wanted to protect the governor of Zhejiang, so he said to Hou Jing,
I have to see my lord leave the city with my own eyes before I can serve you. I promise you.
With a wave of Hou Jing's hand, the Hu cavalry made way for a passage, and the Zhejiang prefect and dozens of soldiers were able to leave the fallen Shochuan city.
I am responsible for everything, and I have also brought trouble to the military advisor. If there is a chance.
The governor of Zhejiang was extremely resentful of Hou Jing and planned to endure the humiliation and try to use Yuan Shu's power to kill Hou Jing in the future.
Please take care, my lord.
Gui Jia's voice suddenly turned low.
I will try to escape in the future.
The prefect of Zhejiang knew that with Gui Jia's ability, the possibility of escaping from Hou Jing was high. So he felt relieved and led dozens of soldiers out of the city. Just as Gui Jia secretly breathed a sigh of relief, there were sudden shouts of killing outside the city. Hundreds of cavalry wielding sabers appeared and massacred the Zhejiang prefect and his soldiers who had left the city. The prefect of Zhejiang and dozens of his soldiers were ambushed. Their entire army was wiped out, and their bodies were everywhere. Gui Jia witnessed the accident. His pupils widened. His hands clenched. His nails dug into his flesh, and his body was shaking. Hou Jing's rampant laughter rang in his ears.
Ha! I have ambushed a group of cavalry at the West City Gate. They will kill everyone who escapes from the city gate. Military advisor, you miscalculated this time. What will you do in the future? I work hard, but I can't make a mistake. Otherwise I will kill you.
The surrounding barbarian cavalry also laughed loudly, which was so harsh in Gui Jia's ears. Gui Jia was still too young and had never thought that people's hearts were so sinister. Hou Jing completely regarded Confucian benevolence and righteousness as nonsense. He does not follow the behavior of scholar bureaucrats.
You, this 100-man team, will protect the military advisor from now on and don't let anything happen to the military advisor.
After Hou Jing killed his lord, not only did he not feel any guilt, but he was satisfied and led his troops to take over Shochuan City and became the lord of Huainan. Shochuan City, and even the entire Huainan, will become his territory. Gui Jia's expression was gloomy. As a young and energetic man, he was taught a good lesson in Shochuan City, but the price was unbearable for him. In Langya Kingdom, Xiao Liang sighed lightly when he learned that Hou Jing had rebelled, captured Shochuan City, killed the Zhejiang prefect, forced Gui Jia to serve as military advisor, and called himself the
general of the universe.
Although she expected Hou Jing to attack Shochuan City, when she heard that Shochuan City had fallen and Hou Jing sent troops to loot the city for 3 days, she couldn't help but be surprised by Hou Jing's brutality. But she was unable to care about the people of Shochuan City.
because Sichuan City was not within Chuqian's sphere of influence. In troubled times, there must be sacrifices, and massacres of cities are not uncommon. Since Ho Jing regards Sichuan City as his own territory, he should just be greedy for money and not kill them all. Otherwise, Ho Jing will not be able to gain a foothold without the civilians.
Inform the Lord and Chen Qingji of this matter. Chen Qingji will definitely be willing to serve the Lord and put down Ho Jing's rebellion.
Xiao Liang sent someone to inform Chu Tian. After the death of the Zhejiang governor, Chen Qingji became an opposition general. Only Xuzhou Mu could avenge him. In western Liaoning, a large-scale cavalry battle broke out between the two most powerful princes outside Guzhou City and the Guan Pass. The cavalrymen who were jealous of the Central Plains princes were killed in batches, and the two sides saw each other. Gongsun Zan led the white horse Yi Song and used his proud riding and archery skills to kill a large number of Liaodong cavalry in the rebel army. Li Qinliang's 3,000 Guan Ning cavalry fired with three-eyed muskets. The smoke from the burning gunpowder filled the air, and the lead bullets penetrated the armor of the cavalry on the opposite side. Rain of arrows, gunpowder smoke, swords and guns, and blood dyed the Liaoxi corridor red.
The restrictions on gunpowder are too great. Not only is the production limited, but only certain types of troops can use gunpowder. Otherwise, I would have captured western Liaoning.
Facing the tragic battlefield, Mingguan and Yao Guangxiu looked calm and could not tell how nervous they were. Although for them, this is a decisive battle that determines the rise and fall of their power. Winner takes all. Loser for Ko. Mingguan still had time to lament the restrictions on gunpowder in Lord. Only Guanyin cavalry can use low-level firearms such as three-eyed firecrackers. Mingguan observed the entire battlefield and said to Yao Guangxiu,
Commander, it's time for us to show our trump cards. Right,
Yao Guangxiu said.
My lord has won this battle.
Compared with Mingguan and Yao Guangxiu, who were confident, Prince Yan and Fan Zhongyan were a little anxious. Their chances of winning were much lower than that of Mingguan. Guan Ning's cavalry caused a large number of casualties to the Liaoxi army, which was dominated by light cavalry. The fierce General Chang Yuchen is even more powerful. Fan Zhongyan's face suddenly turned pale.
The Wuhuan cavalry did not try their best. They are about to rebel.
Prince Yan hurriedly looked at the wing of the Wuhuan cavalry. As Fan Zhongyan said, the Wuhuan cavalry fought with the Liaodong army for a long time without much loss. He hurriedly said,
Order Di Qin to retreat and guard against the Wuhuan cavalry.
The rebellion of the servant army was a fatal blow to the Liaoxi army. Sure enough, the fickle Wuhuan cavalry soon betrayed the Liaoxi army and attacked the Liaoxi army with the Liaodong army. Chang Yuchen led a team of elite cavalry to attack Gongsun Zan's main formation, killing two of Gongsun Zan's generals and winning the title of 3 armies. Beima Yisong was suddenly attacked by Chang Yuchen and was defeated thousands of miles away.
Our army has been defeated and retreated to Yubiping County. We can still retain a group of troops.
Fan Zhongyan faced a devastating defeat and was helpless. Opposite are the bravery of Chang Yuchen, the wisdom of Yao Guangxiu, the Guan Ning cavalry of Li Chengyang, and the rebellion of the Wuhuan cavalry as an important force, making it difficult to turn the tide. The Liaodong army and the Liaoxi army have decided the winner. This important news soon spread throughout the Eastern Han dynasty, shocking many great princes, especially the princes north of the Yellow River. They are about to face a terrifying prince rising outside the pass. After knowing that Gongsun Zan and Prince Yin were defeated, Lu Yu, the shepherd of Yuzhou, became even more panicked. His Yuzhou was in danger.
Once Mingguan changed his focus from suppressing Goryeo to civil war, it was simply unstoppable.
Chu Tian learned the news and stepped up his invasion of Qinzhou. Although Mingguan only has 2 counties, Liaodong and Liaoxi, which are about to be acquired, Chu Tian did not dare to underestimate Mingguan. Liaodong and Liaoxi have powerful cavalry and huge war potential. Chapter 308 Kongwenju. Wuanhua. Tens of thousands of rural warriors were summoned to the foot of Yingling City, under the cover of the carriages. They filled the moat with soil and sandbags at the risk of being shot by the defenders. Taisher Xiai stayed behind in Yingling, feeling powerless in the face of Chu Tian's large-scale recruitment of local warriors to serve as cannon fodder. He used his bows and arrows to kill Xianyong. Not only was he unable to severely damage Chuqian's main army, but he also consumed a large amount of arrows. The moat was gradually filled in, and its purpose was just to delay it for 10 more days.
Taisher Xiai is a fierce general. If you can serve for me, Qingsu will be at your fingertips.
When Chu Tian learned that Taisher Xiai was guarding the city, he couldn't wait to get Taisher Xiai. No one has too many strong generals.
My lord, there is urgent news from Langya country.
Hua Mulan brings the letter from Xia City to Chu Tian.
Ho Jing indeed launched a rebellion. Bystanders are clear, but the authorities are confused.
The letter records Ho Jing's rebellion. Chu Tian handed the letter to Qin Qingji. Qin Qingji took the letter and couldn't help but get angry when he saw what happened on the paper. He has a calm personality and did not panic even when he was captured by Chu Tian. However, this time he was angered by Ho Jing.
Isn't this your plan?
Qin Qingji has a lot of intelligence, but his intelligence makes him worry too much, and he thinks that Chu Tian intends to recruit him and designs it deliberately.
As Xuzhou Mu and General Anton, how could I, the fourth generation of my ancestors, play such little tricks?
Chu Tian was upright.
I deeply regret what happened to the Jiujiang prefect. After learning about it, I will inform you as soon as possible. Yunyu.
Qin Qingji looked carefully at Chu Tian, who had a serious expression. He didn't look like he was plotting against him. Chu Tian wanted to recruit Qin Qingji, but he was not in a hurry because he believed that Qin Qingji would ask for help from him. The best way to make a talent loyal is to force the other person to speak and ask for admission. Qin Qingji calmed down again and became taciturn. Chu Tian saw Qin Qingji's reaction and remained indifferent. He was waiting for Qin Qingji to take the initiative to join him. Besides Chu Tian, which other nearby princes could lend troops to Qin Qingji to defeat Ho Jing? Yuan Shu's main army suffered heavy losses, and the governors in various places became more independent and had no time to take care of themselves. Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang, was attacking Danyang County. Cao Cao was still struggling in pain. Only Chu Tian had the strong strength to put down Ho Jing's rebellion. Qin Qingji is probably struggling. Chu Tian waited patiently. Chu Tian is like a demon who can lend Qin Qingji his power, and the price Qin Qingji has to pay is his loyalty from now on. Chao Zhan, who was also a prisoner, saw that Qin Qingji seemed to want to join Xuzhou Mu, and he was struggling in his heart. Xuzhou Mu has been taking him with him, and it is impossible for him to return to the Taishan prefect. Xuzhou Mu is like a black hole, catching talents and never letting them go. Lu Su reported to Chu Tian the preparations for the siege.
There are 30,000 strong men recruited from the Beihai Kingdom. It is expected that the moat will be completely filled in 5 days, with the materials collected from nearby counties. Military craftsmen can produce double-tipped cannons, trebuchets, 60 units, 20 double-bowed crossbows, and siege towers.
Now Lu Su has become Chu Tian's little follower. Different from the image of a good old man in the novel, Lu Su is actually a powerful figure who can lead troops to fight, make suggestions, and serve as foreign minister. He has potential worth cultivating. Name, Lu Su. Talent, king level. Age, 17. Identity, one of the 4 major governors of Suqiao. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 70, maximum 81. Force, 65, maximum 70. Intelligence, 83, maximum 92. Politics, 78, maximum 90. Charm, 89. Character, chivalrous. Favorability, 72. Characteristic 1, diplomatic strategy, S-level trait. When negotiating with NPC forces, the probability of persuading the other party's monarch and important ministers increases. Feature 2, the ban must be enforced, A-level feature. Troop morale decrease rate minus 10%. Troop defense plus 10%. Characteristic 3, rich, A-level trait. The economic development speed of the city is plus 5%. And the attraction to businessmen and squires is greatly improved. Lu Su also involves an important achievement.
The 4 great governors of Suqiao.
If you can obtain the attributes of the
4 great governors of Suqiao,
Lu Su's abilities will be even more amazing. This is why Chu Tian wants to cultivate Lu Su. Moreover, Lu Su was still young and trained a younger generation of generals along the way. 5, 10, or 20 years later, they would be loyal old ministers. If Lu Su were placed in some small forces, he might be able to act alone. But in the Chu Tian forces, he should not be qualified for the position of governor. Instead, he would join the army or be a temporary deputy general. During this expedition to Qingzhou, Chu Tian intended to cultivate Lu Su and asked him to assist Li Yi in preparing for the siege. Jiaozhou Bay, Donglai County and other counties. Su Sheng and Zheng Zhilong occupied this county with almost no effort. When the county magistrate heard that Xuzhou Mu had sent the Fubo Corps, he came to see Su Sheng and Zheng Zhilong as honored guests. The Fubo Corps is all naval soldiers, and their combat capabilities will inevitably decline when they arrive on land. But their chief generals are Su Sheng and Zheng Zhilong. Su Sheng has the characteristics, courage, level A. The fewer troops, the stronger the combat effectiveness of the unit, and persistence, level B. Unit defense plus 12%. And Zheng Zhilong has the characteristic ship king, level S. Naval unit attack power plus 15%. 2 people each led 5,000 naval soldiers ashore. A total of 10,000 people. And their combat effectiveness was not weak. Su Sheng's 5,000 men are 4th level Suzhou archers. And Zheng Zhilong's 5,000 men are ordinary navy infantry from 1st to 3rd levels.
2 adults. A troop of troops has entered Buki County, numbering about 20,000 people.
Su Sheng and Zheng Zhilong were planning to attack Beihai from another direction. Beihai Prime Minister Kong Rong led 20,000 troops to expel the Fubo army.
20,000 people. Who is the general? I don't know. Should we take the initiative to attack this army?
Zheng Zhilong asked Su Shengji's opinion.
My lord's main army has come out in full force. Mr. Zhao should have no time to send a main force to expel us. Therefore, I conclude that this is a partial army and can take the initiative to attack.
Su Sheng and Zheng Zhilong briefly discussed that they could take advantage of the opponent's mentality of underestimating the enemy and launch a surprise attack. A navy that cannot fight on land is not a good navy. So Su Sheng and Zheng Zhilong led their troops out of the city, claiming to plunder nearby villages. Kong Rong personally led the troops to expel the Fubo army, and ordered Beihai Iron Hammer Wu Angwa to be the vanguard.
The entire army is resting.
Kong Rong expected to arrive in Buki County soon, so he ordered the entire army to rest and prepare meals.
If I were to meet those bandits who attack Beihai Kingdom, I would kill one of them with one hammer.
Wu Angwa vowed to Kong Rong.
The military general is brave enough to conquer the 3 armies, and he will definitely be able to achieve great feats. I, Kong Wen, was born with great talents. I wanted to raise my army and do something great, but unfortunately, I only have the land of 2 counties.
As a prince, Kong Rong was proud of his talents and had to compromise with reality. He was a literati prince who had been bullied by the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army, Dongzhou, and Zhao Gongzi, and now he had to deal with Shuzhou Mu, which was really difficult for him. Suddenly, Fubo's army took advantage of Kong Rong's army setting up a stove to cook and rushed towards his camp. The archers of the Suqiao Navy fired a hail of arrows, and the Qinzhou army on the periphery fell like straw swept by the strong wind. Zheng Zhilong wore iron armor, held a spear and shield, and led a small group of heavy infantry as the vanguard to attack Kong Rong's camp. Hoping to kill Kong Rong, Kong Rong's 20,000 legions were quickly defeated, and countless people fled.
Vulnerable.
Zheng Zhilong's force was not very high, but he and his infantry were invincible in Kong Rong's army. Even Su Sheng, who commanded the archers to support Zheng Zhilong from the rear, was greatly surprised. Kong Rong's army was too vulnerable.
Lord, please retreat.
Wu Angwa, holding a 50-pound hammer in his hand, and a group of soldiers covered Kong Rong's escape.
Retreat? Retreat to where?
Kong Rong was panicked and at a loss. He suddenly remembered Mr. Zhao's advice to him. If he was defeated, he could retreat to Jima, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Jima was an important stronghold of the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army in the past and had complete fortifications.
We retreat to Jima.
Under the protection of Wu Angwa, Kong Rong finally mounted his horse. While Kong Rong was being delayed, dozens of heavy infantrymen led by Zheng Zhilong came and planned to surround Kong Rong. Zheng Zhilong saw Kong Rong's general flag and knew that the opponent must be a big shot. If he captured Kong Rong alive, he would be able to achieve military exploits. If you want to be promoted to a general, you must not only have abilities, but also qualifications and military exploits, both of which are indispensable.
You protect the Lord and retreat. I will fight.
Wu Angwa wielded his hammer and attacked Zheng Zhilong and his heavy infantry. The 50-pound hammer hit the iron shield, and a 4th-level heavy infantry stepped back more than 10 steps and fell heavily to the ground. The iron shield was dented, and the huge impact caused the heavy infantry to fracture.
Open the firing array.
Zheng Zhilong's military power has not yet reached its peak, and he is no match for Wu Angwa's reckless opponent. He commanded the heavy infantry squad to form a dense gun formation and stab Wu Angwa. With brute force, Wu Angwa took the initiative to attack forward and broke many spears with his hammer, so that the heavy infantry squad under Zheng Zhilong could not help but retreat a little.
He is a good reckless general. If he manages to capture him, he may gain more credit.
Zheng Zhilong commanded the soldiers to surround him, and dozens of spears continued to thrust out, consuming Wu Angwa's physical strength. Wu Angua's weapons are heavy and powerful, and can cause considerable damage to heavy infantry. But Zheng Zhilong has already calculated his weaknesses. Once Wu Anhua tried to break out, Zheng Zhilong would intercept with the heavy infantry. After killing several heavy infantry, Wu Anhua was panting and sweating like a bullfight. Dozens of spears surrounded Wu Anhua, who could no longer move, and Wu Anhua became a prisoner of Zheng Zhilong.
How can I, Kong Wenju, be reduced to a prisoner?
Kong Rong whipped his horse in an attempt to escape from the dangerous battlefield. A stray arrow came and hit Kong Rong's mount. The horse was frightened and then galloped. Kong Rong's center of gravity was unstable, and he fell from the horse's back in a panic. Su Sheng rode a war horse and lifted Kong Rong up with one hand.
Are you a general under Mr. Zhao?
Originally, Su Sheng only commanded the archers from the rear, but Kong Rong's army immediately collapsed after being attacked. So much so that Su Sheng couldn't help but go into battle himself, shooting the fleeing Beihai soldiers with bows and arrows. When he saw a general on the other side trying to escape, he shot his mount dead. Kong Rong said with a grey face,
I am Kong Wenju of Beihai. Please put me down quickly.
Su Sheng heard that the other party was a descendant of Confucius and had a far-reaching reputation, so he had to let go of Kong Rong.
Su Sheng from Langia is rude.
Facing a famous figure like Kong Rong, Su Sheng really didn't dare to kill him easily. Otherwise it would bring notoriety to his lord. Historically, in order to kill Kong Rong, Cao Cao also wanted to accuse Kong Rong of being unfilial and discredit Kong Rong before he killed him. To catch such a person, who was temporarily helpless to him, Su Sheng could only treat him with courtesy. It doesn't matter whether he kills Kong Rong or not, because Kong Rong poses no threat. At present, Chu Tian has the support of Lu Ji, Zheng Xian, Kai Yong and other great scholars, who are a generation older than Kong Rong. Kong Rong's influence is not as good as theirs. Kong Rong's dissatisfaction with Chu Tian will not affect Chu Tian's reputation. Kong Rong waited for Su Sheng to put him down, cleaned his robe, and didn't think highly of Su Sheng. Su Sheng muttered,
If Zheng Zhilong catches you, you won't be treated so well.
As a great pirate, Zheng Zhilong would not talk about benevolence, justice and morality with Kong Rong. And Zheng Zhilong was not a figure from the late Eastern Han dynasty. He could only use his fists to make Kong Rong obedient. Although Su Sheng did not dare to kill Kong Rong, which would make Chu Tian's reputation worse, he did not intend to let Kong Rong leave. Kong Rong is now his prisoner. Kong Rong was imprisoned with Wu Anhua. He heard that Wu Anhua was captured alive by a small group of heavy infantry. He knew that Wu Anhua was not a strong general, so he couldn't help sighing.
Why don't you find an excuse to kill him? Countless people died in the rebellion.
Zheng Zhilong was somewhat dissatisfied when he saw that Su Sheng had captured a troublesome person. What he wanted was a prisoner, not an uncle like Kong Rong.
After all, Kong Wenju is full of knowledge and has a good reputation. As long as he is placed under house arrest in Xia City, there is no need to kill him.
As a native of Lanjiaji County, Su Sheng respected the Confucian scholars in the late Eastern Han dynasty, which was different from Zheng Zhilong's thinking.
If he dares not to treat me well on the road, I'll give him a hard time.
Sure enough, Zheng Zhilong did not give Kong Rong any face.
We captured Kong Rong and Wu Anhua. We can disguise ourselves as their troops, surprise Jima and nearby cities, and share the pressure on the Lord's army. In addition, we contacted the Lord in time and informed him that Kong Rong and Wu Anhua were prisoners of the two of us, so that I can claim credit from my Lord. After all, this is the first time our Fubo Legion has made meritorious service.
Zheng Zhilong thought for a while, and proposed using conspiracy to capture Jima and many other cities. Su Sheng's eyes lit up.
It is indeed feasible.
So Zheng Zhilong and Su Sheng ordered the naval soldiers of the Fubo Corps to put on the armor of Kong Rong's corps, and under the banner of Kong Rong, began to march towards Jima. Kong Beihai's reputation was well known in Qingzhou, and by using him, many city gates could be opened easily.
Where are you going?
Kong Rong and Wu Anhua were taken away by Zheng Zhilong and couldn't help but be afraid.
Stop talking nonsense. Believe it or not, I will chop you into pieces.
Zheng Zhilong glared at Kong Rong fiercely, but Kong Rong remained silent. Zheng Zhilong and Su Sheng have completely different styles. Zheng Zhilong's style is more ruthless and cunning. Chapter 309: The Charm of a Great Teacher.
Why did they capture Kong Rong alive?
Chu Tian couldn't help but have a headache after receiving the reports from Zheng Zhilong and Su Sheng. Kong Rong was a sarcastic guy. Chu Tian has no shortage of ministers who can give direct advice, no matter Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui or Jiang Dong Erzheng. They were all unambiguous when pointing out Chuqian's mistakes. There is no need to let Kong Rong dictate to you anymore. But Kong Rong's reputation lies here after all. It would be better to arrange Kong Rong to study in places such as Du Fu's thatched cottage. If he spreads public opinion that is unfavorable to him in the future, find a reason to get rid of him. Chu Tian learned that Su Sheng and others had captured Kong Rong alive. So he had no choice but to deal with it this way. Li Yi's army had already begun to attack Yingling at this time. Chu Tian led the 5 schools of the Northern Army to block Xiao Gongzi and Tianji's army to prevent them from interfering with Li Yi's army's full attack on the city. During the confrontation between Chu Tian and Mr. Zhao, something surprising happened. In Mr. Zhao's camp, a few yellow turban soldiers actually fled and went to Chu Tian's camp. Soldiers from the 5th School of the Northern Army thought that these yellow turban soldiers were pretending to surrender, so they imprisoned them all. After Chu Tian knew about this, he came to interrogate the defecting yellow turban soldiers. Seeing the fanatical eyes of these yellow turban soldiers, Chu Tian quickly understood that they were not pretending to surrender, but were attracted by Chu Tian's
great virtuous teacher
characteristics. In addition to deterring the Taishan bandits and suppressing the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, Chu Tian noticed the passive role of the Great Sage Master, and it was rarely used at other times. When Zhao Gongzi's camp opposite had the Yellow Turban General Guan Hai and a large number of Yellow Turban soldiers, Chu Tian's
great virtuous teacher
characteristic came into play, attracting a group of Yellow Turban soldiers to come and seek refuge.
How many Yellow Turban soldiers had defected in the past few days? About 200 to 300 people. Still not enough.
Chu Tian thought that if 2,000 or 3,000 people took refuge, he could use the Yellow Turban soldiers to turn around and deal with Mr. Zhao. But if there were only 200 or 300 people, it would be of no use.
My lord, has the ability to attract the Yellow Turban Army?
Fang Xianling and Lu Su both realized Chu Tian's attraction to the Yellow Turban Army. Fang Xianling soon had an idea.
My lord can try to recruit Guan Hai, the Yellow Turban General in Zhao Gongzi's army. Guan Hai is stupid. As long as he promises a high official and a generous salary, plus the Lord's reputation and attraction to the Yellow Turban Army, Guan Hai will surrender in all likelihood. Recruit and surrender Guan Hai.
Fang Xuanling's plan surprised Chu Tian. If Guan Hai can be recruited and surrendered, it will be a clever way to solve the current situation. So Chu Tian immediately sent people to contact Guan Hai secretly. Guan Hai was the commander-in-chief of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, and his position in the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army was gradually replaced by Dorgan. After taking refuge with Mr. Zhao even used Dorgan better than him. Guan Hai complained about this. As one of the generals of the Yellow Turban Army, Guan Hai was influenced by the characteristics of his opponent Chu Tian as a
great virtuous teacher,
and more or less wanted to submit to the great virtuous teacher. But he is a hero after all, restraining the Yellow Turbans under his command and preventing them from rebelling on a large scale. When Guan Hai was wondering about the rebellion of his Yellow Turban soldiers, an envoy sent by Chu Tian secretly saw Guan Hai.
Song Tian is dead. Huang Tian should stand up. As long as the general submits to Xuzhou Mu, General Anton, and the great virtuous teacher, everything will be fine.
Enjoy glory and wealth.
Zhao Yun was responsible for protecting the grain road, while Dorgan tried to plunder the grain road. The two enemies met and fought in the rear from time to time. Dorgan once sent troops to kill Zhao Yun's old master, so Zhao Yun hated him and had to kill him. However, hatred did not make Zhao Yun lose his mind. On the premise of ensuring the safety of the grain road, he led the cavalry to chase Dorgan. The White Horse eats song and the 8 Banners cavalry used mounted archery to compete, and some cavalrymen fell off their horses and died.
This guy is still haunting me.
Dorgan was repeatedly fought by Zhao Yun and was quite afraid of Zhao Yun. He can command more soldiers and horses, but behind Zhao Yun is the territory of Chutian's 6 counties. Zhao Yun catches up again, uses the red tassel gun to kill several more 8 Banners cavalry, and goes straight to Dorgan. Behind Zhao Yun, Beimai followed him from life to death, shooting flying feathers to cover Dorgan. Dorgan waved his saber, blocking most of the arrows, and one arrow shot into the cloth armor and was blocked by the iron sheet inside the cloth armor. Facing Zhao Yun, who wanted to kill him, Dorgan was timid and led his cavalry away without fighting Zhao Yun. In terms of momentum,
Dorgan has lost to Zhao Yun. This has nothing to do with commander-in-chief and force. It is simply because the general is afraid of the enemy. Dorgan's 10,000 cavalry raided the grain road and were expelled by Zhao Yun. Dorgan had to return to the camp and report to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao heard that Chu Tian specially sent Zhao Yun, who had a deep hatred for Dorgan, to guard the grain road, and knew that nothing could be done. Zhao Yun is already a strong general, and with the addition of hatred, Zhao Yun can unleash even greater potential.
You have tried your best. We are at a disadvantage, and our morale is low. Your 10,000 cavalry are facing Zhao Yun's 10,000 cavalry. He also has many white horse rebel cavalry, so we will most likely suffer.
Prince Zhao appeased Dorgan, and at the same time secretly checked Dorgan's loyalty to make sure that Dorgan's loyalty had not dropped enough to rebel while he was out raiding grain roads. Seeing Dorgan's loyalty after 84, Mr. Zhao felt a little relieved. Dorgan quite approves of the Lord Zhao Gongzi, so he has no intention of betraying him at present.
In the past few days, there have been defections from the Yellow Turban Army in the camp, ranging from dozens to hundreds of people. The Yellow Turban Army was mostly intimidated by Chu Zimu's reputation.
Prince Zhao summoned Dorgan, Tianji, Shui Wanche and others to discuss the rebellion of the Yellow Turban Army in the camp. In Mr. Zhao's opinion, there are only two reasons for the rebellion of a small number of Yellow Turban troops. First, the Yellow Turbans themselves are not elite and are prone to defection. Secondly, Xuzhou Mu and Anton General Chu Zimu were so famous that even the Yellow Turban Army was affected.
Why isn't Guan Hai here?
Mr. Zhao looked around at everyone present, but found that Guan Hai, a general from the Yellow Turban Army, was absent. Tianji, who came to support Mr. Zhao, asked,
Guan Hai, the commander of the Yellow Turban Army? Will he rebel?
After Tianji reminded him, Master Zhao couldn't help but doubt Guan Hai's loyalty. The Yellow Turban soldiers of Guan Hai's regiment have defected from time to time, and Guan Hai, as the commander-in-chief, may also be affected. Mr. Zhao suddenly understood the reason. In the past, when he and Chu Tian joined forces to suppress the Yellow Turban Army in Qingzhou, a large number of Yellow Turban Army took the initiative to defect to Chu Tian. At that time, Mr. Zhao was still surprised. Now Mr. Zhao has obtained the characteristic of Huang Taiji. I can't help but think that if Chu Tian has the characteristics of the three brothers Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, then it can explain why the Yellow Turban Army continued to defect to Chu Tian at that time. And what is happening now? Everything.
Shui Wanche, lead 100 cavalry to Guan Hai's military camp and capture Guan Hai.
After Zhao Gongzi realized that Guan Hai might rebel, in order to eliminate the threat, he asked Shui Wanche, a powerful cavalry general, to arrest Guan Hai.
Heaven is dead. Huang Tian shall stand.
Cries of killing broke out in the camp. Under the command of Guan Hai, the Yellow Turban Legion, which was originally affiliated with Mr. Zhao, killed the supervisors placed by Mr. Zhao in the Yellow Turban Legion and sent troops to attack Mr. Zhao's camp. Guan Hai did not dare to come to the meeting. Otherwise, Mr. Zhao would know that his loyalty had dropped significantly because he was bewitched by the envoys sent by Chu Tian. At the same time, he immediately raised troops to attack Mr. Zhao, taking the lead in attacking. Otherwise, if Mr. Zhao discovers that he is rebellious, he will definitely be imprisoned or killed by Mr. Zhao.
Guan Hai is indeed having second thoughts. Suppress him immediately.
Mr. Zhao knew what it meant for the Yellow Turbans to rebel. Not long ago, the Wuhuan tribe rebelled in the battle between Prince Yan and Minghuan for the western Liaoning corridor, resulting in Prince Yan's complete defeat.
The last general will definitely take Guan Hai's head.
Shui Wanche was furious at Guan Hai's rebellion and led his cavalry to attack the Yellow Turban Army. Tianji stood up and pressed his sword with one hand.
Guan Hai's rebellion must be supported by Xuzhou Mu. Once Xuzhou Mu hears the cry of killing in our camp,
he will definitely attack. We should strengthen our defense immediately.
Exactly. Young Master Zhao did not expect that Chu Tian still had enough charm to induce the Yellow Turban Army General Guan Hai to rebel in front of the battle, and immediately prepared with Dorgan to face the Xuzhou Army's violent offensive. In order to resist Chu Tian's offensive, Mr. Zhao was exhausted both physically and mentally. His general Wu Sandui was shot dead by Hua Mulan, and now another general has rebelled, causing Mr. Zhao to be hit hard. If this continues, there will be fewer and fewer weapons available under his command. Taisher Xi was besieged in Yingling. Dorgan was injured, and only Shui Wanche, the Tang general who initially followed Mr. Zhao, could still be used.
Guan Hai rebelled in advance. Is this a trap? Or has something unexpected happened?
Chu Tian, Fan Xianling, Hua Mulan, Chun Qingji, Chao Jiui, Lu Su and others were alerted by the shouts of killing in the Qingzhou army camp and immediately went out to check. After Chu Tian managed to recruit Guan Hai to surrender, He planned to have Guan Hai rebelled during the decisive battle and attack Master Zhao's central army. However, Guan Hai rebelled early and Chu Tian had to become suspicious. Hua Mulan sent war eagles and scout cavalry to investigate the activities of the Qinzhou Legion camp. Chun Qingji, who had always been taciturn, said,
"It may be that Guan Hai's rebellion was discovered. This opportunity cannot be missed. The general will lead the cavalry to test the truth."
Xuerengui knew that if Guan Hai's rebellion came true, if he did not support Guan Hai as soon as possible, Guan Hai would soon be suppressed by Mr. Zhao. The fighter plane is fleeting.
You lead 5,000 cavalry as the vanguard.
Chu Tian personally led the main force to respond. Guan Hai's Yellow Turban army was already at war with the Qinzhou army. Inspired by Guan Hai, the Yellow Turban army became frenzied in a short period of time and attacked the Qinzhou army's camp like locusts. The Qinzhou army was unprepared, and several camps were soon captured by Guan Hai, with black smoke billowing. However, when Mr. Zhao sent Cavalry General Xue Wanche and 5,000 cavalry to raid the Yellow Turban army, the Yellow Turban army began to collapse. Tianji organized martial arts and Qinzhou crossbowmen to consolidate the camp. Tianji's 50,000-strong army was separated from the Yellow Turban army by Zhao Gongzi's camp, so it was not attacked by the Yellow Turban army and could quickly organize a defense.
The Xuzhou army launched an attack as expected.
What Tianji was most worried about happened. After the Yellow Turban army rebelled, the Xuzhou army immediately launched an attack to attack the Qinzhou army. The cavalry who went to investigate came back and reported,
"My lord, the Yellow Turban army has indeed rebelled. Attack across the board."
Faced with a decisive battle, Chu Tian decisively used all the troops except the 5 schools of the Northern Army. The current strength of the 5 schools of the Northern Army is only 9,000. The move to Taishan County and Pingcheng State has resulted in a lot of losses among the 5 schools of the Northern Army. Among them, the cavalry of the 5 schools of the Northern Army has suffered the most losses. Therefore, at this time, the 5 schools of the Northern Army were used by Chu Tian as a reserve force to support each legion at any time. Xuerengui's White Robe cavalry had broken into Zhao Gongzi's Qinzhou army camp. The Tang Dynasty archers fired several arrows and killed the chaotic Qinzhou army. Xuerengui was accompanied by a group of cavalry and charged directly at Mr. Zhao's central army. The reconnaissance legion led by Hua Mulan attacked the camp where Tianji's legion was located, hoping to destroy all Qinzhou legions for the Lord.
Get ready for martial arts and get ready for the crossbow corps.
Facing the incoming reconnaissance legion, Tianji prepared a large number of crossbows. When Hua Mulan's reconnaissance legion approached, thousands of arrows were fired, and the arrow feathers covered the sky like locusts. Mulan changes color slightly. The main force of Tianji's army is the formidable crossbowmen. A large number of light cavalry were hit by the rain of arrows and fell on their backs. Retreat!
Hua Mulan was hit by an arrow and led the light cavalry to turn their horses around and walk around the camp. Facing Tianji's army with camp defenses and a large number of crossbowmen, blindly leading the light cavalry charge will lead to the annihilation of the entire army. Tianji's army was completely different from Hua Mulan's imagination. Not only did they not panic due to the rebellion of the Yellow Turban army, but under the leadership of Tianji, thousands of arrows suddenly fired, causing a large number of casualties to Hua Mulan's reconnaissance army.
That one should be Tianji's army. It is indeed an army composed of veterans with rich combat experience.
Chu Tian saw from a distance that Hua Mulan's reconnaissance legion was blocked from attacking, and he could probably tell that the opponent was Tianji's legion, and that its leader was the famous Qi General Tianji. When Tianji's army is on the defensive, the power of the crossbowmen is huge. Facing Tianji's army of 50,000 people, Chu Tian used the reconnaissance army and the servant army to contain it. He personally led the 5 schools of the Northern Army and cooperated with the White Robe army to attack Zhao Gongzi's army head-on.
My lord, General Lui has sent 1,000 Yanjia here
in order to besiege Taisha Ci. Lui did not participate in the battle in person, but sent 1,000 Yanjia to be driven by Chu Tian. Chu Tian has no bonus to Yanjia, but as a 7th level heavy infantry, Yanjia's own abilities are already very powerful.
The Tunki Battalion, Changshui Battalion, and Yuechi Battalion will follow the White Robe Legion to attack the enemy camp. Yanjia, Infantry Battalion, and Xishang Battalion will then proceed to harvest.
Chu Tian mobilized a large number of troops to defeat Mr. Zhao head-on. He first defeated Mr. Zhao, and then encircled Tianji's army.
Tunki Camp. Chamshui Camp, and Yuechi Camp had the bonus of Chuqian's cavalry, making them unstoppable. Yin Jia, fully armored and holding a halberd, followed closely behind the cavalry to harvest the enemies that slipped through the net. Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc led the Scout Legion and Servant Legion to deal with Tianji's Legion, buying time for the White Robe Legion, the 5th School of the Northern Army, and Yin Jia to eliminate Mr. Zhao. Tianji's army has begun to take action. The Iron Eagle Scouts were monitoring Tianji's army. Probably Tianji's army was worried that Mr. Zhao would be wiped out. So they finally left the camp and approached Mr. Zhao's army. Chapter 3 Tianzhan Tianji. Master Zhao has to be saved. Tianji commanded an army of 50,000 men to support Zhao Gongzi's army. The special units used martial arts, and the ordinary Qingzhou crossbowmen opened the way with arrows, forcing Hua Mulan's reconnaissance army and Joan of Arc's servant army to retreat. On the periphery of Tianji's army were soldiers holding halberds and shields to protect the crossbowmen from cavalry attacks. What should I do now? Joan of Arc's army of servants numbered tens of thousands, and they were unable to take action against Tianji's calm army. Attacking meant being met with volleys from large numbers of crossbowmen, resulting in heavy casualties. The servant army is cannon fodder, but the cannon fodder must also be used with value. Hua Mulan also had 10,000 soldiers and horses, wandering around Tianji's army, looking for opportunities. On the other side, the White Robe Legion has already overwhelmed Mr. Zhao's central army. The cavalry galloped across the battlefield, destroying the dead and destroying the dead, and piercing Mr. Zhao's legion. Mr. Zhao led his troops to retreat, unable to control the situation. Xuzhou's legions were all elite divisions, and coupled with the betrayal of the Yellow Turban Legion, Zhao Gongzi's legion directly collapsed and fell into a melee. The 5th School of the Northern Army and Yin Jia turned to attack Tianji's army. Chu Tian discovered that the White Robe Legion alone could destroy Mr. Zhao's camp, so he asked Yin Jia and the 5th School of the Northern Army to deal with Qi martial arts. The Yin soldiers with heavy armor and shields lined up in several lines to prevent Tianji's army from rescuing. The archers from the Xisheng battalion threw a hail of arrows and fell into Tianji's army. The long archers of the Xisheng battalion have a longer range than the cavalry archers. When the arrows rained down, many crossbowmen and infantrymen of Tianji's army were killed. Tianji was surprised by the fierce arrow rain from Xisheng camp, which caused a lot of losses to his army. Is that Yin Jia? Shoot an arrow to let them know that the Qingzhou Legion is not easy to mess with. Tianji pointed his long sword forward, fired his long bow and individual crossbow, and fired thousands of arrows. He used a denser rain of arrows than the Xisheng camp to fight back. Although Tianji's army only had about 3,000 soldiers, Qingzhou's crossbowmen, who were superior to the 3rd level, were numerous in number, so the rain of arrows intertwined was airtight. Yin Jia used shields to pile up into turtle LS. When the arrows rained down from the sky, the arrows collided with the shield, and most of the arrows were blocked. The low-level crossbowmen did very little damage against the 7th level Yin Jia. The archers of the Xisheng battalion in the rear suffered even greater casualties. As expected of Qi martial arts, Yin Jia stepped forward to attack, followed by the infantry battalion, and the Xisheng battalion provided cover. Chu Tian commanded the 5th School of the Northern Army and the Yin Jia assigned by Lo Yi, and took the initiative to attack Tianji's army, which was far more numerous than his own. The infantry battalion and the Xisheng battalion have a total of 6,000 people, including Yin Jia. There are only 7,000 people, but these are elite divisions. Chu Tian caught a glimpse of Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc's 2 legions wandering near Tianji's legion. He believed that as long as he took the initiative to launch an offensive, the 2 legions would cooperate with him. If Hua Mulan doesn't take the initiative to cooperate, she will have to take care of her family when she returns. Yin Jia took neat steps, marching normally at first, then started to trot, and charged despite the rain of arrows like a dark cloud. Iron arrows kept hitting the shields and armor, and sparks flew out the moment the iron hit. The rain of arrows failed to stop Yin Jia's offensive. This is the terrifying thing about high-level heavy infantry and high-level heavy cavalry. They sacrificed mobility in exchange for powerful defense. Even Chu Tian currently only has 1,000 personnel for Yin Jia, because the equipment Yin Jia needs is too expensive. It is the Qi martial arts warriors who can bring effective damage to Yin Jia from Tianji's army. Qi martial arts is good at various fighting skills, and is a relatively balanced unit. Some of the arrows fired by Qi martial arts can kill Yin Jia, but Qi martial arts faced more than just Yin Jia. Shi Xinjing and Yin Jia cooperated to suppress Qi's martial arts.
If the Qi martial arts team concentrated on shooting the strong Yinjia, it meant that the Shisheng battalion could use arrow rain to kill all directions. Hua Mulan has been following Chu Tian for the longest time and knows that she should take the initiative to cooperate at this time. When Yinjia attracted most of Qi Ji's attention, her Iron Eagle scouts and low-level light cavalry began to tentatively attack the opponent's Tianji army. Wave after wave of light cavalry harassed Tianji's flanks. When they reached the range of cavalry shooting, they fired a hail of arrows and then retreated. Tianji's army began to waver, and ordinary soldiers realized that something was wrong. Tianji's army lacked enough cavalry to cover it. Joan of Arc is observing the battlefield. In order to return to France as soon as possible, she cannot fail easily. Otherwise she will be given excuses to extend her return to France. When she saw the 5th School of the Northern Army and the Reconnaissance Regiment attacking Tianji's army, she understood that the Servant Army should actively cooperate to defeat the enemy for the Lord. She assembled the heavy cavalry from the Servant Legion to form a cone formation, with Spanish and French full-armored knights as the vanguard, followed by heavy cavalry from the Indian Mughal Empire, Koryo, and Japan. The Servant Legion can gather about 600 heavy cavalry. Although the number is not large, it can tear apart the enemy's formation. Behind them are light cavalry, infantry, and archers. God will lead us to victory. Joan of Arc holds a lance and leads the heavy cavalry of the Servant Legion to charge. The Servant Army was infected by the Master General. Their morale increased, and they fanatically followed the Saint. This is the unique charm of the Lord. The ground is shaking. The knights and heavy cavalry are trampling on the flying swallows, and the sand is rolling. The knights in full armor charged with long and sharp lances, and the heavy infantrymen arranged by Tianji on the flanks couldn't help changing their colors. European knights sometimes act very cowardly, but with the encouragement of the Saint, they become reckless men who are not afraid of death. This is why France wants to redeem the representative heroes of their civilization at all costs. Just the inspiration of the Saint can increase the combat effectiveness of the French Legion. Hundreds of heavy cavalry broke in from the corner of Tianji's army. The cavalry and horses protected by heavy armor knocked down the heavy infantry in the front row, and the lances stabbed the opponent to death faster than the heavy infantry's spears. Tianji's army was shaken. Light cavalry from the rear, who were good at mounted archery, arrived and used arrow rain to destroy the phalanx of Tianji's army, exacerbating the chaos. Further back, Arab Empire light infantry, Japanese warriors, foot knights, tongue-to sword players, and other types of soldiers from various civilizations swarmed in and attacked along the opening opened by the heavy cavalry. Although the Servant Legions looked diverse, they were after all elite troops from various civilizations. Coupled with the bonus of a saint, they were no worse than a high-level legion, which soon led to the partial collapse of Tianji's legion. The collapse of the legion in any direction is fatal to the legion, like a chain reaction. Hua Mulan's reconnaissance legion also began to formally attack the wavering Tianji legion. The light cavalry were like waves, continuously beating Tianji legion. As long as the formation of Tianji's army is in chaos, the light cavalry will march forward and move forward. Yinjia has collided with Qi martial arts and Qingzhou infantry. The fully armored Yinjia soldiers killed the Qingzhou infantry in the front row. However, the Qingzhou infantry was only cannon fodder used to slow down the impact of Yinjia. Qi martial arts, the real main force, held a long halberd, fighting hand-to-hand with the slowed-down Yinjia. The halberds collided with each other, and the sound was mind-numbing. With Tianji's bonus, Qi's martial arts exploded with powerful combat power, and could actually kill many Yinjia soldiers equipped with heavy armor. It's a pity that Li Yi is blocking Taisher Ci. Otherwise Yinjia, with Li Yi's bonus, would be even more powerful. Chu Tian lacks the bonus to infantry, and only cavalry can exert its greatest power in Chu Tian's hands. Yinjia gave Chu Tian command, which was somewhat wasteful. However, Yinjia's purpose was to attract Qi martial arts attention and gain opportunities for the Servant Legion and the Reconnaissance Legion. The cavalry is the key to destroying Tianji's army. The friendly forces have been defeated, and there is no point in continuing to fight. It is better to withdraw. Tianji's army saw that Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc's cavalry defeated his infantry and archers deployed on the periphery, so he led his army to retreat. Zhao Gongzi's Northern Navy Regiment was annihilated by the White Robe Army and the Yellow Turban Army, leaving Tianji helpless. If they don't retreat in time, Tianji's army will also have to answer for this. Xuzhou's main force followed closely and continuously attacked Tianji's army. In order to escape, Tianji abandoned his 30,000 troops and only protected 20,000 troops. His tactics worked. 30,000 soldiers blocked the pursuit from the Shuzhou Guards Corps and the main army, and Tianji took the opportunity to escape. The battlefield was full of broken troops, and 30,000 people were enough to cover everyone's sight. With no end in sight, Mr. Zhao led his soldiers to escape. The army was defeated like a mountain. Most generals did not have the ability to reverse the situation, and neither did Mr. Zhao. If he had the kind of generals who could turn defeat into victory in adversity, he would not be forced to use the tactic of fortifying the wall and clearing the field. Prince Zhao fled to Zhu County, the seat of Beihai State, gathering thousands of defeated troops on the way. Tianji's situation was much better than him. He decisively sacrificed most of his troops, leaving 20,000 fresh troops for the next battle. 3,000 people fought together, but only more than 1,000 people survived.
The cavalry of the Shuzhou Legion is so terrifying. If the flanks hadn't collapsed, how could they have failed so quickly?
Tianji escaped with luck and was still frightened. The Shuzhou Legion attaches great importance to cavalry tactics and often defeats them on both wings. The infantry is more used to attract the attention of frontal enemies. Faced with this tactic, Tianji had no good countermeasures. Tianji's army joined Prince Zhao, and the two sides together numbered about 30,000 people. Compared with the previous huge military strength, the 30,000 strong army has undoubtedly shrunk by more than half. Dorgan limped along with Mr. Zhao. He could not fall into the hands of Shuzhou Mu, because Zhao Yun always regarded him as a mortal enemy and could not coexist with him.
Where is Shui Wanqi?
Mr. Zhao could not find Shui Wanqi. After Shui Wanqi led 5,000 cavalry to attack the Yellow Turban army, there was no news. Tianji didn't care about Shui Wanqi's life or death, but considered the next strategy.
Our army's morale is low. If the enemy pursues us, it will be difficult for Jixian and Beihai to defend,
Dorgan suggested.
The last general and Wu Sandui captured Linzi of Qi State not long ago. The city is fortified and borders Luan State and Jinan State. Luan State and Jinan State are controlled by planes, and reinforcements can arrive in less than 10 days. They echo each other. Even if Shuzhou has an army of 200,000, it will not be able to capture Linzi. You mean that I want to give up Beihai Kingdom and Donglai County and only defend Qi Kingdom?
Mr. Zhao was struggling. He had 3 counties, and Qi had the largest population. However, by abandoning Beihai and Donglai, his power and population were also reduced by half.
Moving the population around Linzi to Linzi, making Linzi a population of 1 million, may not be impossible. Chu Zima cannot capture 2 counties in Qingzhou. How can the resources of the 2 counties compete with the remaining 4 counties? Unless he only by transporting food and people from Shuzhou thousands of miles can we capture Qi. My lord, if you hold on to Qi, you can join forces with Pingyuan to regain Beihai and Donglai County at any time.
Dorgan tried his best to persuade Zhao Gongzi to guard Qi State, which had the largest population, and join forces with Pingyuan to compete for Qingzhou. Chu Tian occupied 2 counties in Qingzhou. These 2 counties were destroyed by the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. It would take time to restore productivity. It would be very difficult to use the troops of Beihai Kingdom and Donglai County to attack Zhao Gongzi and Tianqi. On the contrary, it would be less difficult for Mr. Zhao and Tianqi to use the troops of 4 counties to attack Beihai. Mr. Zhao was still struggling between surrender and persistence.
If Chu Zima captures Guizhou County and Beihai and marches to Linzi of Qi State, how should we resist? I would like to ask my lord to dispatch a guard general who can protect Linzi for you.
Tianji spoke to comfort people at the critical moment.
Guardian? Can you guard Linzi? Please believe me.
When Mr. Zhao and Tianji were discussing the next action, Shui Wanqi returned with his cavalry, dripping with blood. He threw a head on the ground.
The last general has taken the head of the traitor Guan Hai. It's good that General Shui is still alive.
Mr. Zhao thought that Shui Wanqi was killed or captured, but he didn't expect that Shui Wanqi actually killed Guan Hai. If it weren't for Guan Hai's betrayal, the Qingzhou army's persistence tactics might not have failed. Tianji was secretly surprised. Shui Wanqi was really a fierce general. He led 5,000 cavalry into the Yellow Turban army and was able to take the leader of the thieves among the thousands of troops.
Report: the Shuzhou army is marching towards Jixian County.
Sure enough, the Shuzhou army pursued the victory and wanted to capture Jixian County, the administrative seat of Beihai Kingdom, in one fell swoop. Only by capturing Zhu County can we truly capture Beihai Kingdom. What's more important is that Zhu County has a teleportation array. As long as this teleportation array is controlled, The elite divisions of the Shuzhou Legion can be dispatched here from other counties at any time. Although the cost of the teleportation array is huge, there is no need to waste a month or two of marching time.
We retreat to Linzi.
Mr. Zhao did not want to live up to Shui Wan's fight to the death. And since Qi State still had half of its population, he wanted to take another gamble. Liu Bei only had one new player at the beginning, and he could still make a comeback. Chu Tian led his soldiers and horses directly to Ju County. When his soldiers and horses arrived at the gate of Ju County, the few defenders opened the city gate and let Chu Tian enter the city. Chu Tian captured Jushin County and controlled Beihai Kingdom with almost no effort. He changed the lord of Ju County to himself. Chu Tian not only did not feel complacent about Mr. Zhao and Tianji's initiative to shrink their sphere of influence, but instead felt troubled. If the opponent takes the initiative to shrink the defense line, it will obviously concentrate the population and troops. It may be more difficult to attack the enemy and even waste a lot of time. Time is very precious to Chu Tian. The world is so big. We can't spend a few years in Qingzhou.
Attack Qi.
After Chu Tian captured Beihai, he attacked Qi without stopping. Qi State is a county in the middle of Qizhou, and it was the core area of Qi State during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Chapter 311 The Housekeeping Hero of the Qingzhou Governor.
Both Mr. Zhao and Tianji have been defeated. Only you can defend Qi. I will entrust everything to you, sir.
Pingyuan Prime Minister Tianji took the initiative to send a general to the teleportation array in Pingyuan County and bowed to the general. He had already heard the result of the Battle of Yingling. The Qingzhou army of Prince Zhao and Tianji were defeated, so he had to use his trump card. This military commander was originally Tianji's retreat. At this time, Shuzhou Muchuzimu's army was as fast as the wind and invaded like fire, and had the tendency to sweep across the entire Qingzhou. Tianji, the prime minister of Pingyuan, has been promoted to the governor of Qingzhou. He cannot sit back and watch Chu Tian occupy Qingzhou.
Please be at ease, my lord. As long as the army and food are sufficient, the general can hold Linzi even if Li comes in person. It is precisely because I trust your abilities that I ask you to take over the task in times of danger.
This military commander passed through the teleportation array and arrived at Linzi, the seat of Qi State in Qingzhou. At the same time, he brought a large number of parts of the city's defense equipment. Mr. Zhao and Tianji retreated all the way, and when they saw the fortified Linzi city, they felt a little relieved. Linzi city is a large city. Dorgan and Wu Sangui used human sea tactics to capture the city for Prince Zhao. Mr. Zhao also did not expect that Linzi would become his retreat. He divided his troops and moved the population from villages and towns around Linzi to Linzi, preparing to defend Linzi to the death. He insisted on the tactic of strengthening the wall and clearing the country to force Chu Zimu back. This time he received more generous support from Tianji, the newly appointed governor of Qingzhou. Tianji sent military generals, who were used as trump cards, to help him hold on to Linzi.
Which general is confident that he can block Li Yi's offensive?
Mr. Zhao couldn't help but wonder. The Shuzhou Legion came out in full force, crushing everything they went. Unless they were legendary generals, they would be difficult to stop. Tianji did not have Sun Bin's cooperation, so his combat effectiveness was not very high. He was flanked by the guards of Chu Tian, Hua Mulan, and Joan of Arc, and was quickly defeated. But Tianji, the governor of Qingzhou, was confident that this general could stop the Shuzhou army. If the other party is a famous general in the world, why not send him to support him as soon as possible? Thinking of this, Mr. Zhao was a little dissatisfied with the Qingzhou governor. He said to Tianji,
if the Qingzhou governor has a famous general, he should use it as soon as possible instead of waiting until I am defeated before sending a famous general.
Tianji said,
this man is a defender, and only a fortified city can display his abilities. Even with his help, it cannot change the situation of our defeat in the field. Furthermore, the camp is too far away from our lord's territory, and there is a lack of reinforcements. Even the defenders have difficulty holding on. Only Linzi, close to Jinan and Lun kingdoms, can receive a steady stream of support. As long as there are defenders in Linzi and reinforcements outside, it will be indestructible. After listening to Tianji's analysis, Mr. Zhao felt relieved. Without reinforcements, no matter how powerful the defender is, if he is besieged for a year or two, the city will most likely be lost. During the Southern Song dynasty, Xiangyang City had been attacked by the Mongolian Empire for many years. The reason why it had not fallen was that the Southern Song dynasty court continued to send reinforcements to support Xiangyang City,
and contain the Mongol Empire's army. When Xiangyang fell in the last few months, the reinforcements had been completely defeated by the Mongol Empire and were no longer able to support Xiangyang. The governor of Qinzhou has used Linzi as a fortress to block Suzhou Chuzi's military advance. When Mr. Zhao and Tianji entered the city, the general sent by Tianji to support Mr. Zhao was organizing soldiers and local warriors to reinforce the city defense and build Linzi into an iron wall. At present, Mr. Zhao is still the lord of Linzi. He took the initiative to ask the general sent by the Qinzhou governor.
Can I ask your name?
The general replied.
Qinzhou Governor Tian Dan.
Tian Dan. This time, Mr. Zhao completely understood why the Qinzhou governor vowed to defend Linzi. It turned out that the general he sent was Tian Dan. During the Warring States period, Zhang Qingli of the state of Yan led the five-nation coalition to attack Qi and defeated the Qi army. Then the Yan army captured 70 cities in the state of Qi. Only 2 cities in the state of Qi, Jimo and Ju, held firm. Among them, the guard of Jimo was Tian Dan. Tian Dan defended the city, but Lu Yi could not defeat it for several years. Later, the king of Yan died of illness, and Tian Dan used a divorce plan to replace Lu Yi with the newly appointed king of Yan. He then used the Fire Ox formation to defeat the Yan army, kill the Yan generals, and restore the Qi state. If Tian Dan defends the city, Linzi will indeed be as stable as Mount Tai, and there will still be a chance to regain Beihai Kingdom and Donglai County.
No wonder Tian Qi can own 3 counties, Pingyuan County, Jinan Kingdom, and Lun Kingdom. It seems that he also has several famous generals under his command.
Mr. Xiao understood that it was not easy for Tian Qi, the governor of Qinzhou, to own half of Qinzhou. Prince Xiao had Shui Wanche, Taisher Ci, Dorgan, Wu Sangui, and Guan Hai under his command. Only then did he occupy half of Qinzhou. The princes who were able to survive were more or less supported by a group of famous generals. Since Tian Dan serves as the main defender of the city, Mr. Zhao does not have to worry about being wiped out for the time being. So he goes to Linzi to stock up on food and grass as much as possible for long-term defense. Chu Tian had already led his army into Qi State and attacked Linzi, the seat of Qi State. By capturing Linzi in one fell swoop, he would own half of Qinzhou.
The Yellow Turban Army under Guan Hai reported that Guan Hai was killed by Shui Wanche, the cavalry commander of Prince Xiao, in the rebellious army.
After Chu Tian surrendered Guan Hai, who launched an attack without authorization, was defeated by Shui Wanche. As a traitor, he was defeated by Shui Wanche with 5,000 cavalry, and he was defeated and died.
Guan Hai's military strength is not bad, but after all, he is no match for the fierce General Shui Wanche who even Li Shimin praised.
Chu Tian accidentally killed Guan Hai in battle, and thought he could gain Guan Hai's loyalty. Generals die in hundreds of battles, and any general may die. During the Battle of Yingling, Hua Mulan was hit by an arrow from a crossbow of Tianji's army and was injured. She was scolded by Chu Tian and remained silent. Not only Hua Mulan, but also Joan of Arc, who led the charge, was also reprimanded.
In view of your impulsive behavior, 1 month will be added to your return to France.
Chu Tian squeezed Joan of Arc's labor force. Joan of Arc was very aggrieved but did not dare to refute. Otherwise Chu Tian would find excuses to extend her return to France. Chu Tian did not want this group of generals to lead the charge unless necessary. Now that the Suzhou army is strong, the battle can be ended by sending soldiers forward. Lu Yi was left in Yingling by Chu Tian to continue besieging Taisher Ci. The Yingling that Taisher Ci was guarding was a thorn in the back. If Yingling was not captured, once Zhao Gongzi and Tianqi joined forces to counterattack, Beihai might soon fall. Chu Tian personally led 50,000 people to attack Qi. Going deep into enemy territory is quite dangerous. Chu Tian pursued and fought fiercely all the way, and 2 counties in Qi State surrendered. There are a total of 6 counties in Qi State, 2 of which are occupied by Chu Tian, which is equivalent to Chu Tian occupying 1/3 of Qi State's territory, together with Beihai Kingdom and Donglai County. This expedition can bring at least 2 counties of Qizhou and part of Qi Kingdom into Chu Tian's sphere of influence. The territory of Chu Tian changed from 6 counties to 8 counties, including 1 part of Qi State and 1 part of Pei State. Chu Tian's ambition was not only that. He wanted to capture the entire Qi State. The 50,000-strong cavalry-based legion quickly advanced to Linzi, the seat of Qi State. The majestic city walls of Linzi and the Qinzhou crossbowmen deployed on the walls could already be seen. When the Linzi defenders learned of Suzhou Mu's personal expedition, They were greatly frightened and immediately closed the city gates and stood firm on the city walls. The archers boarded the arrow tower, and Xiang Yong controlled the crossbow, struggling to twist the shaft, and aimed the sharp crossbow arrows at the cavalry below. Guard General Tian Dan, Tian Ji, and Zhao Gongzi came to the city wall in person to observe the majestic Xuzhou army below. Even Tian Dan couldn't help but worry.
Fortunately, the enemy's army is mainly cavalry. Otherwise, Linzi would be in danger. Is General Tian confident that he can defend this city? 9 times out of 10 we can defend it.
Tian Dan didn't dare to keep his words. After all, the opponent was the most powerful prince in the Eastern Han Dynasty. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, no other prince dared to start a war with the surrounding princes at the same time. In a short period of time, he moved to 4 states, defeated powerful enemies one after another, and expanded the territory by 3 1/3 of the counties. Tian Dan added,
"We can deliberately show weakness and arrange a small number of broken troops with low morale to defend the city wall. If Xuzhou Mu falls into the trap and takes the initiative to attack the city, he will definitely be frustrated. Once the enemy's morale is low and our army counterattacks, Xuzhou Mu will defeat is inevitable. I really want to see Chu Zimu attack Linzi and then be frustrated. The last time he was frustrated was in the Battle of Xuzhou. It was too smooth sailing."
When Zhao Gongzi rose, he encountered more setbacks than Chu Tian. The rise of no prince in the Eastern Han Dynasty was smooth sailing. It was just that no one cared. Tianji speculated.
Chu Zimu is young and energetic. He has won successive victories in Qinzhou, and his confidence is inflated. He thinks that our soldiers have no fighting spirit and will definitely attack Linzi, hoping to conquer the entire Qi state in one battle.
Tian Dan also echoed.
Young and frivolous is what it is. An arrogant soldier will be defeated.
Tian Dan deliberately laid a trap for Chu Tian, ordering the defeated defenders from the Yingling battlefield to defend the city, luring Chu Tian to attack Linzi, demoralizing Chu Tian, and then use the fire ox formation to counterattack. As long as Chu Tian falls into the trap, the Xuzhou army will turn victory into defeat. Mr. Zhao looked at the city.
Chu Zimu, Tianji has sent out a hero as his trump card. Will you take the initiative to attack Linzi and then hit your head and bleed?
Chu Tian rode his warhorse to the city and looked up at Linzi. Behind him were tens of thousands of elite cavalry. He seized the power of victory and won all the way. The whole army was indeed a little impetuous from top to bottom. Even Xuerengui, Hua Mulan and others thought that Qi was within easy reach. Not only that, Lu Su, who was younger than Chu Tian, also advocated attacking. Fang Xianling calmed down a little and was still observing the situation. Chen Qingji and Chao Jiyui did not express their opinions. The success or failure of Xuzhou Mu's offensive against Qigua has little to do with them.
By capturing Linzi, Qi will become my 9th county. Then I will attack Lun and Jinan, and bring all Qingzhou's land south of the Yellow River into my sphere of influence.
Chu Tian was hesitating whether to attack Linzi by force. The Linzi garrison looked tired and had low morale. They should be Qingzhou soldiers who fled in the Battle of Yingling. As long as a strong attack is launched, it should be easy to capture Linzi.
My lord, Miss Xiao's letter.
When Chu Tian planned to attack Linzi, Xiao Liang, who was staying behind, sent someone to deliver a letter. Chu Tian opened the cowhide bag and took out a letter with a hint of fragrance. Inside was Zhuanqiu's handwriting. The content of the letter is probably that Xiao Liang heard from the rear that the Xuzhou army was advancing vigorously, and persuaded Chu Tian to stay calm. He also informed Chu Tian that the defender of Linzi city might be Tian Dan, a famous defensive general in history, and asked Chu Tian to be careful. If it cannot be captured, the advance can be temporarily suspended to digest the territory that has been occupied.
Miss Xia knows me.
After Chu Tian finished reading, he felt as if someone had poured cold water on him. He was eager to unify Qinzhou and quickly calmed down. If the intelligence is true and Tian Dan holds on to Linzi, which has a large population, he really won't be able to defeat it. Not only was Chu Tian unable to capture it, but even if he wanted to capture Linzi, it would be difficult for him to do so.
We will withdraw our troops and gather heavy troops in Zhu County to defend Beihai Kingdom.
Chu Tian's proposal alarmed all the generals. Even Joan of Arc couldn't help but be surprised.
Our morale is high. Why should we retreat? This is an order. Snort.
Joan of Arc was blocked by Chu Tian's words and muttered dissatisfiedly. Chu Tian's withdrawal order dissatisfied the military generals, who were keen on expanding their territories. And Lu Su also complained about it. As a military advisor, Fang Xianling seemed to have seen something. So he supported Chu Tian in withdrawing his troops and consolidating the territory he already occupied. Fang Xianling also proposed to move the population of the two counties surrendered by Qi State to Beihai State to replenish the population of Beihai State, especially the population of Juxian County, Beihai State Administration Office, and build Juxian County into a military stronghold to peek into Qi State. At the same time, stop Qinzhou forces from counterattacking Beihai Kingdom and Donglai County. Chu Tian agreed to Fang Xianling's suggestion and moved the population of the two counties of Qi to Guizhou County in Beihai. At present, Chu Tian does not lack territory, but lacks population. Linzi of Qi State is in the hands of young Master Zhao. The two surrendered counties are difficult to defend. It is better to move the population and make young Master Zhao feel uncomfortable. Chu Tian patted Fang Xianling on the shoulder. He rarely used otherworldly gestures to show his closeness to his subordinates.
Strategic advisor, I have to thank you for this.
Fang Xianling was confused. Even though Fang Xianling had high intelligence, he didn't know why Chu Tian suddenly praised him. Chu Tian handed Xiao Liang's letter to Fang Xianling, and Fang Xianling was relieved. Fang Xianling did not have a god's perspective. He was affected by the surrounding environment and could only make judgments through simple observation. He had no way of knowing that the opponent had changed his guard. Only with sufficient information can we make accurate judgments.
If this Tian Dan is really a top guard, no wonder Miss Xiao would suggest withdrawing the troops. If I knew that my opponent had Tian Dan, I wouldn't have attacked Linzi. But we can't retreat like this.
Chu Tian decided to withdraw his troops in order to express his dissatisfaction. Before leaving, he ordered the soldiers to insult the defenders on the city wall and show off their power before leaving. The Linzi defenders did not dare to pursue the Shuzhou army, which had a large number of elite cavalry, and could only watch the Shuzhou army fly away. Mr. Zhao also expected Tian Dan to stage a wonderful battle to turn defeat into victory. As a result, Chu Zimu led his troops to sneak around the city, and then withdrew.
Chu Zimu is as cunning as a fox.
Tian Dan had prepared the fire ox formation and a large number of defensive equipment. This was good news. Chu Zimu was not fooled at all, and was unambiguous when it came time to withdraw his troops. Tianji also lamented.
It was our miscalculation this time.
The Chu Tian army not only insulted the Linzi defenders, but also drove the population of the two counties of Qi State to Beihai State without haste, doing all kinds of bad things. The Linzi garrison was also powerless against this. They did not dare to go out of the city to fight with the Shuzhou army. Chapter 312 Cao Cao's Last Chance.
Su Sheng and Zheng Zhilong, under the guise of Kong Rong, Prime Minister of Beihai, deceived Jimo City. The Fubo army has occupied Jimo. They led Jimo's troops to attack Jiaodong County. Let them have their own way.
Chu Tian retreated to Zhu County, the seat of Beihai Kingdom. Hearing the actions of Su Sheng and Zheng Zhilong, he couldn't help but be surprised by their performance. Su Sheng's power in Chu Tian was considered a second-rate military general. Zheng Zhilong was a first-rate general at sea, but only a second or third-rate general on land. The two of them cooperated and were able to attack the city on land. After Zhao Gongzi fled to Qi State, only a small number of defenders were left in Beihai State and Donglai County, and the Fubo army was able to pacify the counties. At present, the Fubo Legion has no other combat goals. It would be good to let Su Sheng and Zheng Zhilong fight in Qinzhou to experience the Fubo Legion. Chu Tian is preparing for two things in Beihai Kingdom. One is to send people to guard Beihai Kingdom and keep a lookout at the remaining 4 counties of Qinzhou at any time. Second, they captured Yingling County, where Taisher Ci was guarding, and captured Taisher Ci. After preparing these two things, Chu Tian can return to Xia City to farm. Chu Tian just wanted to farm in Shuzhou, but the restless princes around him came to provoke him one by one. Chu Tian was helpless about this. Linzi and Qinzhou had Tian Dan guarding the city. It took a long time to capture the city defended by Tian Dan.
The reason why Mr. Zhao and Tianqi joined forces is because the Lord is aggressive, and they are at odds with each other. If the Lord stops the offensive, maybe they will fight among themselves.
This time it was not Fang Xianling who persuaded Chu Tian, but Lu Su. After he knew that Chu Tian was easy to get along with, he began to put forward his own opinions. Although at this time Lu Su was still very immature compared to Fang Xianling, who had become a veteran. He was a malleable talent after all.
That's what I have in mind. Order Lei to quickly capture Yingling County and govern Beihai Kingdom. Fang Xianling, you are responsible for recruiting rural warriors from all counties in Beihai Kingdom and mobilized 200,000 rural warriors to completely fill up Yingling County.
Chu Tian became cruel. Taisher Ci was unwilling to surrender the city, so he used the human sea tactic commonly used by the Yellow Turban Army to forcibly capture Yingling County. Taisher Ci cannot be allowed to become a thorn in the side of Beihai Kingdom. Otherwise Beihai Kingdom will not be able to stabilize and develop. And it will also hinder the military strength of a main army in Chutian. Many counties in Beihai Kingdom were waiting for the wind to fall. Fang Xianling forcibly recruited 20,000 to 40,000 rural warriors from each county and gathered in Yingling County. Lui Legion has ordered craftsmen to build hundreds of trebuchets during this period, using stones to bombard the tombs every day, destroying arrow towers, gate towers and other defenses. Taisher Ci personally defended the city and used a long bow to kill the enemies who tried to get close to the city wall. Lui observed Yingling City for several days and basically figured out Taisher Ci's defense. When it comes to commanding soldiers and horses and attacking and defending cities, Taisher Ci is still far behind Lui.
The Lord has issued an order to mobilize 200,000 people and asked the general to capture Yingling within a month and capture the guard General Taisher Ci alive.
Chu Tian said Zhao Yun, who was more powerful, to serve as Li Yi's bodyguard and assist Li Yi in conquering Yingling. Lui said,
if 200,000 people are in place, we can capture this city within 15 days. As for Taisher Ci's life and death, there is no guarantee.
In Taishan County, the prefect Li Guang and the military counselor Du Ruhui led the temporarily formed Taishan army to attack Jinan. The Taishan Legion is not the main army, but a defensive legion, similar to Zhang Ba and Sun Guan's Langia Defense Legion and Mi Fang's Donghai Defense Legion. Du Ruhui organized the surrendered troops from Taishan County and temporarily formed the Taishan army in accordance with Chutian's order. There are a total of 40,000 people, making it the largest local regiment. The defensive legion can be used to actively attack, and offense is the best defense. Li Guang led the Taishan army to invade Jinan Kingdom and went straight to Dongpingling, the seat of Jinan Kingdom. The powerful attack by the Chutian forces caught the Qingzhou governor off guard. He couldn't imagine that the Xuzhou army was fighting on multiple fronts. The Xuzhou army was like a few greedy pythons, entangling and strangling the Qingzhou army. Qingzhou governor sent his most powerful general Tian Dan to successfully block the Xuzhou army in Qi state. But the Taishan army began to attack Jinan state, causing Qingzhou governor to have a headache.
You go to Jinan to provide support.
The governor of Qingzhou once again dispatched troops and generals from Pingyuan County to support Jinan. He sent almost all his elite soldiers to block Xuzhou Mu's attack. The governor of Qingzhou and Mr. Xiao only had 4 counties left, while Chu Tian had the strength of 8 counties. The huge gap in territory made the governor of Qingzhou feel somewhat desperate. He could only adopt the same tactics as Mr. Zhao, standing firm and clearing the country, waiting for the situation to change. Sometimes if the delay lasts for a long time, no one knows what will happen. For example, if Mu Chuzi of Xuzhou died due to excessive indulgence, the Xuzhou army's offensive against Qingzhou would naturally collapse. As soon as Li Guang's Taishan army entered Jinan Kingdom, the defenders from all over Jinan Kingdom immediately fled to Dongpingling and joined the defenders of Dongpingling.
Flying General Li Guang attacks Jinan. Xuzhou Mu Chuzi plans to capture Beihai Kingdom. Beihai Prime Minister Kong Rong worked for Xuzhou Mu Chuzi to capture him alive.
As the most powerful prince in the Eastern Han Dynasty, Xuzhou Mu's actions attracted the attention of various princes, and all princes were very concerned about Chutian's development. Of course, they were not carrying in good faith, but they wished that Chu Tian could disappear out of thin air when they got up the next day. Now Chutian's territory has changed from 5 counties in Xuzhou to 8 counties, and it has become the largest princes south of the Yellow River. The surrounding princes were suppressed by Chu Tian, and none of them showed any improvement. Zhao Gongzi was beaten until only one Qi state was left. Tianji, the governor of Qizhou, lost 30,000 elite troops. Yuan Shu was defeated and vomited blood. The Taishan prefect fled in despair. The Zhejiang prefect was killed by his subordinate Ho Jing. Cao Cao was in pain. Struggle.
Wenru. Gongda. The situation is not good for me now. How can I suppress Xuzhou Chuzimu?
Cao Cao found Sun Yu and was worried. Chu Tian suppressed the surrounding princes. Currently, the only princes around who are capable of resisting are Tian Qi, the governor of Qizhou, and Cao Cao, the governor of Yanzhou. Even though Sun Yu were talented planners and kings, they remained silent in the face of the absolute disparity in national power. Chutian has 8 commanderies and Gongzuan has 2 commanderies, making a total of 10 commanderies. Cao Cao only had 3 counties. As the king's assistant, Sun Yu has a huge bonus to the territory. But Chutian also has Li Kuei, who can bring an increase in grain production every year. And there are a large number of civil servants to govern. Therefore, Xuzhou's development speed is faster than Yinzhou's.
Even the two of them are helpless.
Cao Cao's throat was dry. If Sun Yu are unable to defeat Chu Zimu, Cao Cao will be unable to survive alone. Now Cao Cao appears to be seeking refuge with Yuan Shao. But in fact, he is unable to obtain effective support from Yuan Shao. The reason is simple. Yuan Shao is working hard to expel Liu Bei's forces from Jilu County, and has no time to distract himself from going south. Unless Yuan Shao destroys Liu Bei, it is possible to support Cao Cao. This may be the worst Cao Cao in history. When his opponent had 8 counties, he only had 3. Finally, Sun Yu, the mastermind, couldn't stand it any longer.
My subordinates mentioned this matter to several strangers, and asked them for strategies to break the situation. Some strangers thought that they could annex Yuan Gongri's tribe and occupy Yuzhou. Yuzhou and Yinzhou are the territories where we can compete with Chu Zimu. This may be the last chance for the Lord. Once Chu Zimu continues to grow bigger, there will be no more opportunities.
After hearing what Sun Yu said, Cao Cao's eyes gradually became brighter. Yuan Shukong had a huge territory, but he was mediocre and incompetent. He was beaten to death by Yang Yi with 10,000 people, and was taught a lesson by Chu Tian in Pingcheng. Cao Cao was dissatisfied with him.
But, will aliens support me?
Cao Cao sat on the ground and discussed the general situation with Sun Yu and Sun Yu. This may be one of the few opportunities for their power. Xuzhou, Qingzhou, Yenzhou, and Yuzhou are the 4 major states. The representative princes are Chu Tian, Tianqi, Cao Cao, and Yuan Shu. Among them, Chu Tian forcibly occupied Taishan County in Yinzhou, Beihai County, and Donglai County in Qingzhou, which was equivalent to occupying 1.5 states. If Chu Tian's sphere of influence exceeds 2 states, Cao Cao will have almost no chance of making a comeback. Sun Yu analyzed for Cao Cao.
With the reputation of the Lord, he is echoed by hundreds of strangers. Yuan Shu has a group of powerful and ambitious stranger lords under his command. Seeing that Yuan Shu cannot defeat Chu Zimu, they will definitely be willing to assist the Lord in defeating Chu Zimu, and then fish in troubled waters, and take advantage of the opportunity to rise. I'm not boasting. I am indeed quite famous among strangers.
Cao Cao didn't know why he was sought after by a large number of strangers. During the Yellow Turban Rebellion, strangers who came to visit Cao Cao every day could break through Cao Cao's threshold. If Chu Zimu hadn't emerged in Xuzhou, Cao Cao, who had a large number of foreign followers, might have unified the 4 states south of the Yellow River and prepared to go north to attack Yuan Shao. Chu Tian's reputation also attracted a group of aliens to seek refuge with him. And the remaining ones, who were unwilling to seek refuge with Chu Tian, were all ambitious alien lords. Or perhaps, they are still reluctant to give up their position above 10,000 people in their own influence. Sun Yu said,
That's it. The Lord replaced Yuan Gong now, and became the princes across Yinzhou and Yuzhou. He promised the foreign lords in Yuzhou to split the soil and become lords and not interfere with their territory. Then the foreign lords can serve the Lord. Xuzhou Mu Chuzi has great ambitions. So why do the Yuan lords in Yuzhou not seek refuge with Chu Zimu? But with Yuan Gong now? It's just that they are unwilling to give up their existing power, status, and ambition to compete in the Central Plains. The Lord can take advantage of his ambition. My Lord is discussing important matters with Wenrua and Gongda. Why don't you call your subordinates? Perhaps your subordinates are capable of taking care of your Lord's troubles.
Counselor Cheng Yu interrupted the conversation between Sun Yu and Cao Cao. After Cao Cao was appointed as the governor of Yinzhou by the Emperor Zhejiang Laoqin, Cheng Yu officially served for Cao Cao. Cao Cao's talents have been increasing, but Cao Cao's power has been maliciously targeted by Chu Tian, making it seem that Cao Cao has never developed. When Cao Cao saw Cheng Yu's arrival and heard Cheng Yu's tone, it seemed that he could break the deadlock for Cao Cao's forces. He couldn't help but be overjoyed.
If Shongda has a clever plan, please tell him quickly.
Cheng Yu sat upright.
As Gongda said, we should annex Yuzhou and combine the power of Yin and Yuzhou to defeat Chu Zimu. This is the only way.
Sun Yu's vision was very accurate. Cao Cao thought Cheng Yu had other countermeasures, but he repeated Sun Yu's strategy, which was a bit disappointing.
However, the foreign lord of Renning County and Yuzhou talked about the Tang dynasty and sent a retainer to ask his subordinates to recommend him to the Lord. His words were sincere, and his subordinates thought they could unite with him.
This time Cheng Yu's words completely moved Cao Cao. Sun Yu just proposed a strategy. But a foreign lord from Yuzhou had already come to his door.
There are 3 people who can be used. One is the prefect of Runan, who has military commanders and courage. The second is Ho Jing of Shochuan City, who is ambitious. The third is Gong Ziwen, the prefect of Jing County. Why is there Gong Ziwen?
Cao Cao hated young Master Wen deeply. If it weren't for Gong Ziwen, he would have unified Yanzhou and attacked Xuzhou long ago. Cheng Yu shook his head.
Why are Gong Ziwen fighting with us? It's just to compete for Yanzhou. Now Chu Zimu's power is getting bigger and bigger. But Gong Ziwen's power has only expanded from 1 county to 2 counties. If the lord defeated by Chu Zimu, Gong Ziwen's 2 counties will also become Chu Zimu's bag. If Gong Ziwen wants to avoid being annexed,
he can only choose to join forces with us. Please put aside your hatred with Gong Ziwen and join forces. Defeat Chu Zimu. And then decide the winner with Gong Ziwen. That makes sense.
Cao Cao was already sick and rushed to seek medical treatment. He wanted to join forces with Gong Ziwen to attack Chu Tian.
Send someone to contact Ho Jing and Gong Ziwen secretly. In addition, please ask the Runan prefect to ask the envoys from the Tang dynasty to come see me.
Cao Cao finally approved Cheng Yu's proposal. The prefect of Runan said that Tang secretly joined forces with Cao Cao. This matter was relatively secret and not known to anyone. Yuan Shu has been abandoned. He has no use value either to Cao Cao or to the rising governor of Runan. The governor of Runan passed Cheng Yu and then informed Cao Cao, in order to hide it from the eyes of the foreign spies placed by Chu Tian around Cao Cao. Chu Tian has not noticed Cao Cao's final struggle yet. Chu Tian defeated the princes around Cao Cao in order to eliminate Cao Cao in one fell swoop and drive Cao Cao's army to the Yellow River for total annihilation. Jing County. Ding Tao. As a prince that is neither big nor small, Gong Ziwen is in a rather embarrassing situation. He is caught between the forces of Chu Tian and Cao Cao. If he can defeat Cao Cao and occupy Yanzhou before Chu Tian develops, he can become a great prince. But after Chu Tian developed, he still failed to improve, and his situation was quite embarrassing. He received a letter secretly sent by Cao Cao. Cao Cao wanted to incite him to betray his alliance with Chu Tian and join Yuan Shao's camp.
Cao Cao has 3 commanderies. I have 2 commanderies. And there are 4 commanderies in Qinzhou. A total of 9 commanderies. The other commanderies in Yuzhou and Yanzhou are occupied by various lords. Cao Cao wants to fight back. Do you want to cooperate with Cao Cao? If Chu Zimu is defeated, it is estimated that Xuzhou, Yanzhou, Yuzhou, and Qinzhou will have to be reshuffled. The lords of Yanzhou, Yuzhou, and Qinzhou should be eager to reshuffle the 4 states. In this way, everyone will it is possible to replace Chu Zimu's position. Because apart from Chu Zimu, no other prince has an absolute advantage. Gong Ziwen put his hands behind his hands and looked in the direction of Xuzhou Langya Kingdom, his eyes changing unsteadily. Cao Cao proposed to unite the lords of the 3 states, defeat Chu Zimu, and reshuffle the cards. This was undoubtedly tempting to Gong Ziwen, who wanted to compete in the Central Plains. Chapter 313 Xinqingji's Revenge. In Yingling County, 200,000 township warriors have basically arrived. Under the control of Lu Yi, they will attack the city held by Tai Shirzi with all their strength. The number of trebuchets increased from 100 to 300, and the attack range covered all city walls in Yingling County. Once Chu Tian has the determination to attack, no city can withstand the attack of 200,000 troops at all costs unless he has a legendary general who defends the city. With 300 trebuchets, the number of warriors used was as many as 30,000, not including the warriors who dug the stones. The moat of Yingling County was filled in, and almost all the fortifications were destroyed by trebuchets. Taisher Ci organized the defenders to continue to strengthen the city wall, but they had to withstand the fierce bombardment of trebuchets. Not only trebuchets, but also under Lu Yi's arrangement, a large number of local warriors dug tunnels in an attempt to collapse the city wall. Coupled with soldiers attacking the tombs every day, Taisher Ci suffered terribly. As a famous siege general, Lu Yi can only be resisted by Tiandong-level famous city defenders. Taisher Ci, who stood firm in the isolated city, struggled to support Li, who had 40,000 professional soldiers and 200,000 local braves. After the trebuchet destroyed each arrow tower, Lu Yi began the general attack. Taisher Ci's eyeballs were bloodshot.
and he had not rested for several days in the face of Li Yi's constant attacks. Pull. Under the command of the lower-level officers, the sweaty Xiangyong worked together to pull the rope of the trebuchet. 300 trebuchets showed their power, and hundreds of stones weighing more than 20 kilograms fell like meteorites. Kill!
100,000 Xiangyong were divided into 5 square formations, using simple ladders to attack Yingling County under the cover of siege towers. Yingling County is like a rock in the sea, constantly being attacked by local heroes. Lu Yi serves as the siege general, and hundreds of thousands of local warriors can receive his bonus. This is also the scary thing about Lu Yi. It is already difficult for ordinary generals to command tens of thousands of people, but now Lu Yi can command 100,000 local warriors, which is more than enough. Facing the Xiangyong with Lu Yi's bonus, the defenders continued to die in the battle to defend the city. Xiangyong suffered more casualties, but Lu Yi looked at the Xiangyong who continued to die indifferently in order to capture Yingling as soon as possible. One general succeeds, and 10,000 bones wither. Boom! One section of the city wall collapsed. The ground shook. The city walls collapsed, and many defenders, who were caught off guard, were killed. Lu Yi used trebuchets and a large number of local warriors to storm the city to attract the attention of the defenders, but secretly sent soldiers to dig tunnels, which had the effect and caused a section of the city wall to collapse.
Yin Jia comes forward and seizes the gap. General Zhao Yun, I would also like to ask you to follow Yin Jia.
Without a solid city wall as a barrier, Yingling is almost impossible to defend. Under the command of Lu Yi, Yin Jiasher in full armor attacked bravely to seize the gap. The fierce General Zhao Yun was sent to the battlefield by Lu Yi to strengthen Yin Jia's combat power.
The gap between me and him is too big.
Taisher Ci defended the city and found that he was no match for Lu Yi, and Lu Yi had far more troops than the defenders. Chu Tian handed over a large number of strong men from Beihai Kingdom to Lu Yi's command. Taisher Ci held a bow and led a group of archers to block the gap and make a last-ditch effort. What he has to face is Zhao Yun and the 7th level Yin Jia.
Lu Yi claimed that Yingling could be captured within 15 days, but now there are only 3 days left.
In Guizhou County, Beihai, Chu Tian waited for Lu Yi to conquer Yingling County and then returned to Lenga Kingdom. During this period, he collected Beihai's surrendered troops, reappointed a group of officials, and allowed Beihai to change its flag. At the same time, scouts were widely deployed to guard Qi.
Beihai Kingdom. Lu Yi serves as the prefect, using offense instead of defense.
Lu Yi's commander-in-chief, resourcefulness, and political attributes are very high, and he can completely stand alone. Lu Yi was also a rare minister of military affairs appointed by Chu Tian. He was the governor of Beihai State's internal affairs and military affairs. He not only had to face the pressure from the 4 counties of Qinzhou, but also managed Beihai State and restored prosperity to the war-torn Beihai State. In addition to Lu Yi's offensive corps, Chu Tian formed the Beihai Defensive Corps from the surrendered troops of the Beihai Kingdom, with a strength of 30,000. The 30,000-strong Beihai Defensive Corps and the 40,000-strong Offensive Corps, a total of 70,000 people, were stationed in Jixian to spy on the Qi state and at the same time suppress the rebellion in the Beihai state. Beihai Kingdom has experienced many wars and has a smaller population. Fortunately, the population of the 2 counties of Qi state was moved to Beihai Kingdom, and Beihai Kingdom has improved somewhat. Chu Tian counted the population of Beihai Kingdom and found that the population was smaller than any other county in Xuzhou. So the number of high-level troops that Mr. Zhao could recruit was limited. Chen Qingji was taken as a prisoner because he couldn't even defeat the small soldiers. Chu Tian only arranged a few soldiers to guard Chen Qingji, making it difficult for Chen Qingji to escape. He paces from time to time. Now he is an independent military commander, because Tian Dan guarded Linzi. Xuzhou Mu's campaign against Qinzhou was forced to come to an end, and Chen Qingji also needed to decide whether to stay or leave. He wanted to seek revenge from Ho Jing, but Ho Jing had the city and a large number of troops. Chen Qingji could not successfully revenge with his own strength. Unless...
Do you want to join Xuzhou Mu?
Chao Jiui, who was also a prisoner, guessed what Chen Qingji was thinking.
Except for Xuzhou Mu, I'm afraid no one can lend me troops to avenge me.
Chen Qingji hesitated again and again. His hesitation was that the governor of Zhejiang was indirectly harmed by Chu Tian.
A good bird chooses a tree to roost in, and there is nothing to hesitate about.
Chao Jiui's attitude was also somewhat shaken. The situation of separatism among the princes in the Eastern Han dynasty has been formed. Neither the Taishan County governor nor the Zhejiang County governor has a chance to compete in the Central Plains. Chen Qingji was influenced by Chao Jiui and finally made up his mind. He took the initiative to come and visit Chu Tian. Chu Tian was about to return to Lenga Kingdom, and knowingly asked,
Ziyun, what's the matter with you?
Chen Qingji said,
I would like to borrow 7,000 cavalry from Master Zhou Mu to defeat the Ho Jing in order to repay the kindness of my old master. Ho Jing occupied Sichuan and dominated Huainan. With only 7,000 cavalry, can you defeat Ho Jing?
Chu Tian doubted whether Chen Qingji could capture Sichuan, although Chen Qingji should be a good cavalry commander. After all, he only has 7,000 cavalry. In the Huainan area, the role of cavalry is somewhat limited, not to mention that it is difficult for cavalry to attack cities. Chen Qingji said firmly,
7,000 white robes can defeat Ho Jing. If you want to borrow 7,000 white robes from me, you must first obey me. Ding! King-level cavalry commander Chen Qingji pledges his allegiance to you.
Before Chu Tian finished speaking, Chen Qingji took the initiative to pledge his allegiance. During this period, Chen Qingji had basically recognized Chu Tian's ability and charm, and considered him worthy of seeking refuge. Chu Tian checked Chen Qingji's dashboard. Name, Chen Qingji. Talent, King-level commander, cavalry type. Level, 47. Identity, General Nan Liang from a poor family. Age 40. Loyalty, 75. Commander, 92, maximum 95. Force, 13, maximum 15. Intelligence, 85, upper limit 88. Politics, 70, maximum 75. Charm, 80. Faciality, calm. Favorability, 67. Characteristic 1, thousands of troops avoid white robes, SS level exclusive feature. When commanding the White Robe Army, the White Robe Army's attack power plus 30%. When the White Robe Army launches a charge, the enemy's morale decrease speed plus 20%. There are chance of falling into panic when commanding other cavalry. The effect is halved. Characteristic 2, Soldier Death Power, S level trait. Troop morale decline rate minus 15%. Attack power plus 10%. Special Arms, White Robe Army, 7th level light cavalry / light infantry. Upper limit of 7,000. Asterisk Chen Qingji's performance is highly controversial. Based on the setting of this book, his main ability is to strengthen the White Robe Army. Chu Tian rarely saw a cavalry commander, and he was a cavalry general with a maximum strength of only 15. Chu Tian suspected that a high-level soldier could kill Chen Qingji. It's better to be more confident and don't have any doubts. Chen Qingji's commander was almost able to enter the ranks of imperial commanders. Lord has stricter requirements for commanders. Even a 95-year-old commander is already very rare, second only to Li. He is worthy of the nursery rhyme of,
famous masters and generals should never stay in prison, and thousands of troops should avoid white robes.
Chen Qingji also has very few characteristics. Only 2. The 2 characteristics are superimposed, but they can bring a 40% attack power bonus to the White Robe Army, as well as other buffs. If Chen Qingji is given other cavalry, the characteristic effect of
thousands of troops avoid white robes
will be halved. In other words, Chen Qingji commands the White Robe Army, and the White Robe Army is extremely powerful. If Chen Qingji commanded other cavalry, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Commanding different arms, Chen Qingji's actual combat capabilities are also different. With 7,000 white robes, the actual combat effectiveness of Chen Qingji's legion was not much different from that of an imperial-level commander's legion. It seems that Chen Qingji and the White Robe Army are firmly bound together. In order for Chen Qingji to maximize his abilities, he must recruit 7,000 white robes for him. The White Robe Army is a 7th level special unit, and it is also a dual unit of infantry and cavalry. The White Robe Army can mount a horse and charge, and dismount the horse to attack the city. No wonder Chen Qingji thought that 7,000 white robes could defeat Ho Jing. With Chen Qingji's terrifying bonus to the White Robe Army, it doesn't seem to be difficult to defeat Ho Jing.
With Ziyun's help, your career will be successful.
Chu Tian said polite words as he always did when recruiting talents. Since Chen Qingji has taken refuge in Chu Tian, he is not polite.
If my lord is willing to lend me 7,000 white robes to kill Ho Jing, I will be willing to go through life and death for my lord. It's only a matter of time to recruit 7,000 white robes for you. And Sichuan is also in my bag.
Chu Tian couldn't help but have a headache when he thought about buying 7,000 horses for Chen Qingji's 7,000 white robed army. As 7th level light cavalry, the horses used by the white robes must be high-quality war horses. Purchasing 7,000 high-quality war horses often requires hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. High-level cavalry also needs sophisticated equipment. These costs are staggering. Chen Qingji wanted to kill Ho Jing, and Chu Tian wanted to occupy Shouchuan. There was no conflict between the two parties. It would be better to say they hit it off. To guard against threats from the south of the Yangtze River, Shouchuan and Guangling must be controlled. As long as Shouchuan and Guangling are in hand, Chu Tian can focus on conquering the northern princes.
How much time is required? I can't guarantee it. But even if there are not 7,000 white robes, I will mobilize the army and completely pacify Shouchuan.
Chu Tian knew that Chen Qingji just wanted revenge. Without 7,000 white robes, Chu Tian believed that it would not be difficult to put down Ho Jing's rebellion. He took the initiative to contact Prince Yan in western Liaoning. There are two main sources of Xuzhou's excellent war horses. One is Su Fengyan, the lord of Longxi, and the other is Prince Yan, the lord of Liaoxi. At present, most of the horses purchased by Chu Tian for heavy cavalry are from Longxi, and the horses for light cavalry are from Liaoxi. Chu Tian planned to buy the war horses prepared for the 7,000 white robe army from Prince Yan, the lord of western Liaoning. The war horses of Zhao Yun's white robe each song came from western Liaoning. Prince Yan quickly replied,
My situation is very difficult. Mingwan has occupied many of my horse farms. Unfortunately, the mutual trading treaty between us may end soon. However, maybe I can sell it to you for the last time.
A group of war horses.
Chu Tian knew that Prince Yan and Gongsun Zan were defeated by Mingwan in the Battle of Western Liaoning. They lost a lot of territory, and their power was not as good as before. It's just that Prince Yan's situation is worse than he imagined. The friendship between Prince Yan and Chu Tian was good, but Mingwan regarded Chu Tian as a strong enemy. If Mingwan controls the horse-producing areas in eastern Liaoning and western Liaoning, it is unlikely that horses will be sold to Chu Tian. Mingwan selling horses to Chu Tian is equivalent to strengthening Chu Tian's strength. In other words, after Chu Tian lost a horse market, there was only one horse market in Longxi. If the racecourse in Longxi is also lost, Chu Tian really couldn't imagine the consequences. Without excellent war horses, it will be much more difficult to form high-level cavalry in the future. The number of fine war horses produced in Xuzhou is limited.
If you really can't stop Mingwan, you can use the teleportation array to escape to me. If it's less than 10 taels of silver, you won't be able to get it out.
Right? Chu Tian knew that Prince Yan had famous generals Fan Zhongyan and Di Qing, as well as his sworn brother Gongsun Zan. So he encouraged Prince Yan to come and seek refuge with him. When Prince Yan comes, he will naturally bring a group of civil servants and generals with him. When the time comes to recruit them, Chu Tian's power will undoubtedly rise to a higher level. If I really can't survive, I will definitely go to Xuzhou to seek refuge with you. But not now. I can still persist.
Prince Yan was obviously not willing to lose to Mingwan like this, and was still trying to reverse the situation. Chu Tian had nothing to do about Prince Yan's situation, because Liaoxi was outside the pass, and quite far away from Chu Tian's territory. Jiang Jian discussed with Prince Yan about purchasing war horses, but Prince Yan actually lowered the price, and gave Chu Tian a batch of high-quality war horses. The reason why Prince Yan sold excellent war horses at a low price is also very simple. First, he urgently needed a batch of gold and silver in order to continue the war with Mingwan. Secondly, Prince Yan seemed to have little confidence in defeating Mingwan. Before Ma Di was completely lost, he simply gave Chu Tian a favor.
Report. General Li has captured Yingling County. General Zhao Yun and Yin Jia have captured the guard Taisher Ci alive.
Chu Tian received the battle report from Yingling County. When Li had 200,000 local warriors at his disposal, it was just as he promised. In just 12 days, Li had already defeated the city.
Bring Taisher Ci back to Langya Kingdom.
Chu Tian's offensive in Qingzhou was blocked, so he changed the direction of the attack. He did not need to bite the bullet and attack the fortified city defended by the defender Tian Dan.
Let Zheng Jilong and Su Sheng's Fubo army continue to attack Donglai County, and send Kong Rong and Wu Anhua to Langya Kingdom.
Chu Tian thought of the two prisoners to be dealt with.
Kong Rong has always been arrogant. This time Kong Rong was brought to Xiaqing and asked Lu Ji, Zheng Xian, Kai Yong and others to teach Kong Rong a lesson and let him know what humility is.
Chapter 314. Official Appointment. In Jixin County, Yuzhou, Lu Yu, the herdsman of Yuzhou, was worried. Mingwan, the prefect of Liaodong, was aggressive, and his troops had already reached Yubiping County. Although Mingwan defeated his archenemy Gongsun Zan, Mingwan also indirectly became a powerful enemy threatening Yuzhou. If Mingwan is allowed to take charge of Yuzhou, he, the Yuzhou pastor, will appear too incompetent.
Zhongshan Prime Minister Lu Xuanda and Chief Shurchen, she came to ask for an audience. Welcome.
Soon. Chun Shi, the alien military advisor Chu Tian had met in Liu Bei's forces, came to see Lu Yu, the shepherd of Yuzhou.
Why did Prime Minister Zhongshan send you here? After Zhongshan Xian became Prince Jing of Zhongshan, he and Yuzhou Mu were both royal relatives. Now Yuzhou is in trouble, so I am specially sent to visit you. If Lord Mu needs help, Zhongshan Xiang is willing to help Lord Mu to defend against powerful enemies. Lu Xuanda is newly defeated. He can't protect himself. How can he help me? Prime Minister Zhongshan had many fierce generals under his command, and he was experienced in hundreds of battles. The reason why he was defeated by Yuan Binshu of Jizhou was because there was no one to help him.
Chun Shi secretly accused Lu Yu, as an ally, of not sending troops to help Liu Bei in time. Otherwise Liu Bei would not have lost to Yuan Shao in the Battle of Julu. Yuan Shao had foreign lords under his command to help him. In contrast, Liu Bei fought alone. With Liu Bei's current power, it is quite rare for him to fight Yuan Shao back and forth. If Yuzhou Mu's 100,000 troops had participated in the battle, the outcome would have been unknown. In this regard, Qin Shi was deeply dissatisfied with Yuzhou Mu Lu Yu. His decision affects the pattern of Hebei. Lu Yu was ridiculed by Qin Shi and immediately felt ashamed.
It was very unwise to think about what happened that day. In fact, it was because of his defeat at the hands of Gong Sun Zan that he did not go south to Jizhou.
Chun Shi lobbied.
Gong Sun Zan is a brave and skilled general, but the Liaodong prefect Mingwan has an unparalleled fierce General Chang Yuchen under his command. If Lord Zhou Mu can't even defeat Gong Sun Zan, how can you resist when Gong Sun Zan is killed by Mingwan?
It is better to worship Prime Minister Zhongshan to lead Yuzhou Governor Shi and General Anbei. Once Mingwan attempts to seize Yuzhou, Master Zhou Mu will entrust the army to Prime Minister Zhongshan. By combining the forces of Yuzhou and Zhongshan, the south can resist Yuan Shao, and the east can resist Mingwan. This is the best strategy. If we unite, we will be strong. If we divide, we will be weak. Don't worry about it. It makes sense.
Lu Yu, the shepherd of Yuzhou, considered that he lacked military talent, so he appointed Liu Bei as the governor of Yuzhou, and the imperial court as General Anbei. When necessary, he would oversee the 100,000 troops in Yuzhou and work with Liu Bei's own troops. Liu Bei's sphere of influence covers Yuzhou, and this move caused quite a stir. The intentions of Liu Bei's forces were too obvious to foreigners. Liu Bei took refuge with Tao Qian and helped Tao Qian, and as a result, he became Shuzhou Mu. Liu Bei took refuge with Liu Biao, worked for Liu Biao, and became the shepherd of Jingzhou. Liu Bei defended Liu Zhang against Zhang Lu, so he led Yuzhou as a herdsman. This time, everyone could see that Liu Bei wanted to be the next Yuzhou shepherd. Liu Bei and Yuan Shao were at a disadvantage in the battle for Jizhou. Yuan Shao and the foreign lords joined forces and had many soldiers. Lu Guanzhong and a Turkic prince were no match for Yuan Shao, so they could only change the direction of development to Yuzhou. Many of Lu Yu's retainers advised Lu Yu to beware of Lu Xuanda, but Lu Yu did not listen. Xiao Long, the governor of Wei County, was shocked when he heard that Liu Bei was appointed governor of Yuzhou and that the 4 northern counties of Jizhou were connected with Yuzhou. The counties in southern Hebei were panicked, and Yuan Shao was even depressed. He didn't need much for 3 consecutive days. Liu Bei controls 4 counties in Jizhou, and Lu Yu controls 5 counties in Yuzhou. Once the 2 forces are completely merged, Liu Bei, who has 9 counties, can sweep away Yuan Shao's power, which has only 5 counties. Liu Bei's forces used the strategy of resurrecting corpses to change the situation in Hebei, giving Liu Bei the opportunity to catch up with Mu Chu Zimu of Shuzhou. Beihai Kingdom, Yingling County. After large-scale destruction by the army commanded by Lu Yi, the city was basically destroyed, and a section of the city wall collapsed. The guard general Taisher Ci was captured alive by Zhao Yun and Yin Jia, and he was unwilling to do so.
The Lord has an order to send him to Xia City. At the same time, his family will also be sent to Xia City.
Lu Yu received Chu Tian's order. Taisher Ci originally planned to escape on the way, but when he heard that his family had been captured and transported to Xiaoqing, he could not sit idly by and had to be sent to Xiaoqing. In Jiaodong County, Su Sheng and Zhang Jilong did not waste much time in capturing the city. The defenders had no fighting spirit and fell into despair.
Escort Kong Rong and Wu Angui to Xiaoqing.
Su Sheng received the order and sent a group of soldiers to transport Kong Rong and Wu Anhua to Xiaoqing. Now the defenders of Beihai Kingdom and Donglai County not only surrendered in despair, but also scrambled for the first place. Kong Rong had no use value. As for Beihai Wushuan Iron Hammer Wu Anhua, he is only suitable to be a deputy general or a guard. It is really difficult for him to be alone. Chu Tian led a group of generals to use the teleportation array in Jixian County to return to Langya Kingdom. At the same time, he mobilized the main army to go south and change the direction of attack. Those remaining in the two counties of Qizhou were the Lei Offensive Corps and the Fubo Corps. The rest of the main force gradually withdrew from Beihai Kingdom and concentrated on dealing with other princes. Shouchuan may be the next target.
Order Chen Deng to train the Guanling Defensive Corps. If he goes to Shouchuan, his defensive corps will attack Zhejiang County along the Yangtze River.
Shouchuan belongs to the scope of Yangzhou, and occupying Shouchuan is equivalent to seizing a bridgehead to peek into Yangzhou. Chu Tian returned to Xia City and temporarily ended his conquests in all directions. Regarding Li Guang and Du Ruhui's Taishan army's attack on Jinan, Chu Tian allowed them to do whatever they wanted. This is a kind of experience for them. At the same time, Chu Tian does not intend to let the Qingzhou governor develop well. Li Guang and Du Ruhui launched a war against Jinan,
which would undoubtedly drag the Qingzhou governor into the abyss of war. The 5 counties of Xuzhou, which are Chu Tian's basic base, are not under the pressure of war. Currently at war are Taishan County, Beihai County, and Donglai County and 3 other prefectures, which have little impact on Xuzhou. After the crusade against the quartet comes to an end, Chu Tian needs to consider everyone's merits and promote them to win people's hearts. Li Yi participated in the national war, attacked several cities in Taishan County, and destroyed Gaomi and Yingling in Beihai State. He was promoted by Chu Tian to a partial general and led Beihai Prime Minister. After all, Li Yi was not a veteran, but a reduced general. He once caused a lot of trouble for Chu Tian's forces, and being given such an official position was already a preferential treatment. Zhou Yafu has always held back Cao Cao's main force, and did not give Cao Cao any chance to develop his power. Although he has not appeared in front of Chu Tian recently, his contribution is no less than that of other generals who attacked the city. In addition, when Chu Tian became Xuzhou's pastor, he had already promoted Zhou Yafu to the rank of partial general. So Chu Tian went to the court to request that Zhou Yafu be made a bandit general. The general who slanders the bandits is more interesting. Zhou Yafu wants to deal with Cao Cao, so he treats Cao Cao as a bandit. Hua Mulan, Xuerengui, and Zhao Yun participated in the national war and contributed to the defeat of the Imperial Army and Tianji Army, and were promoted to generals by Chu Tian. Li Guang participated in the national war, conquered Taishan County, marched into Jinan Kingdom, and moved with General Pai. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan stayed in Zucheng County and worked hard and achieved great results. They were promoted from Duwei to Fenwu Xiaowei and Zhicheng Xiaowei. After accumulating more merits, they could become generals. Mi Fang was originally a school lieutenant. Because of his participation in the battle to pacify Guangling County and the Battle of Pingcheng, he was promoted to Zhonglong General, not far behind the general. Xiao Liang still served as Langya Prime Minister, and was appointed as a partial general at the same time. He had a high status, and was at the same level as Zhou Yafu and Li Yi among the military ministers. Because Li Xiaoning was attached to Xiao Liang and participated in the national war and the Battle of Pingcheng at the same time, he moved to General Pai. For the generals who have recently taken refuge, Chu Tian also makes a series of appointments, not only considering their abilities, but also their qualifications. Yang Yi defeated Yuan Shu many times in Pei State, which shocked Pei State, and was directly promoted from cavalry captain to Zhonglong general. Su Rong followed Zhou Yafu to deal with Cao Cao, and repeatedly attacked Cao Cao's grain roads. He was also promoted from cavalry captain to Zhonglong general. During this time, Hua Xiong served under Su Rong, and was promoted to captain. Chen Qingji had just pledged his allegiance, and had not made any military exploits, so he only served as the cavalry captain. As the commander-in-chief of the Fubo army, Su Sheng was barely considered a veteran, and was promoted to General Zhonglong. Zheng Jilong moved to the school captain. Yin Li and other reserve generals, who participated in a series of battles, were also promoted. What's special is that among Chu Tian's promotion list is Joan of Arc from France. Joan of Arc participated in the expedition against Mount Tai, the Battle of Pingcheng, and defeated Tianji's army. Chu Tian appointed her as the captain of Yingyang. Captain Yingyang was Hua Mulan's previous official position. In addition to military attaches, Chu Tian also appointed a group of civilian officials. Zhang Hong was appointed as the chief minister of Lengia. Du Ruhui was appointed as the chief historian of Mount Tai. And Lu Su was left by Chu Tian to serve as a secretary and staff for cultivation.
Captain Yang? What is this?
Joan of Arc was inexplicably appointed to an official position in the Han Empire. She was a little confused and did not understand the Eastern official system at all. Chu Tian expressed encouragement.
In the future, I will make more military exploits and strive to become a general as soon as possible. I just want to get back as soon as possible. You can go down now.
After Chu Tian informed her of her appointment as Captain Yang, he drove her away and never mentioned letting her return to France. Mi Zhu led the fleet to trade at Pinga City in Japan. But before he could return, he was appointed by Chu Tian as the Dongdu captain. This is Chu Tian's self-proclaimed miscellaneous captain, who will later specialize in trade with Japan. Mi Zhu was the first captain of the Dongdu school.
Send miners with the skills to explore mineral veins to the Jiadong area to explore gold mines. Jiadong should have rare gold resources.
Chu Tian seemed to have an impression that the Jiadong gold mine had been very famous since the Song dynasty and could produce a large amount of gold every year, corresponding to Lord. That is high-level gold resources. Langia Kingdom's third-level gold mine resources are as small as a witch in front of the Jiadong gold mine. The third-level gold mine resources are completely insufficient for Chu Tian's current power. If a high-grade gold mine can be discovered in Donglai County, preferably a level 7 or 8 gold mine, the benefits Chu Tian's forces will gain from it will be unimaginable.
Anyone who discovers special resources in each county must report them immediately. They are not allowed to hide or exploit them privately. Otherwise, they will be punished.
The Lord's Mansion sent a large number of miners to Donglai County to explore for gold veins. In addition to the Jiadong gold mine, there should be many copper, iron ore and silver mines in the territory. Chu Tian's territory not only contains valuable mineral veins, but is also close to the sea, rich in sea salt, has developed, and can be used for foreign trade. Even if Chu Tian is closed to the outside world, it can basically be self-sufficient. After the war ended, Chu Tian devoted himself to farming and replenishing the lost troops of each legion. In this campaign, each legion suffered a lot of losses. This can be seen from the fact that Chu Tian's 5th School of the Northern Army was reduced from 9,000 to 7,000, and Zhang Ba's Langia Defense Corps was reduced from 15,000 to 6,000. Speaking of farming, Chu Tian basically just acted as the governor. After appointing various prefects and chief officials, they would naturally organize the refugees in the county to reclaim farmland and build water conservancy projects. During this period, Taisher Ci, Wu Anhua, and Kong Rong were brought to Xiaxing. As for Kong Rong, Chu Tian sent him to do Fu's thatched cottage and asked Lu Ji, Kai Yong, Zheng Xian, and others to educate him well, and no longer give Kong Rong an official position with real power. After all, Kong Rong is a historical hero. Placing him in Xia City can bring considerable benefits to Langia Kingdom. Taisher Ci was unwilling to surrender for the time being, but his mother was captured by Chu Tian's army. Chu Tian was very popular with people. He believed that Taisher Ci would be a hero if he knew the current affairs. Wu Anhua actually had some backbone and did not surrender directly to Chu Tian. Chu Tian had people lock him up and starve him for a few days, and Wu Anhua surrendered obediently. Not all prisoners. Chu Tian has the patience and temper to treat them. If he has the ability, Chu Tian can slowly fight him. But if he is still arrogant with only a body of force, Chu Tian does not have such a good attitude. The surrendered Wu Anhua has a force of 83, and the commander has a pitiful 55. Its characteristic is
North Sea Hammer,
only applicable to individuals. When using the hammer as a weapon, the bludgeoning damage to the enemy is greatly increased. Chu Tian casually gave him the position of captain, and temporarily stayed in the 5th School of the Northern Army to serve as a fierce general who charged into battle. Chu Tian was the only general in the 5th School of the Northern Army, so Chu Tian assigned some second and third-rate generals to the 5th School of the Northern Army. The 5th School of the Northern Army only needs Chu Tian as the main general to provide bonuses. What he needs is a few generals with relatively high strength, but who cannot act alone to charge into battle when necessary. After all, as the Lord, Chu Tian had no reason to take risks easily and rush to the front. When Wu Anhua heard that he had been incorporated into the Guards Corps, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He soon forgot about his old master Kong Rong, and expressed his willingness to serve Master Shuzhou Mu through life and death, up the mountain of swords and the sea of fire, and never betrayed him. After promoting his subordinates and then recuperating, Chu Tian began to peek at the surrounding situation. Liu Bei's forces suddenly intervened in Yuzhou, forcing Chu Tian to be on guard. In the Guangzhong area, the Xiliang army and the Bingzhou army merged, while the Guangzhong army of Jiujiu and Lao Qin stood aside. Harvest time will soon arrive. Chu Tian's territory almost reaches the Yellow River in the north and the Yangtze River in the south. It grows more types of crops, from wheat to rice, and the harvest seasons are also different. Kampa rice has been sown in Guangling County. As long as it is properly developed, the area can also become a granary, giving Chu Tian no worries. But it will take time.
My lord, there is a locust plague in Pingcheng Kingdom. Wang Lang, the Prime Minister of Pingcheng, reported it urgently and asked other counties to support Pingcheng Kingdom with food supplies.
In the 5th year of Lord Calendar, Chu Tian returned to Xiaoqing for more than a month. When the wheat in various places was preparing to be harvested, a natural disaster that might sweep across Yanzhou, Shuzhou, and Yuzhou quietly came. Chu Tian rarely experiences large-scale natural disasters. If it is not handled well, Shuzhou's military food reserves will be greatly reduced. Chapter 315. Get rid of the gnats and thieves. In Pingcheng State, Wang Lang, the Prime Minister, was extremely busy because thousands of acres of fertile farmland in Pingcheng State had been destroyed by locust plagues.
After the locust plague, there is no harvest.
Wang Lang got off the carriage and came to the village that was attacked by locusts. It was shocking that there was almost no grass growing. Wang Lang's discovery of the locust plague was relatively timely. If not, more farmland would have been destroyed in Pingcheng, and the locust plague would have rapidly spread to various prefectures and counties in Shuzhou, Yanzhou, and Yuzhou. Generals Mi Fang and Yin Li followed Wang Lang. They couldn't help but feel numb when they saw the horror of the locust plague. Locust plagues are worse than droughts and floods. A minor official reported,
there are rumors among the villagers in Pingcheng that this is because Master Zhou Mu has offended God. So the locust plague is a punishment imposed on Pingcheng Kingdom.
Mi Fang raised the little official with one hand and scolded.
Bullshit. Zhou Mu is so wise and mighty and famous all over the world. How could he possibly offend God? Sir, this is not what a villain said.
Mi Fang then put the clerk down and said,
arrest all those who spread rumors and beat them up at least 30 times.
In Mi Fang's mind, Chu Tian is completely his brother and idol. If it weren't for Chu Tian, Mi Fang wouldn't be promoted to Zhonglong General now. In just 1 year, Mi Fang went from captain to captain, then to general, and may even become a formal general in the future. He was naturally grateful to Chu Tian and tried his best to protect him. It's like someone insults your idol. How can you just stand by and watch?
This is a natural disaster, not a man-made disaster. The top priority is to extinguish the locust plague as soon as possible and open warehouses to provide relief to the people.
Wang Lang is not a nerd, and he knows very well that the locust plague has nothing to do with ghosts and gods. In Pingcheng, people are panicking because of the locust plague. For local civilians, the locust plague is a disaster sent from heaven. For alien players, most players are indifferent because they don't know how much damage the locust plague will bring to agriculture. If Shuzhou encounters a major locust plague, the price of food will rise several times, or even dozens of times, and it will take Shuzhou many years to recover. Food is the most important thing for the people. As the most important material in troubled times, food is even more important than gold. In order to cope with the natural disaster that may affect the entire Shuzhou in Pingcheng Kingdom, Chu Tian led Langya Prime Minister Xiao Liang, Xiaopi Prime Minister Li Kui, and others to Pingcheng Kingdom to try to eliminate the locust plague.
Get rid of the moths and thieves. They will not harm me. Tianji, Tian ancestor has a god. Who is responsible for the fire?
Xiao Liang read a poem softly, which made Chu Tian look askance.
Where did it come from? The Book of Songs. Our ancestors already had countermeasures. We mostly use fire to get rid of insects. What's the point of this?
Li Kui replied from the side.
Locusts are similar to moths. They attack fires at night. You can set up a fire at night. Dig a pit beside the fire. Burn it. And bury it at the same time. Although it may not be possible to completely eliminate the locust plague, it can also prevent great famine.
Li Kui has a lot of experience in agriculture and has experience in controlling locust plagues.
Arrange all counties in Pingcheng State to immediately extinguish the locust plague and use fire attacks. Those who extinguish more locusts can receive more disaster relief food from the government.
On the basis of fire attack, Chu Tian implemented the
work for relief
system. The more locusts are killed in the affected villages, the more food the government distributes for disaster relief, so that no one gets something for nothing. Disaster relief is necessary. Otherwise, a peasant uprising will occur in Pingcheng Congress, giving surrounding powerful enemies a chance to attack Suzhou. Because of the locust plague, almost all the grain stored in Pingcheng State's granary has been used for disaster relief, and this year's grain harvest will also be affected.
The damage caused by a locust plague may be greater than the damage caused by the last war.
Chu Tian encountered a large-scale natural disaster for the first time and couldn't help but feel troubled. Xiao Liang added,
Although one locust was caught, hundreds of locusts spawned in the blink of an eye. Villagers should be ordered to find places where locusts lay their eggs and pour in herbal juice to kill the eggs. Villages can also be encouraged to raise a large number of locusts. Chickens, ducks, birds, and other creatures are insect-proof. One chicken can eat hundreds of locusts in a day. Allow.
Chu Tian made arrangements one by one to control the locust plague, mainly relying on killing locusts and eradicating eggs. And, Lord, natural disasters are not uncommon, such as locust plagues, droughts, floods, and even earthquakes. This was the first time Chu Tian had encountered a locust plague that affected a whole county.
Langya country has a large number of special buildings and special talents, which can increase the blessing value of the territory. I used to think that the blessing value had no effect, but now it seems that I have underestimated the role of the blessing value.
Chu Tian didn't pay much attention to this hidden characteristic. In fact, because Langya Kingdom's blessing value is very high, there has never been a huge disaster. In contrast, the lords of Pingcheng Kingdom's construction of Pingcheng Kingdom is average, and there is a probability of locust plague.
The administrative offices of each county can appropriately build some buildings that originally seemed unnecessary, such as the city god's temple and other buildings.
Chu Tian weighed the cost of special buildings against the losses caused by the locust plague, and decided to build a batch of buildings in each county government office that could increase the blessing value and reduce the probability of natural disasters. The losses caused by this locust plague to Pingcheng State can be used to build hundreds of city god temples. Wang Lang, Mi Fang, Yin Li, and others returned from the village and reported the disaster situation in the village to Chu Tian. Wang Lang also mentioned to Chu Tian what Ho Jing did in Pingcheng Kingdom.
Pingcheng Kingdom has organized villagers to dig out insect eggs and kill them over the years. But Ho Jing of Shochuan City destroyed many villages and towns before leaving Pingcheng Kingdom, causing the land to be abandoned. May also be one of the causes of this locust plague. Ho Jing, I will kill him.
Before that, Chu Tian had learned that Ho Jing's soldiers were burning, killing, and looting in the Pingcheng Kingdom area, and 200,000 civilians were affected. If Ho Jing's rebellion indirectly caused the locust plague, then the damage he caused to Chu Tian's forces would be even greater.
Order the army to go south to Pingcheng Kingdom to participate in hunting and killing locusts. At the same time, guard the surrounding princes to prevent them from attacking Pingcheng Kingdom during the outbreak of locust plague.
Chu Tian was worried not only about the locust plague, but also about the surrounding princes who were spying on him.
The outbreak of locust plague in Suzhou is really a mixed blessing.
When Cao Cao learned that a locust plague broke out in Pingcheng Kingdom, he did not dare to act rashly for a while. If the locust plague in Pingcheng State cannot be controlled due to war, Cao Cao will not be easy to live with once it spreads to Yanzhou. The best case scenario is that the locust plague only affects Suzhou, but the locust plague is uncontrollable. Sun Yu was responsible for managing internal affairs, and was worried that the locust plague would spread to Yanzhou. So he discouraged Cao Cao from risking an attack on Pingcheng State. Otherwise, not only tens of thousands of people will die in battle, but hundreds of thousands of people will starve to death. Cao Cao weighed the pros and cons, and finally gave up attacking Suzhou.
There is a locust plague in Pingcheng Kingdom, and Suzhou's main force goes to Pingcheng Kingdom for disaster relief. This is a great opportunity for us to sneak attack on Guangling County.
In Shochuan City, Ho Jing heard that there was a locust plague in Pingcheng State, and wanted to take advantage of the situation and attack Guangling County. Guijia deliberately dissuaded him.
If you don't want to die, don't provoke Chuzimu easily. There are only 30,000 ordinary defenders in Guangling, which is very weak. Besides, I just went to plunder and leave after getting the benefits. There is no need to worry. If you come, bring the military advisor with you. I am always worried if the military advisor is not with me.
Ho Jing was worried that Guijia would try to escape while he was away from Shochuan, so he took Guijia with him. More than 20,000 soldiers from Shochuan City, led by Ho Jing, invaded Guangling County in Suzhou. He needed to rob a sum of gold and silver to satisfy the soldiers' desires. A large number of troops were sent to Pingcheng by Chu Tian and went to various villages to fight the locust plague. The legion that originally fought in all directions is now tasked with hunting and killing locusts. At night, in the farmland on the outskirts of Pingcheng, a group of dismounted cavalry dug traps, piled straw and burned it to attract locusts, burn them to death, and then bury them. The fierce General Zhao Yun is armed with force, but his role in the face of the locust plague is limited. He holds a shovel to cover up the corpses of the locusts. Tens of thousands of locusts were exterminated. One can imagine how terrifying the locusts' reproductive capabilities are. Joan of Arc also carried a shovel. She worked hard to dig the trap, sweating profusely, in order to extinguish the locust plague in Pingcheng Kingdom as soon as possible. Everyone went to battle personally. After Chu Tian's martial arts improved, he could use a shovel effortlessly.
Locusts are the #1 pest to farmland. Not only do they eat all crops and plants, but they also kill each other after eating everything they can eat.
When Xiao Liang mentioned that locusts were killing each other, he couldn't help but feel a little sick and turn pale.
What's wrong with you?
Chu Tian was holding the shovel and saw that Xiao Liang's face was not very good.
It's okay. Maybe I'm a little tired. Xiao Ning, take Miss Xia to rest.
Chu Tian was worried that something would happen to Xiao Liang, so he asked Li Xiaoning to take Xiao Liang down to rest. The rest are still hunting locusts in the fields.
In the future, strict locust control measures will be established in each county to reduce the frequency of locust plagues.
It is almost unrealistic to completely prevent locust plagues. Even industrial civilization cannot completely avoid locust plagues. It can only reduce the scale and frequency of locust plagues. Otherwise, locust plagues would come every 3 to 5. And the larger Chuqian's territory would become, the more uncomfortable it would be. Li Kui wiped his sweat with a dry towel.
Prime Minister Pingcheng discovered and controlled the locust plague earlier. It is expected that the scope of the locust plague will not leave Pingcheng Kingdom. Pingcheng Kingdom has a major disaster, and there are 7 other counties to provide disaster relief, so that famine will not break out. This may be the benefit of centralization. When one party is in trouble, all parties can support it.
Chu Tian has been a lord for many years, and gradually understood many truths. The Eastern Han dynasty was so large that there were all kinds of disasters. The common natural disasters were floods in the south and drought in the north. There were also locust plagues, snowstorms, earthquakes, and typhoons from time to time. Therefore, the centralized system became more and more powerful in the Eastern Han dynasty to reduce the instability of the small peasant economy.
Pingcheng Prime Minister Wang Lang performed actively during this locust plague. He will record his merits and use them to evaluate his political performance when he is promoted in the future.
Chu Tian saw that Wang Lang's handling was quite timely, so he rewarded him. Wang Lang felt deeply ashamed when he learned that Chu Tian had commended him. When a locust plague occurred in the Pingcheng country he governed, he still felt guilty. Although I know that the locust plague is not caused by God's anger because of someone's bad moral character. After all, the locust plague occurs on the land that I govern.
It's so tiring.
Wuanhua sat down on the ground and even skewered locusts, roasted them on the fire, and ate them. Wuanhua's bravery attracted the attention of many civil servants.
Can locusts be eaten?
Mi Fang sat next to Wuanhua and couldn't help but be curious when she saw Wuanhua chewing the locusts as food.
Why can't you eat it? Who are you?
Wuanhua met Mi Fang, and they liked each other very much. Mi Fang raised her head and raised her chest.
I am Shuzhou Wushuang General and Zhonglong General Mi Fang, whose courtesy name is Zifang.
Wuanhua did not expect Mi Fang to have such a big background. So he said,
I am Wuanhua, the Beihai Iron Hammer. I have no characters. I am now the captain of the 5th School of the Northern Army.
Mi Fang said,
You can enter the 5th School of the Northern Army, which means you have some brute strength. When the locust plague is over, we can compete in martial arts when we have time. Although my martial arts is one of the best in Shuzhou, I will let you.
Wuanhua heard that Mi Fang's martial arts was one of the best in Shuzhou, and he immediately felt fearful.
Your martial arts are so powerful that you might even be better than Lu Bu of Hulao Pass. I won't be asking for trouble.
Mi Fang and Wuanhua. One dares to say it, and the other dares to believe it. The general set fire to kill the locusts at night. They were exhausted and rested during the day. Chu Tian stationed himself in Pingcheng Kingdom for 10 days, and tried his best to suppress the locust plague. During this time, news came that Ho Jing had invaded Guangling County. Chu Tian ordered Chen Ding, the prefect of Guangling, to defend Guangling and move the rural residents to the city. But then, he didn't pay much attention to it. Chu Tian believed that Chen Ding could defend Guangling. It was almost impossible for Ho Jing's troops to capture Guangling. Fang Xianling judged that Ho Jing just wanted to take the opportunity to go to Guangling to rob villages and food. When Chen Qingji heard that Ho Jing was attacking Guangling, he asked Chu Tian to go to Guangling and join forces with Chen Ding to attack Ho Jing. Chu Tian took the test for a while, and then agreed to Chen Qingji's request. Pengcheng and Guangling are both administrative-level cities. Through the teleportation array, you can reach Guangling immediately. Chen Ding has 2,000 to 3,000 cavalry under his command, which can be used by Chen Qingji. After vigorous suppression, the destructive power of the locust plague gradually decreased. There was no news of the locust plague in the surrounding counties, and everyone in Xuzhou felt a little relieved. In order to prevent their family's farmland from being destroyed by locusts, the aristocratic families in Xuzhou actively supported Chu Tian in suppressing the locust plague. Disaster relief grains from various counties were gradually transported to Pingcheng and distributed to victims who were trapping and killing locusts. And the disaster situation has been alleviated. Xiao Liang only appeared in the farmland for a short period of time in the past 10 days. He left early with Li Xiaoning because he was tired or felt nauseous when he saw locusts. Chu Tian thought that she did not have enough physical strength to do such heavy work, so he had no objection to her leaving early. After all, everyone has their own strengths. It wasn't until the 11th day that Li Lan, the doctor who had been following Xia Xiyuan since the beginning, came to Chu Tian and said,
"My lord, do you know why Miss Xia has been feeling weak recently? Why?"
Chapter 316 Chen Qingji and Ho Jing.
Ho Jing only had 20,000 men, yet he dared to attack Guangling. His purpose was probably to plunder villages and food.
Chen Ding guarded Guangling and learned that Ho Jing of Shouchuan City was coming to attack. He quickly guessed Ho Jing's intention. At this time, the crops were being harvested, and many villages were hoarding freshly harvested wheat. Ho Jing led his troops into Guangling County, and his intention was very obvious. A frail white-robed general came to Chen Ding, and there were 2 fierce generals, one holding a red tassel gun and the other holding a hammer, majestic and high-spirited.
"General Mi, there are 2 more."
Chen Ding knew that Xuzhou Mu had sent him a team of reinforcements. Apart from Mi Fang, whom he knew well, there were 2 people he had never met, Mi Fang and Chen Ding. One is a disciple from a wealthy family, and the other is a disciple from an aristocratic family. They have known each other for a long time.
"This is Wu Anhua, the Hammer General of Beihai Kingdom, and Chen Qingji, the cavalry captain."
Mi Fang introduced the 2 people who arrived to Chen Ding. He had recently made friends with Wu Anhua, so he deliberately emphasized Wu Anhua. As for Chen Qingji, he had just joined the Xuzhou forces and had not made any military exploits for Xuzhou Mu. His status was far lower than Zhonglong General Mi Fang. Chen Ding knew that Mi Fang was a little presumptuous after becoming the lieutenant general, so he didn't care much. He looked at Chen Qingji. In his opinion, Wu Anhua was just a reckless man. It is impossible for Chu Tian to send 2 reckless men to help him. So currently only Chen Qingji, the captain of the cavalry, is the key figure. Chen Qingji took the initiative to ask Chen Ding for troops.
"Please lend me all the cavalry to defeat Ho Jing."
Chen Ding stared at Chen Qingji. Chen Qingji should not be as conceited as Mi Fang, so he said slowly,
"Okay, you want to take all the cavalry?"
Mi Fang and Wu Anhua had never seen Chen Qingji lead his troops in battle, and expressed doubts about Chen Qingji's ability.
"Wu Anhua, how about you assist Captain Chen in charging into the battle? And as for General Mi, command the archers for me?"
Chen Ding smoothed things over for Chen Qingji. Although Wu Anhua was a little dissatisfied, he still carried the hammer and became Chen Qingji's deputy general.
"Ho Jing, this revenge must be avenged."
Chen Qingji led 2,000 cavalry and joined forces with Chen Ding to fight. Ho Jing sent troops to loot several border villages, because Chen Ding had moved the villagers along the border in advance. Ho Jing did not grab much gold and silver, but he did grab a lot of food that he had not had time to take away.
"Xuzhou Mu has an internal agent in Shouchuan City. The other party noticed us as soon as we left the city."
Seeing that he had not gained much, Ho Jing knew that his actions had been discovered by Xuzhou Mu early. Guijiao was kidnapped by Ho Jing and came to Guangling.
More than 20,000 troops went out to fight. If Xuzhou Mu didn't have any eyes and ears, he would not have the power he is now. Ho Jing, will always do something great. When a man is alive, even if he cannot be famous for a lifetime, he will still be infamous for thousands of years."
Ho Jing didn't care.
"General, a cavalry raided the village, and almost all 500 brothers were wiped out.
Ho Jing was resting. When he heard that cavalry was coming, he immediately got on his horse. As a half-hero, he has a keen intuition of approaching danger. This opponent who brings a sense of danger may be an acquaintance.
Xuzhou Mu.
Guijia was thoughtful. Qin Qingji led the cavalry to surround the village, blocked 500 rebels, and killed them all. Wu Anguo was holding a hammer with blood on it. Although he thought he was not as good as Xuzhou's unparalleled General Mi Feng, with his superior strength, he could easily deal with a group of Huainan cavalry.
This is not where Ho Jingji is.
Qin Qingji was a little disappointed. He traveled long distances, eager to kill Ho Jing. But Ho Jing was not in the village he attacked. Qin Ding's infantry and Mi Feng's archers were at the rear. So Qin Qingji was confident.
I had a gut feeling he should be here.
After Qin Qingji defeated Ho Jing's 500 vanguard cavalry, he estimated the march time of Qin Ding and Mi Feng, and attacked Ho Jing's central army without stopping. At the same time, Qin Qingji dispatched 200 cavalry to disperse, clear out the scouts sent by Ho Jing, and reduce the field of vision of Ho Jing's army. As long as the side of Ho Jing's regiment is cleared, the whereabouts of Qin Ding and Mi Feng's regiment can be hidden. Qin Qingji's command made Wu Anguo realize that the frail guy in front of him seemed to have some ability.
Ho Jing's cavalry.
Qin Qingji advanced with only 1,800 cavalry. And suddenly dust rolled in on the horizon, and a black line appeared. A large number of cavalry armed with spears and archers appeared, covering the sight like a black tide. Ho Jing led hundreds of Hu cavalry in the middle. He looked at a figure that frightened him from a distance, and quickly reined in his horse.
It's him! Why did he join Xuzhou Mu?
Qin Qingji faced Ho Jing's army, which was far more numerous than him. Not only was he not afraid, but he looked at Ho Jing indifferently.
Ho Jing! Why did you kill your old master? Ho Jing, have never been willing to be inferior to others in my life.
Ho Jing faced Qin Qingji. Although there were many people, he did not dare to take the initiative to attack. He knew that Qin Qingji's White Robe army was the elite of the light cavalry, and was afraid of the White Robe army. However, he caught a glimpse of the White Robed army beside Qin Qingji disappearing, replaced by ordinary cavalry. Ho Jing had been hanging out with Qin Qingji for a while, and he knew that Qin Qingji with the White Robe army and Qin Qingji without the White Robe army were completely different. He became more and more courageous.
It seems that your White Robe army has been exhausted in the Battle of Pingcheng.
No! I have nothing to fear from you. The White Robe army. Attack with the whole army. Destroy them.
Ho Jing's cavalry has a large number, and once they are on the offensive, they will be mighty. Wu Anguo couldn't help but change his color.
There are too many people. Let's retreat. What's there to fear? Attack.
Although Qin Qingji's troops were smaller, he still took the initiative to attack Ho Jing's cavalry.
It's crazy.
Wu Anguo had no choice but to use a hammer to protect Qin Qingji. Chu Tian had already greeted Wu Anguo in advance and asked him to protect Qin Qingji even if he died in battle. When Qin Qingji saw Ho Jing, he attacked like crazy, and Wu Anguo had no choice but to face the difficulty. After a hail of arrows, the cavalry on both sides used sabers and spears to fight in close combat. In one charge, dozens of cavalry fell from their horses.
Qin Qingji.
Ho Jing and Qin Qingji were once colleagues, but now they are enemies. And it's just life and death. Ho Jing led the elite Jia tribe cavalry to go straight to Qin Qingji, but was blocked by Wu Anguo. A hammer weighing 50 kilograms hit, and the Jia cavalryman could not withstand the blunt attack. His armor was dented. He fell heavily to the ground, and was trampled by the horses behind him who could not dodge. Two Jia cavalry holding sabers besieged Wu Anguo. One saber struck Wu Anguo's armor, but was blocked by Wu Anguo's shoulder armor, narrowly missing him. Wu Anguo fought hard,
but the hammer fell on his head. The Jia cavalry watched in despair as the stone-like blunt object hit his helmet. The head was like a watermelon that was hit, instantly deformed. Although blunt weapons consume physical strength, their deterrence is enough to instill fear in the enemy.
What a strong general!
Ho Jingtian has short legs and is not very powerful, but he is good at riding and shooting. He holds a horn bow and tries to shoot Wu Anguo. Qin Qingji knew Ho Jing very well. When Ho Jing was about to shoot an arrow, he ordered a small group of cavalry to come forward and target Ho Jing. He shot more than a dozen arrows at Ho Jing, almost killing him. Ho Jing was disturbed and found it difficult to cross Yang with 100 steps.
No matter what, Qin Qingji, my military strength is far superior to yours. You will die here today.
Ho Jing was afraid of Qin Qingji and worried that Qin Qingji would come for revenge in the future. The men behind Qin Qingji Xuzhou Mu and Anton General Chu Tian have strong strength. Once Qin Qingji forms the White Robe Army, it will be the end of Ho Jing. Qin Qingji was surrounded by shouts of killing, but he was not anxious. He is biding his time. Layers of cavalry surrounded Qin Qingji and others. In order to kill the cavalry around Qin Qingji, Ho Jing's cavalry paid a huge price. However, Ho Jing believed that as long as Qin Qingji was killed, it would not be a pity to sacrifice thousands of cavalry. Suddenly, a large number of infantry and archers appeared outside the two cavalry regiments that were fighting, and led by Qin Ding and Mi Fang stormed the flanks of Ho Jing's regiment.
Sir Xuzhou Wuxuang will come.
It was rare for Mi Fang to lead a large number of archers in a frontal battle, so she cherished this opportunity. Under his command, the crossbowmen fired thousands of arrows to kill Ho Jing's cavalry. Before Qin Qingji fell into a tight siege, he had cleared Ho Jing's scouts, giving Qin Ding and Mi Fang a chance to lead their troops closer. Infantry and crossbowmen joined the battlefield, and Ho Jing's cavalry fell to pieces. The Jie cavalry shouted,
"General, we are about to be surrounded by enemy troops."
Seeing that Qin Qingji still had reinforcements, Ho Jing struggled for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and said,
"Retreat and bring the military advisor with you." "Yes. Military advisor, please."
Following Ho Jing's order, the Jie cavalry took Wu Jia hostage and left. Ho Jing's cavalry came in like a rising tide and dispersed like an ebbing tide, leaving behind the dead cavalry and horses in a mess. Qin Qingji chased after Ho Jing, but Ho Jing used his superior force to counterattack Qin Qingji. Qin Qingji fought and retreated. When Qin Ding and Mi Fang came up in pursuit, Ho Jing retreated again, and Qin Qingji continued to pursue. Ho Jing couldn't help but feel a headache. He had completely angered Qin Qingji. Otherwise Qin Qingji would not have followed him with such a small force. After fleeing for 20 miles, Ho Jingkai left Qin Qingji behind. Qin Qingji did not catch up because the infantry and archers of Qin Ding and Mi Fang were exhausted and unable to keep up with the two cavalry. If you rush deeper, you will definitely be completely surrounded by Ho Jing's cavalry. Wu Jia sneered.
"Aren't you very arrogant? Why can't you even match Qin Qingji's cavalry? He doesn't even have the White Robe Army." "Shut up!"
Ho Jing was panicking and didn't want to admit that he had become Qin Qingji's defeated enemy.
"If he didn't have the help of Guanling County soldiers and horses, he would have been defeated by me." "General, what should we do?" "We Shochuan. Let's loot the Lujiang River."
Ho Jing saw that Guanling County was not easy to provoke, so he changed the direction of attack. In Ho Jing's impression, the main force of the Beifu army led by Tong Ke, the prefect of Lujiang, went to attack the south of the Yangtze River. Lujiang County in the north of the Yangtze River was empty. It was a good time to attack Lujiang County. If Guanling County cannot be defeated, Lujiang County cannot be defeated. Ho Jing had no choice. The surrounding big princes have become powerful. And he, a prince located in Huainan, can only expand through sneak attacks. Since it was impossible to attack eastward, it turned to the west. Ho Jing didn't believe that every prince around him was so difficult to deal with. After Qin Qingji, Wu Anhua, Qin Ding, and Mi Fang defeated the invading Ho Jing, they cleared the battlefield. Wu Anhua truly recognized Qin Qingji's strength. Although he thought he could knock Qin Qingji down with just one hand, Qin Qingji struck more with less and was fearless, which was enough to make Wu Anhua admire him.
Ho Jing calls himself the general of the universe. In my opinion, it's not a big deal. Are you going to run away in front of me, General Xuzhou Wuxuang?
Mi Fang defeated the universe general Ho Jing and shocked Huainan. She felt good about herself and couldn't help but feel complacent. Mi Fang counted his defeated generals and found Yang Yi, Yuan Shu, Ho Jing and others. Qin Ding rolled his eyes. Mi Fang's fighting skills are average, but her ability to exploit battles is top-notch. Keep going. If you become a general in the future.
If there are white-robed troops here, they will kill Ho Jing.
Qin Qingji's white-robed army was attacked by the Xuzhou army in the Battle of Pingcheng and was almost wiped out. The remaining hundreds of white-robed cavalry did not come to Guanling County with Qin Qing, so he could only temporarily borrow Qin Ding's cavalry.
You are indeed a good general. My lord did not misjudge you.
Qin Ding lent the cavalry from Guanling County to Qin Qingji. Although many cavalrymen died in battle, they killed more enemies. Qin Qingji, who was born in a poor family, was modest.
The Grand Administrator has only been guarding Guanling County for a long time, but he was able to train an elite division. I can defeat Ho Jing this time, thanks to the Grand Administrator's efforts. Brother Ziyun, why are you so polite? Come on. Let's go back to Guangling and have a drink. I'll treat you to some fish and shrimps.
Chen Ding was actually younger than Chen Qingji. Knowing that Chen Qingji's future status would be more than just a cavalry commander, he would definitely not be able to escape the position of general in the future. So I intend to make friends. Mi Fang seemed to have discovered something.
Yuan Long, my lord has said that you must not eat fish meat in the future. Otherwise your life will be in danger.
Chen Ding hurriedly said.
It's not fish and shrimps. I'll eat grilled fish later. Is that okay? That's pretty much it.
Mi Fang always remembered Chu Tian's instructions, and became a loyal younger brother. Wu Anguo was panting as he charged among Ho Jing's cavalry. And there were several knife marks, and blood marks on his armor. Mi Fang came over to encourage him.
You do have some brute strength. If you work hard for a few more years, and make contributions, you may be able to become a Zhonglong general like me.
Wu Anguo said.
Brother Mi is 10 times more powerful than me. If there is a chance in the future, we will attack the enemy's formation together, and jointly take Ho Jing's head.
Mi Fang was so stimulated by Wu Anguo that she became so arrogant that she was as angry as a tiger.
I will do it next time.
In Lujiang County, Zhu Ti, the general who was guarding the home of Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang, heard the news. It was said that Ho Jing, who occupied Shouchuan, was not in a good position to attack Guangling County, and wanted to attack Lujiang County instead. So Zhu Ti recruited soldiers and horses to prepare to defend the city. At the same time, Zhu Ti contacted General Huan Wen, who was stationed in Chaisang County. Ho Jing didn't know that Lujiang County was in a sense more difficult to attack than Guangling County. Although Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang, took the main force of the Beifu army to fight in the south of the Yangtze River. Lujiang was the place where he started after all. And he still left behind many famous generals and troops. Zhu Ti, one of the protagonists in the Illusions,
Hearing the Rooster Dance,
and
The Midstream Attacks the Ji,
was a famous general in the Eastern Jin dynasty, and led the northern expedition to regain Hunan. Chapter 317 Preview of the Third Epic Battle. Hua Mulan's mood was very complicated at this time. She was obviously the one who came first. She was the first general, who was loyal to Chu Tian and followed him till now. However, she was one step ahead by Xiao Liang, who took the initiative to attack. Chu Tian's mood was also very complicated. There is a 50% chance that the Shuzhou power will have a legal heir. A legal heir under the eldest son inheritance system. Mi Fang's mood was even more complicated. If his sister hadn't been too young, maybe Chu Tian would have become his brother-in-law. And maybe the eldest son would have been from the Mi family. After hearing that Chu Tian might be pregnant, the loyalty of Fang Xianling and other subordinates generally increased. As a subordinate, unless you are ambitious, you naturally hope that your master will have an heir, so that your power will last forever. All subordinates are looking forward to the birth of a successor. In order to appease Xiao Liang, Chu Tian said,
You don't have to be stressed. If you are not the eldest son, you can have another one in the future. If you have 10 or 8 children, there will always be one. Dot.
Xiao Liang thought to herself, Is this human language? She is not a sow.
Maybe you can make up for the 6 rights, but it doesn't have to be so cumbersome.
As a player, Chu Tian didn't care about the complicated etiquette. He just wanted to make up for the wedding ceremony. This is considered to be a marriage ceremony.
As long as I'm with the Lord, I don't care about the 6 etiquettes, because we are all strangers. But Lord, you have to take care of Mulan's emotions.
Xiao Liang also doesn't care about the wedding ceremony. The ceremony of political marriage is more grand, but it guarantees nothing. She values substance more.
Mulan.
Chu Tian found it difficult to level a bowl of water.
Ding! The third historical battle will start in November of the 5th year of the Lord calendar. Please pay attention to the specific notice content of each Lord.
While Chu Tian was wandering and talking with Xiao Liang in the backyard, the notice of the third historical battle suddenly came. The first epic battle was the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Chu Tian obtained the characteristic
Han Army Soul,
recruited flying General Li Guang, and met Lu Ji. The second epic battle was the crusade against Dongzhuo. Chu Tian obtained the characteristics
4 generations and 3 dukes,
captured Hua Xiong and Su Rong, and rescued Lu Ji and Kai Yong. Will the third epic battle be the Battle of Guandu? But now it is simply impossible to meet the conditions for the Battle of Guandu. First of all, Chao Mingde, one of the protagonists of the Battle of Guandu, was pinned down by Chu Tian in Dongjun, and there was no improvement. Cao Cao took the lead in the Battle of Guandu. Secondly, Yuan Benchu, one of the protagonists of the Battle of Guandu, did not even unify Jizhou at this time. In history, during the Battle of Guandu, Yuan Shao owned nearly 4 states. So this epic battle should not be the Battle of Guandu.
Lord, have you received any more notifications?
As one of the players, Xiao Liang knew that Chu Tian suddenly froze and must have received a system notification.
The third epic battle will start in November as scheduled. I have almost forgotten about it.
Chu Tian was busy opening up territory in the main world and almost forgot about the epic battles or national wars every year.
Would you go to an epic battle?
Xiao Liang stopped and held Chu Tian's hand, his tone slightly uneasy.
Of course, I have to participate. If I don't participate, other lords will benefit from it, and it will be even more difficult to deal with in the future.
Chu Tian had no choice but to join the war. Only by constantly occupying the first place on the list could he not only strengthen his own strength, but also avoid giving up the rewards of the first place to the enemy.
I won't stop you from going to participate in the epic battle, but please promise me not to let your child be born without a father.
Seeing Xiao Liangji's overall situation, Chu Tian couldn't help but be touched. After calming down Xiao Liang, Chu Tian carefully checked the preview content of the third epic battle. The third epic battle is different from the previous 2 epic battles. When Chu Tian saw the content of the third epic battle, his scalp exploded. The third epic battle. The Battle of Mabe. What is the Battle of Mabe? In the 4th year of Yuan Shou, 119 BC, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, General Wei Qing and General Hu Xubing each led 50,000 cavalry and tens of thousands of infantry. They divided their troops into 2 groups and went deep into Mabe. Embark on a strategic decisive battle that will end in one battle. The Battle of Mabe determined the fate of the Han Empire and the Xiongnu, and was also the battle where husband General Hu Xubing shined. In this battle, Hu Xubing sealed the title of Langjutsu and became a figure that countless military commanders in later generations aspire to.
I didn't expect it would be a battle in Mabe.
Chu Tian's throat felt dry. Will he risk his life with the Huns this time? The rules of the third epic battle have undergone huge changes compared to the previous 2. First, only lords with a territory population of more than 1 million, including foreign princes and local princes, are eligible to participate in the third epic battle. Secondly, all lords can only join the Han Empire camp, and cannot join the Xiongnu camp. Third, a lord could only carry a maximum of 10,000 people, and could not recruit soldiers from the local area. Fourth, in this battle, the Huns will regard all lords and their armies as mortal enemies, and will fight to the death. The Huns' cavalry cannot be captured. Fifth, the system will not provide protection to the territories of lords participating in the war. Lords participating in the war are requested to pay attention to defending their territories, to prevent sneak attacks. Sixth, during the epic battle, all player systems will be unavailable. Seventh, if a lord has already obtained military commanders such as Hu Xubing, Wei Qing, and Li Guang, he cannot send them to participate in the battle. Stimulate. Apart from this word, Chu Tian couldn't think of any other words to describe this epic battle. If in the previous 2 epic battles, the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty were divided into 2 camps to fight, then in this epic battle, everyone went to fight the Huns together. The partners of the lords are Wei Qing and Hu Xubing, the 2 top cavalry generals in the Han Empire. This time we will fight side by side with Wei Qing and Hu Xubing.
But just Wei Qing and Hu Xubing can defeat the Xiongnu until they lose Yanji Mountain and make my women colorless. There are various lords going out to fight this time, and the Xiongnu are not enough to fight.
Chu Tian thought of the ferocity of Wei Qing and Hu Xubing, plus the fierce generals of the Eastern Han lords. Each lord brought 10,000 people. The entire Eastern Han lords, at least 15 alien lords with a population of 1 million, could spare their troops. If we join the war, we will have an army of 150,000. There are more than 100,000 Han troops and more than 100,000 lords, which can easily exceed 300,000. The Huns seem to have only about 100,000 cavalry. This is a crushing game. However, Chu Tian soon noticed that in the third epic battle, because all lords were forced to join the Han Empire camp, the system would provide bonuses to the Xiongnu camp. First, the Han strength increased 4-fold, with 600,000 cavalry. The number of Han troops remained unchanged. Second, the Han cavalry cannot be captured. Third, the lords of the Han camp were unable to recruit soldiers, and each soldier died one by one. Fourth, the attributes of the Han cavalry are plus 20%. Fifth, the Mobe map area is the same as in history, and will not expand. Maybe the system judged that the Xiongnu was in danger, so it strengthened the Xiongnu camp to give the Xiongnu the strength to resist the Han Empire. If so, the third epic battle would be relatively balanced. Chu Tian noticed that if a lord has already obtained generals such as Wu Yubing, Wei Qing, and Li Guang, he cannot send them to participate in the battle. Wu Yubing, Wei Qing, and Li Guang all participated in the Battle of Mabe. Li Guang was lost during the Battle of Mabe. Therefore, Chu Tian's general Li Guang could not participate in the battle, because there was already a Li Guang during the Battle of Mabe. Chu Tian took a look at the rankings of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Currently, no lord has recruited Wei Qing or Wu Yubing. If a lord recruits Wei Qing and Wu Yubing, based on their commander value, they will easily be on the list.
Li Guang can't go on this expedition.
It would be good for Chu Tian to leave Li Guang to guard his home and suppress Cao Cao. There are still a few months before the epic battle of Mabe begins, and Chu Tian is not in a hurry to decide on the candidate for the decisive battle in Mabe. But his intuition told Chu Tian that this battle in Mabe should involve all cavalry generals and 10,000 high-level cavalry. It's not that Chu Tian looks down on infantry generals, but Mabe is vast, and if you want to make a 1,000-mile detour on the prairie, you have to use cavalry. The great princes who received the notice of the third epic battle
of Mabe,
were all alarmed. Not only Chu Tian, but also a prince intends to go to participate in the battle that will determine the fate of the Han Empire and the Xiongnu. Just fighting side by side with Wei Qing and Wu Yubing can attract a large number of lords to fight one after another. Unfortunately, as the number of lords decreases, only lords with a population of 1 million or more are eligible to participate in the
Battle of Mabe.
It is not impossible for free players to participate in the Battle of Mabe. They need to be attached to the big lord and occupy the big lords.
10,000 people.
Quota to participate in the war.
If I can get the loyalty of Wei Qing and Wu Yubing, plus Chan Yuchen, Li Chongyang, and Zhu Das Ho, I will be invincible outside the pass.
Mingguan, the governor of Liaodong, occupied the western Liaodong corridor, peered into the entire Yuzhou and the pass, and planned to imitate the rise of the Liao kingdom in history. He already had the fierce general Chan Yuchen and the commander-in-chief of Liaodong Li Chongliang. They suppressed Gong Sunzan on the cavalry and shocked the outside of the pass. If he could get Wei Qing and Wu Yubing, he could move sideways outside the pass. Mingguan can even have wine pools and meat forests in the rear. And the generals on the front line will open up territory for him.
With Wei Qing and Wu Yubing, Mingguan will definitely participate in the Battle of Mabe. As long as Yubiping is defended, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief when the third epic battle comes.
Prince Yan, the lord who is trapped in Yubiping County, is guessing what his opponent Mingguan is thinking. He did not think that Mingguan, who attached great importance to cavalry tactics, would give up the opportunity to obtain Wei Qing and Wu Yubing. Mingguan will definitely take Chan Yuchen and Li Chongyang away. The system will no longer provide protection for the territories of the participating lords. Therefore, this is Prince Yan's opportunity to fight back in a desperate situation and take back the Liaoxi corridor.
Wei Qing, Wu Yubing, military advisor. We must get them. Only they can solve our dilemma.
Liu Bei is currently the prime minister of Zhongshan and the governor of Yu. He is surrounded by powerful enemies, including Yuan Shao in Jizhou, Huma in Bingzhou, and Mingguan outside the pass. Liu Bei is sandwiched between these three great princes, which makes him uncomfortable. Chun Shi, Liu Bei's alien strategist, naturally knew how terrifying Wei Qing and Wu Yubing were. He was a proper emperor-level cavalry commander.
My lord, even if you participate in the battle this time, my subordinates will do their best to assist you. Wei Qing and Wu Yubing, if they are obtained by me, why should Chu Zimu be afraid?
Cao Cao could also join the war. When he heard the news, he slapped the table hard. He could no longer bear Chu Zimu suppressing him again and again. If he could get Wei Qing and Wu Yubing, Cao Cao vowed to deal with Chu Zimu the same way Chu Zimu dealt with him.
Lord, we still have people to guard the city.
Sun Yu poured a basin of cold water on Cao Cao. Cao Cao suddenly frowned. If he brings the elite cavalry, including the tiger and leopard cavalry, to participate in the Battle of Mabe, what should he do if the generals left behind are defeated by Chu Zimu's second and third line troops? This is not the first time that Chu Zimu's second and third line defense troops can often achieve miraculous feats. Cao Cao did not think that his second and third line troops would be the opponent of Chu Zimu's second and third line troops. Should we go to the Battle of Mabe? Cao Cao was very confused.
If Wei Qing and Wu Yubing help, Lu Bu will also be restrained. Jiuzhong Laoqin and Guanzhong coveted Weihua and thought that with Weihua, Lu Bu could be suppressed. There was no lord in the entire Eastern Han dynasty who would not covet Weihua. If Wei Qing, Huizubing and the four beauties were put together, and these old fox-like lords were given a choice, they would choose Wei Qing and Huizubing without saying a word. If you want to conquer the world, what kind of beauties will you have? Li Guan has been snatched away by Chu Zimu. No one will have any objections to me taking away Wei Qing and Huizubing. Right. Huma, the lord of Taiyuan, who is currently unknown, but secretly dominates Bingzhou, said to himself, although we are in the south, our Beifu army still needs a cavalry general, so that we can have a chance of the northern expedition in the future. Ta Ke, the prefect of Lujiang, has basically captured Danyang County in the south of the Yangtze River, and is preparing to march towards Wu County. He couldn't help but be excited when he learned that the third epic battle turned out to be the Battle of Mabe. He lacked excellent cavalry commanders. In the entire Eastern Han dynasty, there were few cavalry commanders who could surpass Wei Qing and Huizubing. Wei Qing and Huizubing. Only by joining my Liangzhou Legion can they unleash their greatest abilities. Su Fengyan, the lord of Longxi, was hysterical about this. He has the fierce general Wang Taijian, but lacks a qualified cavalry commander. Without a cavalry commander, it would be difficult for him to compete with Lao Qin, the overlord of Guanzhong. Our peasant army also needs an imperial-level cavalry commander. Zhang Dao, the leader of Hanzhong, was at war with Lu Yin, the pastor of Yizhou. He attacked Jingdu from Hanzhong and faced many difficulties. It's not that Lu Yin's generals are so powerful, but that the road to Shu is difficult, and it's difficult to reach the sky. Almost all the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty were crazy about this. Shuzhou Muchuzimu was not so fanatical, because he didn't have an emperor-level commander. Lui did. The first time was relatively fresh. But the second time, aren't Wei Qing and Huizubing the emperor's cavalry commanders? Well, Chu Tian admitted that he also wanted to obtain Wei Qing and Huizubing. Before the Battle of Mabe begins, Chu Tian still has a few months to farm and continue to suppress the surrounding princes. In July of the 5th year of the Lord calendar, Chu Tian planned to get married, 2 at a time. He only invited the core officials of the power, as well as his reliable allies, Prince Yan of Liaoxi, Prince Wen of Jin, and Huan of the Western Region Protectorate. Chapter 318 Big Shots Gather. I suspect that Chu Zimu invited me deliberately and wanted to defraud me of my money. Prince Yan, who was far away in Beiping County, received Chu Tian's invitation and had to come. In this case, 200 fine war horses were given away for free. Even the transportation fee for the war horse has to be paid by Prince Yan himself. This is the first time Prince Yan has come to Xia City of Langya Kingdom. Generally speaking, a lord rarely goes to another lord's city in person because he may be detained by the other party. Prince Yan was not worried that Chu Tian would detain him, and brought Fan Zhongyan to Xia City. The prosperity of Xia City far exceeded Prince Yan's imagination. Today Xiaoqing has a population of more than 500,000, a large number of historical talents, and special buildings such as Han Yuefu, Confucius Temple, and Star Observation Deck, and has a high level of development. Beihai Kingdom, Taishan County, and Donghai Kingdom bordering Langya Kingdom are all under Shuzhou Mu's sphere of influence. So Langya Kingdom is very safe. Shuzhou Mu suppressed the surrounding princes, suppressed the locust plague, and followed up with others. The development momentum was excellent, and the people's support was also extremely high. Compared to Shuzhou, our Yubiping County seems a bit desolate. Prince Yan brought 200 white horses, which caused quite a stir in Xia City. Fan Zhongyan wore a scholar's green shirt and followed his lord. This time Prince Yan was willing to invest heavily in order to leave a way out for himself. If the north can't survive, Prince Yan can still come and seek refuge with Chu Tian. Prince Yan, I heard that you were beaten to a pulp by Mingwan in Guzhou City, Liaoxi Province. From today's perspective, it would be better if you did not die in battle. A hearty laugh came, and Huan, the governor of the western regions, appeared. He only brought 9 war horses. Huan and General Qintang arrived. Prince Yan was neither salty nor indifferent. You, on the other hand, are developing well in the western regions. Although not many princes in the past pay attention to your development, I have always heard that you have almost unified the territories directly controlled by the Western Regions Protectorate and are attacking 36 kingdoms in the Western regions. Huan saw through his little thoughts, so he admitted generously, I originally thought that no one would pay attention to this desolate land in the Western region. I wanted to hide my stupidity, But it seems that you discovered it. However, the focus of my power lies not within the pass, but outside the pass. Recently we were at war with the Dewan Kingdom, and these 9 war horses were the Dewan horses plundered from the Dewan Kingdom. Dewanma?
When Prince Yin heard that it was a precious Dewan horse, he couldn't help but look askance. Due to its geographical location, Central Asia is rich in excellent war horses, and the Dayuan horse is one of the best. Even Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty coveted the Dayuan horse. Huan actually brought Dewanma over, which shows that he attaches great importance to this matter. Prince Yin and Huan came to Xia City, and Chu Tian met them at the Lord's mansion. The two of them were lords that Chu Tian met during his first epic battle, and they still had quite a bit of territory. Huan even dominated the western regions. Prince Yin was originally developing well, but unfortunately he faced a strong enemy.
Is this Fan Xuan?
Chu Tian noticed the civil servant Fan Zhongyan brought by Prince Yin. Although Fan Zhongyan was a civil servant, he had led troops and promoted Di Qing, so he was considered to be both civil and military. But it was too difficult for Fan Zhongyan to deal with the cavalry group in Mingwan.
All Liaoxi County has been controlled by Mingwan. He owns both Liaoxi and Liaodong, and the actual population under his control is quite large. I will not get involved in the Battle of Mabe. Maybe, while he is going to participate in the Battle of Mabe during this period, I can make a desperate comeback.
Prince Yin revealed his plan. His intention is obvious, and Mingwan will also notice it.
I have recently been targeted by the Dayuan Kingdom, the Wusun Kingdom, the Deyushur, and the Kushan Empire, and small-scale battles have broken out with them. I need to farm in the oases on the edge of the basin and some areas along the river to accumulate strength for a few years, and at the same time suppress the small countries in the 36 countries, so that we can be able to conquer the West.
Huan has become the uncrowned king of the western regions. Most of the princes focused their attention on the pass and ignored the protectorate of the western regions. The result was that the western region protectorate was dominated by Huan alone. Huan said,
I heard that you have been suppressing Cao Cao. Are you planning to destroy Cao Cao?
Chu Tian said calmly.
I just want to farm in Suzhou, but Cao Cao hinders my farming, so I can only eliminate him.
Prince Yin and Huan were silent for a while. This excuse to eliminate Cao Cao was really true. The Lord's mansion is handling the matter of the Lord's marriage. The core figures of the Suzhou forces can also take this opportunity to gather at the Lord's mansion. The Taishan legions of Li Guang and Du Ruhui went to attack Jinan. The governor of Qinzhou sent generals to guard Dongpingling. Li Guang lacked elite soldiers and could not attack for a long time. Chu Tian ordered the withdrawal of troops, and Li Guang's legions returned to Taishan County to defend. Big figures from various counties came to Xia City one after another. They don't have to worry about various counties being attacked. As long as they receive the news, they can quickly use the teleportation array to return to each county. This is also the first time that the civil servants and generals of the Chu Tian forces have gathered together. Zheng Zhilong and Su Xing's Fubo Corps captured the Donglai County headquarters and returned to Xia City from the Donglai County headquarters. Li Guang and Du Ruhui returned to Taishan County, and then returned to Xiaoqing from Taishan County. Yang Yi returned from Xiaopei. Zhou Yafu, Su Rong, and Hua Xiong, who were against Cao Cao, returned from Yanzhou. Zhou Yafu had not seen Chu Tian since he went to Yanzhou to fight. Chen Ding, Chun Qingji, Mi Fang, and Wu Anhua went from Guangling to Xiaoqing. At that time, Xiaoqing was full of talents and historical figures. Even though Chu Tian only summoned the core people, the outside of the Lord's mansion was still crowded, and Chu Tian had to send soldiers from the 5th School of the Northern Army to maintain order. The arriving generals include Li Yi, Zhou Yafu, Li Guang, Xueran Gui, Zhao Yun, Su Rong, Hua Xiong, Chun Qingji, Mi Fang, Wu Anhua, Zhou Tsang, Yang Yi, Zheng Zhilong, Su Sheng, Zong Ba, Sun Guan, and Yin Li. There may be more civil servants arriving, including Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Li Kui, Zhang Zhao, Zhang Hong, Lu Su, Wang Lang, Chen Ding, Chen Gui, Zhao Yu, and some civil servants that even Chu Tian may not be able to name. In addition to civil servants and generals, there are also some special figures, such as Lu Ji, Zheng Xian, Kai Yong, Kong Rong, Du Fu, Kai Wenji, Lang Yeshuga family, swordsmith Mo Xie, and miracle Dr. Hua Tuo. There were dozens or even hundreds of historical figures gathered in Xia City alone, and their lineup was so luxurious that it was unimaginable. Chu Tian's talents are enough to support the establishment of a kingdom. These are the current core figures. Elderly from Xia village. Bronze-level heroes Zhao Qi, Lu Sandao, Sun Luan and others also received invitations. Their abilities are no longer qualified for higher positions. But as the first group of veterans, their lives are not bad. There are also a group of foreigners such as Shui Yu who have contributed to Chu Tian's forces. They form Chu Tian's secret intelligence network among the foreigners.
You and Li Xiaoning can live here from now on.
Hua Mulan handed over her mansion near the Lord's mansion to Li Xiaoning and Joan of Arc. And she planned to move to the Lord's mansion.
You?
Joan of Arc now finally understood why Hua Mulan often sneaked to the Lord's mansion. But this doesn't seem to have much to do with her. As the second captaining Yang, she is also qualified to participate in this banquet, and is only responsible for eating. Li Xiaoning is responsible for guarding Joan of Arc, and at the same time protecting Xiao Liang's safety. So it is not surprising that she lives next to the Lord's mansion. The servants of the Lord's mansion came in and out, busy making preparations. This time, they were hosting a group of the most important civil servants and generals of Chu Tian's power. For the servants, no one could afford to offend. After Chu Tian met the two lords, Prince Yan and Huan, he summoned the generals individually to inquire about the wars in various places and confirm their loyalty. Among them, the military commander Su Rong was the military commander Xiao Liang recruited for him. Chu Tian had never seen Su Rong since the beginning of the national war. This time Su Rong was recalled, and he was also able to check Su Rong's attributes. Name Su Rong. Talent, Diamond level commander, cavalry type. Level 80. Commander, 85, Force, 76, Intelligence, 71, Politics, 43, Charm 50. Physiality, Calm. Feature 1, Strength Advantage, A-level feature. When the commander has more troops than the enemy, the attack power of one's own army plus 10%, and the enemy's morale decrease rate plus 10%. Feature 2, Ambush Advantage, A-level feature. When the ambush is successful, your own attack power plus 13%. Enemy morale decrease rate plus 13%. Special arms, none. Su Rong's ability is pretty good. When Su Rong uses his strength advantage to successfully ambush, his cavalry attack power can be increased by up to 23%. And it can also quickly reduce the enemy's morale. If Su Rong had the superiority in troops and elite cavalry, it would not be impossible to defeat Sun Jian, who had fewer troops, and Cao Cao, who had a large number of new troops. Su Rong is not a confidant of Dong Zhuo's Xiliang army, so he does not have special arms. This also means that Su Rong is not restricted by special arms. He is a versatile cavalry commander who can go wherever he needs to. He is not a confidant of the Xiliang army. It is good to be able to hold on for a while before surrendering.
Your Xiliang Legion only has 10,000 light cavalry and 1,000 Xiliang iron cavalry. It is in name only. However, the number of Xiliang Legion will be gradually increased in the future.
When Chu Tian learned that Su Rong had a strength advantage, the Legion could exert greater combat effectiveness, and decided to expand the Xiliang Legion's establishment in the future. The original establishment of professional soldiers in Xuzhou was 282,000. Later, the Taishan Defense Corps, 40,000. The Beihai Defense Corps, 30,000. And the Donglai Defense Corps, 5,000, were expected to be established. The establishment under Chu Tian's command expanded to 357,000. The number of people in the Legion is directly linked to the population of the territory. At present, the military strength of the Chu Tian forces is still at a normal level. 8 counties are equivalent to 1 county supporting 40,000 to 50,000 professional soldiers, which is more than enough. In addition to 357,000 people, Chu Tian may also recruit white-robe troops for Qinqingji, Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry for Yang Yi, and expand the strength of Su Rong's Xiliang army. The final strength may reach 400,000. After Su Rong retreated, Zhuge Jin came to visit with Zhuge Liang. The fact that Zhuge Jin was able to thrive in Sucha showed that Zhuge Jin was a smart man. He had already seen that Chu Tian intended to cultivate Zhuge Liang. For the sake of the future of the Zhuge family, he deliberately brought his younger brother Zhuge Liang into contact with Zhou Mu.
Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui often follow me on expeditions. I wonder what you learned from Lu Xi.
Chu Tian arranged for Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui to become Zhuge Liang's teachers. But Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui often served as military advisors to the legions. Currently, the person who teaches Zhuge Liang the most is Lu Xi. Zhuge Liang replied,
Sir, you taught me how to behave. If Prime Minister Li Kui has time, you can also ask him to be your teacher. If you have any questions, You can contact him.
It is difficult for top counselors to plot against each other. Chu Tian prefers to train Zhuge Liang to become the Minister of Internal Affairs, and Li Kui is a qualified teacher of state governance. Zhuge Jin saw that Chu Tian had introduced Prime Minister Xia Pai to Zhuge Liang and became another teacher of Zhuge Liang. It was already certain that Xu Zhoumu valued Zhuge Liang, so he thanked him.
If you become an official in the next 2 years, you can come directly to the Lord's mansion and say Lo to me.
Chu Tian wanted to wipe out all the Zhuge family and would not let Zhuge Jin leave.
This junior is so frightened. I will definitely be ruined from now on.
Zhuge Jin saw that Chu Tian also valued him very much, so he decided to start serving Xu Zhoumu in 2 years. Historically, the Langya Zhuge family had people who served as high officials in Wei, Shu, and Wu, diversifying their investments. But now Chu Tian wants to bring them into one force, leaving the Zhuge family to follow only him. And they will both prosper and suffer. More and more people gathered in the Lord's mansion. Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan in the backyard were dressing up with the help of maids. Xiao Liang knew Chu Tian's preferences, so he redesigned and cut the Fenghuan Xiaopei. She didn't know that the Fenghuan Xiaopei she designed would become popular in Xuzhou in the future and become another specialty of Xuzhou silk shop in addition to underwear. For Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan, this time is just a formality, because they have been hanging out with Chu Tian for a long time. And Xiao Liang even has a child. Li Xiaoning just turned a blind eye to this, unless she also fell into it. It had little to do with her. Shuzhou Muchuzimu invited only more than 100 people this time. The scale could be said to be small, but it still spread like wildfire and caused gossip among many princes. What the princes care about is not who Shuzhou marries, but how many important people will attend. Most of the big shots attending the Shuzhou Animal Husbandry Festival have their own origins, and their quality is so high that there is no other in the entire Eastern Han dynasty. Lu Yi, Zhou Yafu, Chun Qingji, Shuaren Gui, Zhao Yun, Li Guang, Fan Xinling, Du Ruhui, Li Kui, Jiang Dong Erzhong. Taking out any one of them is enough to make people envious. Gossip about Chu Zimu in Shuzhou not only spread in the Eastern Han dynasty, but also spread abroad. Facts have proved that no matter which civilization they are all interested in gossip, which is a common interest of all mankind.
Joan of Arc attended Xu Zhoumu's wedding. Don't mention that fallen woman. She is a disgrace to our France.
When the French lord heard that someone had seen Joan of Arc at Chu Zimu's banquet, he was immediately furious. In the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Catherine led 100,000 cavalry to attack Petrozavodsk, almost razing the city to the ground, and executed another lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow who resisted her.
Chu Zimu of the Eastern Han dynasty is getting married? What does this have to do with me? I don't care. Absolutely not. Next time I see him, I must capture him alive and cut him.
Ekaterina gritted her teeth. Chapter 319 Shuzhou Mu gets married. At the teleportation array in Xia City, Prince Wen, the prefect of Jin, came with Pang Wan, holding a letter in his hand. Pang Wan said,
"My lord, are you sure you want to do this? This is a desperate move."
When Gong Ziwen arrived, almost all the big shots in Shuzhou's power had arrived, including powerful generals like clouds and civil servants like rain. Seeing the lineup of heroes under Chu Tian's command, Gong Ziwen couldn't help but be shocked.
"When the Grand Administrator of Jin wants to see you."
Chu Tian's view of this ally is complicated. Gong Ziwen was caught between him and Cao Cao, and he only joined forces with him for the sake of profit. As Chu Tian's power expands, the buffer zone of Gong Ziwen may be annexed by Chu Tian. Presumably Gong Ziwen also noticed this. When Gong Ziwen saw Chu Tian, he took out a letter from his robe.
"This is a letter from Cao Cao secretly contacting me. He wants me to join forces with him to attack Zhou Yafu's army and Su Rong's army stationed in Yanzhou. Cao Cao only has this trick. You keep the letter. I don't need to read it. Besides, I trust you."
Chu Tian took the initiative to confess to Gong Ziwen that Cao Cao was trying to unite with him. He was shocked in his heart, but on the surface he looked calm. It seems that Gong Ziwen is determined to follow him to defeat Cao Cao. Chu Tian's behavior of not opening the letter actually made Gong Ziwen feel trusted.
"Is this General Pang Wan?"
Chu Tian knew that Gong Ziwen had a famous general named Pang Wan. Pang Wan's own command level is not low. He has an elite unit of Wei Wu soldiers, who are high-level heavy infantry like Yin Jia. Although Wei Wu soldiers in the hands of Pang Wan and Wu Qi are two completely different armies, they are still proud of themselves.
"Pang Wan needs Master Xu Zhoumu."
Pang Wan knew that Gong Ziwen had decided to become a vassal of the Chu Tian forces. Looking at the situation, he was likely to become Shuzhou Mu's general. At this time, he had to brush up his favorability in front of Shuzhou Mu.
You assist Gong Ziwen and continue to delay Cao Cao. Before the Battle of Mabei ends, I'm afraid it will be difficult to destroy Cao Cao for a while.
Chu Tian considered that Cao Cao's resistance might drag him into a long war without being able to escape, and he estimated that the goal of wiping out Cao Cao's forces this year was hanging in the balance. If it doesn't work this year, we'll have to wait until next year.
In the Battle of Mabei, if you can get Wei Qing and Hu Zibing, it will not be difficult for you to defeat Cao Cao. Even now, it is not difficult to attack Cao Cao with all your strength. This is why I don't want to join forces with Cao Cao. But you have to be careful. Yuzhou, it seems that the situation will change. I don't have specific information.
It's just a hunch.
After Gong Ziwen decided to become Chu Tian's loyal vassal, he reminded Chu Tian to pay attention to Yuzhou.
Yuan Shu of Yuzhou is not very good, but he cannot underestimate Yuzhou. I will send spies to Yuzhou to pay attention to the movements of the lords of Yuzhou.
Chu Tian looked down on Yuan Shu, who was chased and beaten by 10,000 people by Yang Yi. But Gong Ziwen, who often fought against Cao Cao, reminded himself that he should still be wary of the enemies he should be wary of. Chu Tian was once worried that Gong Ziwen would betray him, so he joined forces with Cao Cao and Tian Qi to fight back. Now it seems that Gong Ziwen doesn't trust Cao Cao very much. Chu Tian had the experience of defeating various coalition forces many times and intimidating all parties. Gong Ziwen did not think that joining forces with Cao Cao and Tian Qi could change anything. Once they join forces, his territory is closest to Shuzhou, and he will be the first to be eliminated.
My lord wants to ask Miss Moy to create a batch of special weapons.
Zhang Hong, who served as the chief historian of Lang Estate, found the swordsmith Mo Xie who gathered at the lord's mansion. After Chu Tian recruited Mo Xie, he sent him to the most advanced military forge to make weapons, and did not ask much about Mo Xie's situation. This time he entrusted Zhang Hong to find Mo Xie because he wanted to ask her to help create a batch of sophisticated weapons specially prepared for generals, such as Zhao Yun's Jinshin Silver Spear. At least every general must have a weapon above the king level, which is in line with their status. After hearing Zhang Hong's intention, Mo Xie nodded.
Okay. Thank you, girl. This is the list made by my lord.
Zhang Hong handed a dense list to Mo Xie, and Mo Xie's expression changed. She regretted agreeing to Chu Tian's request because the lord asked for too much. A good weapon is as important as a war horse to a general charging into battle. Dozens of banquets were set up in the lord's mansion for the officials. The 5 schools of the Northern Army controlled the area near the lord's mansion to prevent assassins from assassinating the important figures attending the meeting. There were also Shui Gui, Zhao Yun, Li Guang, Yang Wudi and other fierce generals present, and no one dared to cause trouble. Joan of Arc also appeared at the banquet, but she just wolfed it down silently. Oriental food was a big temptation for her, since there is no hope of returning to France. I can only turn my grief and anger into appetite. Those who were eligible to be invited by Chu Tian were basically prominent people, so there was no vulgar chat-up incident. There was also Li Xiaoning who put her long sword on the wooden table. She was as frozen as ice. If an unwelcome person came to chat with her, she might stab him to death with her sword. In the past, Li Xiaoning's lord was covetous of her beauty, so he was killed by her sword and then wandered around.
It was such an honor for me, that my lord and I called each other brothers. In the Battle of Shuzhou, I responded to the call of hundreds of people in Chu County and raised hundreds of thousands of soldiers to assist the lord in attacking Shuzhou. The troops were invincible wherever they went. In the Battle of Guangling, I led the army south, drank from the Yangtze River, and threw my whip into the river, causing the river to stop flowing. In the Battle of Pengcheng, who stood firm in the isolated city, stopped Yuan Shu's army of millions, and made Yuan Shu sigh in despair? There is also Ho Jing, the general of the universe in Sichuan. When he saw me leading his troops, his 200,000 troops immediately fled.
Mi Fang was obviously on top, bragging among a group of generals, except for Wu Anhua, who regarded Mi Fang as a big shot and admired him endlessly. The other generals just smiled. Mi Fang brags and boasts, crazily taking advantage of Chu Tian, Lu Yi, and Chen Qingji's military exploits. But so far she has not made any mistakes. She is quite satisfactory, and there is nothing worthy of criticism.
Mi Fang It seems that I can safely entrust you with the next crusade against Chaomengde.
Chu Tian appeared next to Mi Fong, making Mi Fong wake up suddenly.
Mi Fong seemed to have some self-awareness.
If my lord sends generals Lu Yi, Zhou Yafu, Shuarengui, and Yang Wudi to help me, within a year I will be able to capture Yuan Shu in the west, Cao Cao in the north, and annex Jiandong in the south. Down.
It seems that Mi Fong wants to bring the spirit of fighting exploits to the extreme. With the help of Lu Yi, Zhou Yafu, Shuarengui and others, maybe he can really conquer these places. As for the 1 year mentioned by Mi Fong, Chu Tian simply ignored it. There is only one Fubo Legion, which is really nothing in the Yangtze River Basin. At present, almost all the surviving great princes in the Yangtze River Basin can provide a navy of 100,000 people.
After today, we will conquer Sichuan first and control the north of the Yangtze River. As for the south of the Yangtze River, it will be our territory sooner or later.
Chu Tian's decision made the generals at the table with Mi Fong excited. Military generals pay more attention to opening up territories. When Chen Qingji heard that Chu Tian was going to destroy Ho Jing and occupy Sichuan, his reaction was the most violent.
Ziyun, please be the vanguard. I will recruit 2,000 white robes for you. Don't think that 2,000 white robes are very few. In fact, I have been asked to sell iron. 200 white horses are a gift from Prince Yan to me.
Before Chu Tian discovered the Jiaodong gold mine, he still didn't have sufficient funds. He recruited 2,000 white robes for Chen Qingji. Just the war horses caused Chu Tian to bleed a lot, and even gave his money to Chen Qingji. Chen Qingji couldn't help but be moved. As the lord, Chu Tian really had nothing to say. Even the money he received from the wedding was spent on the army. Chen Qingji even thought that Chu Tian got married on purpose to collect money from his family members.
2,000 white robes, plus other troops, are more than enough to destroy Ho Jing.
Chen Qingji did not insist on requiring 7,000 white-robed troops to achieve the goal. In fact, his former lord managed to get 700 white-robed troops for him, which was already remarkable. When he arrived in Chutian, he recruited 2,000 white-robed troops for Chen Qingji in one go. Since Chutian wanted to occupy Sichuan, he must not just send 2,000 white-robed troops. With 2,000 white-robed troops plus other armies, Chen Qingji was confident of destroying Ho Jing.
Wu Anhua, your performance in the Battle of Guangling was quite heroic.
When Chu Tian saw Wu Anhua was there, he did not hesitate to praise him. You can increase the loyalty of your subordinates just by talking. So why not? Sure enough, praise is very effective for a reckless man like Wu Anhua, he said excitedly.
I am willing to die for Mr. Zhou Mu.
As soon as Wu Anhua finished speaking, Chen Qingji, Lu Su and others froze. If you can't speak, don't speak. How can anyone talk about death when others are getting married? Even if someone else had to go through fire and water, it would be more auspicious than death. Chen Qingji forgot that Wu Anhua didn't know a few idioms at all, so he suffered the disadvantage of being uneducated. Chu Tian was also slightly startled, but thinking that Wu Anhua's character was not intentional, he didn't care.
In the future, the 5th School of the Northern Army will still rely on you.
Mi Fong and Wu Anhua. Whoever gets one can conquer the world. Chu Tian got 2 living treasures at once, and the relationship between the 2 living treasures was not bad, so he couldn't help but feel helpless. It is a pity that the unrivaled General Pan Feng was killed by Hua Xiong. Otherwise, he would have even more living treasures under his command. In addition to dealing with military generals, Chu Tian also had to deal with a group of civil servants. Wang Lang couldn't help but sigh.
If I have a daughter, I can be betrothed to the Lord. In the future, maybe the Wang family of Donghai, will become a master.
Zhao Yu from Lengya said.
You'd better not think about it. Why hasn't the Mi family tried marriage? But those 2 women followed the Lord when he started his business. How can their seniority be comparable to that of ordinary people?
Fang Xiedling listened to the discussions among the civil servants at the same table, but he was quite proud in his heart. He is a veteran of Lengya Kingdom, and he has contributed to supporting Xiao Liang to rise to power. From now on, his position as prime minister will be stable.
Chu Zimu is really lucky.
Prince Yan, who was recently defeated in Liaoxi, was a little depressed. Huan was a little superior, and he hooked up with Prince Yan.
Good brother. When I conquer the kingdom of Dewan, I will give you 10 or 8 Central Asian beauties, and they will be as beautiful as the princess of Dewan. There will also be young Ma. No, Dewan Ma. I will give you as much as you want.
After Chu Tian dealt with the big shots outside, he returned to the backyard. because he was tricked by Fong Xianling once before. Chu Tian strictly controlled himself and never got drunk again. In the backyard of the Lord's mansion, Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan were already waiting for him. Chu Tian was familiar with the road, and it was not the first time he had seen such a scene. But he was still amazed by the two of them. The two of them were wearing phoenix crowns and harems, sitting side by side on the bed, looking gorgeous. It seems that this is not the traditional Fenghuan Xiaopei, but has been improved by Xiao Liang to better reflect the woman's figure curve, which makes Chu Tian's appetite whet her appetite. It was obvious that Xiao Liang had figured out Chu Tian's preferences. Hua Mulan was more passive, but under Xiao Liang's training, she also changed into a phoenix crown and harem.
By the way, sir, do you still remember that you once rewarded me with 1,000 taels of silver after you came back from Hulao Pass?
Xiao Liang stopped Chu Tian from making further moves and took out a stack of silver notes and land deeds.
These are tea leaves the deed to the silk shop and the silk shop, and 10,000 taels of silver. Well, let me think about it. This is considered a dowry. 10,000 taels of silver.
Chu Tian discovered that without realizing it, Xiao Liang had become a little rich woman. With only 1,000 taels of silver, she had 2 properties and 10,000 taels of silver in a short period of time.
Just keep it, and you can take care of the income and expenditure of the inner treasury from now on.
Chu Tian separated the external treasury and the inner treasury a long time ago. The external treasury is used for the development of the entire force and the recruitment of troops, accounting for the vast majority of the fiscal revenue, while the inner treasury is the personal expenses allocated to Chu Tian from the fiscal year. Chu Tian doesn't have much selfish desires personally, but he still needs to have an internal treasury. For example, Chu Tian had several fine war horses, and this time Huang gave Chu Tian 9-to-1 horses, symbolizing longevity. It costs money to raise a horse. Chu Tian's personal war horse will naturally have to be raised by Chu Tian himself. Chu Tian had to pay for the recruitment of servants, daily meals, and purchase of various items in the Lord's mansion. With the 10,000 taels of silver and 2 private properties provided by Xiao Liang, Chu Tian no longer has to worry about the income and expenditure of the Lord's mansion. And Chu Tian does not have to live in poverty. Why do I feel like I'm being taken care of? Hua Mulan couldn't help but feel a little gloomy when she saw that Sister Xia had brought her own dowry when she married into the Lord's mansion. But she had nothing except martial arts.
Mr. Mulan,
Xiao Liang reminded Chu Tian in a low voice to take care of Hua Mulan's emotions. Mulan's additions are obviously more scientific, and her emotional intelligence is not as good as Xiao Liang's, while Xiao Liang is powerless compared to Mulan.
Our Sister Mulan worried because she didn't prepare a dowry? Well, I can't accompany my husband during this period. I have to let Sister Mulan serve as a compensation to my husband. If your husband makes a request, you cannot refuse.
Xiao Liang pressed Hua Mulan on the bed and blew her breath like an orchid. Hua Mulan was worried that resisting would hurt Xiao Liang's child, so she didn't struggle. Her ears felt hot, and she could only nod. It looked like Chu Tian and Xiao Liang were bullying her. Seeing such a charming scene, Chu Tian quietly closed the door, and the sounds in the front yard gradually became inaudible. Li Xiaoning was responsible for guarding the backyard. She leaned on the railing of the pavilion and looked at the night. When she saw that there was still movement in Chu Tian's room for a long time, she said to herself,
"My master's physical strength seems to be getting better and better."
Chapter 320 The Overlord of Guanzhong is born. In Hirado City, Mi Zhu, a wealthy businessman from the Eastern Han Dynasty, became a guest of local businessmen and samurai. In the eyes of local warriors and businessmen, Mi Zhu was wealthy and had a very high status. Mi Zhu was indeed a wealthy businessman, but his status was not necessarily as high as Japanese people imagined. The Lord of Hirado Castle, Tera Yoshimori, gave Mi Zhu a local mansion to live in, and some retainers wanted to give his daughter to Mi Zhu for marriage, leaving a way out for him in the distant Eastern Han Dynasty. Mi Zhu inherited his ancestral business at a young age and was rich. He was also engaged in Shuzhou animal husbandry. In a sense, Mi Zhu's life was much more prosperous than that of the samurai on Kyushu Island in Japan. Dozens of large seagoing ships arrived in Hirado and had already dumped all their goods. They were now buying special products here and transporting them back to the Eastern Han Dynasty. Different civilizations have their own specialties. Only by trading back and forth between the two sides can there be the greatest profit margin. Hirado City has not been peaceful recently. Mi Zhu can see that samurai and Ishigaru are constantly being summoned in Hirado City, And the Lord of Hirado City also goes to war from time to time. Miju heard that the Lord of Hirado Castle was about to perish. And a daimyo named Ryuzoji Temple was competing with the Otomo family and the Shimazu family for control of Kyushu Island.
The war here is also quite brutal.
Miju learned that Kyushu Island may have a population of several million. After the trade here was over, Miju was ready to get up and return to the Eastern Han Dynasty. He had already heard that Shujomu married 2 women at the same time, but did not have a sister of his own. He not only lamented that he had lost a good investment opportunity, curious items to live in. It is easiest to rely on women to get the upper hand. Hearing that Miju was leaving Hirado, the Lord of Hirado City summoned Miju.
When we meet next time, maybe I have defeated the Otomo family and the Shimazu family and become a Kyushu question. By then, the scale of trade between us can be even greater. What is Kyushu question? You should know that there are 4 islands in Japan, and Kyushu is the overlord of Kyushu Island. Oda Nobunaga has taken control of Kyoto and started to deploy weapons all over the world. I must unify Kyushu Island as soon as possible. I hope to maintain the same relationship with Shujo-mu of the Han Empire. Good relationship.
Ping Yisheng narrowed his eyes and respected Shujo's wealthy businessmen. He needed goods and tariffs from the Eastern Han Dynasty.
I am the captain of the Dongdu School. I will definitely have a chance to meet you in the future, as long as we don't become enemies.
Miju did not think Kyushu Island would be a threat because Kyushu Island did not have as many people as Shujo. Tera Yoshimori now occupies 1/3 of Kyushu Island's territory and is not on the same level as Chutian's forces. Ping Yisheng sent Miju away from Pingdo Castle.
Annexing the Otomo and Shimazu families may qualify them to fight Oda Nobunaga. However, many players seem to have begun to support Oda Nobunaga and want to unify Honshu Island. Let the 6th Heavenly Demon King unify the world. It's disturbing. Instead of letting Oda Nobunaga unify the world and lead the world into a war with the suzerain country, it would be better to let Tera Yoshimori unify the world.
In the Guangzhong area, Dongzhua's direct Xiliang army has been at war with the Bingzhou army represented by Lu Bu for several months. With blood flowing like rivers, tens of thousands of people fled to the safety of Xianying City to avoid the war, so that the population of Xianying City reached 1 million. In Chang'an City, Lu Bu led the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry to fight, but was heavily surrounded by a large number of Xiliang cavalry led by Li Ju and Guosi, resulting in heavy casualties. Lu Bu's weapon was captured by Xuerengui. Without the ghost Fang Tian's halberd, Lu Bu could only use a substitute. No matter how powerful Lu Bu's force was, it would be difficult to resist the tens of thousands of Xiliang cavalry.
General, enemy cavalry, retreat quickly.
Gao Shun tried his best to protect Lu Bu, but Lu Bu rushed out of the enemy formation and killed hundreds of Xiliang cavalry. But it was difficult to reverse the situation. Lu Bu fought bloody battles, but in the end, he had to retreat to Chang'an City due to lack of troops.
Why so?
Wang Yun was worried when he saw Lu Bu's defeat on the city wall. In the name of avenging Dongzhua, Li Ju, Guosi and other dozens of Xiliang generals launched a forceful attack on Chang'an City day and night. Without giving the Chang'an City defenders time to recruit troops, Li Ju and Guosi urged a large number of rural warriors to attack the city. They controlled the strong troops and horses left by Dongzhua and had an absolute advantage. The city of Chang'an was crumbling and could no longer hold on.
General Lu Bu can flee to Xianying City. Captain Silly has 100,000 troops in Xianying City. If he is willing to take the general in, he can send troops to help the general put down the rebellious Xiliang army.
After Lu Bu returned to the city in panic, Jiasu suggested to him to flee to Xianying City. Facing the impending fall of Chang'an City, Lu Bu couldn't help but panic, and persuaded Wang Yun to join Jiujio Laoqin in Xianying City. Wang Yun was unwilling to leave Chang'an City and live under someone else's roof. Soon, Chang'an City was breached, and the generals of the Bingzhou faction, such as Lu Bu and Gao Shun, ran away and headed for Xianying City. The Xiliang cavalry galloped in from the city gate to seize the emperor.
Old man Wang Yun killed the master, and also killed a large number of brothers in the past few months. Kill him!
Li Ju, Guosi, Fan Chou, Zhang Ji, Niu Fu and other Xiliang generals hated Wang Yun so much that they surrounded the palace and captured Wang Yun alive. In Xianying City, the scouts arrived at the Lord's mansion non-stop. Jiujiang Laoqin recalled all generals and troops to Xianying City, preparing to accomplish great things.
This time we have 150,000 soldiers and horses. We can annex the Zhou and Xiliang legions, combined with the power of the 3 legions. We can appoint a commander.
Zhejiang Laoqin looked around at the generals present. And all the generals under his command were like wolves and tigers. When Lu Bu was fighting with Li Ju, Guasi and others, Laoqin secretly recruited troops.
Meng Tian, Meng Wu, and Li Xian. Each of you will lead a legion. Yang Dian, you will serve as my guard and command the imperial cavalry.
Zhejiang Laoqin looked at a wandering general recruited in Guanzhong. This man was majestic and tall. Yang Dian, like Hua Mulan, was a fierce general in the Northern Wei dynasty during the Southern and Northern dynasties. He fought in strong formations, and was so fierce that even galloping horses could not keep up with his speed. People at the time believed that even Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were not as brave as him. With Yang Dian and the Imperial Guards, Laoqin had the confidence to control Lu Bu. He believed that as long as the number of troops allocated to Lu Bu was not large, Lu Bu might not be unable to use it. 150,000 Guanzhong soldiers and horses decamped from Xianying City and headed for Chang'an under the leadership of 3 commanders. Lu Bu, Gao Shan and other Bingzhou generals came to Xianying City to seek refuge. When they encountered the mighty Guanzhong army, they couldn't help but be horrified. The Golden Fire cavalry in red and black armor opened the way ahead. Meng Tian only showed a pair of eyes and looked at the Bingzhou legion escaping from Chang'an City indifferently. Lu Bu's Bingzhou army suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Luoyang and the Battle of Chang'an. With less than 10,000 people left, Gao Shan's armor was damaged, and Cao Xing and other generals were also damaged. Zhang Liao had been captured by Cao Cao in the Battle of Luoyang and surrendered to Cao Cao. Lu Bu is now at his weakest, facing the indifferent and condescending Meng Tian. He did not dare to look down on him anymore. Lu Bu, with less than 10,000 remaining soldiers, was no longer a match for Meng Tian and Meng Tian's Golden Fire cavalry. There are 40,000 men in Meng Tian's army. As long as Meng Tian gives an order to attack, Lu Bu's remaining troops will be defeated and drowned. Gao Shan saw that the Guanzhong army appeared in a superior posture just when the Bingzhou army and the Xiliang army were both defeated. And he seemed to realize something. Are there really such coincidences in the world? Zhejiang Laoqin appeared under the protection of the fierce generals Yang Dian and Qin Ruishi. He glanced at Lu Bu, who had also served under Dong Zhuo. He wanted to do something that Cao Cao had never done in history, so that Lu Bu and Lu Bu's subordinates could be used for him. The brave old Qin rode a Lianzhou horse with a sword at his waist, and behind him were 150,000 warriors in armor. His aura that swept the world was in sharp contrast to Lu Bu's gray-headed appearance. Zhejiang Laoqin had already calculated that Lu Bu would escape from Chang'an, and knowingly asked,
"Isn't this Lu Fengxian?"
Facing the powerful foreign princes, Lu Bu's personal bravery seemed so powerless in front of an army of 150,000 people.
"Captain Silly, I want to borrow an army of 50,000 people to defeat Li Ju and Guasi and recapture Chang'an. Be loyal to me, and you and your generals will become my retainers. Chang'an will become my territory."
Zhejiang Laoqin made no secret of his ambitions at this time. No matter how battle-hardened the Bingzhou army was, with less than 10,000 people, it could not be a match for the 150,000 elite troops. Lu Bu was not very resourceful, but he was not completely reckless either. He knew that he would be annexed by Zhejiang Laoqin this time. Fortunately, Lu Bu didn't have the experience to become a monarch on his own, so he took refuge with Ding Yuan, Dong Zhuo, and Wang Yun. Even if he took refuge with Zhejiang Laoqin again, it wouldn't be a big deal. So he took the initiative to pledge allegiance to Zhejiang Laoqin.
"Ming Gong has got me. With me leading the cavalry and Duke Ming leading the infantry, we can unify the world. Meng Tian, what do you think?"
Zhejiang Laoqin asked Meng Tian, his most trustworthy cavalry commander.
"Lu Bu is ambitious and may not be willing to serve his lord faithfully. As long as you give him less than 10,000 troops, he will not be able to betray."
Zhejiang Laoqin was still reluctant to kill Lu Bu and Gao Shan. He believed that his own skills could make Lu Bu and Gao Shan sacrifice their lives. As for Lu Bu's other generals, they can be easily bribed as long as they are lured with benefits.
"I have to serve as a cavalry commander first, and unification of the world is just around the corner. Before that, Li Ju and Guasi have to make an emergency landing."
Zhejiang Laoqin annexed the Bingzhou army of less than 10,000 people on the way, and continued to lead an army of 150,000 people to march towards Chang'an City. Yang Dian, the guard of Zhejiang Laoqin, glared at Lu Bu and seemed not to be afraid of Lu Bu. Lu Bu could not become the core senior leader of Zhejiang Laoqin at all. with Yang Dian as his bodyguard. Jiuzhou Laoqin did not need to recognize Lu Bu as his adopted son. Nor did Lu Bu serve as his bodyguard. Li Ju and Guisi captured Chang'an, looted and imprisoned Wang Yun, and appointed Jia Su as military advisor. When the 150,000 Guanzhong army and less than 10,000 Bingzhou army surrounded Chang'an, the Xiliang army panicked. In order to destroy Lu Bu's Bingzhou army, they suffered heavy losses. At this time, they had no remaining strength to fight against Jiuzhou Laoqin's 150,000 Guanzhong army. The Xiliang army did not have a stable territory in Guanzhong, but Jiuzhou Laoqin had Xianying City, Yufufeng, and Zwifeng as its sphere of influence, and could besiege Chang'an City for a long time. Li Ju and Guisi were afraid when they saw the Golden Fire Cavalry and Qin Ruishi outside the city, which were no less numerous than their Xiliang Legion.
Those who surrendered from the Xiliang army can forget the past and remain as generals.
Jiujiang and Laoqin sent envoys to recruit Li Ju, Guisi and others to surrender. Unlike Wang Yun, Jiujiang Laoqin was willing to forgive the Xiliang army's actions as the price of surrendering the Xiliang army. Li Ju, Guisi and others judged that there was a high probability that they would not be able to defend Chang'an City, and were worried that if Chang'an City was breached, their heads would fall. So they went to ask the military advisor Jia Su for his opinion.
Sili Xiaowei is a more ambitious Minggong than Dong Zhuo. He has many powerful generals under his command, and his troops and horses are strong. The only thing he lacks is generals. You generals have the ability to command troops. Why don't you serve Sili Xiaowei?
Dong Zhuo's son-in-law Niufu said.
We are worried that Captain Sili will repent and kill us after we present the city.
Jia Su pondered.
Please let me take the risk myself and go to lobby Sili Xiaowei and ask him to make an oath to heaven and never break his promise.
The generals of the Xiliang faction saw Jia Shumao, a fellow countryman, recommending himself. They couldn't help but be grateful when they thought that they were no match for Laoqin, the captain of Sili School. Jiujiang. The gate of Chang'an City opened, and Jia Su led several envoys to Jiuzhou Laoqin's camp.
If you achieve great success this time, I will declare you to the emperor as a Taiwei.
When Jiuzhou Laoqin saw Jia Su's great achievements, he did not hesitate to reward him. The emperor is in Chang'an City, and has conquered Chang'an City. He can blackmail the emperor into disobedience. Jia Su refused.
The Taiwei is listed among the 3 dukes. Wenhe is short of qualifications and cannot accept the order.
Jiujiang Laoqin knew that Jia Su was wise and protected, and did not want Lin Xiu to be in the wood. So he said,
if you support the emperor, I will worship you as the Emperor Jinwu and grant the title of Marquis of Tingting.
Jia Su thanked him.
Thank you, Lord.
In the 5th year of Lord Calendar, the remnants of Dong Zhuo opened the gates of Chang'an City, surrendered to Sili Colonel Jiujiang Laoqin, and were taken in by Jiuzhou Laoqin. Jiujiang Laoqin took control of Chang'an City and supported the emperor. He was promoted to the general of chariots and cavalry, and opened the mansion by Sili Xiaowei. He led Sili Xiaowei, Jia, and Qianghu to replace Dong Zhuo, and his power was overwhelming. Jiujiang Laoqin formed the Guanzhong army, the Bingzhou army, and the Lianhou army, a total of 3 armies, which were powerful in Guanzhong. Jiujiang Laoqin controlled the 3 counties of Yufufeng, Zifenji and Jingshuan, namely the Sanfu area. At the same time, Jiujiang Laoqin marched towards Hengdong County and Sanhe area, intending to regain Luoyang, Hanoi, Hedong and other places, and peek into Guangdong. The sudden rise of the great prince Jiujiang Laoqin made all the lords pay attention, and he was in the limelight. All players know how to hold the emperor hostage to control the princes. This time the emperor fell into the hands of Jiuzhou Laoqin, and it was almost impossible for other princes to snatch the emperor.
Yang Dian, Lu Bu, Li Ju, Guisi.
Chu Tian was somewhat surprised to learn that Jiujiang Laoqin had become the overlord of Guanzhong and forcibly subdued the Bingzhou army and the Xiliang army. Every great prince has his own means. If Chu Tian had not acquired 3 new counties, he might have been surpassed by Jiuzhou and Laoqin.
Jiuzhou Laoqin may become a powerful enemy. If he wins Longwangshu, he can gain 1/3 of the world.
Chu Tian felt a sense of crisis. Once Jiujiang Laoqin occupied Guanzhong, Lianzhou, Hanzhong, and Bashu, he would have reached the sphere of influence envisaged by Zhuge Liang during the Northern Expedition during the 3 Kingdoms period. Even more worried than Chu Tian about the threat posed by Jiuzhou Laoqin were the lords in Longxi, Bingzhou, and Hanzhong. They were likely to be attacked by Jiuzhou Laoqin. Chapter 321 Recruiting White Robes. The army of Zhejiang Lao Qin, the overlord of Guanzhong, is separated from Chutian's sphere of influence by Yuzhou, posing a considerable threat to Chutian. In order to strengthen his power and maintain his advantage over Lao Qin, Chutian specially purchased high-quality war horses from Yubiping County and recruited white-robe cavalry for Qinqingji. Xia City has a rare 7th-level cavalry battalion, which can recruit cavalry of 7th level and below. The 7th level cavalry battalion in Xia City already had experience recruiting Xiliang cavalry. Army, White Robe Army. Level, 7th level light cavalry / light infantry. Basic attack power, 24. Basic defense power, 9. Basic speed, 23. Skills, advanced reconnaissance, advanced mounted archery, advanced galloping, special long drive, advanced spear formation step, advanced shield formation step, advanced swiftness step, advanced siege step. White robe, more people the more. The faster the enemy's morale decreases, up to a maximum of 25%. Characteristics, white-robed army god, when Qinqingji serves as the general. Marching speed plus 5%. Bow and arrow damage. Melee damage plus 15%. Military pay, 10 taels / month. Required equipment, gold level spear, gold level horn bow, gold level light armor / leather armor, gold level shield, platinum level light cavalry horse. Training period 2 months. Maximum quantity, 7,000. The equipment required by the White Robe Army is expensive, can be used for foot or horse fighting, and is highly practical. With the addition of Qinqingji's ability, the White Robe Army can exert even more powerful combat effectiveness. Chu Tian recruited 2,000 White Robe troops for Qinqingji and almost lost his fortune. The White Robe Army is equipped with excellent equipment from top to bottom. No wonder the White Robe Army's combat effectiveness is so strong. 2 months later, the first batch of White Robes could be recruited and driven by Qinqingji. Chu Tian had already thought about the training targets for the White Robe Army. 2 months later, he sent Qinqingji to attack Hojing and capture Sichuan and Zhejiang County. In this way, troops can be trained before the Battle of Mabe begins.
As long as there are 2,000 white robe troops, once Hojing leaves the city, the last general can take his head.
Qinqingji was grateful to Chu Tian for recruiting 2,000 white robe troops for him and planning to attack Hojing.
2 months later, I will personally supervise the army to capture Huainan, the 5 schools of the Northern Army, the White Robe Army, and the Invincible Army will march together to suppress Hojing.
Chu Tian considered candidates for the crusade against Huainan, but it seemed that infantry commanders were once again lacking. Zhou Yafu's defensive army was dealing with Cao Cao, and Li Yi's offensive army was dealing with the Qinzhou governor. Chu Tian did not have any suitable infantry commanders or legions under his command. He could only call on the defensive corps of each county. The defensive legions have a large number of infantry and archers, such as Chendang's Guangling Defense Legion and Mifang's Donghai Defense Legion.
Zhang Ba and Sun Guan's Langia Defense Army marched south.
After Chu Tian captured Beihai Kingdom, it no longer made sense for Zhang Ba and Sun Guan's Langia Defensive Corps to be stationed in the northern part of Langia Kingdom, because Langia Kingdom was surrounded by territories occupied by Chu Tian and posed no threat. Therefore, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan's Langia Defense Corps can be used to conquer Huainan.
Maybe we can meet again in the Battle of Mabe.
Huan presented 9 high-quality Dewan horses to Chu Tian and prepared to return to the Western Region Protectorate. A teleportation from Langia Kingdom to the Protectorate of the Western Regions required 30 taels of silver. Even Huan, who became the protector of the Western Regions, felt distressed.
If the civilizations of Central Asia join forces, they may not be weaker than the Protectorate of the Western Regions. You have to engage in distant relations and attack closely. Otherwise you will not be able to stop the Central Asian civilizations.
Before Huan left, Chu Tian reminded Huan to be careful about the civilizations in Central Asia. Central Asian civilization can be divided into 2 levels. Dewan and Wusun are relatively weak, while civilizations such as the Seljuk Empire, Khwarezm, and Kushan Empire have historically dominated one area and are difficult to deal with. If the entire Eastern Han dynasty joined forces, they would naturally not be afraid of Central Asian civilizations. But Huan only has a population outside Yumen Pass, and its population is not as large as that of all Central Asian civilizations joining forces.
When I conquer the 36 kingdoms and recruit the troops from the 36 kingdoms and the Western Region Protectorate to march westward, the Seljuk Empire, Khwarezm, and the Kushan Empire will all be conquered by me.
Huan was confident in himself before leaving. If no one in, Lord, can unify the Eastern Han dynasty or the world within a few decades, Huan will be the overlord of Central Asia, the emperor of one land. And there seems to be nothing wrong with establishing a khanate. As for what happened after death, no matter how monstrous the flood was, it had nothing to do with Huan. Prince Yen and Gong Ziwen each returned to their own territories, and they had their own troubles. Among the group of lords who knew each other at the beginning, only Chu Tian and Huan had the best development momentum.
The protectorate of the western regions. Can Huan really establish a large empire similar to the Western Liao in Central Asia?
Chu Tian knew that there was a Western Liao Empire in history. After the Liao kingdom established by the Khitan was destroyed by the Jin kingdom established by the Jurchens, Liao general Yeludashi fled to the western regions and established the Western Liao Empire. He repelled the Jin army, defeated the Seljuk Empire coalition forces, dominated Central Asia, and spread his prestige to Europe. The Gaochan Uyghurs, the Western Kara Khanate, the Eastern Kara Khanate, and Khwarezm successively surrendered to the Yeludashi in its prime. If not for the rise of the Mongol Empire, Shilia could have existed for a longer time. Although Yeludashi is a Khitan, Huan clearly wants to imitate Yeludashi's trajectory. When the East was too powerful, he did not compete with the princes in the Guan dynasty in the Central Plains. On the contrary, by dominating Central Asia, he could also become the emperor and come to the dynasty from all directions, which would be an opportunity to be remembered in history, especially if the Eastern Han dynasty falls into a situation of three kingdoms and cannot be unified for decades. The great empire established by Huan in Central Asia may be passed down for several generations. It has to be said that the princes have their own ideas, whether it is Zhejiang Laoqin's attempt to use the emperor to disobey his ministers, Huan's domination of the western regions, Zhang Dao's peasant uprising, or Mingwan's army in Liaodong. It can be regarded as a way to rise. Chu Tian's original purpose in choosing to build a village in Xuzhou was relatively simple. Xuzhou produced more grain. At the same time, Tao Qian, the governor of Xuzhou, was incompetent, making it less difficult to rise. In Lujiang County, Ho Jing's sneak attack on Guanling County was unsuccessful, so he turned to attack here. When Ho Jing thought he could easily capture Lujiang County, the two famous Eastern Jin generals Huan Wen and Zhu Ti, the prefect Tong Kai, left behind to guard Lujiang, led infantry and archers to defeat Ho Jing's cavalry. Ho Jing took Guijia hostage and fled. Ho Jing thought that Guangling County was already difficult to attack, but Lujiang County was even more dangerous. Zhu Ti was good at attacking people's hearts, and Huan Wen was a talented general. He was good at supervising troops to fight hard and attack cavalry with foot. They actually won a complete victory, unable to capture Guangling to the east and Lujiang to the west. The depressed Ho Jing fled back to Shochuan and defended the city.
Ho Jing! Nothing more.
As a famous general in the Eastern Jin dynasty, Huan Wen destroyed the Cheng Han dynasty and made 3 northern expeditions to the Central Plains. Although he was not as good as Zhou Yafu, Lu Yi and others, he was better than second-rate commanders such as Ho Jing. He killed more than 3,000 Ho Jing and captured more than 2,000 people. If his main force was not in Chaisang, he would attack Shochuan. Lujiang guard Zhu Ti said to Huan Wen,
"My lord has captured Danyang County and is leading the Beifu army to attack Wu County. If you can take Yuzhong County, then we will have 3 or even 4 counties. Yuzhong County is too big. I may not be able to capture Yuzhong County with my own military strength." Report: Ho Jing of Shochuan attacked Lujiang County and was defeated by the prefect of Lujiang County.
When Chu Tian patiently was stationed in Xuzhou, news of Ho Jing's defeat came. Ho Jing fought against the princes from all directions, but could not win. The vassal territories around Shochuan have been consolidated, and it is almost impossible to expand with the strength of a Zhejiang County.
The prefect of Lujiang, Tong Kai, is not a good person. He will definitely leave important generals to guard Lujiang County. Ho Jing goes to attack Lujiang County. He is too confident in himself.
Chu Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he learned that Ho Jing was provoking princes from all over the world. Even Chu Tian would not attack Tong Kai easily. Tong Kai is one of the top princes south of the Yangtze River, and the Beifu army is as powerful as any of Chu Tian's armies. However, Ho Jing took the initiative to provoke 2 great princes, one from Xuzhou and one from Yangzhou. This is too long to live. Chu Tian began to mobilize his troops, preparing to pacify Huainan and take Huainan into his hands. To pacify Huainan, the 5 northern army schools, the Reconnaissance Corps, the Servant Corps, the White Robes Corps, and the Invincible Corps served as the main force. At the same time, the Guangling Defense Corps, Langia Defense Corps, and Donghai Defense Corps served as auxiliary forces. In addition, a large number of rural warriors from Xiapi State and Guangling County were mobilized to transport food, build pontoon bridges, and build siege equipment. Sichuan City is strong and difficult to capture without a surprise attack. Chen Qingji reported to Chu Tian that Councillor Guijia was in the hands of Ho Jing. If Guijia was used, Sichuan City might be easily captured.
Let the spies from Sichuan City take action to see if they can contact Guijia.
Chu Tian has already obtained Zhuge Liang from the Shu Kingdom, Lu Su from the Wu Kingdom and others. If they can capture Guijia, Chu Tian will basically not have to worry about the lack of counselors. Guijia is very likely to be controlled by Ho Jing. It may be quite difficult to contact Guijia using the spies from Sichuan City. A large number of legions began to gather in the Guangling County Xiapi State area, preparing to attack Huainan. During the preparation of the army, Chu Tian continued to farm and peek at the development of other princes. Zhejiang Laoqin has become the overlord of Guangzhou, and Hongdong County was soon controlled by him. However, Zhejiang Laoqin also had troubles. There were forces such as the Yiran governor and the Baibua army in Hanoi County and Hedong County. Mingwen wanted to attack Yubiping County, and Yuzhou Muluyu temporarily reconciled with Gong Sunzan and supported Yubiping County. The two sides clashed in Yubiping County. Yuan Shao was still attacking Liu Bei and wanted to expel Liu Bei from Jizhou. In Renan County, the governor of Yiran said that the Tang dynasty ordered generals to attack various places in Renan County. Renan County is a large county. The territory of one Renan County is equivalent to 2 to 3 counties in Suzhou. Renan County is still under the control of many foreign lords, and they all serve Yuan Shu as their leader. The Renan governor said that Tang's forcible unification of Renan County caused dissatisfaction among other Renan County lords, and they protested to Yuan Shu of Yingchuan County. Yuan Shu was defeated by Chu Tian, and his legion suffered heavy losses. He was unable to control the situation, so he could only send people to Renan County to scold the Renan prefect. The governor of Renan did not pay much attention to the envoys sent by Yuan Shu. He went in with his left ear and went out with his right ear. He entertained the envoys well, but continued to attack the counties in Renan County. Not only was Renan County independent, but Nanyang County, which was originally subordinate to Yuan Shu, was also occupied by foreign lords and announced its separation from Yuan Shu's power. When the lords of Chen, Liang, and Pei saw that the governors of Renan and Nanyang had taken the initiative to betray Yuan Shu, they no longer respected Yuan Shu as their master, and they became independent. The only territory that Yuan Shu actually controlled was Yingchuan County. As the short-lived first prince of the Eastern Han dynasty, Yuan Shu's power collapsed almost overnight. He was so angry that Yuan Shu vomited 3 liters of blood and became ill on the bed. Now Yuan Shu's military strength is not even as good as that of a Renan governor. The lords of Yuzhou used Yuan Shu to obtain the official positions and power they wanted. They no longer served Yuan Shu, but surrendered to Cao Cao, the governor of Yanzhou, to fight against Chu Zimu of Shuzhou. The collapse of Yuan Shu's power was expected by Chu Tian. Gongzuan, who was close to Yuzhou, had warned Chu Tian in advance, so Chu Tian was not surprised. The various foreign lords support Yuan Shu, but they just want to take advantage of Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu became the worst tool prince. The changes in Yuzhou cannot affect Chu Tian's plan to attack Sichuan for the time being. During this period, Chu Tian tried to recruit Tai Shirzi to surrender.
In November, I want to participate in the Battle of Maobei. If I can get your help, I will definitely defeat the Huns. This time the enemy is the Huns. How can you just sit back and watch?
Because of the third epic battle,
Battle of Maobei,
Chu Tian could not send Li Guang to fight, so he wanted to recruit Tai Shirzi to temporarily replace Li Guang's position. Tai Shirzi was also good at horseback riding and archery, similar to Li Guang. He is not as powerful as Li Guang, but he is still a fierce general.
Please let me think about it.
Tai Shirzi did not directly agree to surrender, but Chu Tian could tell that Tai Shirzi had some intentions when he went to attack the Xiongnu this time. A real man should seal the wolf from Su and restrain Shi Yanran.
Before November, if you want to go against the Huns, please inform the jailers, and they will tell me.
Chu Tian believed that Tai Shirzi would be willing to follow him to Maobei. Officials in various counties are working step by step. Generals are training their troops and horses, and Shuzhou's power is developing rapidly. During this period, Chu Tian was handling internal affairs and recruiting talents in Xiaoqing, while accompanying Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan. Mi Zhu, the captain of Dongdu School in Biejia, came back from Pingdu City in Japan. He made a lot of money for the Lord's palace, and was awarded by Chu Tian. At the same time, Miju explained to Chu Tian what happened on Kyushu Island in Japan.
There are 3 powerful forces in Japan: the Ryuzoji Temple, the Otomo family, and the Shimazu family. However, Ryuzoji Temple was destroyed by the Lord of Hirado Castle. And the Lord of Hirado Castle, Tara Yoshimori, it has the ambition to annex Kyushu Island. Tara Yoshimori dared to take the initiative to come to Shujo to request trade, which shows that he is a leader of the enlightened faction. In the future, if you go to Hirado to trade, you need to pay close attention to this person's development.
Chu Tian did not know much about the development of other civilizations. This time Miju personally went to Kyushu Island, one of the 4 Japanese islands, to obtain important information for Chu Tian. When Miju came back, Chu Tian appointed him as City Chao to replace Xiao Liang. Zhang Hong replaced Xiao Liang and became the Prime Minister of Lengia. 2 months later, the first batch of White Robe Army cavalry was trained and placed under the jurisdiction of Qinqingji and incorporated into the White Robe Army. At the same time, in 2 months, Chu Tian replenished the losses of the Northern Army's 5th School and other legions in previous battles. Legions from all walks of life gathered in Xiapi State and Guangling County. In Shochuan City, Chu Tian's scouts here managed to contact Guijia.
Shujo Mu wants to attack Shochuan.
Guijia learned that Chu Tian had attacked Shochuan City and fell into deep thought. Chapter 322 Horses Trample on Huainan. A group of white robe cavalry assembled at the border of Xiapi Kingdom. This cavalry has white horses and white robes, and is equipped with weapons such as ringhead knives, spears, and horned bows. The war horses are expensive. Just one war horse is equivalent to several years' salary of a low-level soldier. Qin Qingji joined the White Robe Legion and took charge of the White Robe Legion together with Xueren Gui and Zhao Yun to participate in the crusade against Huainan. Although Qin Qingji's military force was not even a match for high-level soldiers, and was extremely weak compared to Xueren Gui and Zhao Yun, Xueren Gui and Zhao Yun did not underestimate Qin Qingji. Placing Qin Qingji in the White Robes Legion can also make up for Qin Qingji's lack of military force.
What kind of army is that? Almost all of them are white horses and white robes.
Villagers in the border villages of Xiapi State were shocked when they saw a large number of white robe cavalry passing by. The White Robe Legion has 27,000 cavalry, including 6,000 high-level cavalry and 21,000 low-level cavalry. This time they swept through the Shochuan area, with the White Robe Legion as the vanguard, and no one dared to compete with them as they marched across Huainan. Su Sheng was dispatched to the Huaihe River area and used the Huaihe River to transport grain and grass from Xiapi State and Guangling County to the front line of Zhejiang County to relieve the pressure on the army. A large number of ships were commandeered to transport grain, grass, soldiers and horses. There are not only Ho Jing's forces in the Huaihe River area, but also a large number of mountain bandits and water bandits. When they heard that Shujo Mu's army was sweeping through Huainan, they all fled. For Chu Tian, this crusade was not difficult like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. More than 100,000 troops advanced in 2 directions. Along the way to Pai Kingdom, Chu Tian personally served as the commander-in-chief, with jurisdiction over the Northern Army's 5 schools: Reconnaissance Legion, Servant Legion, White Robe Legion, Invincible Legion, Langia Defense Legion, and Donghai Defense Legion, totaling about 100,000 people, attacking along the Huaihe River. Along the way to Guangling County, Qin Ding served as the commander-in-chief, with the Guangling Defense Corps as the main force. A total of about 30,000 people, attacking along the Yangtze River. In addition to the main force, a large number of rural warriors were recruited to transport food and siege equipment.
Will the Lord use too many soldiers and horses?
Qin Qingji saw the endless army and marveled at Chu Tian's generosity. After experiencing many large-scale conquests, Shujo already has a mature troop deployment and logistics system. Even if 100,000 troops are mobilized at one time, there will be no pressure. Qin Qingji thought that Chu Tian only sent 40,000 to 50,000 troops to attack Sichuan, but he did not expect that the number of troops mobilized by Chu Tian exceeded 100,000. It seems that Chu Tian has the ambition to annex Jianghuai. Chu Tian's attack direction was erratic, sometimes south and sometimes north. He also used the River, Huai River and other rivers to transport troops, and had a large number of cavalry. He advanced very quickly, making the surrounding princes miserable. It would never be possible for them to guess who Chu Zimu's next target would be.
Chu Zimu actually went to fight Shochuan.
Tong Ke, who was attacking Chui County of Wu County in the south of the Yangtze River, heard the news and fell into silence for an hour. To defend the Yangtze River, you must defend the Huaihe River. This means that if you want to defend the Yangtze River, you must defend the Huaihe River. Sichuan and Hefei are important cities that control Huainan. If you occupy Sichuan and Hefei, you can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. For Jiangdong forces, it is crucial to have Sichuan and Hefei. If it weren't for the annexation of the lords of Jiangyan, it would be a good time to annex Jiangyan. And Tongke would have captured Sichuan by now. Tongke went to attack Jiangyan, and Chutian took the opportunity to ride on Huainan. It was very uncomfortable for Tongke. Extremely uncomfortable. Emperor Sun Quan attacked Hefei many times just to capture Huainan.
Order Huanwen and Zhu Ti to lead their troops to capture Hefei. Do not compete with Chu Zimu in Sichuan.
Tongke hesitated again and again. Since Chutian wanted to attack Sichuan, he could capture Hefei. As long as Hefei is captured, we can go north out of the Huaihe River and enter the Central Plains. Tongchue's order soon reached the desks of Generals Huanwen and Zhu Ti in Lujiang. Huanwen carefully checked the map of the Huainan area and found that Hefei's terrain was dangerous.
Send troops to capture Hefei immediately without further delay. I will lead 20,000 Chaisang troops to capture Hefei, and you will lead the Lujiang troops to support you. Good.
Zhu Ti also had a strategic vision and knew the importance of Hefei, so he began to march towards Jiujiang County. This is an action between the two princes of Xuzhou and Yangzhou to compete for control of Huainan. It is not just a simple crusade against Ho Jing. Chaisang soldiers and Lujiang soldiers, totaling 40,000 people, attacked Hefei. Tongke, the prefect of Lujiang, made a decisive decision. When the main Beifu army attacked Wu County, he immediately mobilized the generals guarding the family to occupy Hefei. If he captures Hefei, Chutian's ability to control Huainan will decline. Chu Tian personally led the 5 schools of the Northern Army. Wu Anhua served as deputy general, and Fang Xianling and Lu Su served as army officers. Lu Su's hometown is adjacent to Jiujiang County, and he knows Jiujiang County quite well. He holds a parchment map in his hand.
Sichuan and Hefei are important towns in Huainan. If the Lord takes them and station troops here, not only can he have a glimpse of the south of the Yangtze River, but also he can work in the fields and get a lot of military rations every year. Sichuan can indeed farm. That's why I came to attack Huainan.
Chu Tian has coveted Sichuan and Hefei for a long time. Capturing 2 cities has limited effect at present, but it will have great effect in the future. When troops are stationed in Sichuan and Hefei, the princes south of the Yangtze River cannot go north, and Chu Tian does not have to worry about the south. Fang Xianling reminded,
Lujiang's troops may go to attack Hefei. It is indeed possible. Invincible Legion and Servant Legion, go and take Hefei.
Chu Tian decided to divide his troops into 2 groups, one to attack Sichuan and the other to capture Hefei, and captured all 2 important cities in the Huainan region. After Yang Yi received the order, he immediately led 10,000 cavalry south to seize Sichuan. In addition to cavalry and infantry, Joan of Arc's Servant Legion was ordered to follow Yang Yi. This time no one was monitoring her, but she led the operation alone, probably because she had adapted to her current status. She did not even think of escaping. Instead, she led her army of servants and followed the instructions on the map to coordinate Yang Ye's invincible army southward. In Sichuan City, Ho Jing learned that the great princes of Xuzhou and the great princes of Yangzhou were attacking Jiujiang County. He couldn't help but regret that he had offended Chu Tian and Tongke at the same time. He led the cavalry out of the city, hoping to stop the Xuzhou army.
The white-robed army exceeds tens of thousands of white-robed army.
As soon as Ho Jing left the city, the cavalry scouts in front sent back more detailed news, which made Ho Jing frightened. In just 2 months, a large number of white-robed troops appeared in the Huainan area.
Isn't the upper limit of Qin Qingji's white-robed army 7,000?
Ho Jing was greatly frightened when he heard that there were tens of thousands of white-robed troops arriving. So Ho Jing, who was just about to leave the city, retreated back to Sichuan City, reinforced the city wall, and planned to defend it to the death.
Xuzhou Mu came to attack Sichuan City with all his strength, and he must be fully prepared. You once burned, killed, and looted in Pengcheng Kingdom. If you were captured alive by Xuzhou Mu, you would all be executed, or even sink to the Huaihe River to feed the fish.
Guijia still did not forget to be sarcastic. Ho Jing's face was ferocious.
If Sichuan City is destroyed,
I will kill you first, so you still have to protect Sichuan for me.
Guijia's expression changed slightly.
Me? I will try my best.
The White Robe Army advanced with great speed. Wherever it went, Zhongli, Dongtu and other counties all surrendered. And no county magistrate was willing to defend the city for Ho Jing. Chutian's 5th School of the Northern Army was in the rear. When they arrived at Dongtu County, the people greeted them with pots of food and rice.
The people have been suffering for a long time. Ming Gong attacked Zhejiang and actually saved the people here from the fire and water.
When Magistrate Tu saw the Shuzhou army coming, he burst into tears and almost hugged Chu Tian's thigh and told Ho Jing about Ho Jing's evil deeds. Ho Jing allowed his soldiers to burn, kill and loot everywhere in order to win people's hearts. And Dongtu County also suffered greatly.
I thought Ho Jing would resist tenaciously, but it seems that taking Huainan this time will be easy.
Popular support is the same as blessing value. It usually doesn't have any effect, but sometimes it can have miraculous effects. The people of Zhejiang County under Ho Jing's rule were low-spirited and almost surrendered. Various villages and counties also took the initiative to provide food and grass for Shuzhou's army.
After Ho Jing arrived, the amount of food each household had to turn in increased by 50%, and rebels looted from time to time. At least 100,000 people in Dongtu County fled to the mountains and forests to avoid the harsh government and the rebels.
The magistrate of Dongtu County detailed the damage done to Huainan by Ho Jing's rebellion. Millions of people may be affected throughout Huainan. Chu Tian summoned the civilians of Dongtu County.
Ho Jing caused chaos and bandits ran rampant in Huainan. This is God's punishment for Huainan. But God sent me to quell Ho Jing's rebellion. Please help me and restore peace.
Chu Tian has learned to play tricks in front of the local people. And the people's hearts have really risen.
Presumably the White Robe Legion has arrived in Sichuan City by now.
When Chu Tian, as the rear army, gathered people's hearts in Dongtu County, the White-Robed Army had already arrived at Sichuan City. Ho Jing was frightened by Shuzhou's army, and did not dare to go out of the city to fight Chen Qingji's White-Robed Army.
All men taller than the wheel will participate in the defense of the city.
Ho Jing knew that Shuzhou wanted to eliminate him. With Chen Qingji around, once he was captured alive by Shuzhou, he would definitely be executed. In order to protect himself, he drove all the men in Sichuan City to defend the city at any cost. About 200,000 people were forced to come to the city wall. Ho Jing's cavalry also realized that they would die if the city was broken. So they agreed with the General Ho Jing's approach and drove out the people to defend the city. With the fortification of Sichuan City and the forced conquest of 200,000 men and children, who defended the entire city, they did not believe that Shuzhou's army could conquer Sichuan.
As long as they hold on for 2 or 3 months, they will be forced to withdraw their troops when Shuzhou goes to participate in the Battle of Mabe.
Ho Jing encouraged the generals. His idea was also correct. As long as he held on for 2 months, Chu Tian would have to retreat. Ho Jing led a group of soldiers to the city wall and looked down at the white-robed troops below the city. They were all white-robed, with a large number of white horses and flags covering the sky, which was awe-inspiring.
Chen Qingji.
Ho Jing saw Chen Qingji again. This time, Chen Qingji led no ordinary light cavalry, but 2,000 white-robed troops. Ho Jing's fingers were trembling when he saw the familiar white-robed army. After taking refuge with Shuzhou apparently helped Chen Qingji recruit the white-robed army regardless of the cost. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to Shuzhou instead of Chen Qingji. Ho Jing regretted becoming an independent force. Now he occupies Sichuan. But there is no room for development. If it were still 2 or 3 years ago, when all the lords only had a few counties, he would have been able to build a career.
Ho Jing on the city wall was sizing up Chen Qingji below, and Chen Qingji was also observing Sichuan City's defense. Chen Qingji said people to call for formation, but Ho Jing was afraid of Chen Qingji and the white-robed army, and did not dare to fight.
Ho Jing is not a fool. On the contrary, he is quite shrewd, but his desire makes him quick.
Seeing that Ho Jing was unwilling to go out to fight, Chen Qingji had no choice but to besiege the city and wait for the infantry and archers from behind to attack the city. At the same time, Chen Qingji commanded the white-robe army to divide its troops and occupy various dangerous areas, not giving Ho Jing a chance to escape. Ho Jing had no reinforcements outside, and it was like catching a turtle in an urn. The Guanling Defensive Regiment led by Chen Deng attacked Liang County in Zhejiang County along the Yangtze River. Ta Ke, the prefect of Lijiang, crossed the Yangtze River from Liang County and arrived in the south of the Yangtze River. By occupying Liang, you can monitor the Yangtze River coast. Qin Ding's Guanling defensive regiment numbered 30,000 people, and was overwhelming in numbers. After holding on for 3 days, the Liang County magistrate chose to surrender the city under Qin Ding's encouragement. Qin Ding entered Liang County to count the population, grain, gold and silver, while appeasing people and recruiting talents. After Master Zhou Mu captures Jiujiang County, he needs talents to guard Jiujiang County. If there are talented people, you can recommend yourself. Qin Ding ordered people to post notices. Less than 3 days after the notice was posted, a man who called himself Pegua Lu Fu came to see Qin Ding. Qin Ding talked with him and was surprised, so he sent someone to escort him to meet Chu Tian. Qin Ding himself stayed in Liang County to eliminate bandits and improve people's morale.
Hefei was captured by me. Huanwen!
Huanwen led 20,000 Chaisang soldiers to occupy Hefei first. Seeing that the situation was not good, the county magistrate of Hefei surrendered without a fight. Hefei has been in war for a long time. Its population is less than 100,000, and its city walls are damaged. After Huanwen arrived with his troops, he immediately began to repair the city wall and prepare to hold on. According to the intelligence provided by his lord Tongke, Shuzhou Mu's legion was extremely terrifying and was not allowed to go out to fight with it in the field.
You go to investigate, and the rest of the soldiers and horses move the nearby population into Hefei to enrich the city's population.
The Huainan area is very chaotic. Mountain bandits and water bandits are rampant. Many powerful people have formed strongholds, coupled with the year-round wars between alien lords. Huainan's population has suffered huge losses. A large number of people have fled to the deep mountains and forests or to the manors of local powerful people. If you want to build Hefei into a military center, you must have a sufficient population. After Huanwen sent out the cavalry scouts, he concentrated on building the city wall. Soon, the scouts came back with news.
General, a cavalry force of about 10,000 people has appeared. The vanguard is less than 5 miles away from Hefei. They must be Shuzhou Mu's cavalry. How can they be so fast?
Huanwen, as the most senior military commander left in Jianbei by Tongke, knew that Shuzhou Mu was competing for Hefei with him. So he immediately organized a defense and held on to Hefei. A thin black line appeared on the horizon, and the thin line gradually turned into cavalry all over the mountains and plains. The powerful Yang Yi led the invincible army to take Hefei.
General, we seem to be a step too late.
Yang Yi's scout cavalry discovered that Hefei had been occupied by other princes. Yang Yi looked at Hefei, where troops were stationed, and frowned. If Hefei is not controlled by the big princes, it can be easily captured by 10,000 cavalry. Now it is almost impossible to capture Hefei with 10,000 cavalry. Chapter 323 Battle for Hefei.
Dismount and prepare to attack the city.
Yang Yi was unwilling to let Hefei be snatched away by the soldiers and horses of other princes. So he ordered the cavalry of the Invincible Legion to dismount and fight on foot, and stormed Hefei, which had a ruined city wall. The current Hefei city wall is severely damaged, and it is not difficult to capture Hefei. Otherwise, once Hefei is built into an iron wall by Huanwen, Jiangnan's troops can attack Sichuan through Hefei in the future, posing a huge threat to Huainan and even the Central Plains.
No matter which general of Shuzhou Mu is on the other side, they will be beaten to death in front of me. Huanwen
ambushed the crossbowmen. When Yang Yi led the dismounted cavalry to attack the city, the crossbowmen who were ambushing behind the female wall fired thousands of arrows and killed hundreds of dismounted cavalry. Yang Yi's offensive was frustrated. Yang Yi considered that he would suffer heavy losses, so he temporarily retreated.
The dismounted cavalry is indeed not good at attacking the city. The defender of Hefei seems to be good at using infantry and archers.
After Yang Yi lost hundreds of cavalry, he immediately gave up the attack on Hefei. Seeing Yang Yi's invincible army stop attacking the city, Huanwen showed an expression of surprise. The role of cavalry in the Huainan area is limited, let alone siege warfare. However, Yang Yi did not completely evacuate, but was waiting for the arrival of the servant army. Joan of Arc's servant legion has a group of soldiers who are not afraid of death, who can give the proud Huanwen a surprise.
Why hasn't he left yet? Are you waiting for reinforcements?
Huanwen guessed Yang Yi's intention.
Although Hefei's city wall has no time to repair, even if 30,000 more people come, it is impossible to capture Hefei, which Huanwen, guard.
When the Shuzhou army attacked Huainan, the sky gradually became gloomy. Black clouds rolled over the city, and soon it rained continuously. Yang Yi planned to wait for the arrival of the servant army and use it to break the city. However, The continuous heavy rain had a huge impact on the attack on Huainan, and the march of the grain transport team was greatly slowed down. Joan of Arc's legions of servants arrived in Hefei in the rain, and the water levels in the surrounding rivers and lakes rose sharply.
With this kind of bad weather, if Hefei can be attacked by force, the defenders of Hefei will be caught off guard and Hefei can be easily captured. Is the morale of your servant army available?
Yang Yi knows that bad weather is also a fighter opportunity. Joan of Arc replied,
My encouragement to the legion will not be affected by unfavorable circumstances. Then it can be done.
Yang Yi is already confident. Heavy rain made the roads muddy, and Chu rear army finally reached Shochuan City. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan's Langia Defense Corps and Mi Fang's High Defense Corps arrived and obeyed orders under Chu Tian's tent.
Carry out a siege and attack immediately as soon as the rain stops.
If Chu Tian wanted to capture the fortified Shochuan City, he would probably have to pay a high price.
I don't know if the infantry and horses attacking Hefei can succeed.
It was raining continuously in Chu Tian, and the army composed of Yang Yi and Joan of Arc to attack Hefei would probably be affected by the rainy weather. Weather is equally important to marching operations. Chu Tian is considering taking advantage of the rising Feishui water level to see if Shochuan City can be flooded. However, using water attack is a big project, and digging river channels requires a lot of time. Moreover, after Shochuan City was submerged, the damage caused to the city and the impact on the people's hearts were all the costs of destroying the city. Chu Tian hesitated whether to use the double-edged sword of water attack, unless he has a better way. In Hefei City, Guard General Huan Wen inspected the city defenses and saw that there was no movement in the enemy's camp. He thought that the enemy had given up attacking Hefei, so he returned to the county government with confidence. In the rain, Joan of Arc held up the battle flag that was soaked by the heavy rain, and led the army of servants to launch an attack in the heavy rain. Tens of thousands of servants carried ladders, feverishly climbed the city wall, and started to break through from the northeast corner. The defenders of Hefei did not expect that there was still a legion that could launch an attack in such bad weather. They were caught off guard and fought on the city wall with the legions of servants who had climbed onto the city. Soldiers who died in battle continued to fall into the water. The full-armored knights holding long-handled axes can break through the defenses of most types of soldiers. They are like ghosts in the heavy rain, knocking down a defender with long-handled axes, and then swinging the battle axe to chop it down. In the heavy rain, bows and crossbows were almost useless. Soldiers from both sides fought hand-to-hand with swords and spears. Hundreds of people died. Joan of Arc holds a knight's sword and fights several defenders who besiege her. A large shield hit Joan of Arc, causing her foot to slip and almost fall from the wall of Hefei City. The city wall of Hefei is at least 8 meters high, and it is almost impossible to survive a fall from the city wall. Several defenders stabbed Joan of Arc with spears. The latter hurriedly used her shield to block 3 spears, but another spear stabbed her in the shoulder. Joan of Arc cut off a spear with her knight's sword and blocked it with her shield. Blood flowed down her shoulder. She stabbed 3 defenders to death by herself. The soldiers guarding the city probably realized that this was the enemy's general, so more defenders came to besiege Joan of Arc.
Protect the general!
The knights of the Servant Legion stood in front of Joan of Arc. The knights' swords, poleaxes, swords and spears collided, and they fought hard to repel the defenders. The servant army had an unexpected advantage, and coupled with its high morale, the defenders were retreating steadily.
I didn't expect that her abilities are really terrifying. This kind of bad weather can also boost morale.
Yang Yi was ready to enter the city. His division of labor with Joan of Arc was simple. Joan of Arc was responsible for using her abilities to attack Hefei in heavy rain. After seizing the city gate, Yang Yi led the cavalry to attack the city and occupy Hefei. The servant army quickly occupied a section of the city wall, killed the city gate defenders, captured a city gate, and opened the city gate to let Yang Yi's cavalry enter the city.
Kill!
Yang Yi took the lead and led 10,000 cavalry into the city. The huge horse hooves trampled the stagnant water, and the water splashed.
General, the enemy has occupied the city gate, and the cavalry is marching straight in.
Huan Wen was about to take a rest when shouts of killing broke out in the city. Joan of Arc's legions of servants had already seized the city gate and let Yang Yi's cavalry enter the city.
The morale of their legions cannot be enough to attack the city in heavy rain. All soldiers, follow me to defend against the enemy.
Although Huan Wen didn't know why the enemy's morale was still high despite the continuous rain, the enemy troops had already entered the city at this time. Only by expelling them, as soon as possible could it be possible to defend Hefei. If Hefei falls, the pressure on Lujiang will be unprecedented. Yang Ye's cavalry galloped through the streets of Hefei. Yang Yi rushed at the front, stabbing with a red tassel spear, killing several Chaisang soldiers along the way.
Put up a spear formation!
Huan Wen led his soldiers to form a spear formation, trying to prevent Yang Yi from capturing Hefei. Both sides know the importance of Hefei. Yang Yi took advantage of Huan Wen's spear formation not yet taking shape, and rode into the enemy formation. Even the light cavalry has the ability to attack the enemy's formation head-on. Yang Ye's cavalry followed the general and rushed forward. The horses knocked down the enemy troops on the opposite side, and the horses' hooves trampled over them. Yang Yi holds a spear and kills alone, sweeping the area. The cavalry behind him followed the gap opened by Yang Yi and tore open the opponent's infantry phalanx blocking the street. When bows and crossbows were difficult to use, the cavalry did not have to worry about being attacked from a distance. They followed Yang Yi closely, attacking the enemy's formation one after another. Huan Wen tried his best to maintain the formation and slowed down the advance of Yang Ye's cavalry.
Soldiers, the only way to survive is to fight to the death.
Encouraged by Huan Wen, the infantry, which had collapsed, regained their strength and slowed down the impact of Yang Ye's cavalry. The two sides saw each other on the streets, and the narrow streets placed great restrictions on the cavalry's roll. When the speed of the cavalry dropped, it turned into a hand-to-hand battle with the infantry holding halberds and spears, and each suffered casualties. The cost of cavalry was much higher than that of infantry. Huan Wen took advantage of the narrow terrain and caused a large number of casualties to Yang Ye's invincible legion. Dozens of infantrymen died under Yang Yi, but there was a steady stream of infantrymen coming from behind, stabbing Yang Yi with spears. In less than half an hour, hundreds of cavalry and infantry were killed. When the two sides were in a stalemate, the Japanese warriors and Arab Empire soldiers from the Servant Legion detoured to Huan Wen's rear and attacked Huan Wen with Yang Yi. This group of fanatical warriors and believers rushed into the enemy formation regardless of the cost, slashing with samurai swords and Damascus swords, resulting in the death of dozens of Chaisang soldiers in the rear. The front and rear attacks caused the morale of Huan Wen's army to collapse, and Huan Wen was defeated. Seeing that the situation was over, Huan Wen didn't know how many enemies there were, so he led his soldiers to a city gate, seized it and fled. Huan Wen's legion had a large number of soldiers. Huan Wen wanted to retreat, but the pursuing Invincible Legion and Servant Legion were killed, and wounded many by Huan Wen's legion.
What a formidable opponent!
Seeing that Huan Wen could inflict a large number of casualties on his cavalry when being flanked, Yang Yi looked solemn, and allowed the rain to fall into a pool of blood along his armor. In the Battle of Hefei, the casualties on both sides combined were at least 2,000, and Joan of Arc was injured. Huan Wen retreated in defeat, partly because he did not know the strength of Yang Yi and Joan of Arc.
I'm not willing to fail like this.
Huan Wen withdrew from Hefei and suddenly felt something was wrong. He may have overestimated the opponent's strength. The total number of Japanese warriors and Arab Empire soldiers who attacked his rear army just now may only be a few hundred.
General, our reinforcements have arrived.
When Huan Wen was defeated, Zhu Ti of Lujiang led 20,000 Lujiang troops to support Huan Wen and joined Huan Wen's Chaisang troops.
Why is Hefei lost? I overestimated the enemy's military strength. Together, the two of us can retake Hefei. Good.
Zhu Ti and Huan Wen joined forces with 30 or 40,000 men and turned around to attack Hefei. Hefei is too important to them. Capturing Hefei now may require 10,000 or 20,000 casualties, but if it is not taken now, Hefei may become a meat grinder in the future, and it may not be possible to capture it with 100,000 casualties.
The enemy troops turned back.
Yang Yi had just expelled Huan Wen who occupied Hefei, and Huan Wen came back again. Yang Yi and Joan of Arc became the defenders, and they fought hard to defend Hefei. The Servant Legion and the dismounted cavalry came to the city wall to defend the city wall, and the two sides fought in the heavy rain. After having gauze wrapped around her shoulders, Joan of Arc continued to fight with her sword. Zhu Ti and Huan Wen ordered the soldiers to set up ladders and climb up. Before Yang Yi could gain a foothold, they stormed Hefei. Although the great princes behind the two sides have no tendency to fight against each other at this time, they are already fighting for the key Hefei. Whoever can win Hefei will take the initiative in the future. A large number of Lujiang soldiers and Chaisang soldiers climbed up the city from all directions. The soldier holding a heavy hammer knocked out a knight in full armor, and with another hammer blow, the knight as a high-level soldier was also killed. Japanese warriors were stabbed to death with spears, and soldiers from the Arab Empire were picked off. In order to kill the fanatical servant soldiers, a large number of soldiers and horses in Lujiang and Chaisang were killed. and corpses were everywhere under the city.
What is the origin of this legion of strange soldiers?
Zhu Ti and Huan Wen commanded a brutal siege in the heavy rain. They were surprised by the combat effectiveness and morale of the servant legions. What they didn't know was that all of the servant army were high-level soldiers, and only Chu Tian was willing to use them as cannon fodder. Most of Zhu Ti and Huan Wen's soldiers were low-ranking soldiers. Yang Yi held a gun on the city wall to clean up the enemies. All the enemies who climbed onto the city fell to his red tassel gun. The two sides fought fiercely until nightfall to compete for Hefei. The soldiers had difficulty even swinging their swords. And then the fighting ceased.
Who?
Joan of Arc used her sword to support her body, and her physical strength reached its peak. When both sides realized the importance of Hefei, they attacked it at all costs. Ho Jing was unable to protect himself, giving Zhu Ti and Huan Wen of Lujiang the opportunity to capture Hefei. Yang Yi and Joan of Arc followed Chu Tian's orders and went south to capture Hefei, and a fierce battle finally broke out. The next day, the two sides took a short break and fought again in the heavy rain. The battle continued under the Shochuan city. Chu Tian looked at the continuous rain. He had received news that Yang Yi and Joan of Arc were stationed in Hefei and were fighting against the legion suspected to be from Lujiang. Among them, Joan of Arc was injured and exposed to the rain, so she had a high fever. Chu Tian asked Li Lan, the doctor accompanying the army, to go to Hefei. At the same time, Chu Tian sent Zhang Ba and Sun Guan's Langya Defense Corps, 15,000 men, south to support Yang Yi and Joan of Arc. Chu Tian didn't have much trust in Mi Fang's ability, but Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were still very reliable. Zhang Ba became a one-eyed dragon, and Sun Guan walked with a limp, but they were both generals who dared to fight. The legion capable of competing with Yang Yi for Hefei was obviously the legion left by Tong Ke, the prefect of Lujiang, to guard Lujiang.
Tong Ke must know the importance of Hefei, so he did not hesitate to send the army to attack Hefei. Maybe by capturing Shochuan, I can also attack Lujiang.
Although Chu Tian did not declare war with Tong Ke, during the period of separatist rule, various alliances and conspiracies were common. Chu Tian could completely occupy Zhejiang County, then attack Lujiang and completely occupy Jianbei. Chu Tian surrounded but refused to attack. Ho Jing was worried that the Xuzhou army would take advantage of the heavy rain to make a sneak attack, so he sent people to patrol day and night, and even came to guard the city wall himself. During this period, Ho Jing tried to lead his troops out of the city to attack Chu Tian's main army tent, but was repelled by Shuai Gui and Hua Mulan. They pursued them all the way to the city. They stopped because they were worried about being ambushed by the defenders in the city. Guijia followed Ho Jing on the city wall and looked at the camp of the Xuzhou Legion in the heavy rain, but his expression was relatively calm. As long as the rain stops, Ho Jing will die soon. The reason why the siege party below the city did not move was because they were unwilling to attack in the rain and suffer too many casualties. Chapter 324 Guijia presents the city.
Use water attack.
More than 100,000 Xiangyong were organized to dig river channels, intending to directly divert Fei water to flood Shochuan. Huainan has been experiencing heavy rains for days. Muddy roads, skyrocketing water levels, and cumbersome food turnover. If Shochuan cannot be captured within 2 months, the Xuzhou army may have to retreat. The scouts sent by Ho Jing to investigate outside the city were alarmed when they discovered that the Xuzhou army was diverting the Feishui River. Once Shochuan is flooded by Feishui, no one can escape. Ho Jing tried to struggle and led his soldiers out of the city to fight many times, but was repelled by Qin Qingji. Knowing that he was in danger, Ho Jing, after experiencing despair, simply sat back and ignored the situation, drinking and having fun in the city, living passively. Mi Fang, who lacked the ability to command troops and horses, was responsible for digging river channels and diverting Fei water. As a branch of the Huai River, the Feishui River has surged due to continuous rain, so it can be used for water attack. Mi Fang regarded the task of diverting the Fei River as Chu Tian's trust in him, and personally dug the river channel with a shovel. Chu Tian waited patiently for Shochuan to be flooded. At the same time, he ordered Su Sheng to prepare a large number of grain transport ships and prepare to attack Shochuan's city wall from the water. The Langya Defense Corps of Zhang Ba and Sun Guan supported Hefei and assisted Yang Yi and Joan of Arc to repel the famous Eastern Jin generals Huan Wen and Zhu Ti and defend Hefei. Huan Wen and Zhu Ti discovered that the main force of the Xuzhou army had noticed the importance of Hefei and knew that there was no chance of retaking Hefei, so they withdrew. The Lujiang and Chaisang soldiers attacked Hefei for 7 days. resulting in 6,000 casualties. And the morale of the army was shaken. In order to block Huan and Zhu Ti's offensive, the Invincible Legion and the Servant Legion suffered between 3,000 and 4,000 casualties. And their losses were also considerable. Yang Ye's Invincible Army could still be recruited and replenished. But the Servant Army could not be replenished in the Eastern Han Dynasty. After the formation of the Servant Legion, they fought many times, and their numbers have shrunk a lot. Even if the main General Jean Dark was almost killed in battle, it can be considered that he shed his blood for Xuzhou Mu. Chu Tian also ordered Yang Yi to send scouts to spy on Lujiang River. As long as Shouchuan is captured, the main army may not be able to attack Lujiang.
If you have the Long River, you can look at Shu. If you have the Huai River, you can look at the Yangtze River.
Chu Tian felt the greed of human nature. Even he himself was no exception. If you capture Longyu, you will want to enter Shu. If you capture Huainan, you will want to drink from the Yangtze River. Although there has been heavy rain recently, because Hua Mulan warms the bed, Chu Tian's life is not bad. At least much better than that of the guard trapped in Shouchuan City.
My lord, the river channel has been dug. The Feishui water level has risen sharply. An earth dam can be dug to flood the city at any time.
Mi Fang came to Chu Tian angrily and proudly reported the results.
Each army seizes the high ground and will divert water to flood the city tomorrow.
The next day, Mi Fang excitedly led thousands of villagers to destroy the earthen dam. The Feishui roared and headed straight for Shouchuan City along the excavated river. The defenders of Shouchuan City are troubled by the continuous rain. The city has become flooded, and the people are resentful. Suddenly, the defenders of Shouchuan City felt the ground shaking, as if a giant beast was approaching in the distance. They looked uneasily on the city wall, and saw that the defenders outside the city had already evacuated.
Earthquake?
The defenders thought it was an earthquake. Guijia's expression changed slightly.
Feishui is about to flood the city.
The roaring sound is approaching. The flood destroys the trees and rocks outside the city, swirls and surges, and hits the walls of Shouchuan City. The floods beat against the city walls, and turbid water splashed onto the faces of the defenders. The defenders watched in horror as the flood raged and entered the city, and they couldn't help but be horrified. Although the flood would not cause Shouchuan City to fall immediately, it would cause a serious blow to the morale of the Shouchuan City defenders. All the defenders were panic-stricken, with no reinforcements from outside, flooding inside, and soldiers lacking fighting spirit. It was only a matter of time before Shouchuan fell. Ho Jing was drunk and dreaming in the city, and the flood flooded into Shouchuan City. Ho Jing was shocked and went to the city to defend himself.
The power of the flood is really huge.
Chu Tian was stationed at a high place and saw Shouchuan City turn into a swamp. This was also a helpless move. If the dikes are not breached and the city is irrigated, the siege losses will be even greater. However, the water attack was great for a while. But after occupying Shouchuan City, it was enough to give people a headache to appease the civilians and deal with the stagnant water. Chu Tian could only appoint a Jiujiang governor to govern Shouchuan and let him have a headache. Su Sheng temporarily assembled a fleet to pass through the Huaiha River, enter the Feishui River, and appear outside Shouchuan City, making the Shouchuan defenders even more frightened.
Zhu Zimu thought that Shouchuan could be conquered by flooding. He underestimated me. Ho Jing.
Ho Jing forcibly recruited 200,000 men, and while draining the troops, he continued to hold on to Shouchuan. Within 3 days, thousands of civilians died due to overwork. Ho Jing defended the city during the day and continued to be drunk and dreamy at night. However, Guijia had already begun lobbying Ho Jing's generals. The generals under Ho Jing's command were divided into 2 groups, one of which was Ho Jing's old army, and the other group was Yuan Shu's generals, who were abducted by Ho Jing to Huainan. On the 4th day after the Feishui flooded the city, when Ho Jing woke up drunk, he found that he was tied up by Wawada. It was not just Yuan Shu's generals who tied him up, but also some of his old troops. Ho Jing was immediately furious, with veins popping out on his forehead.
How dare you betray me?
A general said.
General, Shouchuan is heavily surrounded and flooded. If the siege continues, once the plague breaks out, no one in Shouchuan will survive. Sacrifice yourself so that hundreds of thousands of people in Shouchuan City can be saved. Why not? Stupid. As long as we hold on for a while, Xuzhou Mu's army will definitely retreat due to lack of food. We are still the masters of Shouchuan.
Ho Jing's eyes were fierce, and the general who betrayed him couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, and was still afraid of Ho Jing.
Ho Jing, how does it feel to be betrayed by your subordinates?
Guijia arrived under the protection of several Hu cavalry. Condescending. These Hu soldiers were originally used by Ho Jing to monitor Guijia. But at this time, they were persuaded by Guijia to participate in the rebellion together.
You didn't offer me a plan, but instead harmed me. I regret that I didn't kill you that day.
Ho Jing understood that most of his generals had been persuaded by Guijia to rebel. Otherwise, they would not have betrayed him. Guijia's eyes were arrogant.
I advised you not to provoke Chu Zimu that day, but you didn't listen. Why did you say that I didn't offer a plan? You didn't kill me, not because you were kind-hearted, but because you were too conceited about yourself. Hateful.
Ho Jing was deliberately provoked by Guijia and wanted to rush forward to kill Guijia, but was held down by his own generals.
This thief has done many evil things, so I will sacrifice him to Shuzhou Mu.
Guijia's great revenge was avenged, and the depression in his heart was swept away.
Lord, the Shochuan garrison surrenders to the city.
Chu Tian led Hua Mulan, Chun Qingji, Xuerengui, Zhao Yun and others to supervise the battle. They decided to attack Shochuan City in one go and seize the most important city in Huainan. But Shochuan City voluntarily surrendered.
I think the Fei Shui flooded the city and people's minds changed. General, go and investigate.
Mi Fang volunteered and led more than 1,000 soldiers into Shochuan to make sure that the defenders were not pretending to surrender. The Shochuan garrison was attacked by water and had no fighting spirit. Almost all of them surrendered. Even those who resisted were killed by their own people. Ho Jing, who caused trouble in Huainan, was brought to Chu Tian by Guijia and several rebel generals. Ho Jing knew he would die and did not beg for mercy. Guijia seemed to be less than 20.
I pay homage to Shuzhou Mu. I'm not happy to get Ho Jing and Shochuan, but I'm happy to get Feng Xiao.
Chu Tian, as usual, praised various talents. Sure enough, Guijia, who was still a bit passionate, was quite moved. It seemed that Shuzhou Mu was thirsty for talents.
Ho Jing brought harm to Huainan, and the people suffered greatly. Shuzhou Mu went to Huainan to eliminate the harm for the people, and Feng Xiao considered it a great righteousness. If Shuzhou Mu does not dislike it, Feng Xiao is willing to serve as a staff member.
Guijia took the initiative to seek refuge with Chu Tian. If Chu Tian had not led an army to conquer Huainan, which caused panic within Ho Jing, he would not have been able to persuade Ho Jing's subordinates to rebel.
Ding! The Imperial Counselor Guijia pledges his allegiance to you.
Chu Tian received a prompt from the system. Guijia can be said to be one of the leading counselors during the Three Kingdoms period. In fact, the top counselors are almost the same. It is difficult to scheme against each other. Most of them still have to rely on the strength of the Lord to win. The richer the Lord's family background, the greater their room for performance.
Siyun, I will leave Ho Jing to your disposal.
Chu Tian handed Ho Jing to Qin Qingji. Without saying a word, Qin Qingji drew his sword and killed Ho Jing. Ho Jing, who caused harm to Huainan, died so easily.
What do you think Feng Xiao should do with these surrendered generals in Huainan?
After killing Ho Jing, Chu Tian asked Guijia about how to deal with Huainan's surrender. Guijia thought for a while.
Kill them all. That's what I meant.
Chu Tian was not at ease with Ho Jing's surrender. Although they offered the city to surrender, they once followed Ho Jing in burning, killing and looting in Pingcheng State and Zhejiang County, causing public resentment. If they did not kill, they would not show the anger of the people. This time it was Guijia who took the initiative to surrender. From the beginning to the end, Chu Tian did not promise to let the surrender be bygones. Therefore, the blame falls on Guijia. Chu Tian still kept his promise. With Guijia's words, hundreds of centurions and thousands of captains under Ho Jing's command fell to the ground. The rest of the surrendered troops were all sent to the mines and became coolies. There are many disciples from good families in Huainan. Even if Ho Jing's army is not included, Chu Tian will not suffer much loss. Chu Tian obtained Guijia, took him as an aide, and trained him together with Lu Su. Guijia and Lu Su are similar in age. Name, Guijia. Talent, Imperial Advisor. Level 31. Identity, Counselor under Cao Cao in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Loyalty, 82. Commander, 37, maximum 52. Force, 10, maximum 11. Intelligence, 89, maximum 97. Politics, 70, maximum 84. Charm, 75. Phasiality, unruly. Favorability, 60. Characteristic 1, Ghost Talent, SS level trait. High probability of seeing through the opponent's monarch's character. High probability of seeing through the opponent's strategy. Reduced probability of troops being ambushed. Attacked by fire. Lost and other negative states. Feature 2, Legacy Plan, S-level feature. 3 months before the end of life. Intelligence plus 2. Can make surprise plans. Characteristic 3, Jealous of talents, negative trait. Prone to early death. Prone to serious illness during long marches. Guijia's ability is indeed very strong, and he can easily see through the character and strategy of the other monarch. But this, legacy and jealousy of talents characteristics have a considerable impact. This may be the true jealous genius in the legend, who can explode with 99% of intelligence before dying. If possible, Chu Tian naturally does not want Guijia to die. A normal Guijia is enough to serve as a military advisor for a legion. There is no need to pursue 99 intelligence. After returning to Shuzhou, he had to find a way to get the miracle Dr. Hua Tua to treat Guijia. If it was not a terminal illness, Hua Tua might be able to rejuvenate Guijia and eliminate Guijia's negative characteristics of being jealous of talents. Chu Tian counted the strategists under his command, including Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Guijia, Lu Su, and in the future, Zhuge Jin, Zhuge Liang, and Chao Jiui. Basically, it would be possible to equip a main army with a top strategist. For other forces, it is simply a luxury. Which force can have such a large group of king-level and emperor-level counselors? Chu Tian's counselor lineup is equivalent to Chao Wei's counselor lineup at his peak.
This is Guofo Xiao, Lu Zijing.
2 counselors, Guijia and Lu Su, served Chu Tian and became the second generation of counselors. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui are obviously older. As for Zhuge Liang, he is the third generation counselor.
Fo Xiao, it's good that you are still alive.
Qin Qingji and Guijia once served as colleagues under the governor of Zhejiang. At this time, Qin Qingji and Guijia successively defected to Chu Tian, became Chu Tian's subordinates, and became colleagues again. Guijia's expression was a little gloomy.
I was too negligent, which led to the old master being killed by Ho Jing. The old owner trusted Ho Jing too much and thought that if he saved Ho Jing would be loyal to him.
When Qin Qingji saw Guijia, he was extremely sad. Chu Tian noticed that the friendship between Qin Qingji and Guijia was surprisingly good. Heroes from different dynasties seem to have new circles in lords. Guijia should know a group of counselors in Yingchuan County. It would be great if Guijia's relationship with the Sun family could be used to recruit Sun Yu and Sun Yu in the future. The Shuzhou army entered Sichuan, opened warehouses to provide disaster relief and eliminate floods. Chu Tian didn't relax yet. Guijia saw Chu Tian's thoughts and asked,
"Is it possible that my lord is not satisfied with Sichuan and Hefei? Feng Xiao knows me. When you reach Huaihe River and look at the river, I will attack Lujiang River and sweep across Huainan."
Chu Tian made no secret of his ambition in front of Guijia. For Guijia, an ambitious lord is more worthy of loyalty.
Shu County and Wan County and Lujiang County are the most important. But the guards of Lujiang County will be Huanwen and Zhu Ti. They are stationed in Shu County and are supported by the people, so they may be difficult to capture. Ho Jing attacked Lujiang not long ago and was defeated by Huanwen, Lord Chu in Sichuan and Hefei. The people's hearts are unstable, and if the attack on Lujiang fails, there will be a repeat.
Guijia lived in Sichuan for a period of time and followed Ho Jing to attack Lujiang. He witnessed Ho Jing being defeated by Huanwen. He knew the situation in Lujiang County quite well and dissuaded Chu Tian from giving up the attack on Lujiang County. The reason is also very simple. Xucheng is to Ta Ke, the prefect of Lujiang, what Xiaqing is to Chu Tian. The people's sentiment in Xucheng is higher than 90. When faced with the attack of the Shuzhou army, they will definitely defend to the death and rush to the city to defend. Even if Chu Tian spent several months, he might not be able to capture Shu County.
Even if we can't capture Shu County, my army can plunder the population of Lujiang County and enrich Hefei and Sichuan.
Chu Tian had no intention of letting Tongchua's Lujiang County go. Even if he snatched tens of thousands of households and moved them to Hefei, it would still be a profit.
My lord, Chen Yuanlong, the governor of Guangling, recommended a person who he thinks can serve as the governor of Zhejiang.
When Chu Tian was about to enter Lujiang County, the talents recommended by Chen Ding came to Sichuan. Chapter 325 Looting Lujiang. After capturing Sichuan, Hefei, Dongtu, Zhongli, and Liang counties, Chu Tian considered candidates to serve as the prefect of Zhejiang County. It is difficult to conquer the world, and it is not easy to govern the world. A suitable governor can give Chu Tian no worries. For example, when Chen Ding defended Guangling, Chu Tian basically didn't have to worry about Guangling falling. And Chen Ding was also good at developing Guangling, turning Guangling into a granary. The land in Zhejiang County is richer than that in Guangling County. The grain harvested from farming along the Huaihe River could finance hundreds of thousands of troops to conquer the south of the Yangtze River. Taking Zhejiang County, Chu Tian has 9 counties. Chen Ding recommended Lu Fu to Chu Tian, who had heard of him. Historically, this person should have been a subordinate of Cao Cao. He was listed as the governor of Yanzhou by Cao Cao. He single-handedly came to the empty city of Hefei to farm fields, build water conservancy, and benefit the area. He was deeply praised by the local people.
I, a native of Xiaopei, escaped from the war in Liang County and wanted to seek refuge with Tongke, the prefect of Lujiang. However, he suddenly went south to attack Danyang County and was unable to seek refuge. I also heard that the Shuzhou Mu Yingning and Shenwu sent troops to quell Ho Jing's rebellion. I specially asked Chen Yuanlong to recommend him. Why not? It has been raining heavily for days, and the road is blocked. So I am belatedly arriving. I am willing to do my best for the Shuzhou herdsmen.
Lu Fu was not a mediocre person. He dared to recommend himself and believed that he had the ability to govern a party.
Ding! Diamond-level civil servant Lu Fu pledges allegiance to you.
Lu Fu was very direct. A good bird chooses a tree to roost in. Since he decided to take refuge, he would do it simply and without any compromise. Name, Lu Fu. Talent, Diamond-level civil servant. Level, 75. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 64. Force, 49. Intelligence, 74. Politics, 87. Charm, 85. Physiality, calm. Characteristic 1, farming, A-level trait. The grain output of the county to which it belongs is plus 10%. Characteristic 2, water conservancy, A-level trait. The efficiency of constructing water conservancy projects increases. And the flood disaster of the county, to which it belongs, is minus 25%. Feature 3, city building, A-level feature. The efficiency of building city fortifications increases. The durability of city defenses plus 10%. Characteristic 4, homecoming, A-level trait. The people's moral support in the county is not easy to decline. Bandits, water bandits, and refugees are easy to surrender. Chu Tian just glanced at Lu Fu's panel. He didn't have any expectations at first. But Lu Fu actually had 4 A-level characteristics, which somewhat surprised Chu Tian. Lu Fu is simply the perfect candidate for the prefect. The ability to farm can increase Zhejiang County's food production, reduce frequent floods in Huainan, strengthen defense, and recruit mountain bandits.
Zhejiang County has entrusted me to you, sir.
Seeing Lu Fu's high loyalty, Chu Tian decided to appoint Lu Fu as the prefect of Zhejiang County. Lu Fu was the kind of governor who could serve as an official, but could not be independent.
I'm afraid that my talents are limited, and I am not qualified for the post of governor.
As soon as Lu Fu met Shuzhou Mu planned to entrust Zhejiang County to him. And Lu Fu couldn't help being flattered.
Huainan has experienced wars for a long time, and there are rogue bandits roaming the mountains and fields. Ho Jing has caused harm to one side. The people of Huainan have been displaced, and their lives are in ruins. This is the critical autumn. God sent you to me, so that I can use him. Please give me a lot of help. Don't refuse.
Chu Tian was already familiar with all kinds of talents, and knew that Lu Fu wanted to appease the people. So he used words to impress Lu Fu and work for him. Lu Fu burst into tears with gratitude and wiped his tears with his robe.
Fortunately, I am appreciated by Duke Ming. I will be appointed by Duke Ming to appease the people of Huainan and protect the country and the people.
Lu Fu was deeply moved by Shuzhou Mu's status, and the fact that he valued him so much as a man living in Yangzhou. Lu Fu's loyalty increased from 85 to 88. Chu Tian was very satisfied with Lu Fu's talent as a prefect. Chen Ding guards Guangling. Lu Fu guards Zhejiang and the Huaihe River area. Chu Tian can have no worries. There were no suitable generals in Zhejiang County. So Chu Tian decided to temporarily leave Su Sheng to guard Hefei, train troops and horses, and form a navy. Because of the existence of the teleportation array, Su Sheng could return to the Fubo army when the Fubo army went on an expedition. And generals from other counties could also come to Zhejiang County in time. Lu Fu stayed in Shouchuan and carried out farming. Su Sheng guarded Hefei and defended the enemies in the direction of Lujiang and Chaisang. The Chu Tian forces lacked naval strength and lacked understanding of the Yangtze River basin. Therefore, The Huainan area focused on defense. Unless they drink from the Yangtze River in the future, Chu Tianfang will consider placing the main force in the Huainan area and turning to the offensive. Lu Fu faced the Sichuan city that had been damaged by floods. He was placed in a high position by Xuzhou Mu and worked hard to organize the people to eliminate floods, rebuild houses, and clean up the mess left by Chu Tian. Chu Tian was able to mobilize the main force and prepare to go to Lujiang County to plunder the population. Chu Tian also gave Lu Fu 20,000 men and Su Xing 20,000 men to form the Zhejiang Defense Corps. Together with the Guangling Defense Corps, they stationed 70,000 troops to guard Huainan. With them stationing troops in Huainan, Chu Tian can focus its troops in the north in the next few years to attack the northern princes such as Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, Liu Bei, and Mingwan. Chu Tian Army and Chen Ding Army joined forces in Hefei City and joined Yang Yi and Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc was seriously injured, and Chu Tian went to express condolences. After making sure that Joan of Arc would not die due to serious injuries, he felt relieved. After all, Joan of Arc is one of the most legendary heroes in France. Seeing Chu Tian's arrival, Joan of Arc turned her face away, not daring to face Chu Tian, thinking of Chu Tian's scolding for charging into the battle in person.
You are a free citizen, and the servants are slaves who are lower than the free people. You only need to treat them as cannon fodder without taking risks yourself.
Chu Tian knew that Joan of Arc wanted to make more military exploits and return to France early. But it was impossible for Chu Tian to let her go back. No matter how many achievements she made, it would still be impossible. Joan of Arc still looked sideways and hesitated.
Me. I will pay attention to it in the future. Li Lan. Take care of her and make sure nothing happens to her.
Chu Tian handed over the task of taking care of Joan to Li Lan.
Please rest assured, my lord, Miss Jean's vitality is very strong.
Li Lan became a disciple of the miracle doctor Hua Tuo and is now a senior physician. From a junior doctor to a senior doctor, Li Lan is considered a special talent who has followed Chu Tian since Xia Xiyun. But he usually has no sense of presence. Chu Tian's troops attracted the main forces from Ho Jing and Lujiang. So Chen Ding's Guangling Defense Army captured Liang County and other places with almost no effort. Regarding Chen Ding's recommendation of Lu Fu, Chu Tian commended Chen Ding. If you recommend talents, you can also get part of the credit. Chu Tian also commended Yang Yi and Joan of Arc for their merits in the robbery of Hefei, and asked people to record their military exploits for future promotions. More than 100,000 troops were gathered in Hefei. So Chu Tian continued his attack and went to Lujiang. To be precise, they went to Lujiang to grab the population. The most important resource in the late Eastern Han Dynasty was not land, but population. How can we farm without a population? Hefei and Sichuan experienced many wars and bandits were rampant, resulting in a sharp decline in population. On the contrary, Lujiang County was governed by Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang, and had a large population and popular support. Since Chu Tian has transferred the army to Hefei, he must grab a group of people and send them to Zhejiang County. This will not be a loss.
Try to attack Shu County and Luzhou. If Shu County cannot be captured, we will divide our troops to plunder the population in various places.
This is not the first time that Chu Tian has robbed people. Last time in Qinzhou and Beihai Kingdom, Chu Tian robbed 800,000 Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army and returned to Lengya Kingdom. This time, he has to rob tens of thousands of households to Hefei. Under Chu Tian's signal, all the generals already understood the combat objectives. More than 100,000 troops entered Lujiang County, and people in Lujiang County were panicked. The Xuzhou army suddenly invaded Lujiang County, alarming all the princes. Everyone thought that Xuzhou Mu's rebellion against Ho Jing would be over. But Xuzhou Mu's ambition seemed to be even greater, and he actually invaded Lujiang County. Xuzhou Mu already has 9 counties. If Lujiang County is captured again, Xuzhou Mu's territory will have 10 counties. When Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang, attacked Sichuan in Chutian, he had captured Chue County and Wu County. Lu Laoji, the fierce general of the Beifu army, killed the lord of Chue County in the rebel army. Tong Kai originally planned to attack Wu County's Suzhou, but was shocked to hear that Hefei was occupied by Xuzhou Mu, and the Xuzhou army invaded Lujiang.
Go back to Lujiang.
Before capturing Jiangyan, Lujiang was his stronghold. Once Lujiang was lost, Tongchua's power would be severely hit, and he would also lose his last territory in Jianbei. Sichuan and Hefei were lost, but Xuxian and Wanxian could no longer be lost. The Beifu army quickly returned to their division. Cao Cao, the governor of Runan, the lords of Pei, the lords of Liang, the lords of Chen, and the governor of Qingzhou and other princes around Xuzhou heard that Chu legions were entering Huainan, and they were ready to move at the same time. As Guijia suggested, now is indeed not the time to capture Lujiang. The people of Lujiang can be used. Once his main army of 100,000 is delayed in Lujiang, Xuzhou will be in danger. Give up attacking Shu County and plunder the population. As many people as you can plunder. Chu Tian estimated the time it would take for the Beifu army of the Lujiang prefect to return, and they must safely evacuate Lujiang before the Beifu army returned. Wanwen and Zhu Ti were defeated in Hefei, and knew that Xuzhou's 100,000 strong army was no match in the field. So they concentrated their main forces, and retreated to Shu County to protect the most important city, and wait for their lord to return. However, the Xuzhou Legion did not attack Xucheng as they imagined. Instead, they used part of their troops to contain the Xucheng defenders, while other legions divided their forces to loot various places, and move the population to Hefei. As long as we capture more than 20,000 households, we will make a profit. Chutian distribution indicator. Wanwen and Zhu Ti retreated to Shu County, and the Xuzhou army marched unimpeded in Lujiang County. Mi Fang was not good at fighting tough battles, but his ability to rob people was first-rate. His Donghai defense army quickly drove 9,000 households to Hefei. The White Robes took advantage of the cavalry to penetrate deep into Lujiang County and attack various villages and towns.
Let's go to Huacheng.
Qin Qingji had a sudden idea. Shuer and Gui knew that the White Robes were basically cavalry.
Huacheng is strong. Can we capture it? Soldiers are valuable and quick. The main force of Lujiang County is concentrated in Shu County, and Huacheng lacks troops. Moreover, Huacheng is located to the south of Lujiang River. The defenders did not expect that we would launch a surprise attack hundreds of miles away. It may have miraculous results.
Qin Qingji encouraged Shuer and Gui and Zhao Yun to attack one county and plunder the population of one county.
You can give it a try.
Shuer and Gui and Zhao Yun were persuaded, and the White Robes made a roundabout advance and attacked one county. Chu Tian personally led the 5 schools of the Northern Army and the Servant Legion, the Invincible Legion, and the Scout Legion to surround Shu County and prevent Wanwen and Zhu Ti from supporting various places. Mi Fang's Donghai Defense Corps, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan's Langye Defense Corps, and Chen Deng's Guanling Defense Corps were plundering people everywhere. Wanwen and Zhu Ti were helpless in the face of the elite army watching them outside the city until their lord returned. A 14-year-old boy came to the city wall of Shu County. When Zhu Ti saw the young man coming, he said,
Dong Jin, my lord values you very much. When I stay in Lujiang, I must protect your safety. Xuzhou Mu's army may attack the city at any time, so you must not come to the city wall.
Zhou Gongjin pointed to Chu Tian's camp.
General Zhu, the Xuzhou army will not attack the city. Otherwise, they would not set up the camp like this. They have not made siege equipment. I didn't expect you to have such knowledge at such a young age.
Wanwen looked sideways at Zhou Gongjin. Zhou Yu was originally a disciple of the Zhou family in Shu County, Lujiang County. He was valued by Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang. Zhu Ti was responsible for taking care of Zhou Yu. He promoted Zhou Yu as soon as he grew up. Tong Chua's approach was exactly the same as Chu Tian's. Chu Tian is training Zhuge Jin and Zhuge Liang. Tong Kai is training Zhou Yu, and the lords of Longxi are training Ma Chao.
Xuzhou Mu has become our enemy, and his legions are like wolves and tigers. If you can defeat him in the future, you will become famous all over the world.
Wanwen said this to the young man Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu looked at Chu Tian's camp in a daze.
Is Xuzhou Mu an enemy?
Zhu Ti said.
After our lord captures Jiannong and Jingzhou, he will definitely attack Huainan and advance into the Central Plains. A war with Xuzhou Mu is inevitable.
Chu Tian was stationed outside Shu County City when he suddenly felt a chill.
Why does it seem like someone is following me?
Chu Tian looked at Xu Xian. If the Beifu army had not returned, Chu Tian would not have much time to attack Lujiang. Otherwise Chu Tian would really have captured the city. There are many talents in Lujiang. However, after the Lujiang prefect Tong Chua's search, it is estimated that there are not many generals in the field.
Mi Fang grabbed 9,000 households. Chen Ding plundered 8,000 households. Zhang Ba plundered 6,000 households. The public sentiment in Lujiang County is high. When civilians from all over the country learned that the army was coming, they either held on or hid in the mountains and forests to avoid plunder.
The 3 groups of troops sent by Chu Tian only plundered 23,000 households. After all, Lujiang County is the base that the Lujiang prefect worked hard to manage.
Chen Qingji, Shueli, and Zhao Yun led the cavalry to attack Wan County.
Chu Tian received another report from the White Robe Army. The White Robe Legion gave up plundering the population from each village and directly attacked an important city.
Chen Qingji and the others are really bold.
Chu Tian was secretly surprised. But he did not recall Chen Qingji and others. Since Chen Qingji went to attack Wan County, he must have considered it.
Xuzhou's cavalry.
In Wancheng, the White Robe cavalry invaded the city. Shuer and Gui held the Fontian painted halberd, majestic, and the defenders watched the wind and descended. In the 5th year of the Lord's calendar, Lujiang County was sacked by Xuzhou Mu's army. Wancheng was unprepared and was captured by Chen Qingji, Shuer and Gui and Zhao Yun. A large number of people in Wancheng fled the city, and about 30,000 households were driven to Hefei by the White Robes, including the Qiao Gong family, a prominent family in Wancheng. Chapter 326 Taisher Ci.
My Lujiang.
When the Beifu army returned to Lujiang County, the prefect Tongke counted the losses in Lujiang County and found that the population of 50,000 households was lost, which meant that at least 50,000 young people were lost. Huan Wen and Zhu Ti felt ashamed.
The last general was so incompetent that the Xuzhou army marched unimpeded in Lujiang. Please punish me, my lord.
Tongke looked at the two generals and finally said,
You can't be blamed for this. No one knew that Xuzhou Muhui would suddenly come to attack Lujiang, and he occupied Shochuan faster than I expected.
Tongke thought that Chu Tian's capture of Zhejiang County before the Battle of Mabe was already the limit. In addition, the war in Wu County was tight, so he did not return in time. A mistake in judgment led to the abduction of 50,000 households in Lujiang. Among them, the loss of 30,000 households came from Wan County. Even the local famous families were robbed, and the security of Lujiang County declined. The only good thing is that the people of Lujiang County were in favor of Tongke, and many people fled or resisted. So only 50,000 households in Lujiang County were robbed. Otherwise, Chu Tian could move away 100,000 or even 200,000 civilian households. Tongke was very dissatisfied with Chu Tian's behavior of looting the Lujiang River. But he had nothing to do with Chu Tian. Chu Tian already holds Hefei, Shochuan, and controls Huainan. And Tongke does not want to go to war with Chu Tian. Tongke currently controls 2 counties, Lujiang County and Danong County, as well as parts of Wu County and Yuzhong County. If he really wants to go to war with Chu Tian, he will have no time to attack Jiangnan.
I can only suffer a loss.
Tongke had the foresight to keep Zhou Yu in Shu County and was not snatched away by Chu Tian. Otherwise he will lose all his money. From now on, Zhou Yu will have to rely on guarding the Yangtze River to defeat Chu Zimu's offensive.
Lord, should we continue to attack Hefei?
Huan Wen was aggrieved by the defeat in the Battle of Hefei and encouraged his lord to conquer Hefei.
The main force of the Xuzhou army is still in Zhejiang, so we cannot compete with Chu Zi and Huaibei. At this time, we should manage Jiangnan. Not to mention that I also want to participate in the Battle of Mabe.
Faced with the out-of-control situation in Jiangbei, Tongke decided to focus on Jiangnan. If Suhu is mature, the world is sufficient. If Jiangnan is managed well, and the world is changing, there may not be no opportunity for the northern expedition. Chu Tian moved the 50,000 plundered households to Hefei and Shochuan for farming. Satisfied with the results of the plunder, before Lu Fu and Su Sheng formed the Zhejiang Defense Corps, Chu Tian ordered Zhang Ba and Sun Guan's Langya Defense Corps to also stay in Hefei and guard Huainan. Mi Feng's East China Sea Defense Corps assisted Lu Fu in guarding Shochuan. The rest of the main army returned to the 5 counties of Xuzhou one after another. As the core territory of Chu Tian, the 5 counties of Xuzhou have the largest output.
Qiao Gong of Wan County and the local nobles moved into Xuzhou for a good resettlement.
Regardless of their status, the White Robe Army robbed 30,000 households in Wan County in one fell swoop, including many from aristocratic families. If it is not handled well, it will cause the Lujiang family to be dissatisfied with Chu Tian. These aristocratic families are quite influential in Jianghuai. Mr. Qiao from Wan County has an even bigger background. He is the father of Xiao Qiao. Before the Battle of Mabe, Chu Tian reduced his troops and decided who would go out and defend his home. In the Battle of Mabe, Chu Tian planned to bring all light cavalry and cavalry generals. The White Robe Legion has 3 cavalry generals, Chen Qingji, Shuer and Gui, and Zhao Yun. Chu Tian plans to bring them all along. as well as 6,000 high-level cavalrymen. Hua Mulan's cavalry is the best reconnaissance cavalry, and Chu Tian will definitely bring it with him, because Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle scouts were responsible for reconnaissance. Chu Tian only brought 1,000 Iron Eagle scouts with him, followed by Joan of Arc and 1,000 high-level alien cavalry. Finally, there is Yang Yi. Chu Tian has not yet recruited Bingzhou Longqi for Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi and Qin Qingji are different. They do not have to be Bingzhou Longqi to exert all their abilities. Chu Tian has 1,000 Yueqi battalion and 1,000 Chanshui battalion, which can make Yang Yi serve as deputy general. Su Rong and Hua Xiong, both cavalry generals, stayed to deal with Cao Cao's forces. Compared with previous national wars and epic battles, there are a lot of generals guarding the home this time. The two counties of Huainan, Guanling County and Zhejiang County, were defended by Lu Fu, Su Sheng, Zhang Ba, Sun Guan, Mi Fang, and Chen Ding. In Qingzhou, Lu Yi was on his own, and there was Zheng Zhilong's Fubo Legion. In Yanzhou, Li Guang and Du Ruhui guarded Mount Tai, while Zhou Yafu, Zhou Tsang, Su Rong, and Hua Xiong delayed Cao Cao. Shuzhou, Xiao Liang, Li Xiaoning, Wang Lang, Im Li, Sun Kong. Chu Tian found out that many princes planned to participate in the Battle of Mabe. In fact, the pressure on guarding the family was not as great as imagined. The second is the selection of counselors. Guijia's characteristics determine that he is not suitable for long-distance raids with the cavalry in Mabe. Otherwise he may die young. Cao Cao took Guijia to fight Wuhan, but died of illness on the way. Chu Tian finally decided to bring Fang Xianling and Lu Su with him, while Guijia was responsible for guarding the house and making suggestions. In addition, Chu Tian once again asked the miracle doctor Hua Tuo to go to war. The miracle doctor Hua Tuo was not as weak as he imagined. On the contrary, Hua Tuo was in middle age and practiced Wuqin Shi diligently. His body was stronger than the average person, and he could follow the cavalry troops. Like a blacksmith, a qualified doctor must also be in good health. Hua Tuo heard that Shuzhou Mu was going to attack the Xiongnu, so he was happy to join the army. Hua Tuo originally traveled all over the world, but Chu Tian's sphere of influence became larger and larger, and the counties Hua Tuo visited were basically Chu Tian's territory. If Chu Tian unified the Eastern Han dynasty, there would be almost no difference in whether Hua Tuo would be willing to serve as an official, based on the current friendship between Chu Tian and him. As long as Hua Tuo comes to Hua Tuo for anything, Hua Tuo will basically get everything he needs. He even paid Hua Tuo to help Guijia eliminate the negative characteristics of being jealous of talents. Hua Tuo felt embarrassed about this matter, even though he had a good relationship with Chu Tian.
I can't change my destiny against heaven, but if Guijia is ill, you can come to me, or he can bring him back to life. Thank you for the miracle doctor.
Chu Tian also thought that asking Hua Tuo to change his fate against nature was really forcing Hua Tuo. If one person's fate can be changed, that would be too much. What Hua Tuo could do was to rescue Guijia when he was seriously ill. If Guijia survives, the negative characteristics will disappear. If it doesn't work, I'm afraid I'll die. Chu Tian sent Hua Tuo away and tried to recruit Taisher Ci. Taisher Ci can also participate in the Battle of Mabe. He and Yang Yi can serve as deputy generals of Yueqi Camp and Chanshui Camp respectively.
Z, do you want to be loyal to me now and go to the prairie to fight with the Huns?
Chu Tian came to Xiaqing's dungeon. The dungeons of Xiaqing imprison many important figures, including Zhang Ba, Sun Guan, Su Rong, Hua Xiong, and Taisher Ci. Only generals with relatively high military force and Chu Tian would be locked up in dungeons. If it is a weak military general like Qin Qingji, there is no need to detain him specially. Just send 2 people to guard him. Taisher Ci sat on the floor. He was also struggling during this time. Unlike Kong Rong, Zhao Gongzi was capable and reused him. Taisher Ci was unwilling to betray him easily. But Chu Tian captured Taisher Ci's mother and used the crusade against the Xiongnu as a bait to attract Taisher Ci to take the bait. Taisher Ci was shaken and finally said,
I can serve you, but I have one condition. Z just says it doesn't matter. From now on, I will not be an enemy of my old master. Can?
Taisher Ci did not want to be an enemy of Mr. Zhao, and Chu Tian did not want to embarrass Taisher Ci. There are many generals under his command, but Mr. Zhao only has 1 county left. He can send Taisher Ci to the battlefield of Yanzhou to deal with Cao Cao, and let other generals deal with Mr. Zhao.
Ding! King-level General Tai Shirtsi pledges his allegiance to you.
Tai Shirtsi finally won. Although there were certain additional conditions, it did not affect Tai Shirtsi's performance in the Battle of Mabe. Name Tai Shirtsi. Talent, King-level General, Writing/Bow type. Loyalty 70. Commander, 82, Force, 95, Intelligence, 67, Politics, 59, Charm, 79. Phasiality, Brave. Favorability 40. Characteristic 1, with a 3-foot sword. You can achieve unparalleled achievements, S-level exclusive trait. Own attack power plus 15%. When commanding archers or cavalry. The attack power of archers and cavalry plus 10%. Characteristic 2, Marksman, S-level personal trait. When using bow and arrow as a weapon. The damage caused is plus 25%. And the hit rate increases. Characteristic 3, Courage, A-level personal characteristic. When singled out. Own attack power plus 10%. Defense power plus 10%. Momentum will not drop easily. Special arms, none. Chu Tian was quite satisfied with Tai Shirtsi's ability. Tai Shirtsi was a general of the riding and bow systems. He decided to assign Tai Shirtsi to the 5th School of the Northern Army to command the Yuechi Battalion or Shishang Battalion. Chu Tian temporarily gave Tai Shirtsi the official position of cavalry commander. After his loyalty increased, and he achieved military exploits, he would consider setting up Yu Cavalry Commander or Shishang Commander. The 5th School of the Northern Army serves as the guards. Chu Tian can set up 5 school captains and train 5 battalions respectively in peacetime.
With Z's help, Monin will no longer have the Hun's court.
Chu Tian praised various generals and counselors every day. So Tai Shirtsi was abducted by Chu Tian to participate in the Battle of Mabe. There is also Chao Jiui. Chu Tian summoned Chao Jiui and tried to persuade Chao Jiui to participate in the Battle of Mabe. However, Chao Jiui had no special feelings about the Battle of Mabe and was unmoved. After Tai Shirtsi pledged his allegiance, Chu Tian arranged for him and Yang Yi to train the 5 schools of the Northern Army and become familiar with them. In the Battle of Mabe, Tai Shirtsi commanded 1,000 Yu cavalry camps, and Yang Yi commanded 1,000 Changshui camps.
Tai Shirtsi, do you dare to come and fight?
Shuerigui was at the school grounds in Xiaqing at this time and saw Tai Shirtsi appearing. So he invited Tai Shirtsi to fight.
Why don't you dare?
Not to be outdone, Tai Shirtsi fought with Shuerigui in the school field. Seeing the generals mingle together, Chu Tian felt relieved. The feelings between generals are built through fighting. Chu Tian selected the generals who were going to conquer Mabe, and then studied the map of Mabe. In the Battle of Mabe, Huitsubing's cavalry traveled more than 2,000 miles into Mabe. The terrain of the prairie looked almost the same. If you were not careful, you could easily lose your way. Flying General Li Guang suffered greatly. Chu Tian was also worried that his troops would get lost. He must prepare in advance, in order to prevent the army from getting lost during the march. There are several methods. First, capture prisoners or local residents and lead the way for the Han army. Second, use old horses to lead the way because they know the way. Third, use a compass or compass wheel.
We need a guide, or we can march with Wei Qing and Huitsubing.
Chu Tian thought of the compass chariot. So he ordered the recruitment of people with the ability to manufacture the compass chariot within the territory. Various princes are also arranging candidates for battle and defense. Elite cavalry such as Guan Ning Cavalry, Xiao Bian Cavalry, Golden Fire Cavalry, Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, and Yuzhou Sudden Cavalry are also sent out. Some princes who lacked high-level cavalry equipped high-level infantry, crossbowmen, and archers with war horses. Using horses instead of walking could also play a role in long-distance raids. Theoretically, if there are enough war horses, a heavy cavalryman with 2 or 3 spare war horses, or pack horses can also be used for long-distance raids.
Lord, we have information from the scouts in Guangzhong. After Jiuzhou Laoqin conquered the Bingzhou army and the Liangzhou army, conflict still broke out between the Bingzhou generals and the Liangzhou generals.
Shuiyu is secretly using players to gather information for Chu Tian.
Lu Bu, Li Ju, and Guobang are not from the same group. It will not be easy for Jiuzhou Laoqin to integrate the 2 legions unless he can find someone who can convince both legions.
Chu Tian had long known that Jiuzhou Laoqin had the idea of annexing the Bingzhou army and the Liangzhou army for his own use. However, this approach is very dangerous, as it is equivalent to integrating 2 uncontrollable local forces into an alien force.
That's right. There was a conflict between Lu Bu, Li Ju, and Guosi because of their status and Jiuzhou Laoqin's power. But Jiuzhou Laoqin invited another big man, Huang Fusong. After Huang Fusong appeared, Bingzhou Army, beyond the state regiments all fell silent. Moreover, it is suspected that Jiuzhou Laoqin recruited the Sanha cavalry.
The information Shui uses from players is generally timely and accurate. The Sanha cavalry, which was tied with the 5 schools of the Northern Army, was acquired by Jiuzhou Laoqin. For Jiuzhou Laoqin, his strength was undoubtedly strengthened.
Old Qin Jiuzhou invited Huang Fusong to Chang'an. With Huang Fusong's reputation, he should be able to shut up Lu Bu, Li Ju, and Guesi for a while. There is also the Sanha cavalry, which is an elite cavalry. Old Qin Jiuzhou is close to the Sanha area. It should be easy to make up for the losses in the future. It will be really troublesome in the future.
Chu Tian took away Lu Ji and the 5 schools of the Northern Army, and Jiuzhou and Lao Qin took away Huang Fusong and the Sanha cavalry. It can only be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. But there is no doubt that Jiuzhou Laoqin, who has been laying out plans in Guanzhong, will become a difficult enemy.
Liu Bei may send Guan Yu and Ashina Shir to participate in the Battle of Mabe. I entrust you to investigate the Runan prefect. Tang, how are his generals?
Chu Tian realized the rise of the governor of Runan. During the first national war meeting, Chu Tian met Xue Tang, who was one of the top 10 lords of the Eastern Han dynasty at that time. It's just that this person is very low-key and relies on Yuan Shu. He has never heard of any legendary deeds. Waiting until Yuan Shu was defeated in Pingcheng, he immediately raised troops to occupy Runan County and replaced Yuan Shu as the largest prince in Yuzhou. The more shameless the princes are, the more terrifying they are. Who would have thought that Liu Bei could establish a Shuhan empire when he only had one city in Xinye?
In order to hide his strength, the civil servants and generals use pseudonyms. But the identities of 2 generals are almost certain. One is Chen Dao, a native of Runan. He is Liu Bei's guard. He has a similar role to Zhao Yun and commands the Baiyun soldiers. So it is easy he was recognized. The other was Qin Qiong, a military general of the Tang dynasty. It can be confirmed from his force, weapons, appearance, and hero rankings. It is said that there may be other civil servants and generals in the Tang dynasty, but their identities are difficult to judge. If the judgment is too arbitrary, maybe you will be misled instead.
Chapter 327 Ancient Mathematician Zhu Chongji.
I didn't expect that there is a terrible prince hidden in Yuzhou.
When Chu Tian learned the information, his expression was solemn. Shuzhou, Yanzhou, and Qinzhou gave birth to powerful alien lords. But Yuzhou, a huge area, did not have a powerful alien lord. Instead, Yuzhou was ruled by the incompetent Yuan Shu, which was a bit weird in itself. In the past few years, Chu Tian has mainly focused on Shuzhou, Qinzhou, and Yanzhou. Yuzhou is a dark forest to him. Unless someone is specially sent to inquire, it is difficult to know the strength of the alien lords in Yuzhou. In the territory of Yuzhou occupied by Chu Tian, there were only 2 counties, Peixian and Fengxian. Yuan Shu's own generals were not very good, but the foreign lords under his command stole a large number of generals. If Yuan Shu could use the generals of Lord Iran, the Battle of Pingcheng might not be so disastrous. However, the foreign lords under Yuan Shu were not necessarily willing to lend military commanders to Yuan Shu, fearing that they would not be able to repay the loan.
The governor of Runan has Qin Qiong as a military commander. He is not afraid of the Huns, and will most likely participate in the Battle of Mabe.
The rising lords of Yuzhou have replaced Yuan Shu as the new threat, which is somewhat tricky, especially once the Runan governor joins forces with Cao Cao. He can still compete with Chu Tian.
My lord, there is a craftsman who claims that he can make a compass. Is there really someone who can make a compass? Invite him in.
Soon a craftsman was brought. This craftsman is different from the big and rough craftsman in Chu Tian's impression. He is more like a civil servant. The man said,
The villain Zhu Wenyuan has met the lord. I heard that the lord's mansion wants to recruit craftsmen to make guide chariots to use in the crusade against the Huns. So I came here to apply. Zhu Wen is far away, and I have heard about his name for a long time.
Having said that, Chu Tian really didn't know who Zhu Wenyuan was, since he can make the compass car that Chu Tian needs. It is worth recruiting.
If you can really make the compass car, then you will be a craftsman hired by the Lord's palace. If you don't know how to pretend to understand, you will be deceiving the superior. The villain dare not make up his mind.
Craftsmen are technical talents, and it is obvious whether they can make a compass. After this craftsman, who called himself Zhu Wenyuan, worked for the Lord's mansion, Chu Tian could see his abilities. Name, Zhu Chongji. Talent, ancient mathematician. Astronomer, historical special talent. Commander, 27, force, 20, intelligence, 92, not strategy, politics, 51, charm, 70. Favorability, 50. Phaseality, study. Characteristic 1, technique, SS level trait. Improves the arithmetic ability of territorial residents. Improves the administrative efficiency of officials. The territory can produce more accurate measuring instruments. Can cultivate mathematicians. Characteristic 2, daiming calendar, S-level trait. The result of the second calendar reform in ancient China. The territory's grain output is plus 5%. And the probability of natural disasters is slightly reduced if there is an observatory in the territory. The effect of the observatory is plus 20%. Feature 3, equipment manufacturing, S-level feature. Can produce guide cars and other equipment when manufacturing equipment props. The quality of the equipment has a probability to improve. Story, special talents during the Northern and Southern dynasties. For the first time, the actuarial value of pi was calculated to the 7th decimal place.
Ding! The SS level achievement top 10 ancient Chinese mathematicians has been opened. If you collect 10, actually more than 10, ancient Chinese mathematicians, you will receive special rewards.
No way. Zhu Chongji. This name linked to pi was like thunder to Chu Tian's ears. The ancients all liked the word bian. Zhu Wenyuan and Chu Tian didn't know it. But Zhu Chongji definitely knew it. A great mathematician and astronomer in ancient times was actually regarded as a craftsman by Chu Tian. If you just regard Zhu Chongji as a craftsman, it would be overkill and underqualified.
Make 3 compasses. They will be used in this expedition against the Xiongnu. From now on, you will work in the County Guixue.
County Guixue belongs to local government schools. That is, schools in each county. And Lord, the County Guixue building belongs to the 6th level cultural building. Chu Tian placed Langyu's Zhengguoxu in Xiaoqing, so Zhu Chongji could teach students in the Zhengguoxu. Xuzhou's imperial examination included arithmetic, and civilians attached great importance to arithmetic. It is estimated that Zhu Chongji would be popular. Zhu Chongji replied,
Yes.
There is a compass car used to indicate the direction. And there is also a miracle doctor. Chu Tian is ready. However, Chu Tian was somewhat reluctant to leave Xuzhou, and the signs of Xiao Liang's pregnancy became more obvious. Chu Tian asked the doctor to come to check and everything was fine.
You can't imagine that Zhu Chongji is wandering in the Langyu kingdom. If the Lord's mansion hadn't specially recruited talents to make guide cars, and Zhu Chongji was already penniless and was living under pressure, it would be difficult to lure him out. The whole of Xuzhou doesn't know that there are other people. How many people hide? Zhu Chongji, who calculated pi to 7 decimal places? He calls himself Zhu Wenyuan. Who would have thought that he is Zhu Chongji? This is equivalent to Zhao Yuanlang and Zhao Kuangyin being the same person. But not many strangers have heard of Zhao Yuanlang.
Chu Tian. Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan were drinking tea in the pavilion in the backyard of the Lord's mansion. Hua Mulan was wearing a skirt. She sometimes had difficulty understanding the excitement between Chu Tian and Xiao Liang. Why do the two of them suddenly have a topic when it comes to Zhu Chongji?
The Battle of Mobe will soon follow. Please be careful. Mr. Mulan. Sister Mulan must take good care of Mr.
Xiao Liang mentioned the Battle of Mobe and couldn't help but worry. If Chu Tian showed up for good or bad, then they would really be orphans and widowers. Hua Mulan nodded seriously.
I will protect my lord's safety,
Xiao Liang said.
Call me Xianggong. Yes. Mulan will definitely protect the Prime Minister. Your Majesty is safe.
Hua Mulan was still a little unaccustomed to it. And for her, who often killed people on the battlefield, she felt a little embarrassed. In western Liaoning, Mingwan still served as the prefect of Liaodong, led General Fenwu, and was named Jiho. With great momentum, in order to participate in the Battle of Mabe, he gave up the attack on Yuzhou, slowed down his expansion, left some generals to defend the city, and prepared to lead Changyechen, Li Chengyang and others to participate in the war.
General Lu and General Sun, you are leading an army of 100,000 to garrison Guzhou City and threaten Yubeping County. Prince Yin and Gongsun Zan must be evil and want to take advantage of my spare time to participate in the Battle of Mabe to regain western Liaoning. Do not let them, they succeeded. I have great trust in the two generals, and Di Qing may not be your opponent. Besides, I only took away 10,000 elites, and there are still 100,000 troops for you to drive.
Mingwan was tall and tall, but he respected the two generals in front of him and did not act like a lord. as the powerful overlord of Liaodong and western Liaoning. He had not only Chang Yuchen, Li Chengyang, Zhu Dasho, Yao Guangxiu and others under his command, but also some military generals, who were not usually very conspicuous. The fact that these generals are not conspicuous does not necessarily mean that their abilities are not as good as those of Li Chengyang and Zhu Dasho, but that they are limited by their military types. Or they may have taken refuge in Mingwan sooner or later. Or Mingwan deliberately hides their clumsiness. He dared to participate in the Battle of Mabe and had left complete preparations.
Mingwan, don't worry. Go attack the Xiongnu. Our Yanqi Corps of the Yanqi Guild will also defend western Liaoning for you. I have a fierce general under my command, and it will be easy to defeat the Yin Prince.
The president of the Yanqi Guild has a close relationship with Mingwan. Mingwan can start smoothly, and it is inseparable from the support of the Yanqi Guild. The Yiren Guild has always been a powerful force, and some guilds are good at gathering intelligence. For example, Chu Tian is using the Longxing Guild to spy on the intelligence of hostile princes. Some guilds are good at fighting. These guilds are composed of free players with high strength and working for money, which is equivalent to mercenaries. Not all free players can live a peaceful life.
Mingwan, this person is actually extremely scary.
In Beiping County on the right, Prince Yin was having a drink with his sworn brother Gong Sunzan. They couldn't help but feel fear when they talked about their rival Mingwan. The more battles he had with Mingwan, the more information Prince Yin learned about Mingwan, and the more he became afraid. Mingwan is definitely not as simple as 3 or 4 generals on the surface. Although Mingwan often only brings 3 generals, Chang Yuchen, Li Chengyang, and Zhu Dasho, to fight. It would be a big mistake to think that his strength is just like this. Even though he knew that Mingwan was on guard, he still wanted to fight with Gong Sunzan to recapture the Liaoxi corridor.
Yuzhou Mu Luyu summoned us to Jixian County for negotiation.
Fan Zhongyan presented the letter from Luyu, the shepherd of Yuzhou, to Prince Yin. Although Prince Yin and Gong Sunzan are independent forces, and Gong Sunzan was at war with Luyu not long ago, they are nominally under the jurisdiction of Yuzhou Mu Luyu. Luyu felt the threat from outside the pass, so he summoned Liu Bei, Gong Sunzan, and Prince Yin to jointly deal with the powerful enemies from all around. In the Zhongshan Kingdom, Liu Bei was defeated from Jula County, but he was not discouraged. The failure to compete with Yuan Shao and Zhao Long for Jula County was nothing to Liu Bei, who had a strong endurance.
Military advisor. This time, I will assist Yuzhou Mu with my 3rd brother to retake the Liaoxi corridor. This time, my 2nd brother, Ashina Shir, and you will go to participate in the Battle of Mabe. The outcome is not important, as long as you just come back alive.
Liu Bei planned to divide his troops into 2 groups and take the western Liaoning corridor by himself. The foreign military advisor Chen Shi, Guan Yu, and Ashina Shir led the Yuzhou Tuqi and Turkic cavalry to participate in the Battle of Mabe. Chen Shi has confidence in Guan Yu and Ashina Shir.
Please rest assured, my lord. The battle in Mabe is determined to be the first 10.
Ashina Shir's cavalry can make quick detours, while Guan Yu leads the Yuzhou assault cavalry as heavy cavalry. Guan Yu's attitude was a little arrogant.
If there are no top 3, I will raise my head to see my eldest brother.
Chen Shi's face was calm, facing Guan Yu's arrogance. He didn't know what to think in his heart. In Yuan Shao's camp, a wandering general named Gao Su came to seek refuge with Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao didn't know who Gao Su was, but he heard from a stranger staff that he was nicknamed King Lanling and was a fierce general. So he asked Yan Liang to compete with him. But Yan Liang couldn't win. Yuan Shao was overjoyed to receive the allegiance of Lanling King Gao Su. He planned to send Gao Su, Yan Liang, and Wen Chou to participate in the Battle of Mabe, so that King Lanling would make military exploits, leaving Zhang He, Gao Lan, Zhu Yi and others to guard the home. Xiao Long, the alien lord who was attached to Yuan Shao, sent Shi Wan Sui and Han Qinhu to participate in the Battle of Mabe.
It seems that we can launch a sneak attack on Yuzhou or Jizhou at this time.
In the majestic Taiyuan city, the princes Huma returned from attacking Yanmin County and Ningxiang County, and expanded the territory from 3 counties to 5 counties. There are 9 counties in Bingzhou, and he has won 5. Huma can not only attack Bingzhou, but also Jizhou or Yuzhou. In the end, Huma decided to participate in the Battle of Mabe. The temptation of Wei Qing and with Xubing was too great.
This time I brought Zhou Dui and Lian Pe. Zhou Dui was a famous general in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, and his pure cavalry power was even greater than Lian Pe.
although it is not as large as the sphere of influence of Chutian's 9 counties. As long as Huma unifies and merges states, there can still be 9 counties. Most of the princes focused on the decisive battle between Liu Bei and Yuan Shao. And Huma had almost no opponents in Bingzhou. In Guangzhou, Zhejiang Laoqin planned to bring Lu Bu, Yang Dian, Meng Tian, Li Ju, and Guisi to participate in the Battle of Mabei. He could not let Lu Bu, Li Ju, and Guisi stay in Guangzhou, and they had to take them with him at all times. Because Huang Fusong was too old to carry out long-distance raids, Zhejiang Laoqin did not take Huang Fusong with him.
This battle in Mabei requires a large number of elite cavalry, so I'd better not join in the fun. Li Zicheng, when can we enter Shu?
The Hanzhong leader advocated the road, and it was always difficult to break through the difficult Shu road. Even under his command, Li Zicheng, the king of intruders, could not make any progress for a while. In Jing'an, Sun Jian, the governor of Changsha, was at odds with Lu Biao, the shepherd of Jingzhou, and attacked the north of Jingzhou, but was repulsed by Lu Biao's nephew Lu Pan, Zhonglong General Huang Zhong, and Yiren Lord Yang Shilang. At this time, Sun Ce was young and could not go into battle, and Sun Jian felt that he lacked strength. Lu Biao had many generals, and he was also assisted by the alien Lord Yang Shilang. Among them, Yang Shilang had Han Shizhong, Pan Mei, and other generals. Sun Jian, as the Tiger of Jiangdong, was defeated.
Mabei, I can't go.
Sun Jian wanted to participate in the Battle of Mabei, but Lu Biao's aggressive offensive prevented him from getting away. The civil servants and generals in Jiangdong were divided between Chu Tian and Tong Kai. Sun Jian could not achieve anything with his old troops. The talents taken away by Chu Tian include Su Sheng, Lu Su, Shuge Jin, Tai Shirzi and others. And the talents taken away by Tong Kai include Zhou Yu, Lu Sun and others. Because Sun Jian became the governor of Changsha, after a group of talents that his son Sun so originally attracted were snatched away by foreign lords. Sun Jian was actually suppressed by Lu Biao. If this continues, he might not even be able to defend Jing'an. Lu Biao in this world is extremely powerful, and has the desire to annex the entire Jingzhou. It's just that no one noticed Lu Biao.
Should I participate in the Battle of Mabei?
Cao Cao hesitated during this time. In the end, it was decided to send 10,000 cavalry. Not entirely elite, just to try their luck. Maybe he can get Wei Qing and Huitziubing. The time for the Battle of Mabei is gradually approaching, and various elite cavalry groups are gathering in Xia City, preparing to be teleported to the Mabei battlefield. Chu Tian did not deliberately send his ministers and generals off. To him, the Battle of Mabei was just an ordinary battle. As long as the generals are not killed in battle, even if the entire army of 10,000 cavalry is wiped out, it will not matter to Xuzhou.
It's enough for the 9 counties to be on the defensive.
Chu Tian told Xiao Liang that he was really afraid that she would attack the surrounding princes with her big belly. Chu Tian only took away 10,000 elites, 9 commanderies, and a total of 300,000 to 400,000 soldiers and horses. While Chu Tian was out fighting, she had the power to temporarily command the troops in battle. If she had a whim, she might be able to destroy a surrounding prince. Chapter 328 Battle of Mabei 1. In the spring of the 4th year of Yuanshou, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty mobilized the main force of more than 100,000 Han troops and countless transporters. General Wei Qing commanded the West Route Army out of Dingxiang County, and General Huitziubing commanded the East Route Army out of Dai County. And together, with the prefect of Yubaping County Lu Bo joined forces, and went deep into Mabei to find the main force of the Huns for a decisive battle. The number of Xiongnu soldiers in Mabei increased to 4 times, and the pressure on the Han Empire increased. Fortunately, the rebels came to help. The rebel army was divided into 2 groups. One was in Dingxiang County, and followed General Wei Qing to attack Mabei from the west. The other was in Dai County, and followed General Huitziubing to attack Mabei from the east.
Is this Dingxiang County or Dai County?
Chu Tian led 10,000 elite cavalry, and was teleported to one of the counties. The banners of the Han army covered the sky, and outside the city were the vast grasslands, and to the north were the great walls of Zhao and Qin. Beyond the Great Wall. We are beyond the Great Wall in the sense of the Western Han Empire. But the flying generals of Dragon City are here, and they don't teach Huma to cross the Yin Mountains. In addition to Chu Tian's army of 10,000 people, there were also several 10,000 armies from several princes that were successively teleported to the city. These cavalry are all elite divisions. Chu Tian saw a familiar face not far away. He and Cao Cao have been acquaintances for 2 years. The first time he met Cao Cao was at the Battle of Hula Pass. Since fighting side by side with Cao Cao, he has been encouraging Gong Ziwen to attack Cao Cao, resulting in Cao Cao's failure to develop. Unexpectedly, Cao Cao dared to come to participate in the Battle of Mubei when he was short of troops. He was really bold. Isn't he afraid that the Shuzhou army will take the opportunity to steal his home? Chu Tian looked at Cao Cao and his army, but did not see the elite tiger and leopard cavalry. Among Cao Cao's cavalry, the tiger and leopard cavalry were the most elite. Cao Cao did not bring the tiger and leopard cavalry, indicating that he still had a hand in hand, fearing that Dong Jun would be attacked by Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang has more than 300,000 legions in his hands that he can dispatch. If Shuzhou were not fighting on multiple fronts, it would be easy to overthrow Cao Cao's forces. At present, Cao Cao's forces can only produce more than 100,000 troops. Cao Cao seemed to be being watched. When he noticed Chu Tian looking him up and down, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It's not that enemies don't get together. There were at least 10 princes participating in the battle. Cao Cao and Chu Tian were randomly assigned to this route. It was Cao Cao's bad luck. If it weren't for Chu Tian, his current development might be better than that of Yuan Shao. How could he only have 3 counties? Cao Cao's men did not lack talents, but they lacked territory.
Isn't this Cao Cao? Cao Munda?
Chu Tian was surrounded by fierce generals like clouds, and he was not afraid to talk to Cao Cao from a distance. Cao Cao and Dian Wei were struggling just to deal with Zhao Yun behind Chu Tian, let alone Shuai Gui, Yang Yi, Taisher Ci, Hua Mulan and other powerful generals. If a fight really breaks out, Chu Tian can take Cao Mingda's head from the rebel army. Cao Cao knew that he was no match for Chu Tian, so he smiled softly and said,
Chu Zimu, what a coincidence. In the past 2 years, thanks to your care, I tossed and turned every day and couldn't sleep. Brother Mingda, you surrender the land of 3 counties. I will make you the prefect. You and I don't have to continue fighting, and you can sleep peacefully. Isn't it beautiful to have the best of both worlds? Why go to Yuan Shao and Hebei and struggle in vain? Is Shuzhou Mu Chu Zimu's words even 10% credible?
Cao Cao was suspicious and didn't think Chu Tian would let him go like this. Chu Tian was extremely bad in Cao Cao's eyes. Chu Tian continued to put pressure on Cao Cao.
Chu Zimu, say that a gentleman is hard to catch. If you don't surrender now, it won't be so easy if you want to surrender in the future.
Probably intimidated by Chu Tian's military strength, Cao Cao was a little shaken. If you can join Shuzhou as a pastor and become a governor, you might even become a governor or a state pastor in the future. When Cao Cao first started to raise troops, he thought that he could become the governor and support the Han dynasty. Later, under the instigation of strangers, his ambitions expanded and he had the ambition to compete in the Central Plains. However, in the past 2 years, Cao Cao's ambitions have been suppressed by Chu Tian. Is there any chance of recruiting Cao Cao? Chu Tian just said this casually, but he didn't expect that Cao Cao actually had the slightest idea of surrender. To make the #1 hero of the Eastern Han dynasty have the idea of giving up resistance. Perhaps only Chu Tian in the entire Eastern Han dynasty could do it. Cao Cao, like Gong Ziwen, if he really surrenders, Chu Tian can occupy Yanzhou without any effort. Chu Tian will gain 5 new counties.
Cao Mingda, do you think you can stop my army with just 3 counties?
To induce Cao Cao to surrender would be unimaginable. Cao Cao was still struggling painfully. In one thought, you decide whether you will be a king or a minister in the future.
Cao Amo, if we work together, why worry about accomplishing something great?
Yuan Shao appeared and interrupted Cao Cao's hesitation. Chu Tian's face was gloomy, and he looked at Yuan Shao who was coming. Cao Cao would be indecisive from time to time. If he couldn't think of surrender for a moment, there wouldn't be so many things to do later. Cao Cao's relationship with Yuan Shao is better than that with Chu Tian. After all, Cao Cao used to be Yuan Shao's younger brother.
Cao Amma, Chu Zimu is just playing tricks on you. How can you be fooled?
Yuan Shao's military advisor Suyu appeared and gave Cao Cao a blow in the head. Another annoying guy. Chu Tian once offended Suyu. Yuan Shao and Cao Cao had 8 counties together, plus some princes in Qinzhou and Yuzhou who were restraining Chu Tian. And they could indeed challenge Chu Tian. The appearance of Yuan Shao and Suyu gave Cao Cao hope, and he seemed to have the courage to fight Chu Zimu again.
Ben Chu, when can you go south to help me?
Cao Cao was tortured by Chu Tian and was in desperate need of Yuan Shao's help. No matter how headstrong Yuan Shao is, he must also know the truth about lips dying and teeth cold.
When I finish off Lu Xuanda still occupies half of Jizhou.
Yuan Shao couldn't help but get angry when he thought that no one could do anything to anyone north of the Yellow River. To the south of the Yellow River, Chu Zimu's family was the dominant one. But to the north of the Yellow River, the strengths of the various princes were relatively balanced, and it was difficult to eliminate each other. If this continues, once Chu Zimu is allowed to occupy the land south of the Yellow River, all the princes in Hebei will be annexed one by one. Chu Tian set his sights on Yuan Shao's civil servants and generals. Yuan Shao was no less powerful than Cao Cao. He brought several civil servants and generals to participate in the Battle of Hebei. Yin Liang and Wen Chou were two fierce generals, whom Chu Tian had already seen in the Battle of Hulao Pass. Yin Liang and Wen Chou were both very powerful, but they were taught a lesson by Wang Taijiang, a member of the 5 Tiger Generals. It is obvious that Yin Liang and Wen Chou are lower than the level of the 5 Tiger Generals. Behind Yuan Shao, there was a handsome military general, who even Chu Tian felt inferior to. Yuan Shao brought 2 military advisors. In addition to Su Yu, there was another person. Because of Chu Tian, Yuan Shao and Cao Cao reunited to confront Chu Tian. Cao Cao can still stand on his own feet if he takes refuge with Yuan Shao as his younger brother. But if he takes refuge with Chu Tian, he will be completely annexed. Yuan Shao felt a little uncomfortable when he was looked at by Chu Tian. He couldn't help but be jealous of this foreign prince, who had the limelight over him. With his status, he is actually no match for a foreign prince. So you came up with a ruthless plan to Yuan Shao.
My lord, maybe we can unite with Cao Ao to attack Chu Zimu in this battle and collapse Xuzhou.
Yuan Shao's eyes were wandering, as if he was hesitating whether to take action. Theoretically, various princes can attack each other in the Battle of Hebei.
Now is not the time for internal strife.
Chu Tian probably sensed Yuan Shao's intention. This is the city of the Han army. Before the Battle of Hebei has begun, conflicts have already broken out among the princes. Xuerengui, Zhao Yun and other generals glared at Yuan Shao, making Yuan Shao afraid, and Yuan Shao did not dare to move.
Why are you so tense?
Liu Bei's military advisor Qin Shi prevented a conflict between the two camps. He was followed by the fierce General Guan Yu and the Turkic prince Ashin Ashir. Guan Yu had a somewhat arrogant look on his face. He was now the prefect and the second largest figure in Liu Bei's force. Even the status of the foreign military advisor was lower than him. Guan Yu looked at Yuan Shao and moved his Qin Long Yanyu sword, intending to kill Yuan Shao with one strike. Yuan Shao defeated Liu Bei at the Battle of Jiulu, and Guan Yu was full of hatred for Yuan Shao. When Yuan Shao saw Liu Bei's power, he was equally astonished.
Things seem to be getting more complicated.
Chu Tian shifted his attention from Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and Chen Shi to the Han army. This time he is not here to fight Yuan Shao and Cao Cao to the death, but for the 2 legendary cavalry commanders of the Eastern Han dynasty, Wei Qing and Hu Xubing. Killing Yuan Shao may not be a good thing for Chu Tian. Without Yuan Shao, maybe Liu Bei would replace Yuan Shao and become the overlord of Hebei. A Han general led a group of Han troops over and asked everyone to calm down.
The school captain Gong Sun Ao, on the order of the general, invites the rebel generals from all walks of life to meet with the general to discuss the march.
Gong Sun Ao. Chu Tian remembered this person in his mind. Gong Sun Ao had a good relationship with Wei Qing and saved Wei Qing's life. So he was reused by Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty. This person was not considered good at fighting, and often lost in battles with the Huns. However, he accompanied Wei Qing on many expeditions to attack the Huns, and he also made some military exploits. If Gong Sun Ao appears here, it means that this is Dingxiang County, and he, Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Chen Shi are joining the West Route army of General Wei Qing, under the leadership of Gong Sun Ao, Chu Tian, Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, Qin Shi and several other princes came to the Han army camp. Wei Qing is a middle-aged military general. After all, his nephew Hu Xubing is already able to take charge of the military on his own. He has an invisible aura of conquest, sharp eyes, cold appearance, and the composure and fortitude of a military general. Wei Qing's sister Wei Zifu could be favored by Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, and Wei Qing's appearance was not much different. Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and other princes of the Eastern Han dynasty had to stand obediently in front of Wei Qing and did not dare to compete with Chu Tian. Under Wei Qing's tent, in addition to Gong Sun Ao, there were also a number of Han generals. One of them, Chu Tian, could not be more familiar with flying General Li Guang. The old Li Guang in the Battle of Mabe didn't know Chu Tian at all. This Li Guang was different from Chu Tian's Li Guang. His hall was darkened, and he seemed to have had an unpleasant dispute with the General Wei Qing, the school captain Gong Sun Ao, the front General Li Guang, the rear General Chao Xiang, the left General Gong Sun He, and the right General Zhao Shiqi were all Wei Qing's subordinates. 4 generals came out at the front, left, and right. Wei Qing's eyes swept over the princes participating in the battle. There were a total of 8 princes following Wei Qing: Chu Tian Shuzhou, Chao Chao Yinzhou, Yuan Shao Jizhou, Chun Shi on behalf of Liu Bei, Su Fengyan Longxi, and 3 other princes south of the Yangtze River, including Yang Shilang Jianling, Wang Defa Jiaozhou, Luan Bashu. Chu Tian nodded towards Su Fengyan. He was very familiar with the nobles of Longxi. After Prince Yan lost a large number of horse-producing areas, the Chu Tian force's excellent war horses mainly came from Longxi. The nobles of Longxi are more reliable than Huma in Bingzhou and Mingwan in Liaodong. The reason is that they share the same imaginary enemy, Lao Qin, who is in the pass. The so-called enemy of the enemy is a friend. Chu Tian wanted the Longxi nobles to contain Jiujiu Lao Qin, and the Longxi nobles also wanted Chu Tian to threaten Jiujiu Lao Qin from Guangdong. So the two sides signed a mutual trade treaty. As for Bingzhou Huma and Liaodong Mingguan, they will compete with Chu Tian for Hebei, so they may cut off the supply of war horses to Chu Tian at any time. Chu Tian has always believed in common interests, followed by personal friendship. In the absence of common interests, it is not uncommon to be stabbed by brothers. Su Fengyan still carries Wang Taijin with him, a fierce general who can compete with Zhao Yun. Only Zhao Yun made Wang Taijin feel qualified to use a spear as a weapon. Chu Tian basically knew all the princes in the north, and they were either friends or enemies. Liu Bei's forces are allies to Chu Tian, but the relationship has not yet reached the level of Gongzi 1. Prince Yan, Su Fengyan, and Huan. Chu Tian knew less about the princes in the south, mainly because their interests did not conflict. Among the princes in the south, Chu Tian only knew Tongke. He and Tongke had a big conflict over the robbery of Hefei. The fighting between the two sides resulted in the death of tens of thousands of soldiers. Chu Tian went to Lujiang in anger and robbed his 50,000 households. But it is obvious that Tongke is not in Wei Qing's West Route Army, but in Huitz Yubing's East Route Army. The princes of the East Route Army are very powerful. Mingguan, Jiujiu Laoqin, Shuotong, Huma, Xiaolong, Tongke, and other great princes are all in the East Route Army. In fact, the system distributes the princes of the East Route Army and the West Route Army relatively evenly, and there is no one-sided situation. The points rules for this crusade against the Huns are very simple. You can get points by killing the Huns. The Xiongnu can be divided into several types. First, the Huns light cavalry, the main force in the Huns army. The third level light cavalry, with an average level of 50, is equivalent to an elite division that has been on the battlefield for a long time. Killing a Hun light cavalry can earn 1 point. Second, the Xiongnu eagle shooters. The good shooters among the Xiongnu cavalry are feared. The 5th level cavalry archer, with an average level of 70, is equivalent to a warrior who has fought hundreds of battles. Killing a Hun eagle shooter can earn 10 points. Third, the bodyguard of the Chanyu. Yazixi Chanyu's bodyguard is composed of Xiongnu warriors. Only one person can be found among hundreds of thousands. They are brave and good at fighting, and are good at bow and horse. The 7th level light cavalry, with an average level of 80, can earn 50 points by killing a Shanyu guard. Fourth, kill the Xiongnu princes such as Chanyu, King Zizi, King Zhuxian, etc., and gain points according to their status. Former General Li Guang, Right General Zhao Shiqi, Rebel Generals Chu Zimu, Chao Mingde, and Yuan Banchu, with a total of 50,000 cavalry, detoured from the East Road to respond. This general, together with the school captain Gong Sun Ao, the rear general Chao Xiang, the left general Gong Sun He, and the rebel general Su Fengyan, Yang Shilang, Wang Defa, and Luan, led the elite troops to advance quickly. Wei Qing assigned tasks to the arriving rebel generals. As soon as Wei Qing finished speaking, the princes present fell silent. Chapter 329 Battle of Mabe 2. With Li Guang? Historically, Li Guang got lost in the Battle of Mabe, missed the decisive battle between Wei Qing and Yi Zhixia, and eventually committed suicide. Chu Tian, Chao Chao, and Yuan Shao were assigned to act together with Li Guang. and their emotions were very complicated. The reason why Li Guangzitang turned black was probably because he was dissatisfied with Wei Qing's order to send troops from the East Road, and thus had a dispute with Wei Qing. Wei Qing obeyed Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty's order, and then asked Li Guang to divide his troops. According to Sima Qian's records, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty believed that Li Guang was old and had bad luck, so he was not allowed to confront Yijie Shan Yu head-on, because Sima Qian was biased against Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. His records may not be correct. Wei Qing arranged for former General Li Guang and Right General Zhao Shiqi to go out of the East Road and cooperate with him to flank Yizixi Shan Yu in Mobei. From the map, if Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi's troops did not get lost, they would have to go around, going to the rear of the Huns. It might actually work wonders. Cavalry tactics emphasize running thousands of miles and making detours and side attacks. Therefore, we cannot simply think that Wei Qing's strategy of dividing his troops and advancing simultaneously was Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty's intention to trick Li Guang. Wei Qing's West Route army was divided into two groups and faced Yizhi Shan Yu. Hua Xubing's East Route army was not divided into two groups and faced the Xiongnu Zuishan king, the prince of the Huns. Chu Tian had no objection to Wei Qing's allocation results. He was not worried about getting lost along the way with Li Guang, because he brought 3 compasses made by Zhu Chongji and Zhu Chongji on this expedition, and also specially brought a map of Mobei. It would be difficult for Li Guang to get lost. Cao Cao and Yuan Shao also prepared maps of Mobei after being reminded by strangers. They were extremely smart and would not worry about getting lost. What worried Cao Cao was that he actually conspired with Chu Zi. During this expedition, we not only had to guard against the Xiongnu, but also against a sudden attack by Chu Zimu. Fortunately, Yuan Shao was with him. Otherwise, if Chu Tian really ignored the Huns and attacked Cao Cao, Cao Cao might be wiped out by Chu Tian in Mobei. Cao Cao also didn't understand why Chu Tian would target him relentlessly and always regarded him as a threat. Yuan Shao thought about the advice given to him by military advisor Su Yu, and his eyes changed uncertainly. He was with Cao Cao and Chu Zimu, as well as 2 Han generals, former General Li Guang and Right General Zhao Shiqi. Li Guang is old and his abilities have declined. As for the Right General Zhao Shiqi, his abilities are mediocre. Chu Tian was also secretly observing Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, who were flirting back and forth. He was worried that if Cao Cao and Yuan Shao came to him on the way, he would be very uncomfortable. According to
Chirshu Xinu
records, when Cao Cao and Yuan Shao were young, they teamed up to steal other people's brides in the middle of the night. Now that the two are with Chu Tian has to guard against them. You must not have the intention to harm others, and you must have the intention to defend others. Not to mention that your teammates are still Cao Cao and Yuan Shao. Li Guang was dissatisfied with Wei Qing's arrangements and finally broke out.
Beiji is a former general, but the general ordered Beiji to send troops from the east. Beiji has been fighting against the Xiongnu since he was young. He has been on the battlefield for many years, and has only been able to fight against the Xiongnu Shan Yu.
Opportunity. I am willing to be the vanguard and fight Shan Yu to the death. General Li. This is a military order. The military order is like a mountain.
Wei Qing's tone left no room for doubt. Li Guang was a veteran general during the Wenjing period. He once served under Zhou Yafu, and was more senior than Wei Qing. Wei Qing came to power through the nepotism between his sister Wei Zifu and Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. It was not uncommon for him to have conflicts with the veteran generals guarding the frontiers. Chu Tian saw in his eyes that the old Li Guang in front of him was different from the young Li Guang who was in the main world of
Lord.
At this time, as people get older, their tempers become more violent, and they may even be unable to think straight. So they give advice.
General Li, if we send troops from the east, we may not be unable to achieve results. Soldiers are crafty. As long as 2 elite troops advance fiercely, they can be easily destroyed. The court of the Huns.
Li Guang looked at Chu Tian and hesitated to speak, facing the general and Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty behind the general. Li Guang still chose to obey. He had no choice. Chu Tian's speech attracted Wei Qing's attention, and Wei Qing looked slightly sideways. The tactical philosophy of this rebel general is somewhat similar to that of his nephew Hua Xubing. As long as the cavalry of the Han Empire was faster and more ferocious than the Huns would be caught off guard and retreat. To defeat the nomadic cavalry, you must be faster and more ruthless than them.
Both armies and horses will have heavy teams leaving Dingxiang County and passing through the Great Wall to continuously transport food and supplies to the front. Pay attention to protecting the food roads, or plunder the Xiongnu tribes to obtain supplies. After the last battle of Monan, the Xiongnu were afraid and fled far away to Mobe. So the military vehicles of the transport team were basically not plundered by the Hun's cavalry in Monan.
Wei Qing reminded the generals about supplies. In this battle of Mabe, Wei Qing, Hu Yubing, Li Guang, and the various Eastern Han princes participating in the battle were all supplied by the Han Empire's baggage teams. On the surface, Wei Qing and Hu Yubing led more than 100,000 main troops to sweep across Mobe. In fact, hundreds of thousands of civilians from the Han Empire were also included. In order to completely wipe out the Xiongnu, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty used the legacy left over from Wenjing's rule, and at the same time recruited the entire country's labor force to continuously transport food and weapons from the rear to the front. The longer the battle line is, the more civilians are needed. Not to mention that the target of this campaign is the distant Mabe. The decisive battle that decided the fate of the Han Empire and the Xiongnu was also a competition of national strength between the two sides. If a farming civilization wants to win, it must pay a greater price and use more manpower. Behind Wei Qing and Hu Yubing, a man known as Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty provided strong support so that they had no worries. Of course, it also depends on the strength of Wei Qing and Hu Yubing. If you don't have the talent to command an army, it's not uncommon to lead hundreds of thousands of troops out of the enemy's territory and get killed. During the period of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, the country's national strength was unprecedented. But there was no shortage of defeated generals. They were demoted to civilians by Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty. Wei Qing and Hu Yubing came to power through nepotism, but they were able to win battles. So Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty had the confidence to keep using them. And they did not disappoint Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, always winning. After Wei Qing assigned the candidates for the two groups of troops, he dismissed everyone. Each general will hand over the baggage troops. Tomorrow, we will pull out the camp and go out to sweep Mabe. Chu Zimu. This time you are with Li Guang, Xiao Shiqi, Yuan Xiao, and Chao Chao. And you will have a good time. I have Wei Qing to rely on. And there is basically no possibility of defeat. You have the unlucky Li Guang along the way. Either get lost or be surrounded by the Hun's army. I can already see the outcome. Su Fengnian, the Lord of Longxi, deliberately teased Chu Tian. But shut your crow mouth. Chu Tian was indeed a little depressed when he said this. First of all, Li Guang's luck is indeed not very good in Lords. Secondly, Chu Tian is always a little uneasy with Chao Chao and Yuan Xiao, and he probably won't be able to sleep well. Su Fengnian and Wei Qing went together as one of the double walls of the Han Empire. Wei Qing's ability was undoubted, so Wei Qing's journey was relatively safe. Compared with safety, Chu Tian was more worried about getting lost and trying in vain. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Chu Tian rarely suffered a loss, Su Fengnian couldn't help but smile. Chu Tian returned to his army and found Zhu Chongji, who was accompanying the army. Zhu Chongji was checking the situation of the compass. It is not uncommon to bring craftsmen and ancient scientists with the army. Napoleon often brought a group of scholars with him on his expeditions. Is there something wrong with the compass? Before leaving the fortress, Chu Tian once again confirmed the situation of the guide car with Zhu Chongji. A compass is used to determine the direction. Without a compass, it is normal to get lost when marching in a strange and vast prairie. Zhu Chongji replied, the compass is in good condition and can be used for a long time. That's good. So Chu Tian spent the night in Dingxiang County with peace of mind. He summoned Hua Mulan again. Mulan, I need you this time. Hua Mulan's cheeks turned red. They were now located in Dingxiang County, within the Han army's sphere of influence. They didn't have to worry about being attacked by the Huns. If the Lord wanted to warm the bed, that would be a good idea. I need your warhawk. Chu Tian poured a basin of cold water on her. In addition to the compass, Chu Tian also needed Hua Mulan's war eagle to conduct reconnaissance and determine the direction. Birds are very sensitive to direction. The Iron Eagle Scout's war eagle is another trump card for Chu Tian to hunt down the Huns. It is better to say it is the biggest trump card. Even more practical than the compass. With war eagle, Chu Tian could even learn about the progress of the Wei Qing army every now and then. Arrange 3 war eagles to take turns tracking the whereabouts of the Wei Qing army, 2 war eagles to follow the baggage train at the rear, and 5 war eagles to detect the surrounding Hun cavalry. Once traces of the Hun cavalry are found, report them immediately. We can't let Chao Mengde and Yuan Benchu seize the opportunity to fight the Xiongnu. This time, I will make them lose all their money. While Chu Tian was dealing with the Xiongnu,
He was also scheming with Cao Cao and Yuan Shao. If they can defeat the Huns, Chu Tian can directly attack them. If they can't defeat the Huns, Chu Tian can also lure the Huns over, forcing Cao Cao and Yuan Shao to join forces with him to deal with the Huns' cavalry. Hua Mulan nodded and was about to go down to make arrangements when Chu Tian pushed her down on the bed of the tent. She struggled feebly.
Just make arrangements before leaving the fortress tomorrow.
Compared with Chu Tian's prosperous days, Cao Cao was always gloomy. He returned to his camp and summoned several generals. When he participated in the Battle of Mabe this time, he did not dare to bring all his elite troops out. So he only brought 3 generals, Dian Wei, Zhang Liao, and Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan's cavalry marches faster. Zhang Liao can reduce the opponent's morale, and Dian Wei acts as Cao Cao's bodyguard.
Cao Mingde, am really unlucky. Why am I trying to get along with Chu Zi? I won't be harmed by him.
The more Cao Cao, who was suspicious by nature, thought about it, the more likely this was. What should he do if Chu Tian suddenly breaks out and attacks his army? In order to defend his homeland, Cao Cao did not bring the Hubao cavalry and generals such as Cao Chun, Xiahou Dun, Li Dian, and Li Jin. He only brought 2 cavalry generals, Zhang Liao and Xiahou Yuan. If Chu Tian ignores the war with the Xiongnu on the way and destroys Cao Cao first, Cao Cao will be finished.
Cao,
The voice of Yuan Shao's military advisor Su Yu sounded outside the camp. Cao Cao was dissatisfied with Su Yu calling him by his nickname. He was now the governor of Yanzhou, which was too disrespectful to him. Even so, Cao Cao still smiled, went out to greet him, and said happily,
"Du Yuan is here. Can you teach me something?"
Su Yu got straight to the point.
Ma, I heard that you have been suffering from Chu Zimu for a long time and can't sleep at night. In less than a year, you will become a prisoner of Chu Zimu. Indeed.
Cao Cao had to admit it. According to this trend, he might be eliminated by Shuzhou Mu Chu Zimu in a year. Su Yu said meaningfully.
If Chu Zimu shows up in this battle in Mobe, maybe his 9 counties will fall apart. What does the Yuan mean? Man asked knowingly. We are on the same side. As long as Chu Zimu is attacked by the Xiongnu army, we will stand by and watch, waiting for both of them to lose. Then we attack in one fell swoop and destroy both the Xiongnu and Chu Zimu. Isn't it the best of both worlds?
Su Yu's words shocked Cao Cao, and his right hand holding the wine bottle shook slightly. Su Yu's plan to kill people with a borrowed knife is not without its cruelty.
The Xiongnu are our formidable enemy. How can we simply stand by and watch? No. We just wiped out Chu Zimu at the same time as we destroyed the Xiongnu. There is nothing wrong with it. Yuan Binshu had Yin Liang, Wen Chou, and Gao Su. All of them fierce generals in the world. Even without Chu Zimu, the Xiongnu. So why be afraid? Zi Yuan's plan is quite inappropriate. I need to think carefully.
Cao Cao struggled. Whether the Battle of Mabe is won or not will not have any impact on the main world. This time it is just a competition to see who has higher points. It seems that there is nothing wrong if the Huns are allowed to attack Chu Zimu. With Chu Zimu's strength, even if the Huns can win, they will probably suffer heavy losses. Cao Cao can definitely go up and harvest the Huns.
Yuan Binshu asked me to be a lobbyist, and I don't need to think about it. Yuan Binshu helped you deal with Chu Zimu. In return, after defeating Shan Yu, you assisted Yuan Binshu and killed Lu Xuanda's military advisor and Guan Yuchang. Yuan Binshu occupied Hebei, and I'm afraid of you. Occupy Hunan and everyone gets what they need.
Su Yu spared no effort to lobby Cao Cao. Cao Cao couldn't help but feel moved. In the Battle of Mabe, each prince only brought 10,000 troops and horses. Cao Cao and Yuan Shao combined had 20,000 troops. And there were also Huns cavalry to use. If we return to the main world, the combined forces of Cao Cao and Yuan Shao might be the same size as Chu Zimu's army. If you want to plot against Chu Zimu, there is no better opportunity than the Battle of Mabe. Chu Tian was also trying to trick Cao Cao and Yuan Shao. The other princes had their own concerns. The next day, Wei Qing, the general of the Han Empire, led the main force to leave Dingxiang and go north out of the Great Wall. He divided his troops into 2 groups and attacked Mabe. Wei Qing is the main force of the Chinese army, and Li Guang is the eastern branch. The Chu Tian army crossed the vicissitudes of the Great Wall. This section of the Great Wall in Dingxiang County was originally built by the state of Zhao, and later repaired by the Qin and Han dynasties to prevent the Xiongnu and other nomadic tribes from going south.
A real man should hold a 3-foot sword. Seal the wolf to Sue. And Yin ran to take advantage of him.
The vast desert stretches out as far as the eye can see, making people feel open-minded. More than 100,000 cavalry stretched for dozens of miles, with flags covering the sky. Troops and grain trucks came in an endless stream. The soldiers were sharply dressed and had high morale. Just when Chu Tian, Cao Cao, and Yuan Shao were on guard against each other, Chu Tian received a reminder from the achievement system.
Ding! The SS-level achievement Sealing the Wolf to Jushu is activated. Climb the Langjuxa mountain to the north and build an altar to worship heaven to achieve the achievement.
Chapter 330 Battle of Mobei 3. In the middle of the Mongolian plateau is the Yanran Mountain, reaching the Yinshan Mountain in the south. Between the Yanran Mountain and the Yinshan Mountain is a large area of gobi and desert. 50,000 cavalry and tens of thousands of infantry and food transporters are marching towards the Yanran Mountain in a mighty manner. The further you go to Mobei, the greater the logistical pressure. When food is in short supply, it means that the troops must withdraw.
The Mongolian Empire was born on this plateau. Not many empires would be willing to attack this bitter cold land unless necessary. Therefore, groups of nomadic tribes emerge from this place and move south from time to time, causing endless harm.
Chu Tian rode a Turkic horse. The Turkic horse is adapted to the climate of the Mongolian plateau and will not be acclimatized. The ancient Central Plains regime had little interest in the Mongolian plateau because there were many gobi and deserts to the north of the Yinshan Mountains, making it difficult to cultivate. It was extremely costly to control and digest Mobei. The Central Plains regime only controls Monan, which is already a big deal. Chu Tian was thinking about ways to control Mobei. If a large city is built on the shores of Lake Baikal, a teleportation array is set up, and troops are rotated every 10 years, Mobei may be able to be controlled. Once something goes wrong in Mobei, the army in the past can use the teleportation array to quickly go to Mobei to suppress the rebellion. For Chu Tian, who was still south of the Yellow River, pushing across Mobei in the main world seemed a bit far away. To the north of the Mongolian plateau is the Siberian plateau. The sphere of influence of the Grand Duchy of Moscow should be that only a few lords of the Grand Duchy of Moscow are active in the Siberian plateau. Grand Duchy of Moscow. Chu Tian actually remembered an acquaintance of a lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, whose name seemed to be Lena. War Eagle soared in the sky, landing among the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry from time to time. The Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry went to investigate the surrounding areas to track the whereabouts of the Huns, and reported to the police from time to time.
No Huns were found. It seems that the main force of the Xiongnu has retreated from Monan to Mobei.
Chu Tian knew that after the Battle of Monan, the Xiongnu chose to form a formation in Mobei to fight the Han army in order to avoid the sharp edge of the Han army. There are indeed very few Xiongnu in Monan. The leader of the Han army, Li Guang, was a little confused and almost went in the wrong direction. However, under Chu Tian's correction, the Han army basically marched in the right direction.
The Han army is here again! They're really haunting!
King Yuxian of the Xiongnu grabbed the reins of the war horse. Tens of thousands of Xiongnu cavalry were panicked when they heard that the Han army was coming. The main force of the Xiongnu has retreated to Mobei in order to increase the logistic pressure on the Han army and thereby increase the winning rate of the decisive battle in Mobei.
Last time, Wei Qin captured more than 10,000 men and women and hundreds of thousands of livestock in our tribe. This revenge must be avenged. King, there seems to be no cavalry from Wei Qin on this route, but I feel an equally disturbing aura.
King Yuxian closed his eyes and felt a faint sense of oppression.
It is indeed somewhat different from the oppression brought by Wei Qin. Why is this?
A black war eagle hovered in the sky. There was a Xiongnu eagle shooter who was holding a bow and wanted to shoot, but the height of the war eagle was beyond the range of the bow and arrow. King Yuxian of the Xiongnu looked at the war eagle in the sky and took a second look.
You stay and continue to monitor this group of soldiers and horses.
A big Hun's householder replied.
Yes.
King Yuxian commanded his cavalry to go north to join the Xiongnu Chanyu, leading only 3,000 Xiongnu cavalry to monitor the whereabouts of Li Guang's army. The royal court of King Yuxian was destroyed by Wei Qin in the last battle of Monan, and its influence was greatly reduced. Part of the troops were assigned to the second King Zhao Xian by Shan Yu. He now only has tens of thousands of cavalry. Therefore, King Yuxian was afraid and hated Wei Qin. The main force of the Xiongnu was concentrated in Shan Yu's headquarters and the royal court of Zhuxian.
100 miles ahead, we found a large number of Hun soldiers and horses.
After the Iron Eagle scouts detected the traces of the Hun's cavalry, They immediately reported to Chu Tian.
How many people are there? Probably tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of riders.
Chu Tian, Fang Xianling, and Lu Su had solemn expressions after learning this information. In the Battle of Mabe, the attributes of the Hun's cavalry were enhanced by 20%. They started at the 3rd level. If they were not careful, they would be completely wiped out on the Mongolian plateau.
Send out scouts to scout 100 miles forward. Don't get close to this Hun cavalry. Use war eagles to scout from a distance of 10 miles.
Chu Tian has the best troops in reconnaissance, and the Huns who dare to approach him cannot avoid the sight of the war eagle. If tens of thousands of cavalry appear, it means that Chu Tian and their marching route is correct.
It may be the Xiongnu Chanyu. It may be King Zizi. Or it may be King Yuxian. It is unlikely that other Xiongnu princes will be defeated. If it is the Xiongnu Chanyu, with 10,000 of us, we may be defeated.
Chu Tian considered that the Xiongnu Chanyu had elite 7th level light cavalry, Kanyu guards, with an average level of 80. They were a veteran of hundreds of battles against the Han Empire for many years. It was unlikely that his cavalry would encounter the Xiongnu Chanyu alone. It's okay to please. The 10,000 cavalrymen brought by Chu Tian included both new soldiers and veterans. The average level of Xuerenggui's 6th Order Tang Dynasty archers was level 57, and the average level of Qin Qingji's 2,000 White Robe cavalry was level 23. The average level reflects the number and severity of battles a unit has experienced. The level can affect the combat effectiveness of the troops. There is a huge gap between a battle-hardened division and newly recruited soldiers. The White Robe Army was a newly recruited cavalry. But Chu Tian still brought the White Robe Army to the Battle of Mabe, because the huge bonus Qin Qingji brought to the White Robe Army could make up for the level gap. The question now is whether to take a gamble, and how to take a gamble.
There are tens of thousands of cavalry on the opposite side. So we must bring Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, Li Guang, and Zhao Shiqi to beat them.
In order to prevent the entire army from being annihilated, Chu Tian chose to bring his teammates to surround and suppress this group of Huns.
Report: the Huns are heading north, leaving only a small number of cavalry behind, about 2,000 to 5,000 in number.
Just as Chu Tian was about to inform Cao Cao and others, the Iron Eagle Scout sent news. Fang Xianling speculated.
Obviously, the Huns are not willing to fight a decisive battle with our troops. The purpose of the remaining Huns cavalry is to monitor us. If there are only a few thousand Xiongnu cavalry, we can defeat them. Tonight we will go out of camp to attack this Xiongnu cavalry. After leaving camp, we will notify Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, Li Guang, Zhao Shiqi and others to send troops north to pursue them.
After a brief discussion with Fang Xianling and Lu Su, Chu Tian planned to kill the Xiongnu cavalry at the rear, and then pursue the main force of the Huns, who fled north without stopping. At the same time, he notified Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, Li Guang, Zhao Shiqi and other legions to follow. Superior. Chu Tian was not sure whether Cao Cao and Yuan Shao would support him. What he could be sure of was that if Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi knew that a main Xiongnu force was ahead, they would definitely support Chu Tian. Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi were so eager for military exploits that they became marquises during the period of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. Because Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty worshipped military conquest, military merit was the easiest way to obtain a title other than blood ties. So martial arts prevailed. When the Huns invaded, the border generals would attack them. Even if the Huns did not invade, they would still find excuses to attack them. With the help of the Han cavalry of Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi, Chu Tian did not have to worry about being surrounded by the Huns cavalry and being annihilated. That night, in the Han army's camp, Chu Tian ordered all the light cavalry to bring dry food, travel lightly, and start chasing the Xiongnu Yuxian king. At the same time, he left a small number of Iron Eagle Scout cavalry behind and notified the rest of his teammates later. The Xiongnu rear troops were the source of points. If Chu Tian wanted to win them all, he would not give them to Cao Cao and Yuan Shao. He eats meat, and Cao Cao and Yuan Shao just drink soup. Chu Tian's army suddenly broke out of camp and headed north. The army, all light cavalry, marched very fast. Cao Cao was in the camp, spreading out the map, when he heard a commotion in the camp next door. At first, Cao Cao didn't care much, but after he thought about it for a moment, something seemed wrong.
When Yuan, what's the commotion outside?
Cao Cao summoned Zhang Liao and inquired about the changes outside the accounts. Zhang Liao replied,
Zhuzhou Mu's camp mobilized troops and horses. The general went to inspect and found that Shuzhou Mu's cavalry left the camp and walked north. Night has fallen. Are you leaving camp at this time?
Cao Cao's strategy was second only to the first group of counselors in the Three Kingdoms. He paced uneasily in the camp and suddenly realized.
It seems that Chu Zimu has discovered the traces of the Hun's cavalry. He wants to monopolize the war achievements. Someone is coming.
Call in troops immediately.
Cao Cao's legion was mobilized immediately, and Xiahou Yuan personally urged the troops, who had already set up camp, to assemble. The army was in chaos for a while. Generally speaking, the Han army's reconnaissance range is only 10 miles in radius, and the reconnaissance range in front and behind may be farther. But Cao Cao cannot detect that there will be thousands of Hun's cavalry hundreds of miles ahead. When Cao Cao successfully assembled his cavalry, Chu Tian's army had already moved north. Not only that, after Cao Cao assembled, he fell into confusion. This is a desert,
so he could only march by night. Chu Tian knew where the main force of the Huns was, but Cao Cao didn't. After Cao Cao's army began to assemble troops, Yuan Shao's military advisor Su Yu and Zhu Shou also realized that Chu Tian sent troops alone to enjoy the military exploits. So they persuaded Yuan Shao to gather troops and horses in time to prepare for battle. After Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi set off from the Chu Tian army, they received a report from Iron Eagle Scout that there were Hun soldiers and horses ahead, and the rebel general Chu Zimu had gone north to pursue them. Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi were overjoyed when they heard that the main force of the Huns was 100 miles away in the north. Li Guang's gray beard trembled. He finally had a chance to fight the main force of the Huns. Scout Tying also informed Cao Cao and Yuan Shao of this news. Cao Cao realized that he was already lagging behind Chu Tian, and he couldn't help but wonder why Chu Tian could learn the intelligence from the north. The terrain here is quite unfamiliar.
I hope I can share some of the merits.
Even if Chu Tian takes the lead, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao still have to go north to pursue the Xiongnu cavalry. Without military exploits, this battle in Maobei would have been in vain. Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi's 20,000 Han cavalry began to move north. Li Guang has a border guard cavalry under his command. They are 5th level light cavalry with an average level of 70. They are capable of hundreds of battles. With the help of Li Guang's horse archers, Chu Tian could attack the Hun's cavalry with confidence. 100 miles north of the Han camp, the Hun's camp had a blazing bonfire, and the Hun's cavalry were sleeping peacefully. They could not imagine that the Han army would conduct a 100-mile attack in a place that was almost completely unfamiliar to them. Not to mention, it was still a cold night.
The Chanyu has been waiting for work in Maobei since the second king once served the Han dynasty. He knows the true and false situation of the Han army very well. This time the Han army goes deep into the desert. Once defeated, we will chase them for thousands of miles, and they will be wiped out. We must take back the Yinshan Mountains and the Hatao with fertile water and grass.
The Hun's cavalry who gathered around the bonfire to keep vigil mentioned the war between the two sides and resented the loss of Hatao and Yinshan. Suddenly, the familiar sound of horse hooves sounded, and in the darkness, a cavalry force came from the south. Hearing the sound of horse hooves from the south, the Hun's cavalry all changed their colors. Their king has withdrawn to the north and plans to fight the Han army in Maobei. The cavalry coming from the south at this time cannot be the Huns.
Han army! It's Han army!
The Hun's cavalry quickly woke up their companions and tried to resist. A hail of arrows pierced the air, and dozens of Hun cavalry on the outside were killed by the hail of arrows. A large number of cavalry drove straight into the Hun's camp, and their horses trampled on them. Yang Wudi held a long spear and used the Yang family's marksmanship to rush left and right in the enemy camp. The Hun cavalry was hit in the head by the long spear and died instantly. The blood splashed into the blazing bonfire, making a sizzling sound. Shuerigui and Zhao Yun advanced with their troops and defeated the Xiongnu. Zhao Yun used the Jinshan silver spear made for him by the legendary blacksmith Moi, the only exclusive weapon of the emperor. He was unstoppable among the Huns. The cavalry screamed. Zhao Yun came next and stabbed him to death with a spear. The cavalrymen of Yuqing and Changshuang drew their Huanshou swords and hacked down the Huanshou cavalry. The Hun's cavalry were killed in large numbers. The cavalry wreaked havoc, causing the flames of the fire to splash, and the fire gradually spread in the Hun simple camp, eventually forming a sea of fire all over the sky. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Hun's cavalry began to flee north in a hurry.
Draw the sword!
Hua Mulan led 1,000 Iron Eagle scouts and had already circled back to the rear of the Hun cavalry. 1,000 Iron Eagle scouts drew out their tang knives, pointing the bright sharp blades straight ahead. Thousands of Hun cavalry who escaped were harvested by the Iron Eagle scouts. And only about 300 cavalry took advantage of the chaos to escape. Chu Tian, Chun Qingji, Fang Xianling, and Lu Su were watching the battle from the rear. Long-distance raids were commonplace for Chu Tian, and the results were as good as ever. Chu Tian could see that his points were increasing. If he encountered tens of thousands of Hun cavalry, Chu Tian might have to avoid their sharp edges. But since there were only a few thousand Hun cavalry, the difficulty dropped tenfold. Just send out your fierce generals to attack directly.
The opponent has thousands of cavalry, and there will always be someone who escapes. The main force of the Xiongnu will soon know that we have caught up, so they can only advance quickly, obtain supplies by looting the Xiongnu, and make it all in one go.
Before discovering the main force of the Xiongnu, Chu Tian relied on the Han army's baggage train for supplies. Although it is said that it is taken from the enemy and used against the enemy, that is only when there is an enemy. If you don't encounter the enemy in the Gobi and deserts and march rashly, you are likely to run out of troops and supplies. By discovering the main force of the Xiongnu at this time, Chu Tian no longer had to rely on the Han army's baggage train, because the Huns also need to eat, and their main force often brings a large number of livestock to rob their livestock to obtain supplies. Chu Tian's cavalry severely damaged the Hun cavalry that was monitoring the Han army. 89 of the Hun cavalry were killed or injured, and only a few escaped. After cleaning the battlefield, Chu Tian obtained many Xiongnu war horses, and immediately pursued the Xiongnu Yuxian king northward without stopping. Chapter 331 Battle of Mobei 4.
Chu Zimu has wiped out 3,000 Xiongnu.
When Cao Cao and Yuan Shao arrived at the Xiongnu camp, they found corpses strewn across the field, a mess, and black smoke rising from charred wood. Cao Cao could infer the number of Xiongnu cavalry who were attacked by Chu Tian not long ago through the number of Xiongnu cavalry who died in battle. Chu Tian simply cleaned the battlefield and took away the war horses and some weapons without burying the bodies. The desert is desolate and almost uninhabited. Even if the corpses are not buried, there will be no outbreak of plague. Vultures and wild beasts scavenge these carcasses.
Chu Zimu was able to take the lead. He must have gained a lot of military exploits this time. But how did he know that there were Huns here?
Cao Cao failed. This time Chu Tian ate meat, and he couldn't even drink the soup. Yuan Shao looked gloomy. The stranger Chu Zimu had killed nearly 3,000 Xiongnu, but he had not received any military merit. This was a serious injury to his self-esteem.
Our lord has said that there are still tens of thousands of Hun's main force in the north. The Hun's cavalry killed here are only the rear troops of the Hun's main force.
Chu Tian intentionally left behind the Iron Eagle scout cavalry and notified Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, Li Guang, Zhao Shiqi, and other teammates to follow him. Cao Cao has realized that Chu Tian has special means to learn the whereabouts of the Huns. At this time, Chu Tian has become the leader of this army. He took the initiative to attack, killing first and then reporting later. The legions in the rear became reinforcements and had to cooperate with Chu Tian in the battle. Before Cao Cao and Yuan Shao could react, Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi heard that the main force of the Huns was at the front. They immediately cheered up and marched northward under the leadership of the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry. With Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi's resourcefulness, they were easily mobilized by Chu Tian and became loyal allies, regardless of Li Guang and Zhao Shi's true commanding ability. With the help of 20,000 elite Han cavalry, Chu Tian could retreat unscathed even if he was surrounded.
Chu Zimu obviously wants to be the head coach and treats us as pawns. Are we going to be driven by him?
Yuan Shao was dissatisfied with being in a passive situation.
Let's defeat the Huns first. When Yuan, Miatsai, let's go hunt down the main force of the Huns.
Cao Cao took Zhang Liao and Xia Ho Yuan to kill the enemy, and Yuan Shao, who was left behind, had to go north together. Otherwise Yuan Shao's trip to Mabei would be in vain. King Yuxian of the Xiongnu drove more than 100,000 livestock for food rations. He was on his way to Mabei, trying to join the Xiongnu Chanyu. However, danger gradually approaches.
The cavalry in the rear has been wiped out, and the main force of the Han army is moving north quickly.
The Han's light cavalry who escaped back met King Yuxian of the Xiongnu and informed King Yuxian of the news that the Han army was pursuing them. King Yuxian was frightened. Of the 3,000 Hun's cavalry, more than 2,000 were killed in battle.
Is it true that the person opposite is not Wei Qing?
King Yuxian recalled the horror of being dominated by Wei Qing a few years ago, and couldn't help but tremble when he thought that the Han cavalry was chasing him. One of the Hun's powerful households asked,
"How many people are there on the other side?" I don't know. Idiot. Go investigate immediately. As commanded.
The Hun scouts were quickly dispatched, and they fought against the Iron Eagle scouts, who followed them. Before the armies of the two sides engaged, the scouts started fighting on the Gobi.
The main force of the Huns is less than 30 miles away from us.
Chu Tian pursued throughout the night, and finally captured the main force of King Yuxian of the Xiongnu. Considering that the cavalry had been running all night, and was exhausted, Chu Tian deployed scouts to follow King Yuxian of the Xiongnu all the time. Then the main force took a temporary rest, and waited for the arrival of reinforcements before looking for an opportunity to fight with King Yuxian. The Huns did not come and go like the wind. The large number of livestock they carried seriously affected their marching ability. But they were just more convenient than the Han army's baggage vehicles. When Chu Tian decided to plunder the Xiongnu's livestock to obtain supplies, the Xiongnu's mobility advantage was lost, and they were left passive. The appearance of Han cavalry caused tens of thousands of Huns to panic. King Yuxian refused to abandon more than 100,000 livestock, and continued to march with the livestock. At the same time, he commanded 20,000 Xiongnu cavalry in the rear with 2 large households to block the Han cavalry. As long as the Xiongnu Shanyu fled to Mabe, he could escape.
The opponent only has 10,000 cavalry. If you underestimate the enemy and advance rashly, you don't have to flee far away.
Just as King Yuxian was preparing to flee, the Han scout cavalry transmitted information about Chu Tian's army.
Only 10,000 cavalry?
King Yuxian, who had originally planned to escape on the best horse in the tribe, heard that Chu Tian underestimated the enemy and rushed in with only 10,000 cavalry. He hesitated whether to eat this Han cavalry in order to avenge the Battle of Monan. In the Battle of Monan, he was defeated by Wei Qing, fled, and his status plummeted.
I have 60,000 cavalry. Is it possible that I will be defeated by 10,000 cavalry? This opportunity cannot be missed. The time will never come again. Send troops immediately to destroy this Han army.
King Yuxian gritted his teeth. Only by defeating the chasing cavalry could he regain his authority. He ordered 2 teams of cavalry with 10,000 people to make detours to the left and right, and attack the Chu Tian army with 2 powerful men behind the palace. King Yuxian personally held the battle and provided support at any time.
The Han cavalry launched a counterattack.
Chu Tian closed his eyes and rested for a while, basically recovering his strength.
It seems that the Huns finally understood that we only have 10,000 cavalry. Retreat and lead the Huns to the rear. When Li Guang and Cao Cao arrive, the Huns will be defeated. But the retreat cannot be too excessive. Obvious.
Under Chu Tian's order, the Han cavalry fought and retreated, giving the Xiongnu a chance to surround the Han cavalry. The Han cavalry on both sides were making quick detours, which was a common tactic of the Eastern cavalry. The War Eagle is monitoring the progress of the Hun's cavalry, while the Chu Tian army is accelerating its retreat.
The Han army goes deep alone. They will definitely die.
The Hun's cavalry who were responsible for outflanking were overjoyed when they saw that they were about to encircle the Han cavalry. If you are heavily surrounded by Hun's cavalry in the desert, your entire army will definitely be annihilated. After being surrounded by the Hun's cavalry, many Western Han generals were either defeated, killed, captured, or surrendered to the Huns, such as Zhao Ponu, Zhao Xian, Li Ling and others. No matter how brave the Han army was, once their weapons were curled up and their arrows were exhausted, they would have difficulty escaping back to the frontier in the face of the vast desert. The desert was the biggest basis for the Xiongnu princes to choose a decisive battle with the Han Empire. After defeating the Han Empire, they can return to the south of Yinshan Mountain in Hatao, where the water and grass are more fertile. Just as the 3 lines of Hun's cavalry were preparing to attack Chu Tian's army together, on the edge of the endless Gobi Desert, iron hoofs clanked, and sand and dust rolled into the air. Although the flying General Li Guang is old, he still has high fighting spirit. Knowing that the main force of the Huns is here, he will not stop. Li Guang, who has many years of experience in fighting against the Huns, galloped forward, and the elite Han cavalry came galloping forward in a mighty manner. Zhao Shiqi saw that Li Guang couldn't wait to step forward, so he led his cavalry to start a circuitous route, hoping to counter-encircle the Xiongnu.
We really captured the main force of the Huns. Zhu Zimu is really a strange person.
Cao Cao drove the cavalry forward quickly, doubting whether the main force of the Huns really existed in the north. But when he saw the endless Huns cavalry, he swallowed. In his eyes, these were all military achievements. When he saw Zhao Shiqi's Han cavalry detouring from the left, he knew that Zhao Shiqi wanted to encircle the Xiongnu and annihilate the main Xiongnu force. So he gave an order to Xiahou Yuan, who was good at leading cavalry to attack.
Miao Shichi now. You lead 5,000 light cavalry to attack from the right wing, and I will support you later. Take orders.
Xiahou Yuan can slightly increase the speed of the cavalry's forced march, which is perfect for attacking the Xiongnu flanks. Xiahou Yuan, the commander of Dian Military Academy, had 503 days and 1,006 days. And Lord, the corresponding ability is forced march. Cao Cao's army aura has special blessings for Wei generals. And Xiahou Yuan's abilities are even stronger. A group of quasi-first-class military generals under Cao Cao can display abilities that are very close to those of first-class military generals. The Hun's cavalry, who originally planned to eat Chu-Tian's army, saw the arrival of Han reinforcements and were in danger of being surrounded. They were immediately in chaos and unable to advance or retreat.
Army attack!
Chu-Tian gave an order, and 10,000 cavalrymen acting as bait began to counterattack the Hun's cavalry. He deliberately attracted King Yoxian's main force to attack and led the Hun's cavalry into the Han army to surround him. It is difficult to annihilate tens of thousands of Xiongnu cavalry with 10,000 cavalry. But if 20,000 Han cavalry, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao are added, then it is entirely possible to annihilate the Xiongnu Yuxian king. This is a classic battle of luring enemies to annihilate them. Chu Tian's cavalry will attack across the board. Under the leadership of Chen Qingji, the white-robed army was overwhelmingly powerful. The pursuing Hun's cavalry were counterattacked and turned upside down. White robes hunt. Blood splashes. Famous masters and generals should not keep themselves in prison, and thousands of troops should avoid white robes. The ferocious Hun cavalry became the training stone of the white robe army. The white robe army stepped on the corpses of the Hun cavalry and became a battle-hardened division. Once the white robe army levels up, it will become a terrifying cavalry in the future. Hua Mulan joins the battlefield, holding a horse pole, which can easily pierce the Hun's light cavalry, which generally only have cloth armor and light armor. Hua Mulan's equipment is very luxurious for the Hun's cavalry. The Mingguang armor, horse chariots, and Turkic war horses are of high quality, and the Hun's cavalry may not be able to afford them in their lifetime. If it weren't for the fact that the Arabian war horses had difficulty adapting to the climate of the Mongolian plateau, Mulan's equipment would be even more expensive. Equipped with heavy cavalry equipment, Hua Mulan charges and gallops among the Hun's light cavalry. Unstoppable. The iron hoofs trampled over the fallen Hun cavalry, and the Hun cavalry was killed on the spot. A Hun light cavalry slashed at him with a sword, but found that he could not break through the defense. Then he was killed by the soldiers following Hua Mulan with a tang knife, and Duda's head rolled away. Joan of Arc holds a battle flag and directs the servant cavalry to advance. She is afraid of being criticized and made things difficult by Chu Tian, so she no longer dares to rush to the front. She is only responsible for giving bonuses to the servants and improving their morale. At least, she didn't dare to rush to the front in front of Chu Tian. But as long as Chu Tian didn't know what to do in private, the Hun's cavalry, which was far more numerous than Chu Tian's army, suffered a counterattack, suffered heavy casualties, and retreated steadily. Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Yang Yi, and Tai Shirtzi joined forces to advance. Just like warring states wore chariots rolling past, wherever they went. Corpses were everywhere. At present, the 5 tiger generals of Chu Tian's forces are Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Li Guang, Yang Yi, and Tai Shirtzi, except for Li Guang, who could not come to participate in the Battle of Mabe. The other 4 generals swept the Huns and defeated the enemy. Chu Tian's Heavenly Khan characteristics suppressed the Xiongnu and aggravated the collapse of the Xiongnu's morale. Cao Cao sent Xiahou Yuan to defeat the Xiongnu on the flanks. Xiahou Miaocai, armed with a horn bow and arrows, killed more than 10 Xiongnu cavalry in a row. He was still unstoppable. Cao Cao and Zhang Liao came to support him personally. The morale of the Hun's cavalry, which was attacked by Zhang Liao's cavalry, dropped significantly. After their morale collapsed, the Hun's cavalry lacked fighting spirit and quickly collapsed. On the other side, Han General Zhao Shiqi fought back and forth with the Xiongnu, but he still fought to the death. The morale of the Xiongnu dropped rapidly, and Zhao Shiqi's cavalry had already gained the advantage.
The main force of the Huns! This may be the main force of the Huns!
Flying General Li Guanghua burst into tears and shot the Hun cavalry with tears in his eyes. With a short lifespan, he finally found the opportunity to become a marquis. Li Guang's cavalry was far more powerful than Zhao Shiqi when dealing with foreigners. More importantly, Li Guang's desire for military success made him join the army of King Yuxian of the Xiongnu without hesitation. Elderly Li Guang, Xueren Gui, Zhao Yun, Yang Yi, and Tai Shisi formed a new lineup of 5 tiger generals and defeated the Hun's cavalry in a row. When Yuan Shao arrived with his cavalry, the Xiongnu cavalry had already been defeated.
This is a good opportunity to hunt down the Huns and gain military exploits. My lord, this opportunity is not to be missed.
Su Yu immediately encouraged Yuan Shao to pursue the Xiongnu.
Yan Liang, Wen Chou, and Gao Su each lead 2,500 cavalry to pursue the Xiongnu. You must capture the Xiongnu princes alive.
Yuan Shao placed his hopes on Yan Liang, Wen Chou and King Lanling.
Listen and obey.
3 fierce generals sent troops to pursue him. This time Yuan Shao was able to gain a lot of military exploits without putting in much effort. And he couldn't help but feel complacent. Another military advisor accompanying the army, Just Ho, was worried.
My lord, if we don't actively cooperate, we will fall behind in the end. And I'm afraid it will make Ming the heartbroken.
Yuan Shao didn't believe it.
Cao Ma is an old acquaintance of mine. How could he betray me and choose Chu Zimu?
Su Yu shook his head.
This battle could have consumed the strength of Chu Zimu and the Xiongnu. If Cao Hao had sent troops to rescue later, he would have gained more military exploits and eliminated Chu Zimu. Cao Hao really had no plans.
Yan Liang, Wen Chou, and Gao Su were all fierce generals. After leading the light cavalry into the battlefield, they were invincible. In addition, the main force of King Yuxian of the Xiongnu had been defeated, so he gained military exploits without losing much troops. The Chutian army, which served as a decoy, attacked Cao Cao's army on the flank of the Xiongnu, resulting in many casualties. Li Guang, who fought fiercely, fought hard, and Zhao, who fought hard, lost his troops and suffered more casualties. This is also the reason why Yuan Shao is so complacent.
It's a pity that there is no higher-level cavalry battalion. Otherwise, how difficult would it be to recruit Baibao Xianbei heavy cavalry for Gaosu and sweep across the Xiongnu?
Yuan Shao saw that King Lanling was as brave as Yan Liang and Wen Chou, and had a special unit of Baibao Xianbei armored cavalry. He was surprised to get this fierce general. The only pity is that the special heavy cavalry requires a higher-level cavalry battalion. Su Yu said.
After the Battle of Maobei, my lord exchanged Gao Su for a higher-level cavalry battalion and recruited Baibao Xianbei. Gao Su would definitely give up. It's just what I want. Sweeping across Hebei is just around the corner.
5 legions rushed to attack King Yuxian of the Xiongnu. The cavalry swept across and chased King Yuxian for 300 miles. King Yuxian abandoned his helmet and armor and fled. The Han cavalry captured countless livestock and obtained supplies. At the same time, Chu Tian's army also accidentally captured the wife, daughter, clan and other members of the Xiongnu King Yuxian. Chapter 332 Battle of Maobei 5. Chu Tian gained a lot in this battle, including the wife and daughter of King Yuxian of the Xiongnu. The Hun's cavalry could not capture and enslave, and even the Heavenly Khan attribute was ineffective in this battle to destroy the country. So Chu Tian executed the Hun's warriors. As for the more than 10 wives and daughters of King Yuxian of the Xiongnu, what should be done with them?
These people are quite handsome. My lord can take them back to the Eastern Han dynasty and serve as slaves.
Fang Xianling still spared no effort to promote Chu Tian's harem plan, believing that the more Chu Tian's heirs, the more secure Xuzhou's power would be. Hua Mulan looked at Fang Xianling with some annoyance. Fang Xianling suddenly felt that it was not very good to offend the group's favorite Hua Mulan. So she said to Chu Tian,
"How can a mere barbarian daughter be worthy of the noble status of the lord?"
Chu Tian looked at the wives and daughters of King Yuxian of the Xiongnu.
"I think I already know how to deal with him."
50,000 Han cavalry defeated the main force of King Yuxian of the Xiongnu. He also lost thousands of cavalry, but the number of Xiongnu cavalry killed was several times his own. Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi were extremely grateful to Chu Tian, because Chu Tian led the team to defeat what they regarded as the main force of the Huns. No one desires military success more than they do. The Han cavalry plundered King Yuxian's livestock, slaughtered thousands of sheep that night, and rewarded the entire army. Li Guang, Zhao Shi and other Han generals regarded Chu Tian as their honored guests. With the support of 2 Han generals, Chu Tian basically did not have to worry about the attitudes of Yuan Shao and Cao Cao.
This is not Shan Yu's formation, but King Yuxian.
Because Chu Tian captured the wife and daughter of the Xiongnu King Yuxian, he knew that he had defeated the Xiongnu Chanyu and Zhuxian King, who were not the most powerful. King Yuxian's main force has been crippled by Wei Qing in the Battle of Monan. The Xiongnu Chanyu gathered at least 200,000 cavalry in Mobei, waiting for work, and his power was more powerful than King Yuxian.
Mingda, I have a group of captives, and it would be a burden to carry them around. Why don't I give them to you?
Chu Tian held a roasted lamb leg that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and presented King Yuxian's prisoner to Cao Cao, who was sitting next door. Maybe Cao Cao liked this bite.
Dot!
Cao Cao was stunned for a while. He heard that Chu Tian wanted to give the wife and daughter of King Yuxian of the Xiongnu to him. But in the end, he did not refuse Chu Tian's kindness, because they joined forces to deal with the Huns. Cao Cao's favorability towards Chu Tian increased slightly.
If you are loyal to me in the future, we will sweep away the barbarians from all directions. The Xiongnu, Wuhan, Xianbei, Goryeo, and Japan will all come to the court to pay tribute and sacrifice their daughters every year.
Chu Tian left no room to recruit Cao Cao. Cao Cao, who has been fighting for 5 years, is still a Han official and may be able to use it for his own purposes. Cao Cao was silent and looked at the crackling fire. This battle in Mabei had a great impact on him. Seeing that Cao Cao was silent, Chu Tian checked his points, which were 16,373. In addition to killing ordinary Hun-like cavalry, he also killed a group of Han nobles under the court of King Yuxian. It's a pity that King Yuxian was so fast in escaping that he couldn't catch up. Otherwise the points can be higher.
General Chu, how should we march next?
The old Li Guang was very fond of Chu Tian. Following Chu Tian, he could seize the main force of the Huns. This was the difference in luck. Li Guang followed a man of luck like Chu Tian, but he was not very lucky. Instead, he made considerable military exploits.
Continue to march towards Mabei and assist the general in attacking the Xiongnu formation. The Xiongnu formation has 200,000 cavalry and a large number of eagle shooters. We will drive the cattle and sheep forward and learn from the Huns in fighting. There is no need to worry about food and grass. And we will fight with the general. If we attack the Xiongnu from both sides, we can achieve a great victory.
Chu Tian proposed to continue the march. Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi believed that this man was very lucky and became Chu Tian's supporters. Cao Cao and Yuan Shao also followed. The Han army rested on the spot along the way, since more than 100,000 livestock were captured. Chu Tian and others would not worry about the baggage problem within a month. The infantry, chariots and baggage teams of the Han army in the rear would also catch up during this period. The former army replenished supplies such as food and weapons.
The Huns lived by water and grass, and came and went freely in the desert. If the Central Plains wanted to conquer the desert, they had to be like them and attack lightly.
Although there has not yet been any conflict between Chu Tian's territory and the nomadic tribes, Chu Tian is already thinking about how to control the desert. In the northern part of the main world of the Eastern Han dynasty is the desert, which belongs to the alien civilization area outside the Han Empire. That is, the civilization of the Mongol Empire. In reality, it is quite difficult to control Mabei. But in Lord, there is a teleportation array. After Mabei is captured, it will be less difficult to control it. The teleportation array can be used to station troops for a long time and migrate the population to the Mongolian plateau. The disadvantage is that the cost is relatively high. After chasing King Yuxian for 300 miles, the Han army did not advance rashly before redetermining their position. After various legions set up camp and handed over a dozen of King Yuxian's families to Cao Cao, Chu Tian could only bully Hua Mulan.
Chu Zimu has received 16,000 military exploits. Could it be that his troops encountered the Huns along the way?
The various princes along Wei Qing's route have discovered that Chu Zimu's military achievements have ranked first again. It is obvious that Li Guang's troops and horses have broken out a war with the Xiongnu. Now 2 groups of troops are about to arrive in Mabei, and the possibility of encountering the main force of the Huns is extremely high.
Yuan Shao's military exploits can actually be ranked first.
Liu Bei's military advisor Chen Shi, who had a grudge against Yuan Shao, noticed that Yuan Shao's points were ranked third. It was obvious that Yuan Shao had also gained a lot of military exploits by following Chu Zi's conspiracy. Before the expedition, Guan Yu promised his eldest brother Liu Bei to get the top 3. Now the top 3 are occupied by Chu Zimu, Chao Mingde, and Yuan Benchu, all of whom are princes from Li Guang. Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi are not included in the points ranking. Guan Yu found that he underestimated all the princes. There is no shortage of generals at the level of the 5 tiger generals among the various princes. Although some military generals are not as powerful as the 5 tiger generals, The cavalry they command is even stronger than the cavalry of the 5 Tiger generals.
Guan Yu is too arrogant. This is his flaw. It would be good if he can get into the top 10 in this battle.
The alien strategist Chun Shi can become Liu Bei's chief strategist and outperform ordinary historical counselors. So he is naturally capable. He knew that Liu Bei's power was really not enough in the entire Eastern Han dynasty. Among the princes who have the ability to participate in the Battle of Mabe, which one is not a ruthless person with a population of 1 million or even tens of millions? Wei Qing reorganized the army and learned that Li Guang had fought with the Huns along the way. So he still marched according to the plan. In Mabe, Yizhixia Chanyu joined forces with the second king Zhao Xian to gather 200,000 cavalry to prepare for a decisive battle with Wei Qing in Mabe. Zhao Xian was originally a Xiongnu noble, but later surrendered to the Han dynasty and was granted the title of Marquis. Later, Zhao Xian was surrounded by the Huns and returned to the Huns. Yizhixia Chanyu named him the second king, because Zhao Xian was familiar with the Han army's fighting methods. He was also Yixixia's military advisor and made suggestions for Yixixia's Chanyu escape to Mabe, which would increase the logistical pressure of the Han army and reduce morale and physical strength, and then confront the Han army in Mabe. This tactic was planned by Zhao Xian. Lure the enemy deep and carry out total annihilation. His tactics are theoretically reasonable, but unfortunately he encounters generals at the level of Wei Qing and Hu Zubing. Wei Qing's ability has allowed the Han army to maintain high morale to this day. In the East Route army, Hu Zubing was delayed for some time because he had to join forces with Liu Bode, the governor of Yubiping County. However, the legend of Hu Zubing has just begun. The Hussar General Hu Zubing, who is only 21 years old, summoned his lieutenant Li Gan, son of Li Guang, Eagle Strike General Zhao Ponu, captured King Lulan, Yubiping Prefect Liu Bode, and others to join the rebel leaders Mingguan and Jiao, Ji Laoqin, Hu Ma, Zhao Long, Shuatong, and others prepared to go deep into Mabe with light equipment to find King Wuxian's main force for a decisive battle. As the prince of the Huns, King Wuxian had a higher status than King Yuxian, who was defeated by Wei Qing in the Battle of Monan, and had more cavalry. This time, Hu Zubing plans to go more than 2,000 miles into the desert to kill King Wuxian. Facing the ambitious Hussar general, Mingguan, Huma, and other princes had no doubts, because this is a great Han Hussar general who can seal a wolf as a surname in his early 20s. In the entire history, few people can achieve such an achievement. Hu Zubing is young and energetic, showing off his sharp edge, but he has the aura to swallow up thousands of miles like a tiger. His eyes swept over the princes present. Even an old fox like Jiao Laoqin, who was in his 50s, was in awe. At the age of 21, Hu Zubing sealed Lang Jushu, while various alien players may still be in school at the age of 21.
This time, we will abandon most of the baggage and travel lightly. Everyone will bring only half of the cavalry. Make sure that each cavalry has at least 2 war horses and 1 pack horse. If there are more war horses, you can bring more cavalry.
Different from Chu Tian's prudent approach of abandoning the baggage team after discovering the main force of the Huns, Hu Zubing's tactics were more adventurous, with 1 man and many horses and rapid advancement. If you capture King Wuxian's main force, you can accomplish extraordinary feats. If you fail to capture it, your entire army may be annihilated.
Take orders!
The princes present were not afraid, because the person they are following is Hu Zubing, and they have many powerful generals under their command. According to Hu Zubing's order, Jiao Laoqin only brought 5,000 light cavalry, and the rest of the troops were left behind to protect the baggage team and then respond. While the main force was advancing lightly, the baggage train was also moving forward.
Lu Bu, Yang Dian, Meng Tian, and Li Ju, you 3 will follow me. Guisi, you will guard the grain team.
Jiao Laoqin brought Lu Bu's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry and Li Ju's Flying Bear army. Both of these 2 cavalry can attack thousands of miles away. Meng Tian's Golden Fire cavalry was left behind by Jiao Laoqin because it was a heavy cavalry. Meng Tian himself had the characteristics of dealing with foreign races, so Jiao Laoqin must take it with him.
Chang Yuchen and Li Chengyang are enough.
These 2 are still the commonly used cavalry generals in Mingguan, but both Chang Yuchen and Li Chengyang are very capable of commanding cavalry. Hu Ma brought 2 powerful generals, Lian Pe and Zhou Dui. Zhao Long brought Shi Wan Sui and Han Qinhu, and Yu Teng brought Qin Qiong and Qin Dao. If King Wuxian of the Xiongnu knew what kind of terrifying lineup he was facing, he would definitely be heartbroken. Hu Zubing, Lu Bu, Meng Tian, Chang Yuchen, Li Chengyang, Lianpa, Shi Wansui, Han Qinhu, Qin Qiong. Such a lineup can equal 1 to 10. It can be said that the Battle of Mabe blew up all the famous cavalry generals in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Even if it is as low-key as talking about Tang, Qin Qiong will be brought out. A group of famous generals from the Eastern Han Dynasty gathered together, fighting hard and strong. But they didn't even dare to take a breath in front of Huitziubing. Although some of them may not be inferior to Huitziubing. Although Lianpa is much older than Huitziubing. And although Lu Bu and Shi Wansui are more powerful than Huitziubing. The Battle of Mabe is Huitziubing's home field.
On this trip, we will go to Langjuxa Mountain and climb the vast sea.
Huitziubing was so arrogant that all the princes and famous generals were infected and rushed to follow him. There were 25,000 Han troops and 35,000 cavalry from other princes. A total of 60,000 elites. They abandoned their baggage trains, carried dry food, and went deep into the desert to track down the main force of the Huns. In Mabe, Yazixi Shanyu was under his command. The defeated King Yuxian was familiar with the roads in the desert and fled to the Shanyu camp in panic. He cried to Yazixi Shanyu and his second king Zhao Exian about being defeated by a partial division of the Han army. Yijixia was shocked. He was almost certain that the leader of that partial division was not Wei Qing, because Wei Qing was right in front, approaching him. Now Wei Qing's partial division alone has defeated King Yuxian. Yijixia Shanyu was hesitating whether he should continue the decisive battle with Wei Qing in Mabe. Or should he escape back to the Xiongnu Dragon City? Even the Han Dragon City is not safe, because Wei Qing and Huitziubing attacked the Xiongnu Dragon City from the west and the east. Even if they hid in the Dragon City, they would be destroyed by the two Han generals. The Xiongnu's Dragon City was not as strong as the cities in the Central Plains, and its defense measures were weak and could easily be captured.
What should we do?
Yijixia looked at Zhao Exian. Zhao Exian had served the Han Empire for a period of time, and was familiar with the Han army's fighting methods.
Wei Qing's troops are out of the desert. The soldiers are tired. Fight Wei Qing as soon as possible. Use the mobility of the cavalry to defeat them one by one. Don't hesitate. Otherwise, if the two Han armies encircle and attack, our army will be defeated.
Zhao Exian knew that the Han army's strategy of dividing troops and advancing simultaneously was also flawed. That is, it was easy to be defeated individually. So he encouraged Yijixia Shanyu to defeat Wei Qing's cavalry first, and then move to fight Li Guang's cavalry. Winning the Battle of Mabe, Yijixia Shanyu followed Zhao Exian's suggestion, assembled 200,000 cavalry, and divided the troops between Zhao Exian and King Yuxian to serve as flanks to attack Wei Qing. The Xiongnu took advantage of the terrain, and chose to fight in the Gobi where Wei Qing commanded. No matter how high the morale of the Han army is, marching in the Gobi and desert will consume a lot of physical strength. At that time, it will be the time for decisive victory. 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry were waiting for work and began to form formation. A war eagle hovered over the 200,000 Huns cavalry, giving a bird's-eye view of the Huns camp, which stretched for dozens of miles as far as the eye could see. Wei Qing's cavalry came from the front, less than 80 miles away from the Xiongnu Chanyu and the main Xiongnu force. Historically, Wei Qing's journey has not been easy. Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty had errors in his intelligence before the war. Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty heard that the Xiongnu Chanyu had arrived in the east. So he sent Huitziubing out of Daijun to deal with the Xiongnu Chanyu, and handed over the Han Empire's brave cavalry elite to the commander Huitziubing. But the Xiongnu Chanyu did not actually go east to join King Wuxian. He stayed in the west, and became Wei Qing's elite against the Xiongnu Chanyu and the Chanyu. However, Wei Qing managed to defeat the Xiongnu Chanyu with great difficulty. Therefore, he suffered heavy losses in this battle, and none of his officers and soldiers had any titles. To a certain extent, Wei Qing and Li Guang had bad luck in this battle. Li Guang got lost, and Wei Qing was also tricked by Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty's erroneous intelligence. Chapter 333 Battle of Mabe 6. This place where birds don't lay eggs is 10 or 100 times more desolate than Longxi. The Lord of Longxi marched with Wei Qing, and his general Wang Taijian couldn't help complaining. Marching on the Mongolian plateau is also a difficult task for a tough guy like Wang Taijian.
Perhaps we will leave this Gobi desert soon, and then there will be abundant aquatic plants.
Su Fengyan, the Lord of Longxi, looked a little haggard. Marching thousands of miles in the Gobi and deserts is far more difficult than marching in the Central Plains. The physical strength and morale of the soldiers under his command were severely affected. This was exactly the trap of the Huns. In order to eliminate the main force of the Huns, but not to fall into the trap. The Han army fought against the Huns under unfavorable circumstances. Su Fengnian could already imagine that in front. The large number of Xiongnu cavalry, who were waiting for work, were already in full formation, waiting for the Han cavalry to appear.
The main force of the Huns is found ahead. There are more than 100,000 people. No, maybe 200,000, or even more, suspected to be the main force of the Xiongnu Chanyu.
The Han army scouts in front conveyed the news, causing the Wei Qing army to panic. Although everyone knew the Huns' tactics, they still felt uneasy when they discovered that the main force of the Huns was right in front. The number of Huns quadrupled. The Xiongnu are not so easy to deal with. Otherwise, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty would not have to use up the entire empire's war potential to destroy the Xiongnu royal court and break out large and small wars with the Xiongnu that would last for decades. In the Xiongnu's home battle, with morale and physical strength declining, if you want to defeat the Xiongnu Chanyu's elite division, you need to take great risks. If you are not careful, you may lose the battle.
It seems that the Xiongnu Chanyu did not advance eastward.
Wei Qing learned in Dingxiang County that the intelligence was wrong, and the Xiongnu Chanyu, who was supposed to be dealt with by Hu Xubing, appeared in front of him. But he decided to send troops anyway. Hundreds of thousands of civilians were recruited by Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty to transport food and weapons to Dingxiang County and Dai County to fight the Xiongnu. Even if there were major errors in the intelligence, the cost of giving up the war was too high. So Wei Qing could only rely on the less elite Han dynasty. The army cavalry fought a decisive battle with the Xiongnu Chanyu. The brave soldiers were assigned to Hu Xubing by Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty. The intelligence was wrong. After crossing the Gobian Desert, morale and physical strength declined, and the Huns had more cavalry. All kinds of unfavorable factors are all intersecting. If you can still win under such unfavorable conditions, you will be a famous general in the world. Wei Qing did not fear the Huns because of this, but continued to advance without hesitation. Wei Qing led 4 rebel generals out of the Gobi and encountered the main force of the Xiongnu Chanyu. More than 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry stretched for dozens of miles, stationed in camps, and seized dangerous places. The banners of the Xiongnu camp cover the sky as far as the eye can see. This is one of the 2 main forces of the Huns.
The Xiongnu are really powerful. No wonder they can wage wars with the Han Empire for many years. In fact, many of the nomadic tribes in the future, even in the Central Plains, are descendants of the Xiongnu, but they have been assimilated, or their names have been changed.
Yang Zhulang, the lord of Jiangling, felt his scalp numb when facing the terrifying Huns army. During the march, he discovered that Wei Qing's troops lacked cavalry generals. The northern princes were either divided into Hu Xubing's group or Li Guang's group, while the only northern princes in Wei Qing's group were Longxi Su Fengyan. The generals Yang Sherlang brought were Han Shizhong, the 4th general of Zhongxing in the southern Song dynasty, and Pan Mei, the founding general of the northern Song dynasty. But their cavalry was not top-notch. What Wei Qing really relied on along the way was Wei Qing himself. Su Fengnian's Longxi cavalry, generals Wang Yanzhang and Li Hu, Li Shimon's great-grandfather, and Liu Bei's Guan Yu and Eshai Nashir.
Not only cavalry, this battle requires the use of infantry and crossbowmen.
Wei Qing also knew that he did not have many cavalry generals who could play a role. So he ordered Wu Gang chariots to form a camp to stabilize the position and avoid being overwhelmed by the large number of Huns cavalry. Wu Gang chariot is a military chariot covered with thick leather. Troops can be used to transport grain, grass and weapons, and can also be quickly formed into a formation to prevent cavalry attacks. When the Han Empire fought against the Huns, chariot-based tactics were common. In addition, the Han crossbows were more powerful at that time, which could often cause a large number of casualties to the Huns, who lacked heavy cavalry.
Su Zhang, you lead 3,000 divine crossbow troops to assist the general in guarding the car formation.
Wang Defa, the governor of Nanhai County from Jiaozhou, ordered Su Zhang, a general of the southern Han dynasty from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, to assist Wei Qing in suppressing the battle. Su Zhang had the most elite divine crossbow army in the southern Han dynasty under his command. He was a famous general for a while, but few lords in the eastern Han dynasty knew this person. Many lords have a group of powerful second and third-rate generals under their command. Although they are not as good as the legendary generals, they can sometimes play a strange role. For example, at this time, 3,000 divine crossbow troops combined with chariot barriers can allow the Han army to gain a firm foothold, without no worries. The 2 sides faced off on the edge of the Gobi. In the south, There are less than 100,000 cavalry and infantry of the Han Empire General Wei Qing. Their morale and physical strength are generally low. Among them, the morale of Wei Qing's cavalry is still high. In the north are the cavalry of the Xiongnu Yuzixi Chanyu, with more than 200,000 in number. Except for the remnant of King Yuxian, most of the Xiongnu cavalry are waiting for work, and their morale and physical strength are high. If King Yuxian hadn't been defeated, the number of the main Hun's cavalry on this route would have even exceeded 300,000.
General, in this battle of Mabe, I, Xi and Zhao, will end your myth of invincibility.
Zhao Xian had served the Han Empire for a period of time. After betraying the Han Empire, he wanted to challenge his former boss, the Han Empire's General Wei Qing.
Wei Qing and which you are still alive. But we Han's women are colorless.
The Xiongnu Yuzixi Chanyu pointed his riding whip at the Han Empire army opposite. He hated Wei Qing and Huitziubing deeply. In the Battle of Longcheng, Wei Qing destroyed Longcheng, the holy land of Xiongnu worshipping heaven, and expelled the Xiongnu from the fertile Hetao area. He also defeated King Yuxian in the Battle of Monan, sweeping across Monan like an iron plow. After Huitziubing joined the Han-Hungarian War, the situation of the Xiongnu became more and more difficult. Huitziubing used 800 cavalry to capture the Xiongnu Chanyu's uncle and the state minister, and killed the Chanyu's grandfather and more than 2,000 people, which shocked the Xiongnu. This time the Xiongnu Yizhixia Chanyu is gambling on the fate of the country. If the Battle of Mabe fails, the Xiongnu power will completely decline and lose control of Monan and the western regions.
The Huns have been harassing the frontier for many years. It's time to destroy them.
Wei Qing ordered his cavalry to rest and temporarily regain their strength in preparation for a decisive battle with the Xiongnu. He looked at the war eagle in the sky. As a legendary cavalry commander, Wei Qing possesses unparalleled keen intuition. He had noticed that there was always a war hawk following his troops, and sometimes two war hawks. Based on his experience in fighting the Huns, this war eagle was not a plaything of the Huns, but a means of reconnaissance used by the rebel generals. Chu Tian's method has been noticed by Wei Qing, but Wei Qing did not point it out clearly. Wei Qing looked at War Eagle.
If you are good at running, then don't let me down.
Along with Li Guang, Chu Tian, who was supported by Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi, became the de facto coach, and both Cao Cao and Yuan Shao had to obey his control. Whoever has the biggest fist, his words are the truth. Chu Tian followed King Yoxian's defeated troops and marched forward 200 miles. The War Eagle had already detected the whereabouts of Yizhixia Chanyu of the Huns. When he learned that Wei Qing's troops were rapidly approaching Yuzixi Chanyu, he immediately persuaded Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi to abandon their baggage, and even the cattle and sheep they had just acquired, and attack him again.
This is a great plan.
Li Guang was in a good mood and approved of Chu Tian's approach of stabbing Yizhixia Chanyu from behind.
Whether we can be granted a title or not depends entirely on Sir.
Zhao Shiqi even regarded Chu Tian as a strange man sent by God to lead them. He held Chu Tian's hand and placed his hopes of becoming a prince on Chu Tian. Chu Tian couldn't stand Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi's enthusiasm for the title of Marquis, so he broke away.
As long as you two trust me, maybe we can capture Yizhixia Chanyu alive and take him to Chang'an to wash His Majesty's feet with water. Very good. Very good.
Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi thought of the scene where Yizhixia Chanyu brought water for Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty to wash his feet. The scene seemed a bit too beautiful. Cao Cao saw that Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi were easily bribed by Chu Tian, and knew that Chu Tian had become the commander-in-chief of the Han army. However, Cao Cao put the overall situation first, and was willing to obey Chu Tian's orders, thus embarking on a road of no return. Seeing that Cao Cao had surrendered, Yuan Shao had no choice but to act passively. Now they are more than 1,000 miles away from the Qin and Zhao Great Walls in Dingxiang County, separated by large areas of Gobi and desert. If they are defeated by Yuzixi Chanyu, whether they can escape smoothly is a problem. Being chased by the Huns for thousands of miles is no joke.
Yang Yi, Taisher Ci, I have a task for you. In addition, 100 Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry and 1 War Eagle will be assigned to you.
Chu Tian assigned tasks to Yang Yi and Taisher Ci alone. Yang Yi and Taisher Ci led the Chanshui camp and Yueqi camp, which had less than 2,000 people, and parted ways with Chu Tian.
It's a pity that Tian Khan's characteristics are limited in this battle.
If Chu Tian could use the ability of Heavenly Khan to turn the Huns into a servant army, this battle would be quite simple, and he could even capture tens of thousands of Huns cavalry and return to the main world. However, in the Battle of Mabe, the two sides became enemies, and the Huns would not surrender. Chu Tian could only execute all the prisoners. Chu Tian was unable to recruit cavalry in the desert, and his troops were depleted little by little. Therefore, every time he used troops, it seemed that he was boldly advancing. But in fact Chu Tian was cautious, and would only conduct a surprise attack after obtaining accurate information.
Wu Xubing's Eastern Route Army has already entered into battle with King Wuxian's main force.
Chu Tian discovered that in the ranking list, princes such as Jiujiao Laoqin and Mingguan of the Eastern Route Army began to appear on the list. Jiujiao Laoqin, who has Lu Bu, Yang Dian, and Meng Tian, has pushed Chu Tian, Cao Cao, and Yuan Shao from the top 3 positions. The momentum is very fierce, and has reached the first place. Chu Tian's points increased slightly, because he killed some Xiongnu scouts, and defeated troops midway. The first place, Jiujiang Laoqin, has 18,122 points. In second place, I Just Want to Farm Well, with 16,631 points. The third place was a small soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty, with 15,924 points. Fourth place, Don't Teach Huma to Cross the Yinshan Mountains, with 11,924 points. Fifth place is Zhao Zilong from Shijiazhuang, with 9,924 points. Sixth place, Cao Cao, with 9,001 points. Seventh place, Yuan Shao, with 8,917 points. Wu Xubing's troops seemed to be still fighting the Huns, and their points were still rising.
Jiujiao Laoqin and Mingguan are both extremely difficult opponents.
Chu Tian realized the threat posed by these two powerful enemies. One is in Liaodong, and the other is in Guangzhong. They are far or near from Xuzhou and Chu Tian. Their spheres of influence are not yet bordering, but they may not be in the future. At present, Li Guang has dealt with King Yuxian all the way, and Wu Xubing has dealt with King Wuxian all the way, and each has gained something. As for the princes along Wei Qing's way, they only have dozens or hundreds of points, which shows that they have not yet fought against the Xiongnu Zixichanyu. Chu Tian left Lu Su and 500 Tang dynasty archers behind to drive the cattle and sheep. The rest of their respective legions also left several hundred cavalry behind. The main cavalry followed Chu Tian and attacked. Li Guang has formed 3 troops along the way. The main force is at the front, with 40,000 cavalry, followed by the troops driving cattle and sheep, with thousands of people. And the third is the infantry transporting baggage, still struggling to make their way in the desert behind. Cao Cao noticed that a troop of Chu Tian's cavalry was leaving, and he was suspicious. So he asked Xia Hoyuan to lead 1,000 cavalry to follow Yang Yi and Taisher Ci. Chu Tian saw Cao Cao's actions in his eyes, and his evaluation of Cao Cao increased. He did not pay attention to Cao Cao's small actions. Perhaps Xia Hoyuan can make up for Yang Yi and Taisher Ci's lack of troops. Chu Tian, Li Guang, Zhao Shiqi, Cao Cao, and Yuan Shao combined their 40,000 horses and began to rush toward the battlefield where Wei Qing was. In this battle in Maobei, it is common to chase and kill hundreds of miles, 200 miles, and 300 miles. In the Eastern Route Army, Wu Xubing personally led 800 hussars to penetrate the dark center of the Xiongnu King's Wuxian. The Han cavalry in the rear fought bravely and followed Wu Xubing to tear apart King Wuxian's formation. Wu Xubing's 800 cavalrymen marched forward in an indomitable manner, destroying everything. No one could stop the tide of Han cavalry. And Han cavalry, generals, and nobles continued to die under Wu Xubing's assault. In addition to 800 hussars, Wu Xubing also had tens of thousands of Han cavalry. After seizing the main force of King Wuxian of the Xiongnu, without saying a word, Wu Xubing directly attacked the main formation of King Wuxian of the Xiongnu. Under the command of Wu Xubing, the Han army was as powerful as a rainbow. They looked down upon death and killed tens of thousands of Han's cavalry.
Although these 800 hussars are light cavalry, they definitely exceed the 6th level, or even the 7th level. Their combat is even more terrifying than the heavy cavalry.
Jiujiang Laoqin led the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry and the Flying Bear Army, and was responsible for attacking the left side of the Xiongnu army. He couldn't help but feel horrified when he saw Wu Xubing's light cavalry forcefully displaying the momentum of the heavy cavalry. The rank of heavy cavalry is generally higher than that of light cavalry. For example, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry is a 7th level cavalry, while the Beima Yisong is only a 6th level cavalry, because the heavy cavalry sacrificed mobility in exchange for defense and impact. It would be too scary if Wu Xubing's 800 hussars came and went like the wind and had the momentum of heavy cavalry. Lu Bu brandished Fang Tian's painted halberd and led a group of Bingzhou wolf cavalry into battle amid the Han army all over the mountains, reaping the lives of the Han cavalry. The heavy Fang Tian painted halberd fell down, and a Xiongnu general was unable to resist, and was killed by Lu Bu with one move. The Bingzhou wolf cavalry was good at dealing with the Huns. They fought alongside Lu Bu and killed thousands of the Huns. The fierce General Yang Dian of the Northern Wei dynasty protected the strong formation in the conflict between Zhejiang and Lao Qin and destroyed it all. When Ming Tian came out of the battle, the Huns were frightened and their morale dropped drastically. King Xian of the left had far more troops than King Xian of the right, with more than 200,000 cavalry. Zhejiao Lao Qin, who has 3 powerful cavalry generals, killed a large number of Xiongnu's Wuxian king's tribes and has reached the top of the rankings. Shi Wan Sui and Han Qin who jointly advanced and stabbed to death the Huns cavalry blocking the front with their spears. The Sui dynasty cavalry followed the general and rushed forward, unstoppable. After Wuxubing pierced through the army of Kings Wuxian of the Xiongnu, he led 800 Han Empire hussars to turn back and pierce the army of Kings Wuxian again. Wuxubing returned to his formation and his horses were tired. He ordered his cavalry to put on another horse and launch a third attack on the army of Kings Wuxian of the Xiongnu. The Huns, who were attacked back and forth by Wuxubing, were desperate, and the mentality of Kings Wuxian of the Xiongnu collapsed. Coupled with the other princes fighting hard, more than 200,000 cavalry were defeated. Chapter 334 Battle of Mobei 7. Surrounded by thousands of military chariots, the Han infantry and crossbowmen, armed with spears, halberds, crossbows and other weapons, hid behind the chariots and formed a temporary formation to meet the main force of the Xiongnu. Wugong's chariot is 2 feet long and 1 foot 4 wide. It has spears attached to the outside and a large shield on the inside, functioning as a simple city wall. All the infantrymen and crossbowmen of the Han army had solemn expressions. The south wind was howling. The flags were pointing north, and the sand and stones from the Gobi were flying. At this time, the Han army penetrated more than 1,000 miles into the desert and had no way to retreat. Once defeated, the entire army would be annihilated. Wei Qin gathered his cavalry on the flanks of the chariot formation, and they were at the horns of each other. The main force of the Huns attacked the chariot formation and faced Wei Qin's cavalry attack. The cavalry attacking Wei Qin will also be attacked by chariots on the flanks. Wei Qin observed the wind direction through the flag. The right time, location, and people are all factors that lead to victory. Wei Qin's headquarters, including the cavalry of General Chao Xiang, General Gong Sunhe and others, has 30,000 Han cavalry, 10,000 Shiliang cavalry, and northern Zhou dynasty soldiers from Longxi, and 5,000 Jingzhou cavalry from Han Shizhong. A total of 5,000 cavalry. As the commander-in-chief of the Han Empire second only to Han Xian, Wei Qin has the aura of cavalry in the entire army. The cavalry of Wang Yanzhong, Li Hu, and Han Shizhong have all received the bonus of Wei Qin's aura, and their combat capabilities have been greatly improved. As expected of the Han Empire, the aura of the entire army can affect the outcome of a war. Su Fengyan, the lord of Longxi, checked the attributes of the cavalry led by Wang Yanzhong and Li Hu and found that they had received the bonus of Wei Qin's army aura, Chomping Marquis. The attributes of the cavalry increased a lot, and their morale began to gradually recover. The generals who can have the halo of the entire army are either legendary heroes with real talents or extremely popular heroes. Wei Qin belongs to the former. The only generals under Chu Tian who have the aura of the entire army are Lu Yi and Hua Mulan. With Wei Qin's military aura, Su Fengyan felt a little relieved. Wei Qin in the Battle of Mobei is level 100, with all attributes at their peak. The Xiongnu Yizhi Xiechanyu had an advantage in terms of cavalry numbers, but faced with the Han army's chariot tactics and Wei Qin's aura of the entire army, the Xiongnu Yizhi Xiechanyu felt like a formidable enemy. According to the investigation of the Xiongnu scout cavalry, the Han army from Liguang was approaching the main battlefield, and there was not much time left for Yizhi Xiechanyu. Please let me lead the cavalry to test the attack. If the Wei Qin cavalry comes to attack, Master Shanyu will lead the elite cavalry to rescue. Since then, King Zhao Xian was forced to send troops to test the Han army. Tens of thousands of Xiongnu cavalry, under the command of Zhao Xian, made a gesture of attacking the Han army's chariot base. While Yizhi Xia's cavalry kept an eye on Wei Qin's cavalry, the Xiongnu did not intend to give the Han army time to recover their morale and physical strength. The Han's cavalry are coming to attack. The Han soldiers on the inside of the car formation noticed the rolling sand and the Han cavalry horses galloping. They clenched their weapons nervously and breathed rapidly. The other two Han armies have already fought with the main Xiongnu force. And only Wei Qing's army has not yet fought. Pan Mei, Su Zhang, Gong Sun Ao, and other second and third-rate generals commanded infantry and crossbowmen to resist the attack of the Hun's cavalry. The endless Hun cavalry came like a tidal wave. Zhao Xian held a Han Huan sword in his hand and personally directed the Han cavalry to launch a sudden attack. His opponent was the familiar Han Empire. Although he knew that the Han army's chariots and fortifications were strong, he could only defeat the Han army by launching an attack while the Han army was tired. A large number of Hun light cavalry formed a wave and attacked the Han army's chariot front line. Arrows fell like a downpour and were densely nailed to the leather and shields of the chariots. The chariots in the front row were covered with arrows and were comparable to hedgehogs. Many Han infantry hid behind the chariots to avoid the arrow rain of the Hun's cavalry.
Fire the arrow!
The crossbowmen of the Han army fired thousands of arrows and fired flatly. The crossbow arrows flew through the air and harvested the unprotected Hun's cavalry. The Hun cavalry fell down in response to the string, and the men fell on their backs. 3,000 divine crossbow troops were deployed in the middle, and 3,000 powerful crossbows fired in a volley. The crossbow arrows were shot out at extremely high initial speed, easily piercing the leather armor of the Hun light cavalry in the front row. This time Wei Qing adopted the tactic of coordinated combat between infantry and cavalry. Whether the vehicle formation could be defended was crucial. Zhao Xian knew that the Han army's chariot formation was strong, but he still attacked the chariot formation. Li Guang is advancing rapidly all the way, and he must deal with Wei Qing as soon as possible. Xian Zhao knew the Han army very well. Escaping to Mobei and waiting for work was his basic tactic for dealing with the Han army. Secondly, although the Han army's crossbows were powerful, they were not without shortcomings. The Han army marched thousands of miles. In addition to the shortage of food, they were also short of crossbow arrows. They could not obtain supplies, and the number of crossbow arrows was one less.
As long as the Han army's crossbow arrows are consumed as much as possible, the Han army without crossbow arrows will be forced to fight hand-to-hand.
Facing the well-equipped Han army, Zhao Xian chose to use human lives and horses to consume the Han army's crossbow arrows. The Hun's light cavalry still attacked the Han army's chariot formation one after another. After approaching the chariot formation, they turned their horses in the direction to avoid the chariot formation. Each impact attracted the Han army's crossbowmen to fire their arrows and crossbows. The Han army's crossbow arrows were quickly consumed in units of tens of thousands.
Xian Zhao knows us too well, and his rebellion is a huge loss to us Han.
Wei Qing was in command of the cavalry and was observing the entire battlefield. The tactics of the traitor General Zhao Xian caused a lot of trouble to Wei Qing. Both the Xiongnu and Han empires used each other's surrendered generals. The Xiongnu used the Han empire's surrendered generals to learn about the Han army's combat methods and frontier defenses. The Han empire used the Xiongnu surrendered generals to learn about the terrain of the desert and the location of the Xiongnu royal court. Zhao Xian of the Huns defected to the Han empire and later returned to the Huns. At the same time, he was familiar with the fighting methods of the Huns and Han armies. He served as the military advisor of the Xiongnu Chanyu, which undoubtedly made it more difficult for the Han Empire to win. If it weren't for Zhao Xian's suggestion, the Xiongnu Chanyu would probably have chosen to fight in Monan, and the Han army's supply line would not have been so long. Now Zhao Xian deliberately consumed the Han army's crossbow arrows, causing the Han army to consume a huge amount of crossbow arrows. Zhao Xian forced Wei Qing to use the Han cavalry to fight hand-to-hand with the Hun's cavalry. The Huns have a large number of cavalry, and they have an advantage in close combat. In addition, there are many Hun eagle shooters who are good at riding and shooting among the Hun's cavalry, as well as the most elite Shan Yu guards.
If we continue like this, our crossbow arrows will soon be exhausted. Wei Qing is still waiting for the opportunity.
Su Fengyan, the lord of Longxi, led the nobles of Longxi to conquer half of Liangzhou and became the uncrowned king of Shiliang. Although he was about the same age as Chu Tian and both were princes of the young Zhuang sect, he had been fighting for 5 years and had been on the battlefield for a long time. Naturally, it can be seen that Wei Qing is waiting for the opportunity. The time may or may not come. If they cannot wait for the right time, the Han cavalry can only step forward and fight hand-to-hand with the Hun's cavalry. Wang Yanzhang, holding a 100-gene iron spear, was restless. Without Wei Qing's order, he could not immediately rush forward to fight the Huns. Li Hu led the troops of the northern Zhou dynasty and patiently waited for the order of the Lord Su Fengnian. In addition to Longxi's cavalry, Chun Shi, the military advisor of Liu Bei's forces, followed Wei Qing into battle. Guan Yu temporarily commanded a group of Yuezhou cavalry, dragging the Qinglong Yanyu sword, which could kill hundreds of Xiongnu, as well as the Turkic prince Ashina Shir, who surrendered to Liu Bei's command. He commanded a group of Turkic elite light cavalry to compete with the Huns. Han Shizhong only had 5,000 Jingzhou cavalry, which was relatively weak in comparison. He was used by Wei Qing as a reserve force. Han Shizhong realized that because Zhao Xian's tactics against the Han army were effective, the Huns were in absolute initiative, while the Han army was relatively passive.
All crossbowmen are divided into 5 groups. Take turns to shoot and save crossbows.
Pan Mei, the general in charge of the chariot formation, discovered the Xiongnu's intention. If the Han army used a large number of crossbow arrows every time the Xiongnu attacked the chariot barrier, the Han army's crossbow arrows would be exhausted within a day or two. Pan Mei divided the crossbowmen into 5 groups and took turns to shoot, as long as they could repel the Huns. They did not pursue the Huns' cavalry who shot the most. Because Pan Mei made adjustments, the Han army's crossbow consumption was reduced to 1/5, which could block the Huns' continuous harassment of the chariot formation.
The Han army has discovered our intention and increased its attack intensity.
Zhao Xian commanded more Huns' cavalry to attack the Han camp one after another, destroying Pan Mei's plan. This also means that more Huns must die in order to consume more crossbow arrows from the Han army. More and more Xiongnu cavalry continued to attack the Han army's chariots. Some Xiongnu cavalry had already reached the front of the chariots, but were blocked by spears. The crossbowmen shot the Hunnic cavalry, who tried to destroy the chariots. Some of the horses hit the chariot, causing the chariot to shake violently, and the Han infantry in the rear tried their best to resist. The condescending Hun cavalry stabbed the Han army with spears, or used bows and arrows to shoot at the Han army infantry hiding in the rear. The two sides engaged in a tug-of-war with the car base as the center, and the Han cavalry paid a huge price. Wei Qing still had no intention of using the cavalry. He was still waiting for the right time. Out of admiration for General Wei Qing, no cavalry complained, and no one even questioned when to attack. As long as you follow the general and obey the orders, you can win.
Wei Qing of the Han army is really able to keep his composure. King Yuxian, go and help King Zizi.
Seeing that Wei Qing's cavalry remained motionless, Yizhi Chanyu of the Xiongnu sent King Yuxian to increase the pressure on the Han army and force Wei Qing's heavily relied upon cavalry to go into battle. King Yuxian was unwilling to fight the great demon King Wei Qing if it was not necessary. But since Shan Yu had the order, he had to lead a group of cavalry to assist King Zizi in attacking the Han army's chariot formation. As King Yuxian joined the battlefield, the pressure on the Han army's chariot formation suddenly increased. The Hun's cavalry attacked the Han army from all directions. Han infantry were constantly killed by the rain of arrows thrown by the Hun's cavalry. But the Hun's cavalry paid a heavier price for this. A chariot was knocked open by a war horse, and several Hun's cavalry took the opportunity to rush into the chariot formation through the gap. What greeted them were the halberds and crossbow arrows of the Han army infantry. Dozens of crossbow arrows shot the Hun cavalry into hedgehogs. The Hun cavalry who were hit by the arrow fell off their horses. The inertia caused them to roll several times on the ground before stopping. The Han infantry skillfully stepped forward to finish the attack.
Clog the gap!
Under the command of Army Sima, the Han infantry worked together to push the chariots back to their original positions, blocking the gap and preventing the Hun's cavalry from completely occupying the Han camp after breaking through the chariot formation.
Use the fire horse formation!
Zhao Xian became even more crazy. In order to force Wei Qing to fight, he used the tactics he learned in the Central Plains. He blindfolded the horses, lit the hay tied to the horse's tail, and drove thousands of horses to attack the Han army's vehicle array. If an ordinary war horse would reflexively avoid a chariot and fort, then when a blindfolded war horse is burned, it will gallop forward desperately. Thousands of horses galloped, and the horses that replaced the Xiongnu cavalry to attack the Han army camp caused the earth to tremble, and the sand and dust billowed on the Gobi Desert. The Huns did not hesitate to sacrifice their precious war horses to break through the Han army's chariot barriers.
Damn it!
The Han infantry who were hiding behind the chariots couldn't help but curse. The chariot array was likely to be shattered when it was attacked by tens of thousands of horses.
Connect the chariots and form a spear formation. Crossbowmen, don't be stingy with crossbows.
Pan Mei was in charge of the overall situation when the Huns rushed tens of thousands of ownerless horses to the formation. Pan Mei knew that whether she could block the Hun's fire horse formation would determine the outcome of this battle.
Xian Zhao is indeed capable, and I am worthy of naming him the second king.
The Xiongnu Yuzixi Chanyu has great trust in Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian may be able to defeat the Han army. The Han army's crossbowmen and divine crossbowmen hurriedly used pedal crossbows to load crossbow arrows and took turns to release arrows. Hundreds of war horses were shot and killed during the charge. The huge inertia caused them to fall heavily and be trampled by the horses behind them. The formation of tens of thousands of war horses was in chaos, and the horses without direction collided with each other. There were only 3 arrows left in the battle, but many war horses still broke through the blockade of the Han army's crossbows and rammed the chariots hard. The defense line of military vehicles shook violently and fell into pieces. War horses have already broken through the chariot and fort and crashed into the spear phalanx of the Han infantry in the rear.
Don't retreat!
Pan Mei and Gong Suneo, who supervised the battle, tried their best to protect the formation. They knew that once the infantry formation collapsed, what awaited them would be a steady stream of Hun cavalry attacks. The war horses collided with a dense phalanx of halberds and spears. Horses were stabbed to death. Spears were broken, and infantry were trampled by the horses. There were many casualties in the first few rows of Han infantry, but the dense Han army formation blocked the impact of the fire horse formation, and the bodies of the horses blocked the collision of the horses behind. The frightened horses galloped to both sides, and finally bypassed the Han army formation. Pan Mei and Gong Suneo did not slack off at all, because a large number of Hun's cavalry followed the fire horse formation. The arrows from the Xiongnu were already coming, and the crossbowmen guarding the rear of the chariot were shot dead, under the leadership of middle and low-level officers. They rose up to fight back. The Han infantry used large shields and halberds to quickly fill the gaps in the vehicle defense line and strive to maintain the battle line.
If Xian Zhao is captured alive, he will be executed. The cavalry goes to attack the Huns.
Wei Qing saw that Li Guang's soldiers and horses never showed up. The infantry camp was in danger, and it was approaching dusk. So he changed his combat goal of annihilating the Xiongnu Chanyu to repelling the Xiongnu, and ordered his own cavalry and rebel cavalry to attack the Xiongnu.
Finally, we can go into battle.
Regardless of whether he was at an advantage or a disadvantage, Wang Yanzheng picked up a 100-gene iron spear, risked his own life, and led the Longxi cavalry and Li Hu's northern Zhou soldiers to attack.
It's long past time to move forward.
Guan Yu dragged the Qing Long Yanyu sword, and behind him was a group of Yulo cavalry, which belonged to the category of heavy cavalry, charging towards the Hun's cavalry. As China Shir's Turkic cavalry and Han Shizhong's Jingzhou cavalry originally planned to attack, but were left alone by Wei Qing.
Wait for the opportunity.
Chapter 335 Battle of Mobei 8 in Tuyin County, Beiping County. Yuzhou shepherd Liu gathered a large number of troops here, and agreed with Prince Yan and Liu Bei to meet up with 200,000 troops to attack Mingwan, the prefect of Liaodong. Mingwan, the governor of Liaodong, took away 3 important cavalry generals. This was an opportunity to recapture the western Liaoning corridor. 200,000 Yuzhou soldiers arrived in this city one after another.
Liu Yu doesn't seem to have recruited any decent generals. Although there are many soldiers and horses, his commanding ability is not flattering. If you give me this Yuzhou cavalry, you can achieve greater results.
Prince Yan still felt uneasy when he saw Liu Yu's Yuzhou army arriving. Liu Yu's general was Xian Yufu, a platinum-level general who was not as good as Di Qing, Fan Zhongyan, or Gong Sun Zan. Liu Yu brought an army of 100,000. Liu Bei and Zhang Fei brought an army of 40,000. And Prince Yan and Gong Sun Zan still had 60,000 troops. A total of 200,000 troops attacked Liaoxi. Such a large-scale battle has rarely occurred north of the Yellow River. Coupled with the Liaoxi garrison, the scale of the battle between the two sides may exceed 300,000.
This is the last chance. If we can't recapture the Liaoxi corridor, it will be a matter of time before Yubiping County falls.
Prince Yan clenched his fist. The pressure brought by Mingwan, the governor of Liaodong, was too great. If generals such as Chang Yuchen and Li Chengyang were allowed to come back, Prince Yan would definitely be defeated. Yuzhou Mu Luyu and Zhongshan Prime Minister Liu Bei also realized the threat from outside the customs, so they joined forces this time. Liu Bei and the mighty Zhang Fei arrived. There are only 4 counties in Yubiping County. Prince Yan and Gong Sun Zan cannot block Mingwan with their 4 counties. If he can conquer Prince Yan and Gong Sun Zan and obtain their civil servants and generals, he may be able to defeat Yuan Shao.
Yuzhou Mu has arrived.
Liu Yu, the shepherd of Yuzhou, sat in the main seat. Liu Bei, Prince Yan, and Gong Sunzan all respected Liu Yu as the leader of the alliance and urged the 200,000-strong army to seize the western Liaoning corridor. Gong Sunzan and Liu Yu had conflicts, and the two sides were at war for a while. Now they faced a common enemy and had to join forces.
The troops of Mingwan, the prefect of Liaodong, are concentrated in Guju City in western Liaoning, not far from Tuing County. With about 100,000 troops, we can concentrate our forces to siege the city, capture Guju City, and annihilate its main force.
Prince Yan provided information about Guju City to Liu Yu and Liu Bei. Liu Bei took the initiative to challenge.
My third brother, and I will be the vanguard.
Liu Yu didn't know Liu Bei's specific abilities, so he asked,
Chuanda, Mingwan's generals are so powerful outside the pass. Can you win?
Liu Bei replied.
It's just a try,
Prince Yan reminded.
The military generals Liu Xiangsheng and Sun Chuaning who are staying at Guju City in Mingwan are either first-rate or second-rate generals. They must be careful. Who are they?
Liu Bei didn't know Liu Xiangsheng and Sun Chuaning, so he was secretly wary after hearing that Prince Yan thought they were good generals. Zhang Fei said,
No matter what general he is, if my eldest brother takes action, he will all flee. Third brother, don't underestimate the enemy. We need to be careful in this battle. Since Xuanda is willing to be the vanguard, then I will be responsible for supporting it.
Gong Sunzan was somewhat jealous that his former classmate Liu Bei had the current territory, but he could only choose to join forces with Liu Bei to defeat the great Prince Mingwan, who dominated the pass.
Then it's decided like this. Lord Zhou and I will supervise the central and rear armies, protect the grain roads, and support you at any time.
Prince Yan was satisfied with the division of labor between Liu Bei and Gong Sunzan, so he continued the arrangement.
In this battle, we will retake the Liaoxi corridor, and if possible, capture Liaodong.
For their own purposes, the four princes formed a temporary alliance and commanded an army of 200,000 to attack Guju City in western Liaoning. Guju City in western Liaoning was originally a city run by Prince Yan. At this time, it was captured by Mingwan. The defenders were Sun Chuanting and Liu Xiangsheng. They each had an elite special force. The late Mingqin army, Sun Chuanting, and the Tianxiong army, Liu Xiangsheng. The prime minister in black, Yao Guangxiu, was left at home by Mingwan to guard the city and plan for Sun Chuanting and Liu Xiangsheng. Yao Guangxiu was a top counselor who helped Zhu Di, the founder of the Ming dynasty, conquer the world. During the Battle of Hulao Pass, Cui Zishan, the lord of Koryo, invaded Liaodong. It was Yao Guangxiu who tried to delay the advance of the Koryo army and buy time for Mingwan to return to the army. This time, Mingwan still kept Yao Guangxiu at home, thinking that he could sit back and relax. Liu Xiangsheng asked Yao Guangxiu for his opinion.
Liu Yu, the shepherd of Yuzhou. Liu Bei, the prime minister of Zhongshan. Gong Sunzan, the governor of Beiping on the right. And Prince Yan, the governor of western Liaoning, have formed an alliance and commanded an army of 200,000 to march eastward. How should we respond to the enemy? I invited someone.
When Yao Guangxiu heard that the Yuzhou and Jizhou coalition forces were marching eastward with 200,000 troops, he remained calm and unafraid.
Who? Mingwan entrusted me to help defend the city. If we are in trouble at this time, how can we not help?
The president of Yanxi of the Earring Guild appeared. He was accompanied by a burly military general. He glanced at Sun Chuanting and Liu Xiangsheng.
This man is a wandering military general I met in Liaodong. I will give him the command of the cavalry in this battle. He can defeat the enemy.
200,000 troops,
Liu Xiangsheng said.
The 200,000-strong army is approaching fiercely, so don't be overconfident.
The general of the Yen Cavalry Guild said.
Whether it can be done, let me try and find out.
Sun Chuanting looked sideways.
Your courage is commendable.
Yao Guangxiu ordered his soldiers to spread out the map.
General Liu defends the city, and General Sun leads the infantry and cavalry out of the city. In addition, this general leads a cavalry to ambush outside, attack the enemy's center, and kill its commander. An army of 200,000 people is under our control. It seems like everything is gone in a blink of an eye.
In Xiacheng, Shui Yu, who has been collecting information about strangers under Chu Tian, came to visit Xiao Liang. She knew that if she wanted to be promoted, she needed to have a good relationship with Xiao Liang. At the same time, the two had some friendship because of their cooperation. At present, Zhang Hong is taken over as Langya Prime Minister, and Xiao Liang's internal affairs duties have been eliminated. However, she still has the official position of general and has the power to dispatch troops in emergencies, mainly because Chu Tian wanted to reduce her pressure.
It should be a healthy baby.
Shuiyu felt a little sad when she saw the pregnant Xiao Liang, when she met Chu Tian and Xiao Liang before. Although she thought that sooner or later the two would clash with each other, she still felt a little weird when she saw that Xiao Liang was a woman.
You came to Xia City specifically. You should have some important information.
Right?
Yes. The Mingguan forces in Liaodong have close contacts with the Yanqi Guild. The Yanqi Guild is a free player guild in Liaodong, and it is filled with a group of high-strength free players. They can survive following the Mingguan expedition. Free players have a very high average level, which is equivalent to high-level arms, or even stronger than high-level arms. There are also several historical generals in the Yin Cavalry Guild. These generals are either wandering generals or generals captured by the Yin Cavalry Guild. In other words, the relationship between Yanqi Guild and Mingguan is equivalent to the relationship between mercenaries and lords. It can be understood this way. In order to let the Yin Cavalry Guild work for itself, Mingguan specially designated a county for the Yin Cavalry Guild as a fiefdom. The Yin Cavalry Guild can use the tax revenue of a county to maintain a mercenary army to serve Mingguan. According to the intelligence I collected, in a battle between the Yin Cavalry Guild and the Xianbei tribe, a cavalry general from the Yin Cavalry Guild showed strong combat capabilities, defeating thousands of Xianbei cavalry with 500 cavalry. Although the Yin Cavalry Guild deliberately concealed this intelligence, but someone was paying attention to that fight at the time.
If the intelligence is true, we must inform Prince Yin and ask him to be careful. If he is defeated, we will lose a horse market.
Xiao Liang thought twice and sent someone to inform Prince Yin of this information.
Kill!
The Han cavalry and the Hun's cavalry fought. The two sides fought in the desert for a long time. Wei Qing's cavalry defeated the Xiongnu Yuxian king and saved the chariot formation. But at the same time, the Xiongnu Yizhixia Chanyu drove 100,000 Xiongnu cavalry and severely damaged the Wei Qing cavalry, who went out to fight. 3,000 Xiongnu eagle shooters penetrated the Yangtze River in 100 steps and shot the Han cavalry on the opposite side. As a 5th-level soldier, the Xiongnu eagle shooters possess superb riding and shooting skills. The Han cavalry was covered with arrows. From time to time, some Han cavalry were hit by arrows and fell off their horses into the chaotic battlefield. Wherever the Condor shooters went, hundreds of Han cavalry were killed.
Get rid of that Hun cavalry!
Wei Qing commanded Guan Yu to lead the Yuzhou cavalry to attack the Xiongnu eagle shooters. Guan Yu took the Yuzhou cavalry that Liu Bei gave him and entered the battle with a Qinglong Yanyu sword. The broadsword killed the Huns in front of him, including both their men and their horses. Guan Yu was an enemy of 10,000 people. The heavy cavalry behind him rose and fell with the galloping horses. They held spears and killed the Xiongnu eagle shooters. The Xiongnu eagle shooters quickly fired arrows at Yuvo Tuki, but the arrows hit the iron armor and did not cause much damage. The arrows were also bounced off the iron pieces, making a metallic collision sound. Guan Yu was so powerful that he could kill almost one person with each sword. Even ordinary Xiongnu generals were no match for him in one round. He commanded the few heavy cavalry in the Han army this time, causing huge damage to the Huns, who were all light cavalry. Destruction and panic. Guan Yu has full confidence in himself and Yuzhou Tuki. He went straight to the Hun Condor shooters. He could get 10 points by killing one Hun Condor shooter. If he could kill 3,000 Hun Condor shooters, he could get 30,000 points and help Liu Bei reach the top spot. In this way, he doesn't have to carry his head to see his eldest brother Liu Bei. The Xiongnu eagle shooters were afraid of Guan Yu and his small number of heavy cavalry, so they avoided his sharp edge and used the mighty Hun light cavalry to consume Guan Yu's physical strength and slow down the charge speed of the heavy cavalry. Once the charge speed of heavy cavalry drops, they are no better than light cavalry. Wang Taijian led 5,000 Liangzhou cavalry into the enemy's formation and charged directly at Yazixi Chanyu, hoping to kill the general and seize the flag among the 100,000-strong army. 100 Jin iron spears swept through the enemies in front of him. The Hun's cavalry who were hit by the iron spears all suffered broken bones and fell off their horses, wailing all over the field. The iron spear became a completely blunt weapon in Wang Yinzhong's hands. He didn't need to pay attention to any marksmanship. He could severely injure the enemy with his own weight. It was simply cruel. Tens of thousands of Xiongnu cavalry stood in front of Yazixi Chanyu, trying to stop Wang Yinzhong and the Liangzhou cavalry from advancing. The further Wang Yinzhong advanced, the more difficult it became. When he reached the back, He felt like he was stuck in a swamp, with traces of the Hun's cavalry in all directions. Wang Yanzhang fought bloody battles, and killed at least hundreds of Hun's cavalry. The blood dyed him red, and turned him into a bloody man. He almost couldn't hold the iron gun steady. Not because he was exhausted, but because the thick blood made the gun shaft slippery. In one battle, hundreds of people were killed, and the number of people killed was still rising. The Liangzhou light cavalry, 3rd level, following Wang Yanzhang was almost the same as the Xiongnu light cavalry, 3rd level. And they continued to die in battle, and disappeared from the formation. If the Liangzhou light cavalry hadn't been boosted by Wang Yanzhang's own characteristics, and Wei Qing's cavalry aura, they might have been engulfed by the Hun's cavalry faster. Because there were too many Hun's cavalry. And they were also boosted by Yazixi Chanyu.
Wang Taijian, I'm coming!
Li Hu led the Northern Zhou dynasty soldiers to support Wang Yanzhang. They both worked for the Longxi Lord and cooperated with each other, so they could support him for the time being. The Han cavalry led by the rear General Chao Xiang and the left General Gongsun, he were directly enhanced by Wei Qing's own characteristics and aura. Chao Xiang and Gongsun, he only served as deputy generals. And their explosive combat power was actually more powerful than Wang Yanzhang's Liangzhou light cavalry. With a small number of people, they fought back and forth with the overwhelming number of Hun's cavalry. And they did not fall behind.
Please, General, let me go on an expedition.
The Turkic prince Ashina-Shir recognized the Central Plains highly, and asked Wei Qing to fight against the Xiongnu. He had 5,000 Turkic cavalry under his command. Han Shizhong, another member of the reserve team, saw that he could not win the fierce battle, and also asked for orders.
Please send me to go out.
Wei Qing was still observing the situation.
Wait for the opportunity. Shan Yu's most elite guards have not yet entered the battlefield. If I let you go now, I will have no troops available. I see.
Ashina-Shir and Han Shizhong, who were anxious to defeat the Xiongnu, knew that Wei Qing knew the Xiongnu's cards very well. So they were well prepared by leaving 10,000 cavalry between them as a reserve force. Wei Qing could not wait for reinforcements. But the problem is not big. In half an hour, night will fall, and the Huns will have to retreat.
Chu Zimu, Li Guang, you should be here tomorrow. Right.
In order to completely annihilate Yazixi Chanyu, Wei Qing was patiently delaying the main force of the Huns, waiting for the arrival of the Han army from Li Guang. At dusk, the Gobi Desert is desolate. Strong winds rise, rolling up sand and gravel all over the sky. And the banners of the Han army are ringing. The diffuse gravel pavement blocks the sky.
Sandstorm?
Chun Shi, Liu Bei's military advisor, was affected by the dust in the infantry square formation. He covered his eyes with his arms to prevent the dust from flying into his eyes. Sand and dust were flying. Flags and clothes were torn by the strong wind. The entire battlefield was affected, and the visual range was greatly reduced. The soldiers and horses of both sides did not expect to encounter a sandstorm during the battle in the Gobi. All the soldiers subconsciously covered their mouths and noses, and the battle came to a standstill. The strong wind swept through the gravel, and the horses neighed in panic and galloped around.
Protect the general.
The soldiers around Wei Qing surrounded Wei Qing heavily, using shields to block the sand and dust. A terrible sandstorm swept through, and many soldiers and horses were injured by sand and gravel, which hit armor and shields. After the dust at the front has passed, there is still dust rolling behind. At this time, both the Han army and the Xiongnu were a little confused. Wei Qing reacted immediately and commanded on the battlefield.
Ashina-Shir and Han Shizhong, you each lead 5,000 cavalry. Circle around from the left and right, and surround the Xiongnu Chanyu.
Ashina-Shir and Han Shizhong shook off the gravel on their armor and looked disgraced. When they understood Wei Qing's intention, they were overjoyed.
Yes.
2 light cavalry attacked, taking advantage of the fact that both sides had no clear sight and the Huns had no time to react. This was the best opportunity to encircle and annihilate the Xiongnu Chanyu. After Wei Qing invested the 2 reserve teams of Ashina-Shir and Han Shizhong, as the Black War Eagle soared in the sky, Chu Tian led 40,000 cavalry to appear behind the main force of the Xiongnu Chanyu.
Pooh!
Chu Tian was quite embarrassed and wiped the dust from his face. It was not that he did not want to come to support Wei Qing as soon as possible, but that his army also encountered a sandstorm just now, which almost made Chu Tian lose his way.
The main force of Yizhixie Shanyu.
Chu Tian saw that dusk was approaching and more than 300,000 soldiers and horses were fighting on the battlefield. He knew that he had successfully gotten behind the Xiongnu and could stab him. Chapter 336 Battle of Mobei 9.
Attack!
Chu Tian excitedly drew his sword and pointed it forward. And the 40,000 cavalry attacked in full force. The White Robe Army, White Horse Eats Song, and the elite cavalry of the Tang dynasty rushed to the front. The Han Empire cavalry led by Li Guang galloped. When he was dealing with the Huns, the damage of the cavalry was even higher. Li Guang held the Chuanyan bow and shot 5 arrows in a row, killing 5 Han cavalrymen. One of them was a Han eagle shooter. The Xiongnu eagle shooter was in front of the flying general Li Guang, but it was mediocre.
Kill the Xiongnu Chanyu.
Cao Cao followed Chu Tian, captured the main force of the Xiongnu Chanyu, and together with Zhang Liao, launched an army to attack the Xiongnu Chanyu. The strong-backed Yan Wei follows Cao Cao closely, and is responsible for protecting Cao Cao's safety. Cao Cao had a lot of grudges with Chu Tian, but Cao Cao was unambiguous in dealing with foreigners. Wu Wan, Xianbei, and Chong were all severely beaten by Cao Cao. At this time, when encountering the Xiongnu Chanyu, Cao Cao's army did their part. Zhang Liao's cloak was flapping, holding a halberd in front, and broke into the Hun's cavalry with overwhelming force. The cavalrymen of Yan Liang, Wen Chou, and Gao Su galloped across the field. Yan Liang used his sword, Wen Chou used his spear, and Gao Su held up his horse's shaft and attacked one wing of the Hun's cavalry. Because Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, and Chen Qing went to kill the enemy before. Hua Mulan followed Chu Tian and Fang Xianling as a bodyguard. The Xiongnu Chanyu discovered that a Han army cavalry appeared behind him, and his scalp went numb. Li Guang's Han army was marching much faster than he imagined. He expected that Li Guang would arrive at the battlefield at least tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Li Guang and his party would appear behind the battlefield now. It was dark, and it was difficult to tell how many cavalry the Han army had. The Hun's cavalry was attacked from the north and the south and fell into chaos. General Xuerengui and Zhao Yun rushed to the left and right among the 10,000 troops. The Tang dynasty archers and White Horse soldiers rode forward and fired. The Huns fell in response, because they killed the Hun's cavalry. Chu Tian's points were rising rapidly. Killing the main force of the Xiongnu Chanyu is the fastest way to gain points. In the setting sun, blood splattered, Xuerengui and Zhao Yun each killed hundreds of horses and charged into the battle. Chu Tian followed behind and did not take risks easily. He used bows and arrows to kill one Hun's cavalry at most.
Cao Cao is really a good general. He doesn't want to do anything bad, but he wants to be a prince.
When Chu Tian saw Cao Cao charging forward in person, he couldn't help feeling that Cao Cao was suitable to be a legion commander. A capable minister in times of trouble, and a traitor in times of trouble all depend on how Cao Cao positions himself. 40,000 Han cavalry charged forward, tearing apart the main Xiongnu army from the rear. About 10 generals opened the way at the front, killing hundreds of Xiongnu cavalry.
The partial force has finally arrived, and this time it can be accomplished in one battle.
Wei Qing had been waiting for Li Guang to come all the way to join him. At this time, the cavalry of Li Guang, Chu Tian, Cao Cao, and Yuan Shao finally arrived on the battlefield. Knowing that it was time to counterattack, he ordered the Han cavalry to attack hard. The Han army, Xiliang army, and Jingzhou cavalry on the frontal battlefield were greatly boosted in morale after receiving reinforcements, and they rushed to charge. Guan Yu's Yuo cavalry rolled over and slashed with the Qinglong Yanyu sword. As an imperial weapon, even the most expensive armor cannot resist being struck by the Qinglong Yanyu sword. Guan Yu's confidence in himself did not arise out of thin air, but only when he had a certain level of strength did he dare to hit the top 3.
Attack! Attack!
Wang Taijian and Li Hu joined forces to charge forward. The iron spears were used as clubs. The shields of the Hun's cavalry could not withstand the iron spears, which were comparable to blunt weapons. Each of the Hun's cavalry flew backwards from their horses and fell heavily to the ground. Li Hu's horse is very sharp. He has heavy cavalry equipment, which is similar to Hua Mulan's equipment during the northern and southern dynasties. He breaks into the enemy's formation and tramples the Hun's light cavalry with iron hoofs. The weapons of the Hun's light cavalry have limited damage to this monster wrapped in heavy armor, and it is even difficult to break through the defense. Li Hu relied on the equipment of the cavalry to rampage among the Hun's cavalry. Han Shizhong used an enemy bow to kill 30 Hun cavalrymen one after another. When he reached into his quiver, he found it was empty. Han Shizhong simply gave up the bow to defeat the enemy, and went into battle with a red tassel gun to kill the enemy. Han Shizhong and Yu Fei were fierce generals of the same era. He was one of the 4 Zhongxing generals in the southern Song dynasty, and defeated the Jin army in Huangshanding. He is not only a qualified commander, but also has good military strength. He will fight against the Huns and kill them with his own hands without mercy. The Huns' cavalry was huge in number and was caught off guard. The Huns' reserves in the rear collapsed first. The Huns in front were severely damaged and began to waver. The Xiongnu Chanyu was pressing the formation at the rear and was the first to bear the brunt. He panicked and led the most elite Chanyu guards to flee the battlefield, leaving only a little Hun king to command. The morale of the Huns' army, which lost the command of Yijixia Chanyu, dropped and gradually collapsed.
Capture the Xiongnu Chanyu alive!
The battlefield was extremely vast, and thousands of cavalry were killed. Zhang Liao was the first to discover the whereabouts of the Xiongnu Chanyu. Zhang Liao was very courageous. Even though he knew that the opponent was the Xiongnu Chanyu, and even though he knew that the Xiongnu Chanyu had elite cavalry around him, Zhang Liao still had no hesitation, broke away from the 40,000 cavalry army, and led the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry to intercept the Xiongnu Chanyu. Yijixia wanted to escape, but was intercepted by Zhang Liao. He couldn't help but became furious.
Crush the Han army!
Shanyu's guards used horned bows to kill Zhang Liao's cavalry, and hundreds of arrows were shot out. Zhang Liao's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry found it difficult to resist, and Bingzhou Wolf cavalry kept getting hit by arrows and falling from their horses. The Shanyu guards are 7th order light cavalry, skilled in bows and horses. They are warriors selected from hundreds of thousands of Huns. They are braver than eagle shooters. In the decisive battle, Yijixia Shanyu regarded the escort as a trump card and never used it. At this time, it was used to protect his retreat. Zhang Liao's cavalry suffered heavy casualties. In addition to the Shanyu guards, there were other Huns cavalry. More than a dozen Xiongnu generals besieged Zhang Liao together. Zhang Liao resisted the attack by the Xiongnu generals, thrust his iron halberd diagonally out, and knocked a Xiongnu general off his horse. The other Xiongnu generals were shocked and took turns attacking Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao killed another Xiongnu general. Zhang Liao had the ability to lower the enemy's morale and his impressive demeanor. The Han generals who fought with him were frightened.
You guys, kill this Han general!
Before fleeing, Yijixia ordered a group of elite Xiongnu eagle shooters to shoot Zhang Liao, and then personally led the Shanyu guards to flee in haste. Dozens of Xiongnu eagle shooters were ordered by Shanyu to concentrate on shooting Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao was unable to completely avoid the arrows shot by the Han eagle shooters, and was hit by 2 of the arrows. With a groan, he assassinated a Han general again.
Kill him!
A dozen Han generals and dozens of Han eagle shooters were fighting against one Zhang Liao. But Zhang Liao actually killed 3 generals. They became furious and rushed to attack Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao was injured by an arrow. Faced with a flanking attack by the Hun's generals, his physical strength gradually became exhausted. After being injured, his ability will decline sharply.
His energy is exhausted.
Another arrow hit Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry tried their best to protect their general and fought with the Xiongnu generals, eagle shooters, and Hun's light cavalry. The 2 sides fought back and forth. A Xiongnu general with a strength of over 80 was holding a spear and wanted to take advantage of Zhang Liao's injury to kill a Han general to boost morale. The Xiongnu general killed several Bingzhou Wolf cavalry and almost rushed in front of Zhang Liao, his face distorted with embarrassment and anger. Zhang Liao killed 3 Hun generals with more than 70 troops in a row, which had angered the Huns. Zhang Liao held the halberd in both hands to block the swords of the 2 Xiongnu generals, and the Xiongnu general with a strength of over 80 came forward with a spear, intending to kill Zhang Liao in one fell swoop. A white shadow flashed past. Zhao Yunting thrust out his spear, and the sharp silver gentian spear penetrated the body of the Xiongnu general, knocking him off his horse.
Are you okay?
Zhao Yun glanced at Zhang Liao sideways, and then entered the Xiongnu generals with a gun. Zhao Yun joined the battle, and the pressure on the Han generals suddenly increased. 2 more Han generals were killed by Zhao Yun.
This man's force is truly terrifying.
Zhang Liao couldn't help but admire Zhao Yun in his heart when he saw that Zhao Yun was even more brave. There are so many powerful generals under Xuzhou Mu's command that Zhang Liao may not be able to see them enough. Because when Zhu Tian commanded 40,000 cavalry to join the battlefield, it was already close to dusk. They fought for half an hour, and the sky was getting dark. It was difficult for both sides to distinguish each other, and the battlefield was completely chaotic. The Xiongnu Chanyu also took advantage of the chaos to flee. King Zizi and King Yuxian of the Xiongnu saw that Shan Yu had fled without saying hello, so they also led their own soldiers to flee. The more than 200,000 Hun's cavalry could not be killed even if they were chased by the Han army for 3 days and 3 nights. the routed Hun's cavalry would still gather again. As long as the Han Empire cannot control Mobe, it will be difficult for the Huns to die. It just depends on whether they are strong or not.
Ashina Shir, lead the cavalry to pursue the Xiongnu Chanyu.
Wei Qing knew that the Turkic prince Ashina Shir's cavalry was faster than ordinary cavalry, so he sent Ashina Shir to pursue him at this time. Ashina Shir obeyed Wei Qing's orders. When he received Wei Qing's orders, he immediately commanded the Turkic cavalry to make a detour in an attempt to outflank the Xiongnu Chanyu. The Xiongnu Chanyu was very good at escaping. Otherwise the Han Empire would not have been at war with it for many years. Whether Ashina Shir can capture the Xiongnu Chanyu alive can only be left to fate. In the north of the main battlefield, Yang Yi and Tai Shirzi carried out an ambush on Chu Tian's orders. Cao Cao sent Xia Ho Yuan and 1,000 cavalry to follow Yang Yi and Tai Shirzi. Xia Ho Yuan's cavalry was faster than Yang Yi and Tai Shirzi, and easily caught up with Yang Yi and Tai Shirzi. Marching speed may seem inferior to the attack and defense bonus, but if used in the right place, it will affect the overall battle situation.
If you don't attack the Xiongnu Chanyu, what are you doing here?
Xia Ho Yuan asked Yang Yi and Tai Shirzi. Cao Cao's order was for him to follow Yang Yi and Tai Shirzi. Yang Yi confronted Xia Ho Yuan with a gun.
Sit back and wait.
Xia Ho Yuan immediately understood what Yang Yi was referring to. He and his cavalry were on guard against Yang Yi, because Yang Yi and Tai Shirzi had joined forces, and Xia Ho Yuan was no match. Xia Ho Yuan's only reliance was that he was fast enough. There is no art in the world that cannot be defeated quickly. 3 generals and 3,000 light cavalry waited patiently, waiting for the Xiongnu Chanyu and a group of Xiongnu nobles to pass by. As the sky grew darker, the 3,000 cavalrymen gradually became a little restless. Finally, the sound of intensive horse hooves sounded, and with the help of the night, a black shadow appeared at the end of the desert. Han's cavalry. 3,000 light cavalry were prepared for a deadly battle with the Hun cavalry. The desperate Hun cavalry was not so easy to intercept. Realizing that they were trapped in a tight siege, the Hun cavalry would fight their way out in order to survive. Yang Yi and Tai Shirzi stood in front of Chanshui camp and Yueqi camp, one holding a gun and the other holding a halberd. They were not afraid of the approaching Hun's cavalry. Xia Ho Yuan took off his horn bow with a solemn expression. Judging from the dense sound of horse hooves, the number of fleeing Hun's cavalry was quite large, perhaps tens of thousands. Xia Ho Yuan believed that even if he shot an arrow with his eyes closed, he could kill a Hun cavalry.
Fire the arrow!
As the sound of horse hooves approached, 3,000 light cavalry fired a salvo, and thousands of sharp arrows pierced the night sky, shooting at the Hun cavalry in the darkness. Hundreds of Hun cavalry were killed by arrows. Even a Shanyu guard will die after being shot in the vital part. More than 10 Shanyu guards were killed in the attack by arrows.
Lord Shanyu, there is an ambush ahead. Break through the Han army's obstruction.
Yijixia Shanyu found that he was being plotted, and the opponent was waiting for him. It was obvious that he would be defeated. Tens of thousands of Xiongnu cavalry composed of Xiongnu Chanyu guards, eagle shooters, and Xiongnu light cavalry suddenly came. After 2 rounds of arrow rain, the cavalry from both sides fought. Yang Yi and Tai Shirzi sent troops to attack the demoralized Hun's troops.
Let's go too!
Xia Ho Yuan did not stand idly by, under the influence of Cao Cao. Xia Ho Yuan was also unambiguous when dealing with the Xiongnu. The 2 sides fought, and Yang Yi and Tai Shirzi killed more than 10 Hun's cavalry in a row. When Yang Yi fought with Shan Yu's guards, Yang Yi suddenly felt a bit struggling. He quickly understood that this cavalry was the elite among the elite of the Huns. The appearance of a large number of Xiongnu elites means that there will be big figures from the Huns.
Follow me!
Yang Yi broke into the Shan Yu's guard, followed by Chang Shuang cavalry, and forcibly assaulted the Shan Yu's guard. In the darkness and chaos, Yuzixi Shan Yu, who was shouting for kill, and all the trees and grass were in arms, was heartbroken and had no intention of fighting. He fought and left with Shan Yu's guards, but was killed and wounded many times by Chanshui camp. At one point, Yang Yi even advanced to less than 30 meters away from Yijixia Shan Yu, but was blocked by several Hun kings. Yang Yi advanced forward, killing a Hun king and 2 Hun generals. Yuzixi Chanyu was so frightened that he was completely killed, and fled under the protection of the Chanyu's guards. The Chanyu's guards were very elite, and they were assisted by various kings and generals. Yuzixi Chanyu broke out after paying a heavy price. On the way, some Hun's cavalry even killed each other because they could not distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. After the Xiongnu Chanyu escaped, Zhao Xian and King Yuxian passed by here again, and were intercepted and killed by Yang Yi, Taisher Ci, and Xia Huyuan again. The chaotic Xiongnu cavalry trampled on each other, causing thousands of casualties.
I am King Yuxian. Don't kill me!
The unfortunate King Yuxian of the Xiongnu was stabbed by Taisher Ci with a halberd. He fell from his horse and became a prisoner of the Han army. Because Zhao Xian had served in the Han Empire for a long time, he was very shrewd. He distinguished the sounds and took a detour to avoid the interception of Yang Yi, Taisher Ci, and Xia Huyuan. Zhao Xian escaped with only hundreds of cavalry around him, and he was terrified of the Han army. Wei Qing and Huitziebing alone were already in trouble. Now there were other fierce generals in the Han army, attacking each other. This battle was too unfavorable for the Xiongnu.
Abandon Monan and gather in Mobei. At least we can dominate Mobei for 100 years.
Zhao Xian has already had the idea of persuading Yi Zhixie to give up Monan. Chapter 337 Battle of Mobei 10. The main battle between Wei Qing and Yi Zhixie continued until the next day. The soldiers and horses of both sides were tired. More than 200,000 Hun's cavalry were either killed in battle or fled. There was no trace of the Huns in the Gobi.
Call!
With red eyes, all the soldiers of the Han army were cleaning the battlefield in the Gobi Desert where corpses were strewn, taking care of their wounds from time to prevent any Hun's cavalry from pretending to be dead. The banner of the Han Empire was broken. The yellow sand was worn out by golden armor after 100 battles. And many soldiers even ignored etiquette and sat on the ground gasping for air. Exhausted, more than 200,000 Hun's cavalry could not be killed all day and night. Just killing tens of thousands of Hun's cavalry was enough to make the weapons sharpen. When 200,000 cavalrymen fled from all directions, the Han army could not stop them. However, according to Wei Qing's speculation, the battle lasted for a day and night. The Han army invested more than 100,000 troops, and at least 89,000 Xiongnu cavalry died in the battle. Among the surviving cavalrymen, there were many Hun's cavalry were injured and lost their combat effectiveness. More importantly, there were not many young people in the Xiongnu headquarters. Killing 890,000 Xiongnu in one battle was a huge loss to the Xiongnu headquarters. In addition, Chu Tian defeated King Yuxian with tens of thousands of troops along the way, and the Xiongnu suffered tens of casualties. Thousands of people. Huitziebing probably gained more. The loss of more than one-third of the young people will have an immeasurable impact on this force. The Xiongnu would be afraid of the Han Empire, and would not dare to go south in a short period of time. They would only dare to stay in Mobei, resulting in no royal court in Monan. Secondly, if the prestige of the Xiongnu Chanyu is lost, the Xiongnu will be unstable and prone to coups. It was not the first time that the Han Empire used the civil strife of the Xiongnu to control and contain the Xiongnu. Li Guang, Gonsunao, Chao Xiang and other Han generals were excited when they saw the battlefield littered with corpses. They killed 100,000 Xiongnu in 2 battles, which shocked Mobei. When they returned to Chang'an, they would definitely be crowned marquises. Back then, I traveled thousands of miles to search for a feudal lord and defended Liangzhou on horseback. Chu Tian was very excited when he saw Li Guang and others, and he helped Li Guang and others complete something they were worried about. Although it is not true history, it can make up for Li Guang's regret that he was unable to seal it. But it is not bad. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a little sleepy. In order to rush to the main battlefield, after he defeated King Yuxian, he abandoned his baggage trains and captured cattle and sheep, and rushed for 200 miles. He also encountered a sandstorm along the way, and went into battle without time to rest. From top to bottom, everyone is exhausted. Cao Cao was walking on the battlefield dragging his long sword. When he saw an injured Hun's cavalry, he went up and stabbed him, and his sword was dyed red with blood. Cao Cao rushed to the front in this battle and personally killed 4 Hun's cavalry. Yan Wei is like a giant humanoid beast, killing hundreds of people, becoming more and more brave as he fights. Before Cao Cao became a true monarch, Cao Cao mostly liked to be at the front in every battle. Cao Cao was also one of the few kings who didn't worry much about the betrayal of his generals. Whenever there was a big battle, Cao Cao would personally take command and make great achievements. As long as the king's military achievements are superior to those of the generals, the army will trust the king more. Sun Quan was not very good at fighting, but he still had to take charge personally. He probably had this consideration as well. Once all the military exploits are monopolized by one or a few generals, the king sitting in the rear can easily be ignored by the army. Zhou Yafu suppressed the rebellion of the 7 kingdoms. The Han emperor was worried that his great achievements would shock his master, so he tried to suppress Zhou Yafu. There are also Zhu Ti, Yu Fei and others, all of whom are like this. Chu Tian often personally urged the armies to go out for battle, and the same was true for his consideration.
Lord
Zhang Liao, covered in blood, appeared in front of Cao Cao. He killed several Xiongnu generals in one battle, and he himself was scarred and shot by several arrows.
How come when Yuan is here? Doctor! Doctor!
Cao Cao saw that Zhang Liao was dying, so he hurriedly called for the military doctor and ordered Dian Wei to help Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao was a brave general. After switching to Cao Cao from Lu Bu, he made many military exploits for Cao Cao. At this time, he fought bloody and almost died. Cao Cao's senior physician arrived and was helpless in the face of the seriously injured Zhang Liao.
With the ability of a villain, I'm afraid it will be difficult to heal General Zhang's injuries. General Zhang's life will not be long. Quack doctors mislead people.
Cao Cao raised his sword and wanted to kill the doctor. A hand was put on Cao Cao's shoulder to stop the out-of-control Cao Cao.
Brother Mengde, why worry? I have a miracle doctor who can bring the dead back to life.
Chu Tian arrived and looked at Zhang Liao, who had 7 arrows in his body. Although Zhang Liao is currently a potential enemy, in Chu Tian's view, Zhang Liao will be his general sooner or later. He also wanted to achieve the achievement of
5 good generals.
So how could he let Zhang Liao die so easily? Cao Cao was surprised.
Chu Zimu, we are enemies. Both are serving the Han Empire. At this time, there is no distinction between friend and enemy. The big figures of the Xiongnu have escaped, and many of the Xiongnu cavalry have also escaped. The war may not be over yet.
Chu Tian asked the miracle doctor Hua Tuo to heal Zhang Liao and save Zhang Liao's life. Hua Tuo took action, checked Zhang Liao's injuries, and finally said,
he lost too much blood, but the general has a tough life, so he can still be saved.
Cao Cao's doctor was dumbfounded. It seemed to him that Zhang Liao was about to be shot into a sieve. He never thought that Hua Tuo could be brought back to life. What Shuzhou said was true. There really was a miracle doctor. Zhang Liao took off his armor, revealing his strong physique. Hua Tuo scraped his bones to heal his wounds, but Zhang Liao remained silent. Cao Cao hesitated.
Chu Zimu, you saved when Yuan. I don't want to owe you. How are you going to repay me? If you can't survive in the future, come to me and help me support the Han dynasty and conquer the world. This world is not just 13 states, but hundreds of states in the world.
Chu Tian did not hide his ambition at all.
There are only 13 states in the world. How can there be hundreds of states? The population of the 13 states and the western regions only accounts for 1/5 of the world. How can it be limited to the 13 states? Is it possible that Mengde doesn't want to see the real world?
Chu Tian encouraged Cao Cao to follow him in his expansion. In the age of cold weapons, population determines everything. 1/5 of the population is used to conquer 4/5 of the population. The more generals, the better.
I have heard that outside of the Han dynasty, there are many tribes, kingdoms, and even empires like the Xiongnu and Dewan.
Cao Cao, who had a large number of alien subordinates, was not unaware of the existence of other civilizations. It is not easy to conquer other civilizations with a population 4 times that of the Eastern Han dynasty. In Lords, even Africa and America have large populations.
You should think about it carefully.
Chu Tian did not force Cao Cao to surrender to him. He believed that Cao Cao would know how to choose in the face of the absolute power gap. Is there a future for him if he follows Yuan Shao? Due to the arrival of Chu Tian's reinforcements, Wei Qing expanded his victory to 80,000 to 90,000, and specially summoned Chu Tian to verbally praise him. There is no reward either. Although he received approval from General Wei Qing, Chu Tian couldn't help but murmur. Chu Tian would be satisfied only with practical and useful rewards. Li Shimin finally gave Chu Tian 10 high-quality Turkic war horses. As a general, Wei Qing did not carry any treasures with him at this time. No wonder Chu Tian muttered softly. The Han army rested near the battlefield. Yang Yi, Taisher Ci, and Xia Hoyuan, who were responsible for intercepting and killing the Xiongnu's defeated troops, returned, killed thousands of the Xiongnu's defeated troops, and captured King Yuxian of the Xiongnu. The Han army was greatly encouraged. King Yuxian is a Han noble after the Xiongnu Chanyu and King Zuxian. If he can be presented to Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty will definitely be very happy. King Yuxian was captured by Taisher Ci, and Chu Tian, as the Lord, received an additional 5,000 points. Chu Tian asked people to write down Taisher Ci's military exploits, which was regarded as the greatest contribution Taisher Ci received after joining the Shuzhou camp. King Yuxian was given to General Wei Qing by Chu Tian. Keeping King Yuxian anyway would be of no use to Chu Tian, and the prisoners in this battle could not be surrendered. The Han army detained King Yuxian of the Xiongnu and prepared to continue to pursue the Xiongnu Yazixi Shanyu and the second King Zhao Xian to Mabe. In the eyes of the Han army, King Yuxian of the Xiongnu was not as influential as Yizhixia Chanyu. Only by capturing the Chanyu alive could the Battle of Mabe be considered a complete victory. The Han army rested on the spot for a day, then broke out of camp and pursued the Shanyu north. Because Chu Tian participated in 2 battles, his points returned to the top of the rankings. First place, I just want to farm well, with 38,142 points. Second place, Jiujiang Laoqin, has 28,633 points. The third place was a small soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty, with 27,921 points. Fourth place, Don't Teach Huma to Cross the Yinshan Mountains, with 23,945 points. Fifth place is Zhao Zilong from Shijiazhuang, with 22,924 points. Sixth place, Yuan Shao, with 18,916 points. The seventh place, Xu Tang, has 18,911 points. Eighth place, Chao Chao, points 17,122. Ninth place, Liu Bei, has 14,122 points. 10th place, Su Fengyan, with 13,001 points. In the old Qin and Ming dynasties, a small soldier at the border suffered a miserable loss along the way with Huizubing. The princes under Huizubing have many powerful cavalry, and their points are relatively balanced. Among the top 5 princes, 4 are under the command of Huizubing, and only 1 is under the command of Wei Qing. This also led to the dominance of Chu Tian. There are still variables in the rankings, because after Wei Qing and Huizubing defeated the main Xiongnu forces they needed to deal with, they continued to go north to hunt down the Xiongnu Chanyu and Kings Wuxian, and suppress the Xiongnu forces as much as possible.
The achievement of sealing Langjuxia can only be completed by arriving at Langjuxia Mountain to worship heaven. Langjuxia Mountain is nearly 1,000 miles away from here. Should I continue to follow Wei Qing, or should I ride forward and head to Langjuxia Mountain alone?
After Chu Tian defeated the main force of the Xiongnu Chanyu, he considered whether to go to Langjuxia Mountain alone. Finally, he decided to resign from Wei Qing. Wei Qing thought for a while and suggested,
although I don't know why you want to go and take risks. You can follow my troops to attack Zhao Xian city of the Xiongnu. Then you divide your troops to attack Longcheng. Detour to Langjuxia Mountain and join with Xubing.
Chu Tian listened to Wei Qing's suggestion and plotted on the map to capture Zhao Xian city and obtain supplies from the Huns. Then he would attack the Xiongnu's holy land, Dragon City. After obtaining supplies for the second time, he could hold a memorial ceremony at Langjuxia Mountain near Dragon City. On the next day, he returned to Daijun along the route Huizubing took.
I can leave King Yuxian with you, and he will lead the way for you. If possible, take him back to Dai County.
Wei Qing supported Chu Tian's attack on Longcheng, the holy land of the Xiongnu, and sealed the wolf in Su. He even allowed Chu Tian to take away the important captive King Yuxian. Isn't it just to attack Dragon City? The first general in history to conquer the Xiongnu Dragon City was Wei Qing. This happened 10 years ago. Therefore, Wei Qing believed that after Yizhixia Shanyu's main force was defeated, Chu Tian divided his troops to attack Longcheng and seal the wolf in Su. There was not much danger. The only thing to watch out for is getting lost. The righteous king of the Xiongnu should know the way.
Thank you, General.
Chu Tian's favorability towards Wei Qing greatly improved. Wei Qing was born as a slave and rose to the rank of general. He has the air of a commander, which makes people fascinated by him. According to Wei Qing's suggestion, Chu Tian continued to follow Wei Qing north to pursue the Xiongnu Chanyu. And after breaking through the Xiongnu's Zhao Xian city, he could act alone, while the Han army was resting. Lu Su drove cattle and sheep and finally caught up with the main force. When Lu Su arrived, the battle was over. Then the Han army moved north and sent light cavalry to pursue the Xiongnu Chanyu in front. The Xiongnu Chanyu fled in despair. Chu Tian and others killed another 20,000 to 30,000 Xiongnu troops on the way. They were inexhaustible. Zhao Xian city was built by Zhao Xian, the traitor general of the Han Empire, to provide the Huns with a large amount of food for the decisive battle with the Han army in Mabe, more than 200 miles north of the battlefield. Yi Jixie Chanyu and Zhao Xian fled here, and found that King Yoxian's whereabouts were unknown, and he might have been captured by the Han army. They couldn't help but panic. Zhao Xian encouraged Yi Jixie to fight Wei Qing in Mobei, and gathered 300,000 Xiongnu cavalry. At this time, there were only tens of thousands of cavalry left, and morale was extremely low. More than 100,000 cavalrymen were killed by the Han army, and another 100,000 cavalrymen were scattered in various places. Each of them perished. Yi Jixie Chanyu and Zhao Xian fled to the city, where they were finally able to rest and recuperate, and received a large amount of supplies, which boosted their morale.
I hate that I followed your suggestion and fought to the death with the Han army in Mobei, only to be defeated like this.
Yi Jixie Chanyu was filled with regret. Why can't I think about it, and want to fight the Han army? Zhao Xian firmly believed in his idea.
There is nothing wrong with my tactics. If the Han army's commanders were not Wei Qing, with Yubing and others, the Han army would definitely be defeated. We have lost Hatao and Monan, and have fled to the desolate Mobei. We have no choice but to retreat. And unless we fight the Han army in Mobei, where in the world can we find shelter?
Yi Jixie Chanyu heard Zhao Xian's explanation, which indeed made sense. If he didn't have no choice, who would be willing to flee to the cold Mobei to graze?
The Han army destroyed 100,000 of my strong men and made my women colorless. They should I won't chase you again. I hope so.
Xian Zhao felt uneasy inside. He always had an ominous premonition.
According to the soldiers who fled back to the city, the Han army was approaching the city within 20 miles.
Just when Yi Jixie Chanyu and Zhao Xian thought that the Han army had won, and they could go back to claim credit from Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, and not pursue any more pursuits, the Han army's light cavalry advanced rapidly, and were less than 20 miles away from Zhao Xian's city.
The great army descended from heaven is no match for me.
Yi Jixie Chanyu shouted that the Han army was invincible, and ordered to continue fleeing north. Zhao Xian betrayed the Han Empire, and married the sister of the Xiongnu Chanyu. He advised the Chanyu. He was worried that he would be captured and killed by the general. So he immediately counted his troops, and fled north with Yi Jixie Chanyu. To the north is Yanren Mountain. Fleeing into the desolate Yanren Mountain, the Han army should not pursue him. After leaving Zhao Xian's city, Zhao Xian suddenly remembered that he had not set fire to the food and grass in the city, and couldn't help but regret it. However, he no longer dared to look back. Otherwise, if he delayed, the Han army's light cavalry would surround him. Wei Qing led the Han army to defeat Yi Jixie Chanyu, and occupied Zhao Xian's city. The Huns in the city rushed to escape first. Those who could not escape in time were all killed by the Han army. As a result, the Han army obtained a large amount of grain, grass, cattle, sheep, and war horses hoarded by the Xiongnu, and captured countless items. Chapter 338. Seal the Wolf as Su. In Xiongnu Zhao Xinqing, the Han army slaughtered cattle and sheep and rewarded the entire army. Yi Jixie Chanyu and his second king Zhao Xian fled into Yanren Mountain and disappeared without a trace. The Han army on the west route destroyed more than 100,000 Xiongnu, defeated Zhao Xian's city, and captured hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep.
Further north is Yanren Mountain. The roads are difficult and difficult to supply. If we continue to pursue them, we will probably lose more soldiers and horses in vain.
Wei Qing summoned the generals and announced the squad. The main force of Yi Jixie Chanyu was defeated, and the grain and grass he had hoarded were plundered by the Han army. The threat to the Han Empire was greatly reduced. It was even difficult to say whether the Xiongnu could survive this cold winter. The Han army could not continue to pursue them.
Chu Zima plans to go to attack the Xiongnu Dragon City. If any of you are willing to follow, you can go.
Wei Qing supported Chu Tian and decided to let Chu Tian march eastward, attack the Xiongnu Dragon City, and join with Xubing. The princes present were whispering privately, wondering why Chu Tian would attack the Xiongnu's holy land. The Xiongnu Dragon City is now an empty city. All the main forces are concentrated under the command of Yi Jixie Chanyu and Kings with Xian. They have been defeated by Wei Qing and with Xubing respectively. It is meaningless for Chu Zimu to attack an empty city, and it is impossible to gain extra points. It will take some time to get from Zhao Xinqing to Longcheng, and then it will take quite some time to reach Daijun in the Han Empire from Longcheng, and it is possible to get lost along the way. Chu Tian's behavior is confusing. No one wants to spend time doing something that has no benefit. Chu Tian's actions were more like leading an army to visit the Xiongnu Dragon City.
I won't do anything to attack Dragon City. This place is desolate. It's better to go back to Longxi and feel at ease.
Su Fengyan, the Lord of Longxi, does not plan to participate. He thinks that he can get a certain reward by getting a similar ranking in the Battle of Mobei.
The Battle of Mobei is really difficult for our lord south of the Yangtze River.
Several princes in the south also chose to withdraw and return to Ningxiang County with Wei Qing. A group of southern lords don't have much room to play in Mobei. If not all the lords who participated in the Battle of Mobei could get special rewards to some extent, they would not risk coming to the desolate Mobei.
Return to Jizhou as soon as possible and sweep across Hebei.
Yuan Shao discussed with Su Yu and Just Ho, and concluded that it was of little significance to attack the Xiongnu Dragon City, which did not have many troops. So he decided to follow Wei Qing in withdrawing his troops. Wei Qing believed that Yizhixia Shanyu and Zhao Xian had already fled north. The Xiongnu Dragon City had been breached by him once a few years ago, so there was no need to spend a lot of troops and resources to breach it a second time. He considered the problem from the perspective of the Han Empire. Withdrawing troops at this time could reduce a lot of unnecessary expenses for the Han Empire. In order to prepare for the Battle of Mobei, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty had almost emptied the treasury. Only Cao Cao hesitated. And finally he shocked everyone.
I am willing to go together to attack the Xiongnu Dragon City.
Yuan Shao couldn't believe it.
Cao man, why did you waste a month in this desolate place?
Even Su Fengyan, Yang Shirlang, Wang Defa, Luan and other foreign princes looked at him with suspicion. Cao Cao and Chu Zimu were like fire and water in the main world, fighting each other. He actually dared to go to the Xiongnu Dragon City with Chu Zimu. Wasn't he afraid of being attacked by Chu Zimu along the way?
Once a man has made a decision, he must do what he says. I believe that Chu Zimu will not embarrass me in the middle.
In order to prevent Chu Tian from attacking him midway, Cao Cao exerted public pressure on Chu Tian. If Chu Tian backstabs him, his reputation among the alien princes will decline, and no prince will believe in any of Chu Tian's promises in the future. As expected of Cao Cao, he still has this trick. Chu Tian did not expect that Cao Cao would be willing to go together to attack Longcheng. If you and Cao Cao are each other's horns, you will naturally be safer.
We will part ways here tomorrow. If you are lucky, you may meet the Hussars General in the Dragon City area.
After Wei Qing decided to return to the army, the Han army on the west route was divided into two groups. In order to support Chu Tian, Wei Qing handed over 100,000 livestock to Chu Tian and Cao Cao for military supplies. The two armies of Chu Tian and Cao Cao replenished grain, grass and water bags in Zhao Xincheng, as well as 100,000 head of livestock, which were enough to reach Longcheng and Langjiaxu Mountain. They plundered the livestock of the Xiongnu tribe on the way, and returned to Daijun of the Han Empire smoothly. Li Guang and Zhao Shiqi saw Chu Tian off specially. Because of Chu Tian's help, they won a lot of military merits, and were expected to be crowned marquises.
Cao Mingde, this trip is not as simple as you think. If you choose to follow the general back to the army at this time, it may be the best choice for you.
Chu Tian reminded Cao Cao before setting off to Langjiaxu Mountain. Sealing Langjiaxu is an SS-level achievement mission. The mission content is also very simple. March to Langjiaxu Mountain and worship the heaven and earth, with enough food and King Yuxian of the Xiongnu as a guide. It was only a matter of time to travel from Zhao Xian City via Long City to Langjiaxu Mountain near Long City. But Chu Tian always felt that SS-level achievement tasks shouldn't be so simple.
How can you, Chu Zimu, be allowed to have such a great achievement by breaking through the Dragon City, the holy land of the Xiongnu?
Not to be outdone, Cao Cao insisted on attacking Longcheng and banishing the wolf to Su.
Just don't regret it.
Chu Tian's army set off first, with only more than 7,000 cavalry left. In order to destroy the Hun's cavalry, the Chu Tian army suffered huge losses. Some soldiers and horses also died of illness during the march. During the desert march, non-combat attrition was very serious.
Let's follow.
Cao Cao suspected that Chu Tian's sudden eastward attack on the Xiongnu Dragon City must have other motives, so he chose to act together with Chu Tian. Maybe he would get some benefits.
What on earth is Chu Zimu thinking?
The princes who followed Wei Qing's class were puzzled. Before the Western Route army of the Han Empire evacuated Zhao Xincheng, they burned all Zhao Xincheng and the grain and grass that could not be taken away, and implemented a scorched earth policy, which completely consumed the Xiongnu's national power. After that, the West Route army divided into two groups, Chu Tian and Cao Cao, with about 10,000 cavalry, quickly marched towards the Xiongnu Dragon City, striving to join the East Route army led by Huitziubing. Chu Tian's real purpose is to complete the SS-level achievement,
sealing the wolf and living in Su.
Cao Cao, who didn't know the truth, thought that Chu Tian had other ideas, and believed that following Chu Tian could gain benefits. Wei Qing, Li Guang, Su Fengyan and others went south along the way they came and returned to Dingxiang County. This route is the closest, which can reduce the loss of food and grass, and at the same time join the baggage train at the rear. After the Han army burned Zhao Xian City, Yi Zhixie Chanyu, who learned that the Han army had left Zhao Xian City, and the second king Zhao Xian returned here. Zhao Xian City was already a scorched earth. The large amounts of grain and grass that the Xiongnu had hoarded were burned to the ground, resulting in heavy losses.
This hatred is irreconcilable.
Yi Zhixie Chanyu was very angry. From Monan to Mabe, the Han army marched unimpeded, and the Xiongnu's national power was greatly damaged. It would be difficult for them to achieve success in the next 10 years. Yi Zhixie Chanyu's Xiongnu scouts deployed in the area of Zhaoxin City reported,
Master Chanyu, there is a Han army of more than 10,000 people marching eastward. It is suspected that they are marching eastward, heading for Dragon City. Dragon City doesn't have many troops anymore. So why are the Han troops still attacking there? Could it be that they want to humiliate us again?
Yi Zhixie Chanyu thought that 10 years ago, Wei Qing had once raided Dragon City, and now the Han army wanted to raid Dragon City for the second time. Isn't this a humiliation? What is it? Zhao Xian was equally annoyed when faced with the repeated humiliations of the Han Empire.
Master Chanyu, we still have tens of thousands of soldiers and horses in our hands. We will recruit warriors from various tribes along the way. When we reach Dragon City, we can get at least 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers and horses, which is enough.
Destroy this Han army. Go east immediately.
Yi Zhixie Chanyu could not bear such a huge loss. His reputation almost plummeted during this battle. He must win a victory.
Even a small victory after a big defeat, which can help him restore his reputation among the Huns. Because of the Battle of Mabe, all the Xiongnu troops were defeated. As long as there was a small victory, Yi Zhixie was still the most brave and capable warrior in the Xiongnu tribe. Under the call of Yi Zhixie Chanyu and the second king Zhao Xian, the scattered Xiongnu reunited under the command of Chanyu. They suffered a devastating blow from the Han army. Without someone to lead them, they would not be able to survive this year's cold winter. With the mentality of revenge and re-establishing their power, Yi Zhixie Chanyu and Zhao Xian gathered 30,000 to 40,000 cavalry and followed the Han army eastward. Along the way, they continued to absorb soldiers and horses from surrounding tribes, and their number increased rapidly. The wolf lived in Su Mountain. Huizibing, a hussar general of the Han dynasty, who was only 21 years old, led several princes and sealed a wolf in Su Mountain. Jiujiang Laoqin, Mingwan, Tong Ke, Huma, Zhao Long and others were fortunate enough to witness this historic moment, and their blood was boiling. They have penetrated more than 1,000 miles into the desert and defeated 300,000 Xiongnu. After Huizibing sealed Longjiu, he was still not satisfied. He continued to lead his cavalry to pursue King Zhuxian northward, climbed to the vast sea, and drank from Lake Baikal. At this time, Chu Tian and Cao Cao did not know the progress of Huizibing's eastern route army, but drove the livestock plundered from the Xiongnu and marched towards the Xiongnu Dragon City. After arriving at Longcheng, continue eastward to reach Langjiu Mountain. If Chu Tian had followed Huizibing, he would have accomplished the achievement of
sealing the wolf and living in Su
long ago. Now he had to cross half of the desert to find Langjiu Mountain. The unfortunate King Yuxian of the Xiongnu was tied up with 5 flowers and led the way. If King Yuxian of the Xiongnu knew that his concubines were imprisoned in Cao Cao's camp, I don't know how he would feel.
10 years ago, Wei Qing went on his first expedition. He led 10,000 cavalrymen deep into the desert and stormed into Dragon City, the holy place where the Xiongnu worshipped heaven. The battle at Dragon City killed thousands of Xiongnu and captured 700 people. It is simply a legend.
Chu Tian looked around and saw that the desert was vast and vast. Only by truly marching in the desert could he understand why agricultural civilization had never been able to eliminate nomadic civilization. This kind of place is simply not suitable for farming and civilized living. The first time Wei Qing led his troops to fight, he dared to go more than 1,000 miles into the desert and defeat the Dragon City with 10,000 cavalry. No novel would dare to write this. Huizibing went on his first expedition. He also traveled hundreds of miles and made many gains. It can be seen that Huizibing's tactics were somewhat influenced by Wei Qing. The black war eagle hovers in the sky, falling down to rest from time to time, responsible for monitoring a radius of dozens of miles. Behind the Chu Tian and Cao Cao legions, Yi Zhixie Chanyu and Zhao Xian had arrived only 100 miles away. Beyond the range of War Eagle's exploration, Yijixia Shanyu knew the terrain of Mabe well.
Zhao Xian, when we approach Longcheng, you will lead 30,000 cavalry to block the Han Army's escape route south. We will attack from the west and south to destroy these troops.
Support the Han Army, with Langjutsu Mountain to the east and the vast sea to the north. This Han Army with more than 10,000 riders can hardly fly without wings. They narrowly escaped death.
Zhao Xian, who was humiliated by Wei Qing in the battle, recognized Yijixia's arrangement. As long as the main force of the Han Army left, he did not believe that he and Shanyu could not destroy the Han Army's cavalry, which numbered only more than 10,000, by gathering tens of thousands of cavalry. Mabe is their home field. They are familiar with the terrain here and can completely use the terrain to encircle and annihilate the partial divisions of the Han Army.
Why do I have an uneasy premonition?
Cao Cao was marching, and there was a cool feeling behind him. Cao Cao regretted following Chu Tian to attack the Xiongnu Dragon City.
With Wei Qing's army retreating, who knows if Yuzixi Chanyu will make a comeback? No one knows how many Xiongnu tribes there are in Mobe. Zhang Liao, who was seriously injured and dying, followed Wei Qing's army back to Dingxiang County. Cao Cao was surrounded by only Dian Wei and Xia Hoyuan. Compared with the anxious Cao Cao, Chu Tian's mood was not so heavy. He could quickly destroy Dragon City, seal Langjushu, and sneak away Yanran Mountain and Langjutsu Mountain. There is an achievement.
Yanran Legong.
In Yanran Mountain. But it is the Battle of Mabe now, and this achievement has not been activated. Otherwise, it would be possible for Chu Tian to accomplish both the achievements of
Yanran Legong
and
sealing the wolf to residence in Su.
At the same time, in the Eastern Han Dynasty, in Guju City in western Liaoning, Sun Quanting led the Qin army in the late Ming Dynasty to fight against the city. Facing the forces of Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Gong Sunzan, the two sides fought in Guju City, and the shouts of killing shook the heaven and earth. Zhang Fei personally put on his armor and went into battle to kill the enemy. Sun Quanting had his back against the city wall, and Lu Xiangsheng led the Tianqiong army to support Sun Quanting with powerful crossbows on the city wall, shooting fiercely at Zhang Fei's military formation. The Tianqiong army was condescending and inflicted a lot of damage on Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei's army was severely damaged and retreated like a tide.
Lone Bamboo City is really difficult to capture.
Liu Bei acted as a vanguard and rushed to attack Guju City, but was repulsed by the combination of Sun Quanting and Lu Xiangsheng. In vain. The siege party has to pay a higher price than the defender. Sun Quanting went out to guard the city, and Lu Xiangsheng supported him on the city wall. They cooperated with each other, doubling the difficulty of attacking the city. In order to compete for Yuzhou, the five princes fought fiercely. Liu Yu and Prince Yan led the Chinese army to approach Guju City. Once Liu Yu and Prince Yan's Yuzhou army merged with Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Gong Sunzan, the pressure on Guju City would be even greater. In a mountain forest in western Liaoning, a cavalry general ambushed 10,000 cavalry, and was paying close attention to Liu Yu and Prince Yan's 100,000 strong army. This time, he will use 10,000 cavalry to defeat 100,000. Kill the general and seize the flag. Mingguan's military advisor, the black-clad Prime Minister Yao Guangxu, handed over the Guanning cavalry and Liaodong cavalry to him.
Liu Yu and Prince Yan are less than 15 miles away from our army. Less than 10 miles. Less than 7 miles. Less than 4 miles. It's time to attack.
10,000 cavalry left the dense forest where the ambush was, and launched an assault on the 100,000 strong Chinese army led by Liu Yu and Prince Yan. When 100,000 Yuzhou troops were about to arrive at Lone Bamboo City, 10,000 ambush cavalry rushed out. Guanning's cavalry galloped, and the ground shook. The fierce general of Liaodong commanded 10,000 cavalry and charged directly at the Chinese army, destroying everything. Yuzhou Mu Liu Yu was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses from 10,000 cavalry. Liaodong's fierce general captured Liu Yu's head among the 10,000 troops. Yuzhou Mu Liu Yu was killed in battle. Chapter 339. Seal the Wolf as Su Tu.
Yuzhou Mu Liu Yu was defeated and killed. Prince Yan, the governor of western Liaoning, gathered the remaining soldiers and retreated 30 miles.
Liu Bei was attacking Guju City. When he heard that Liu Yu, the shepherd of Yuzhou, was defeated with 100,000 Yuo soldiers, he immediately withdrew his troops. Sun Quanting and Lu Xiangsheng led their troops to pursue them. Gong Sunzan set up an ambush with his white horse followers and fought with Sun Quanting and Lu Xiangsheng. Both sides suffered casualties. when Liu Bei retreated in a hurry. He was attacked by Guan Ning's cavalry. Fortunately, Zhang Fei led the heavy infantry to block Guan Ning's cavalry and prevented the entire army from being annihilated. The 200,000-strong coalition of the four princes north of the Yellow River attacked western Liaoning, but were defeated by the 100,000-strong army of Guizhou City. The whole world was in an uproar, and the Liaodong army was in the limelight. Prince Yan cautiously gathered Liu Yu's troops, and then he saved tens of thousands of Yuo troops and retreated to Yubiping County.
That general's cavalry is simply terrifying.
Prince Yan took Liu Bei and Gong Sunzan back to Yubiping County. Although they were defeated this time, the actual number of casualties was only 20,000 to 30,000, which was not considered a desperate situation. Xiao Liang from Shuzhou sent someone to remind Prince Yan that the Liaodong army might have a brave cavalry general. So be careful. Prince Yan deeply regretted the ambush. Even though Xiao Liang had greeted him in advance, he still fell into the trap. When Liu Yu, the shepherd of Yuzhou, died, the remaining princes, Prince Yan, Gong Sunzan, and Liu Bei secretly competed for control of Yuzhou. Prince Yan and Gong Sunzan were sworn brothers. They rejected Liu Bei and wanted to control Yuzhou. As the governor of Yuzhou, Liu Bei received the support of a group of Yuzhou officials and wanted to take over Yuzhou and become the shepherd of Yuzhou. In Lone Bamboo City, Yao Guangxi was still wearing a black robe. He learned that Liu Bei and Gong Sunzan were fighting for Yuzhou, and knew that the crisis had been resolved. Chang Yuchen, Li Chengyang, and Zhu Dasho went to participate in the Battle of Mabe. Yuzhou's 200,000 troops attacked western Liaoning, and Liaoxi was difficult to defend. Killing Liu Yu caused internal strife between Liu Bei and Gong Sunzan, and Liaoxi was safe. In Shuzhou, Xiao Liang couldn't help but be silent when he learned that the 200,000 coalition troops of Yuzhou and Jizhou were defeated. Based on the records of the generals of the Yanqi Guild and the hero rankings, she could make a judgment.
This person may be Murong Ba, who defeated the famous General Huan, one of the Eastern Jin dynasty. During the Jin dynasty and the Southern and Northern dynasties, Murong Ba was considered one of the most ferocious generals. Minghuan, there are quite a lot of military generals, and we must investigate them all before the forces join forces.
In Dragon City, more than 10,000 Han troops entered the holy land of Xiongnu sacrifice, and the place almost became an empty city. The city was in a mess, and there was still some food that the Xiongnu could not take away. The Han army was stationed in Dragon City. As the commander-in-chief, Chu Tian did not know that huge changes had taken place in Yuzhou in the Eastern Han dynasty. He encountered some trouble in the Xiongnu Dragon City.
The Xiongnu fled this city in a hurry. They must have gotten wind of it. In other words, we may be surrounded and suppressed by the Xiongnu.
Fang Xianling smelled danger based on the situation in Xiongnu Dragon City. Chu Tian looked at Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan understood and summoned all the Iron Eagle Scout cavalry.
No trace of the Xiongnu army was found within a radius of 30 miles. Expand the scope of exploration. Yes.
Chu Tian has been marching in the desert for a long time and has become sensitive to danger. If he is not careful, it will be terrible if he is annihilated by the Xiongnu army in the desert. The Iron Eagle Scouts immediately spread out, and the War Eagle also expanded the scope of its investigation. Cao Cao regretted coming with Chu Tian to fight against Dragon City. But it was too late to regret now, because the main force of Wei Qing's Han army was thousands of miles away from them. Chu Tian's army was stationed in the west of the city, and Cao Cao's army was stationed in the south of the city, guarding each other.
Wonderful talent. Send more scouts. I have a bad feeling.
Cao Cao paced uneasily. He only brought Zhang Liao, Xia Hoyuan, and Dian Wei with him this time. Zhang Liao was injured and returned with Wei Qing's army. Dragon City is located in the center of Mabe, surrounded by Xiongnu tribes. If you are not careful, you will fall into a tight siege by the Xiongnu.
My lord, Shuzhou Mu invites you to come to the banquet. What's he going to do?
Cao Cao was worried that Chu Tian would set up a Hongnan banquet, but he seemed to have no choice. He brought Dian Wei to find Chu Tian. Chu Tian ordered people to set up a bonfire to drive away the chill of the desert night. The generals under Chu Tian all had heavy expressions and looked at the approaching Cao Cao with unkind eyes. Cao Cao gritted his teeth and sat down.
Chu Zimu, why are you recruiting me?
Chu Tian also ordered the roast mutton to be distributed to Cao Cao.
There is nothing urgent. I just want to inform you that we will break camp tomorrow and go to Langjuxu Mountain.
After hearing this, Cao Cao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Shuzhou Mu had not planned a Hongnan banquet. so he could enjoy the roasted whole lamb in peace. Dian Wei got Cao Cao's permission and devoured the food. Chu Tian couldn't help but praise.
He is really a strong man. Mengda, there is one more thing. My scouts found the Hun's cavalry 50 miles away. There were only tens of thousands of them. They might have escaped.
Xixie Chanyu.
Cao Cao was grabbing the leg of the lamb and biting it. But when he heard that tens of thousands of Hun's cavalry were approaching, his movements became stiff. There are only tens of thousands of people.
Chu Zimu. Why didn't you tell me this earlier?
Cao Cao was no longer in the mood to eat. He thought it was nothing. But now it seems that the matter is serious.
Mengda should be calm and don't be impatient. Only when you have a full stomach can you fight. At least you can be a well-fed ghost. You can't just hear that the Huns are coming and just don't get any water. Right? In this case, wouldn't you be playing into the hands of the Huns? Having said that,
Cao Cao now feels like hitting a wall. I originally thought there would be benefits to following Chu Zimu. But now I haven't mentioned any of the benefits. And I'm even being chased crazily by Xixie Chanyu. Xixie Chanyu became angry because of his failure in the Battle of Mabe. It is hard to imagine how crazy Xixie Chanyu's revenge would be. To be able to remain calm and composed under such circumstances is a miracle.
Recharge your batteries. Tomorrow we will burn down Dragon City, the holy land of the Huns, and then go to Langjuxa Mountain. On this trip, be prepared to die in battle. That's fine.
After Cao Cao knew that they might have fallen into the siege of the Xiongnu, he could only make up his mind to fight to the death. If you are afraid of the Xiongnu, it will not be easy for you to survive.
The Han army is less than 50 miles away from our army.
Xixie drove the cattle and sheep, followed the Han army from a distance, and finally came within 50 miles of the Han army.
Stick up your spirits. Hunt with all your strength tomorrow, and annihilate this Han army.
Xixie Chanyu sent more than 10 light cavalry in advance to bypass Longcheng and evacuate the Huns in Longcheng, so he could tolerate the Han army's entry into Longcheng. The price the Han army has to pay is the annihilation of the entire army.
This time, we must kill them all.
Xixie Chanyu resented the Han army marching calmly within his sphere of influence. The more than 10,000 Han cavalrymen did not take him seriously at all. They burned, killed, and looted in Mobe, and went straight to Longcheng. They were simply arrogant. He personally led 40,000 Xiongnu cavalry, and the second king, Zhao Xian, led 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry to encircle the armies of Chu Tian and Cao Cao from the west and south respectively. The 70,000 Xiongnu cavalry were the few troops Xixie Chanyu could bring out in a short period of time. There were also Hun's cavalry who were killed by the Han army and were scattered all over the place. It was temporarily difficult to join Xixie Chanyu. By encircling and suppressing this Han army, he could regain his authority and control various tribes. In the desert, it was cold at night. Hua Mulan was wrapped in sheepskin and snuggled up to Chu Tian to fall asleep. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she breathed evenly. The Iron Eagle scouts have spread out. If the Hun's cavalry launches a night attack, they can retreat immediately. When surrounded by the Xiongnu, the Han army remained calm and composed, and the skilled men were bold. Chu Tian could feel Hua Mulan's body temperature, which was as warm and fragrant as jade. Joan of Arc caught a glimpse of the Lord and Hua Mulan sleeping leaning against each other. The relationship between them, and the feeling of comrades sharing life and death. She couldn't help but be secretly surprised, and also had a hint of envy.
Zhao Yun rode a Turkic war horse and led a white horse each sewn to patrol outside the city, taking turns guarding with Shuai and Gui.
Sieging, why don't you sleep?
Fang Xianling couldn't help but be curious when he saw Lu Su sitting outside the tent.
Tomorrow we may have to fight for hundreds of miles, and fight to the death, with the Xiongnu Chanyu in the desert. So I feel uneasy and can't sleep. We are under heavy siege, and the only option is to fight to the death. Perhaps there will be other reinforcements near Dragon City.
On Cao Cao's side, he was like a broken jar. After setting up his scouts, he slept soundly and prepared for a tough battle tomorrow. The next morning, when the night mist faded, Hua Mulan opened her eyes and found that Chu Tian had woken up and was staring at her, and she couldn't help but feel ashamed. It still seemed a little embarrassing for her.
Soldiers, prepare to go to Langjuxa Mountain.
Seeing that Hua Mulan's spirit had recovered, Chu Tian estimated that the other generals were about the same. So he summoned the generals and embarked on a journey to Langjuxa Mountain, and then fled south. This time, we will use the rapid maneuverability of the cavalry to march hundreds of miles, or even thousands of miles. After a night's rest, Most of the generals had recovered their strength. Even Zhao Yun and Shui Gui, who were in charge of patrols, had a lot of rest time. They know what situation they are facing. And not only do they have no fear, but they have high morale. They had already cooperated with Wei Qing in killing more than 100,000 Xiongnu cavalry in Mobei. The only person chasing them was Yi Shanyu, who was his defeated general. More than 7,000 high-level cavalry quickly gathered. All the cavalry have gained experience in the Battle of Mobei. Their aura has converged, and they are transforming into a division capable of fighting hundreds of battles. Cao Cao's army is also ready. There were only 7,000 cavalry left under Cao Cao's command. He personally led 4,000 and gave 3,000 to Xiahou Yuan.
Cao Mingde, can't just die in Mobei.
After a night of recuperation, Cao Cao regained his confidence. Since Chu Zimu wanted to take a gamble, he could only take the risk with Chu Zimu. At this time, unity leads to life. Separation leads to death.
Cao Mingde, if you want to banish the wolf to Su and escape back to the fortress, you must obey my orders. Otherwise, if you fall into the siege of the Huns, I will not be responsible.
Chu Tian came over and advanced to greet Cao Cao. He has 10 war eagles for reconnaissance. It is difficult for the war eagles to detect a small group of Hun cavalry. But as long as the Hun's army of tens of thousands approaches, he can detect it immediately and use the high-speed maneuverability of the light cavalry to quickly weave around and defeat them one by one. Cao Cao always felt that he was being commanded by Chu Zimu. But Cao Cao lacked efficient investigation methods. Seeing that Chu Zimu was confident of defeating the Hun's encirclement, Cao Cao could only choose to trust Chu Zimu.
Set fire and burn down Dragon City.
After Chu Tian searched for food and grass in Longcheng, he decided to set fire to the place and give the Xiongnu a psychological blow. The fire spread, and the Xiongnu's holy land for heaven's sacrifice was engulfed in raging fire. This was the second time the Dragon City was destroyed, and the person who destroyed Dragon City was the Xiongnu's most powerful opponent. If the Xiongnu harassed the Han Empire's frontiers and plundered people and food, then the Han Empire launched a war of annihilation.
Set off!
Chu Tian led the cavalry, brought enough dry food, abandoned the cattle and sheep, and marched quickly. Cao Cao saw that Chu Tian gave up tens of thousands of cattle and sheep in order to speed up the march. So he had no choice but to follow Chu Tian's army, also giving up cattle and sheep. 100,000 cattle and sheep were consumed a lot on the way to Longcheng by Chu Tian and Cao Cao's army. Now the cattle and sheep have become a burden on the march. When it is time to abandon them, there is no hesitation. On the other side, Yi Shanyu is ready to chase the Han army. The Hun's cavalry has recovered their morale and physical strength and can chase the Han army. Under Yi Shixia's strong desire for revenge, he urged 40,000 Hun's cavalry to forcefully march towards Dragon City. On the way, the Hun scout reported,
the Han army burned down the Dragon City and looked eastward.
Yi Shixia's Chinese fingertips were torn apart. Even if the Dragon City, which was already an empty city, was burned down, there would not be much real damage. However, the holy land of sacrifice to heaven and Mobei Chanyu's courtyard were burned down, severely destroying the Xiongnu's confidence in fighting the Han Empire.
Catch them and kill them!
Yi Shanyu became furious when he saw that the Han army had discovered his whereabouts. So he rushed forward with his troops. Chu Tian's act of burning down Dragon City had completely angered him. When the Han cavalry under Yi Shanyu heard that the Holy Land had been burned, they were also furious. Yi Shanyu pursued to Longcheng. Longcheng was covered in a sea of fire, with raging fire and thick smoke billowing. Yi Shixia clenched his fists, his sharp nails digging into his flesh unconsciously. The Han army was so ruthless that they simply killed them all. As the Chanyu of the Xiongnu, he was helpless in the face of the Han army's wanton destruction. The main force was defeated. The princes were captured. The Dragon City was burned. And the Xiongnu were chased to Yanren Mountain in Hanhai. If they were a Central Plains dynasty, this would be a great shame and may be equivalent to the Jingkong incident in the Northern Song dynasty. The Hun's cavalry were so stimulated that they abandoned their cattle and sheep and, under the command of Yi Shanyu, pursued the Han army non-stop. The burning of Dragon City was like poking a hornet's nest. All the Mobei Xiongnu knew that there was a Han army running around in Mobei, and they must kill it. Each Xiongnu tribe gathered warriors and eagle shooters to embark on a journey to hunt down the Han army. The culprit, Chu Tian, was leading the cavalry to quickly approach Langjuksa Mountain. He wanted to complete his achievements before turning back to deal with the Hun's cavalry.
King! The Han army is marching eastward quickly.
Zhao Xian, the second king who was guarding the Han army's escape route south, received a report from the Xiongnu scouts and discovered that the Han army did not flee south due to the arrival of Yazixi Chanyu, but instead fled to the east toward Langjutsu Mountain.
Langjutsu Mountain is desolate. Did the Han army flee there because they were frightened or because they got lost?
Xian Zhao was suspicious of the Han army's strange marching route. Faced with the siege of the Xiongnu, the Han army did not want to return to the Han dynasty, but fled into the mountains of Mabe. What on earth were they thinking?
Go north immediately and surround Langjutsu Mountain.
Chapter 340. Seal the Wolf as Su 3.
Master Chanyu. The Han army did not flee south, but fled to Langjutsu Mountain in the east.
Yijixia Chanyu commanded 40,000 Xiongnu cavalry, including elite Chanyu guards, and pursued the Han army from the west. He found that the marching route of this Han army cavalry was extremely strange. The Han army attacked Mabe and took two routes. One of the routes leads out of Dingxiang County, all the way north, to Yanren Mountain and back. The second route leaves Daijun and goes all the way north, passing through Langjutsu Mountain and chasing to Hanhai. However, this Han cavalry force, which numbered only more than 10,000 people, broke away from the main force of the Han army. After reaching Yanren Mountain, they attacked Longcheng eastward and then marched to Langjutsu Mountain, which was equivalent to making a large circle in Mabe. What do they want? Yijixia tried to judge the Han army's intentions, but ultimately found that he could not understand the strange marching route of this Han army cavalry. Yijixia Shanyu, who had some confidence in his own resourcefulness, couldn't help but feel a headache.
No matter what their purpose is, catch up with them and kill them.
40,000 Xiongnu cavalry approached Langjutsu Mountain from the west, and 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry approached Langjutsu Mountain from the south. Chu Tian's cavalry has already fought with a Han's cavalry. This is the cavalry commanded by a Han king. He followed King Zhuxian and was defeated in a decisive battle with Huaxubing's eastern route Han army. He managed to gather 8,000 Xiongnu cavalry, but was hit head-on by the armies of Chu Tian and Cao Cao. Chu Tian thought that this little Han king and Yijixia Chanyu were teaming up to encircle and suppress him. So without saying a word, he immediately attacked the Han cavalry.
Order Cao Mingde to conduct a roundabout outflank. Completely wipe out this Han's cavalry.
Since Chu Tian chose to fight to the death with the Xiongnu in Mabe, he must completely destroy them. Chu Tian's cavalry regiment was responsible for the frontal assault, requiring Cao Cao's regiment to divide its troops to form two wings to carry out a pincer attack on the Han's cavalry.
Chu Zima really regards me as his subordinate.
Although Cao Cao was a little unhappy, he still divided his army into two troops. He personally led 4,000 light cavalry to deter from the left, and Xiahou Yuan led 3,000 light cavalry to deter from the right. 8,000 Xiongnu were surrounded and attacked by 15,000 Han cavalry, resulting in heavy casualties. The four generals Shuarengui, Zhao Yun, Yang Yi, and Tai Shirzi joined forces to capture the Han's little king in the midst of the chaos. Chu Tian was only interested in the Xiongnu Chanyu, King Zixi, King Zhuxian, and King Yuxian. The other Xiongnu princes had no value in Chu Tian's eyes, so he could just kill them. This group of Xiongnu had been killed by Huaxubing not long ago. At this time, they were attacked by the elite Han cavalry. They were frightened and died in large numbers. The little king of the Huns wanted to break out, but a general had already caught up with him. Fong Tian thrust out his halberd and penetrated the little king of the Huns. Shuarengui held up the body of the Hun king and shocked the dragon city. Dian Wei was like a giant humanoid beast, trapped among the Huns cavalry. He was holding two large iron halberds and wearing heavy battle armor. Charging rampantly, he caught two thrusting short spears with one arm. The Han cavalry were frightened. Their weapons were caught, and they could not get out. Dian Wei pulled at them, pulled the two Han cavalry off their horses, and stabbed them to death one by one. The leader died, and the morale of the Han's cavalry dropped significantly. They fled in all directions, and were intercepted and killed by the Han army. Almost the entire army was wiped out. On the battlefield, there were corpses everywhere, most of which were the corpses of Han's cavalry. If they faced the Han's cavalry who were more numerous than themselves, Chu Tian and Cao Cao's legions might have to pay a heavy price. However, the Han's cavalry in front of them had only half their strength and their morale was low. Therefore, few Han cavalry people died. They wiped out 8,000 Xiongnu.
After a delay, Yijixia Shanyu will soon catch up. We must speed up our march.
Although he annihilated 8,000 Xiongnu and killed a little Xiongnu king whose name he didn't even know, Chu Tian was not excited about it. The crisis is not over yet.
Report. The Hun's army has been found in the south, with about 30,000 cavalry, less than 60 miles away from our army.
When Chu Tian was about to approach Langjutsu Mountain, the War Eagle of the Iron Eagle Scout found traces of the Hun's cavalry in the south. The encirclement net laid by the hysterical Huns is more terrifying than Chu Tian imagined. There are currently 70,000 or 80,000 Huns cavalry known, and the number of Huns cavalry is still increasing. When Cao Cao heard the news, his expression was solemn.
The top priority is to go south immediately, before the Xiongnu from the west arrive. Defeat the Xiongnu from the south and escape. We have more than 10,000 people, and the opponent only has 30,000. We may not be unable to win. The wolf lives in Su Mountain, so we must take the risk.
Chu Tian was unwilling to miss the opportunity to seal the wolf as Su, although he believed that Cao Cao's suggestion was a good idea.
I hope your decision won't harm me.
Cao Cao saw that Chu Tian was determined and had no choice but to do so. Now he can only be forced to follow Chu Tian. Cao Cao's troops are insufficient, and he lacks vision. If he leaves Chu Tian, there is a 90% chance that his army will be wiped out in Mobei. They had already made a large circle in Mobei, burned down Dragon City, and completely angered the Xiongnu. Chu Tian and Cao Cao continued to march towards Langjutsu Mountain. After the Han army left, Yijixia Shanyu arrived with his cavalry, and found that the Han army's cavalry had killed 8,000 Xiongnu cavalry here. He was furious. Another Xiongnu force was destroyed by the Han army, and Yazixi Chanyu's rule over Mabei was in danger. If, as a Chanyu, he could not even protect his own people, how could the Huns on the prairie trust the Chanyu?
Keep chasing!
Yijixia chased and killed all the way. And on the way, the Huns and tribes broke out and were killed by the Han army, which only had more than 10,000 cavalry. Wherever the armies of Chu Tian and Cao Cao went, not a single blade of grass grew. All this will only push Yijixia to the limit, causing Yijixia to go crazy. Wolf lives in Su Mountain. Chu Tian and Cao Cao join forces and finally arrive here. Along the way, they killed 20,000 Xiongnu and destroyed more than 10 tribes. They risked being surrounded by the Xiongnu army, but they still wanted to seal the wolf as a slave. All the generals' faces were stained with blood and sand. If Dragon City is the holy land of the Xiongnu, then Langjutsu Mountain is the holy land of all Chinese generals. Seal the wolf and live in Su is one of the highest achievements that an ancient military general can achieve.
Lord, the flag of the Han army.
The Iron Eagle Scout discovered the flag left by the Han army on Huitsubing's east route.
Fortunately,
Chu Tian led everyone to the place where Huitsubing sealed the wolf's home. The Han army inscribed their military exploits on the stone tablet and left a military flag as a mark. On the stone tablet, there is not only the name of Huitsubing, the Hussar general of the Han dynasty, but also the names of foreign princes such as Jiuzhou and Lao Qin. Apparently they and Huitsubing fought side by side here and defeated more than 300,000 Huns cavalry.
Go deep into the desert for 2 or 3,000 miles. Fight in various places, and live as a wolf. I will have no regrets in this life.
Cao Cao climbed high and looked at the mountains. His chest was filled with Zheng Yun, and he couldn't help but his eyes were red and his eyes were filled with tears. He is also a Hanshin, and his highest goal is to seal the wolf as Su. Dian Wei rubbed the back of his head. He didn't understand why his master would cry so loudly. This is completely different from the usual Cao Cao. The generals under Chu Tian's command were filled with excitement. They went deep into Mabei and achieved the achievements that all generals longed for.
Now Chu Zimu and Chao Mingde are at Langjutsu Mountain to comfort the souls of the dead. Open up territory for the Han Emperor, and put an end to the Xiongnu's troubles forever.
Chu Tian and Cao Cao poured wine from wine bottles under the stone stele, and at the same time ordered people to engrave military exploits on another stone stele, and set it up on the side of the stele left by Huitsubing. Chu Tian did not dominate the scene. Huitsubing was the protagonist of the Battle of Mabei.
Ding! You have completed the SS level achievement mission sealing the wolf and Jushu. Your personal attributes have increased, and you have obtained Huitsubing's SSS level exclusive feature of
sealing the wolf and Jushu.
Ding!
A hero can only have 6 characteristics at most, and your characteristics are full. If you get new characteristics in the future, you can choose to replace the existing characteristics. In addition, a single soldier type can only have 2 characteristics, and you have already obtained 2. Cavalry trait. You can only have 1 aura trait for the whole army, and you have already obtained 1 aura for the entire army.
Chu Tian worshipped the heaven and earth, declared the national power of the Han Empire, and successfully completed the SS level achievement mission. Chu Tian checked his attribute panel and found that he had acquired Hu Yubing's characteristics. Name, Chu Tian, I just want to farm well. Title, Marquis of Kaiyang County. Official position, Shuzhou Mu.
General Anton.
Level 60. Commander, 85 Force, 78 Intelligence, 80 Politics, 82. Kung Fu, Wang Tianju, can improve physical fitness. Characteristics, Tian Khan SSS. Songlong White Deer SSS.
Feng Langjushu SSS. 4 Worlds and 3 Dukes S. Great Sage Master S. Great Han Army Soul A. Special Arms, the 5 schools of the Northern Army, the 5th Battalion of Tunki. Yuechi. Infantry. Cha Shui and Shisheng. Among them, the Sealing Wolf lives in Su's characteristics. And its grade is SSS level, which is the same level as Genghis Khan's.
Green Wolf and White Deer.
Name, Feng Langjushu. Grade, SSS grade. Origin, Hu Yubing. The Hussar general of the Western Han Dynasty. Went on an expedition to Mabe. He climbed Langjuksa mountain and built an altar to worship heaven to achieve success. This is one of the top characteristics of cavalry. Effect, cavalry attribute plus 10%. Damage to aliens plus 25%. Alien morale reduction rate plus 25%. Increased probability of falling into fear. Cavalry marching speed plus 10%. Force march speed plus 15%, if there is a similar the characteristics of the effect. The speed bonus effect diminishes when marching in grasslands, Gobi, deserts, mountains and other terrains. Morale is not easy to decline. And non-combat attrition is reduced after victory. The morale recovery speed is plus 25%. Scope, only applicable to cavalry commanded by the hero with this characteristic. Chu Tian read the description of the characteristics of
Sealing the Wolf and Jushu.
And swallowed secretly. Although
Sealing the Wolf and Jushu
is not an aura for the whole army. It is a characteristic specially prepared for dealing with foreign cavalry. You know,
self-conferring the wolf to live in Su
is just a characteristic of Hu Yubing. A 25% damage bonus to foreign races, coupled with a
Songlang White Deer
characteristic of the Mongolian cavalry owned by Chu Tian. The two characteristics are superimposed. The 2 light cavalry of Chanshui camp and Yuechi camp commanded by Chu Tian have all attributes plus 25%. Mounted shooting damage plus 25%. Damage to aliens plus 25%. There are also small bonuses from Tian Khan, alien attack power plus 10%, and Han Army Soul, whole army aura plus 3%, which are extremely terrifying. The terrifying feature of
Sealing the Wolf and living in Su
is that the Cavalry Legion has the ability to forcefully march in harsh environment terrain to reduce non-combat attrition, using the characteristics of
Sealing the Wolf and living in Su
and
Green Wolf and White Deer.
You can command a cavalry to march in and out of the desert 7 times. Chu Tian now is no less than an emperor-level cavalry general. Chu Tian also learned one thing. A hero can only have 6 characteristics at most. The same unit can only have 2 characteristics. And the whole army can only have 1 halo. And it is impossible to superimpose infinitely. Chu Tian currently has 3 SSS level characteristics, which are already more than most heroes. If you get new characteristics in the future, you may want to consider giving up the Han military soul, the Great Sage Master, and the 4 Worlds and 3 Dukes. After all, there will always be features that are better than the last 3.
Chu Zimu, what's wrong with you?
Seeing Chu Tian in a daze, Cao Cao thought that after Chu Tian sealed the wolf as Su, he was overwhelmed by the thought of being surrounded by the Huns.
Mingda, give me command of all the light cavalry. Wait, and see how I defeat the Xiongnu army and capture the Xiongnu Chanyu.
Chu Tian has 2 terrifying SSS level cavalry characteristics, which greatly increases his confidence. Except for the white robes. Chu Tian placed all the light cavalry under his own bonus. A command value of 85 can provide bonuses for up to 30,000 cavalry. This time, Chu Tian will personally provide this cavalry regiment with the bonuses of
Sealing Wolf and Jushu
and
Songlong White Deer,
and recklessly attacks Yazixi Shanyu's army.
You're crazy!
Cao Cao felt numb when he heard that Chu Tian did not plan to use other generals and wanted to personally provide bonuses to the army. Cao Cao believed that his ability was even higher than that of Chu Zimu. Instead of letting Chu Zimu provide bonuses to the Legion, it is better to let him provide bonuses to the Legion.
Believe me,
Chu Tian is very calm. Except for the special combination of Chen Qingji and the White Robe Army. Currently none of his subordinates can surpass him in cavalry bonus. Chu Tian has become the most powerful cavalry commander in his camp, although his commander value is 85, which is not as good as Xuerengui and Qinqingji. His 3 SSS level characteristics can exert the greatest effect when facing aliens, and they will be devastating. If the opponent is Genghis Khan, Attila, Yeludashi and other powerful foreign heroes, Chu Tian may still have difficulty. But Yizhi Xiaoshanyu is obviously far less than a Genghis Khan level foreign commander. This is the opportunity to kill Yizhi Xiaoshanyu.
Forget it. I believe you.
Although Cao Cao didn't understand why Chu Zimu suddenly had strong confidence, since Chu Zima had vowed to do so, he could only choose to believe in Chu Zimu. Cao Cao handed over all his and Xiahou Yuan's cavalry to Chu Tian. Chu Tian alone ordered Qinqingji and the White Robe Army to act as a reserve team to provide cover. The Tang Dynasty's archers, White Horse Song, Iron Eagle Scouts, Chanshui Camp, Yuechi Camp, as well as Cao Cao and Xiahou Yuan's Yanzhou cavalry all became the direct commander of Chu Tian. With 13,000 cavalry, with a commander of 85, it provides a bonus for 13,000 cavalry, which is more than enough. As for Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Hua Mulan, Yang Yi, Tai Shirzi, Cao Cao, Xiahou Yuan and others after they lost control of the troops, they were positioned in front of each cavalry unit, charging into the formation, and no longer provided bonuses to the troops. The personal characteristics of Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Yang Yi, and Tai Shirzi can still be effective, and they may be able to take the heads of enemy generals among thousands of troops.
I didn't expect that one day I would be forced to charge into battle personally like Li Shimin.
Chu Tian led the cavalry legion to leave Langjuxa Mountain and attack Yazixi Chanyu. It was time to show off the real cavalry skills.